Dan the Waterman, real quick, man. I gotta go to bed, but
I didn't realize this is a
Dan, you there?
two-step process.
They're certainly related.
I mean, she looks like a regular woman.
Get the fuck. Get the fuck.
Like, well, why not?
Look at the nose. The nose.
Bro, back in those days and shit, no fucking makeup and crap. That's just a regular fucking.
Nah, that's not your grandmother.
Women were bigger back then too.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
That's definitely.
Well, I don't know what I'm looking at, guys.
That's a man.
What do you mean women were bigger?
I brought this all up. I brought this up.
Wait.
Who the fuck just said? Who the fuck just said? Women were bigger back in those days. Like, seriously.
What I meant to say is that beauty, if you were bigger, you were seen as more beautiful. So if you're wealthy, and being bigger was seen as a sign of beauty.
I'll tell you one thing, yeah.
Fair enough.
You know, what a lot of men back in those days liked were milkable fucking boobs for reasons that they can take care of their kids, and she does have very milkable boobs.
She's got some big old boobies. Big.
They do look real.
Yeah, they look
So,
legit.
What's
for
the
that
idea?
age.
This was basically his handler?
No, that's
you
just.
could say that in so many words. Isn't that what that's called anyway?
I would say that Einstein was like not really a fucking scientist, and he was probably more like an actor. And I'd say that other thing, whatever the fuck that is also part of the act.
I don't know if he was an
I could
actor
agree with
because there's like footage of him and he looks a little bit crazy.
The crazy shit about Einstein is like what he did with calculus, bro. Like that's genius.
There's like him sticking
Like
his tongue out like that.
All the shit he did with the whole space time and crap. That was cool and shit, right? But like the way that he basically invented math that we now teach for the first fucking 1.5 years of fucking college.
He invented
amazing.
What if they just picked the homeless guy and attributed it to him? Since he
I
was
love you guys.
crazy,
Good
he
night.
couldn't defend himself.
Good night, later.
Good night.
Yeah, he invented special relativity on a misinterpretation of the Michelson-Morley experiment, even though it's not an experiment.
I don't know, man.
Save the globe.
If there was one person in history whose dick I'd suck, it'll probably be his.
Oh Jesus, that makes you more disgusting than prior. That's ridiculous. Are you serious?
What the fuck was that?
He wants to suck Einstein's dick.
That's Branch getting muted.
You know the joke, right? What's the smartest thing?
No.
What's the smartest thing to come out of a woman's mouth?
Einstein's dick.
Einstein's cock. Yeah, that is the answer.
So ironic because he wasn't smart probably at all. He was just this guy they put in there as an actor, most likely.
It's a shitty lay. Hey, Dave, did you see the video I made today?
No, Did you post it?
Oh yeah, it's here in chat. I decided to make merchandise with for the what I'm now calling all the blowers. I accuse them of openly circle jerking now.
You better not have put me in there, Dan. You didn't put me in there, did you? You don't sell merch with my head on it, bro. I'll fuck you up.
That was like a weird silence. I think he might have put you in there from the reaction.
Yeah. Well, what's wrong if he sells merch?
No, not with my head on it. I don't appreciate that. I'll make a coffee cup, Dan, and just put your head on top of Jake and the Fat Man.
Another weird silence. Come on, Dan, say something back.
We've been laughing so hard for the last like 2 hours. I don't even know what's like what's real. And we're just still. It's just a huge joke,
right?
Yeah, you can't take anything seriously at this stage.
That headline was real.
Funny. Yeah, those headlines, just all of that was beyond hilarious.
They do it all the time.
Programming that they put is just so obvious. It's the same people doing the same programming. Like they put it in Disney, they put it on all the NASA stuff.
It's half crashed.
So what's the idea with this video, Dan? You're selling a picture of Mark Sargent or a picture of Nathan Oakley? It's just a picture of them, like a GIF?
Here it says, now hardcore Globe defenders can wear their heroes out in public. For the past 6+ years, we've seen how these groupies are truly obsessed with the thinking process and the personalities of our most beloved flat earthers, and they're our biggest fans, so let's give it back to them. Finally, FE hate merch with your choice of flat earther or globetard with custom slogan and wording at an additional fee. Embroidering is available at an extra charge. Be the first to wipe up after your circle jerk with customized Flurf merch.
What?
FE hate merch.
You should have coffee mugs too.
You're an idiot.
Funny.
And then I'm insisting that they have to go buy it through Jose JG Gonzalez, who has no other income source. So I'm going to force him to go into business selling these because it'll be his best resource.
Well, the Globers give him super chats all the time for standing on their side.
No, right now I'm the moneymaker for him and Jem. When I come in, all the hate comes towards me. So they've been spending money on me, so I keep laughing because I'm their moneymaker right now. I turn it into a shit show, and they get ratings or whatever, you know. And then suddenly people want to bitch at me, so they'll do super chats. So I'm.
Does Gem Panda pay you?
How much money have you made them?
No, but I keep accusing Jose that now I'm telling him I'm on the payroll. Like I'm telling his audience that I get a cut. So I keep asking them to send money to Jose. Trying to convince everyone that I am in on it. So, yeah, I'm fucking with them big right now. I'm openly calling them circle jerking, just waiting for us to come around. And that they're all obsessed. It's the same 70, 80 guys for 5 years, 6 years. That's crazy. That is whacked. They're all like, oh, we hate you. It's like, no, you don't. You're in a love affair with us. You want to know not only what we think, how to think. That's why they hang around us.
FE and globe emojis. Remember I said that a long time ago? Flat earther and globe emojis, like you design all the people, or you let them design it and you put them out there and then, trade them, buy them, sell them, whatever. That'd be pretty cool.
Like Artest, remember he made those little things?
Yeah.
Like bobbleheads.
Yeah.
Yeah, the little bobblehead icons that you can have use as your thing, and you pick your favorite one, flat earther, glober, favorite whoever, whatever one you want to make. Yeah.
Dan, what percentage of, let's just say guys that have been in this for this many years and are still, just pushing the globe and the whole deal, what percentage of them do you think are even remotely sure that the Earth is actually a globe?
They have to be sure there's a problem or they wouldn't even bother anymore. They have to be questioning the globe. But a lot of them aren't listening and don't care. I mean, we are easy to pick on, so they can make a career pretending they got zingers on us even when they don't. They can, So we're kind of easy, and then most of us are completely spastic, Merle, and it's really hard.
Dan, you're late to the party. I had that room for 3 years, Dan. You're late to the party, bro.
Well, Merle, you and I bring different stuff, don't we?
Yeah. What do you bring, Dan?
I'm sorry.
Do you prove the Earth's flat every time you speak? Does the world gather around their computers to listen to you?
Can
Really?
I be honest with you? For 3 days, I've been taking shit in your territory. So why don't you figure out the Southern Star shit? Why is Trouble yelling at me? Why is this asshole New Zealander yelling at me, telling me I gotta fly there to figure out his son? Why aren't you fucking handling that fucking region and shut the fuck up about what I do?
Just don't jump through their hoops.
Just fucking
Don't worry
figure
about
out
it.
what's going on in the South, dude. You're there.
It's the
E1, hey,
same as
Dan,
what's
you were
going
there
on.
with E1 and I. Southern Stars are already figured out. E1,
Yeah,
I've been
Polaris.
posting it. You've been in the chats where E1's talking about the Southern Stars. Southern Stars aren't a problem. It's just two adjacent star sets in the sky, one going clockwise, one going counterclockwise over a stationary plane, just like it seems in every possible way. That could actually be the case. Southern Star Trails are not a win for the globe side. Sorry.
You can't see Polaris.
Why does Trouble, who has 45 videos on her page, say differently?
Because I don't know, she was the one that talked to E1 more than anyone. She's in the video that I always post with E1. I don't know. She got sore about the Southern Stars not being real, and most flat earthers just saying it's a reflection and assuming that rather than actually confirming it. So she wants to make sure that it's not just seen that way, and it's a little bit personal for her, I think.
She's furious. Yeah, she's furious. And
She got kicked out of 24/7 as well for bringing it up.
And she got
My
stiffed.
altitude balloons at 120,000 will tell you whether the stars are real or not. Anything else, you're looking at air and reflections.
Yeah. But Dan, it's always going to be a red herring. You know, as soon as they're pointing to the sky, that's a win.
Mm-hmm.
You're not expected to have all the answers, right?
No, but like
they don't win.
And all of a sudden, I feel strong right this minute. Like, I've been really mad all year, but all of a sudden, I feel a lot better about the fuck yous. I feel good saying fuck you.
I don't think it's easy to shun flat earthers. I mean, you might be more sensitive or something, but I don't think it is. I think we're not at all worried about ridicule or mocking or any of that kind of shit. I mean, we all know they're wrong. So why would we care what they say?
Yeah, it's to be expected, right? Put yourself in their shoes too.
Yeah, but the problem isn't them. We fit well with them. We don't get along ourselves is the problem.
Well, that's in some cases that's true, but not in all cases.
Well, how else do you debate the truth or the idea or whatever is going on? If you have a different idea, you see something different. I mean, how else do we discuss it other than discussing it and go through that process?
Well, it's just Trouble got kicked out by Weiss also, and I got kicked out by Weiss. And I got kicked out by Weiss. Well, it's the same thing. If you bring something up to flat Earth or up to the upper flat Earth, if you bring it up, you're shot down. And then on top of it, as I power forward, I have to argue with every fucking glober being attached to everything fucking Nodell ever did. They're holding me responsible for everything Globebusters has ever done. So I can't shake free of the Mark Sargent, Patricia Steer Globebusters thing that I was always really fond of. But it's not supportive of Flat Earth any longer. It's not there. And I can't support it, So like,
what I call it?
What?
Cat toys.
Yeah, I get it. Why even get mixed up in their drama? Why even worry about their drama? I mean, you're just perpetuating it by talking about them. Just let it go.
Whose drama are you talking about?
Mark Sargent and whoever else.
Well, I just got rid of FE Core. The site's down. I've been fighting to get rid of FE Core.
Well, why would you care to do that? I mean, let them do their thing.
Well, because they've been dead for over 3 years and everyone knows it except for the public.
Why would you want to get rid of it?
Because Bob used it against me.
Yeah, so it's a personal thing, right?
No, well, I've been out with their personnel. I've spoken to them. I've worked with them in other states. I know what remnants of them I've worked with because they've been gone for the entire 3 years since
But-
2018. They've been gone the whole time.
Well, then why are you worried about trying to get rid of them if they're already dead?
Because for instance, the site up until this last week was still up. And
Why does that matter?
Why does anything matter, Dem? That's
I'm asking you about a specific thing that you want to get rid of for some reason that matters to you. So I couldn't tell you why anything matters.
Because I became competition. In other words, let me give you a great example. They claim to spend $20,000 on a device called a SALAD, special altitude leveling device or something, right? And when I pushed them on it, they said, well, no, it's really 200 hours at $10 an hour. It's like, oh, so you're trying to get reimbursed for fiddling with this thing. And guess what? I could have used a picnic bench. They're pointing at a stationary object level. They don't need $20,000 or 200 man hours to do that. And I can speak from experience. I know that. I've run lasers at distances. So I can speak as a weird place of expertise in the FE core field. I know what it does and doesn't take to work in icy conditions or shit like that. I've gone out and done it.
So if they get their reading and then you go do something and get your reading, I mean, does the truth need help? I mean, through like 7 mean lines.
That's not what's happening, though.
What do you mean?
Well, what's happening
if they believe, if they believe a certain thing and they're doing it and they believe that gives them a result, what do you mean?
Well, it's about monies.
Well,
they were collecting monies, and they were also being very secretive.
Hold on.
And they they had infighting to begin with that they never spoke about publicly. And amongst that is the lie that was in the Netflix film that Bob is continually being accused of, that we're continually being accused of. And it's all connected.
Bob's fault for not knowing how to speak right or whatever he did.
But it's connected to these devices and the things that they were doing. And
yeah, but going after them makes you sound like an anti-flat earther.
Well, I don't know what you mean by going after, since you can see Bob totally is after me. So I don't know what you're talking about going after.
I thought you said you were trying to get him shut down. Not going after him?
Well, I'm done playing around. For 2 years, I tried to handle it privately.
Well, then you're going after him. I don't know. Just don't air the dirty laundry. It's not good for you. I'm just saying, it doesn't make you look good. That's all.
Well, guess what? You and I have history here. If I defend myself, I have the right to defend myself. Don't make up shit saying I don't.
I didn't say you don't. I didn't say you don't have a right to defend yourself.
Don't accuse me. Don't accuse me of going after someone.
It's not appealing for you to go around talking about shutting them down and then saying you're a flat earther, because a lot of people will be confused by the details. They have no idea.
But they need to know.
Why?
Need to know what?
Okay, I'll give you.
Listen, hold on. If you can get your own eyeballs from a back perspective, and I've never met you or them, and I watch stuff and I join some stuff and I talk to people, whatever, I can get my own opinion and form my own opinion on whatever information they brought versus what you bring versus what I would have brought to them versus what Bob down the road brings or little Timmy Turner brings down the road or whatever.
I guess you don't get it. See,
I don't think you get what I'm saying.
We have
comparable information.
You don't get it. We have a research group here that tries to work together, and it's really hard. They pretend to have a group, and it's even harder for them. But they've pretended to have a group the whole time.
What does that mean? I mean, what?
Well, do you want the details? I mean, I'm sorry.
I mean, they have a huge white paper on the tests that they did. I mean, they did a lot of tests. I don't know if you can say it's just pretending.
Right. It doesn't really matter really like what anybody does. If a group of people gets together and they don't get together as good as they thought they would, that's life. What are you telling us?
Okay, so what happened is when they first had a 15-degree...
No.
What,
oh,
Tim?
Yeah,
what's wrong?
Go ahead about the tilt thing. Yeah, go ahead.
So the first device they built, the dude built a device, and they saw a motion or something, and they didn't release what they did because Bob didn't want to release it. And the dude says, all right, well, I'll fix everything. And then we just release this and I'll fix it because it was a bearing issue and a precision issue in the machine. And So they originally broke threw that guy out. In other words, there's been a series of everyone being shunned by Bob, and originally, so they threw this guy out to keep secrecy. Now, at the same time, Jaron left, and Jaron won't publicly out them. We're supposed to read through that. We're supposed to read why he left, which is hard. You have to be pretty sharp to pick that up. But he says straight up, they not only lied to him, they put a gag on him. He wasn't allowed to speak about what they did, so therefore he had to leave because he couldn't participate. He couldn't share his audience in anything because they continually wouldn't release stuff. And they've been broken up for a long time. The president was a fake dude who nobody ever met, and he's long gone. And when Rick Hummer, who hadn't kept up the P.O. box, told me to go talk to the president, he'd been gone in writing for a year, and Rick didn't realize it. I finally got Rick to denounce it, and Jaron to explain to me the 3 reasons why he left. And Bob thought it was okay to use it against me. In the meantime, they tried to use Rodrigo Ferrari Nunez for his PhD, and he sits with them and goes, okay, so what are we going to do? And they go, nothing. We only wanted you for your credentials. And he goes, you're kidding. And they go, no. And then when he came around in their little Globebusters chat on Skype and tried to talk flat Earth, Karen B threw him out. And Bob stood behind it. They threw him out. They threw him out for trying to be a flat earther, dude. I'm just telling you. And I have a huge issue now about the math on Eric Dubé's number 15. It's all messed up, and I brought it to everyone, and they all gave me garbage math, and they're all lame. Mark gave me garbage math. Weiss gave me garbage math. And Bob called me names and told me to go suck Riley's dick. I had to talk to Bob's wife just to find out who Riley was and what that meant. This is disgusting shit. And it's been going on.
What math about what? The tilt and the drift?
Eric Dubé is like, yeah, an airplane at 500 miles an hour would end up 31 miles high. So therefore it would have to drop 2,777 feet per minute. And it's like, yeah, unless it did adjust per minute, then it would never have gotten to 31 miles. So you're
not going to use air. I mean,
the point is, Jim,
close.
The point is that we've been parroting Eric and never checked his shit. And that's 6 years down the road. Nobody's checked his shit. So I went to Bob and I said, Bob, why don't you look sharp? Why don't you take this correction? And why don't we go through Eric's shit? And he goes, don't tell me what to do.
It's not Eric's fault about the math, really, because I've had like 57 different Globers tell me different math.
Well, unfortunately, that's the same mistake that everyone thinks is. I'm not arguing the 8 inches per mile squared. I'm arguing if it's per minute in their answer, then the distance is established per minute. So 500 miles an hour is not a distance, it's a speed. The distance is 8.33 miles per minute. And that's what you put in the calculator. And it's 46 feet is the answer. Because I'll finish with this. I'm intimately familiar with working at Salton Sea, like 9 miles. And this, like 8-9 miles is what we're talking about here. At 8.33 miles is 500 miles an hour, 8.33 miles per minute. So I'm familiar with that distance and what we expect is a drop at that distance. And it ain't no 2,777 feet because we don't have that kind of expected drop.
What's the rise distance and rate when they leave the runway?
Well, the whole thing pretends. See, the whole problem is it's a pretend hypothetical. We're flying at the deck level anyway. So it's kind of silly. It's kind of silly to use.
I know, but you still have to have the ladder too, right? You
Well,
have to have going up and coming down.
It shouldn't be used because it's completely hypothetical, and we have real stuff to talk about. And then they get the math wrong by a factor of 60.
Well, why? At the end of the day, if you don't know really the end result answer actually gives you what you want, you're not going to come up with the right. You're not going to come up with the right thing that you need, that you're looking for, right? The actual Something definite, something solid, something rock solid. Now, if you don't have a ball and you don't do this shit with a gyro, ring laser, whatever, it doesn't matter. If you haven't done this on different things, different ways, different latitudes, different longitudes that you know of. No, I'm serious. Listen, different elevations, like an elevator, go to the top floor, go to the bottom floor, do it in a vacuum, do it on a spinning ball next to a ball that's sitting there, do it on a flat plane. Compare all these different ratios. I mean, we got computers these days, we got video, we can do all these things and compare them. That's what you're supposed to do to get the mean number of something, like after you like can control it and get it right and even make sense on what you're doing. And if they don't know what the Earth's doing, can't control what it's doing, can't control what the ball's really going to do.
Well, Demok, this is a particular arc that's being taken on an airplane around the Earth, so it is a particular geometry. But Dan, I was going to ask you with all that, because I remember hearing about that years ago when that all went down with all of that. I'm curious, just if you care, if you would like to share. Of course, you don't have to, but just
I'd love to.
Well, I was just curious, like, what is the dynamic with that? Is it that like, was it that people were kind of protecting Eric with it, or was it just that people were not being fully honest? I'm just curious, like, what the actual.
I did get to Eric, and I could share with you. Eric is admitting that he should have used the word average, but that's also wrong. It's not an average. So he doesn't understand the problem either. And the problem is the difference between feet per minute and miles per hour. You can't use both. You have to switch your miles to feet to do any of the to answer it in feet. Yeah, I got to switch your miles to feet. So unfortunately, they're looking at 500 miles an hour, and they're all drawing it up as if that was the destination, 500 miles. But the destination is established per minute, because that's what they're asking for the drop to be, per minute. So our calculation comes every minute, and then they're yelling at me, Weiss is yelling at me that it's exponential. And I'm saying, well, it's not exponential. It's just each minute it's recalculated. So you'll never get to 31 miles because you're adjusting every time. But it's a 46-foot adjustment per minute. It's not 2,077. And what happened to me is both Bob and Weiss told me to shut the fuck up because they never said it. And then they continued to say it afterwards, while they both told me they never said it. Because originally, I didn't know it was Eric's. I thought it was Nathan Thompson's. And that's what happened to me, is I handed out a Nathan Thompson flyer, and I had a mathematician get back to me. And the guy says, hey, you know, you guys are cool, but this is wrong. I'm a school teacher in math.
Well, that's what I'm saying. What did he ever give you the correct formula for that? Like,
it's the same formula, Dem. It's just not per hour, it's per minute. They're confused of the difference between per hour.
It's not the same formula.
So they're even wrong, right? No, it is the same formula. They're just shocked because their decimal point's off. The decimal point is off.
You know, so they didn't convert the unit properly.
Yeah,
exactly.
And so they don't hear me because they hear the right math. They don't understand what I'm saying about it. So they've shunned me because they don't like the way I speak. And Mark don't talk to me. So what's the big
difference, though? I mean, from what they said, from what it really is, there still isn't a drop. What are we saying here?
It's a dumb proof because it's not a proof anyway. It's a fucking hypothetical thing that we're flying on the deck because we're too lazy to do the real math. It's fucking stupid.
I thought you said the guys gave you the math. What are you talking about?
It assumes we're flying at sea level to use our sea level math of 8 inches per mile squared. So it assumes and pretends we're flying
the same amount
there
as the 8 inches per mile.
Yeah, because we don't want to redo the math. So the whole thing is lazy. Then they got the math.
Lazy.
No, then they got them.
Hold on. It's not hard to do this math, man. You draw a fucking circle on paper. You got your 360. You divide that up as your 24,901 mile altogether, and you do it from there. How in the fuck can it be that hard to draw another circle on the outside of that one? Because if you add ratio or radius of that,
if you add thousands of feet of height, it changes the numbers, Dem.
Did you hear what I said? See the green line on my name? Make a little bitty one next to that above it. You go by that one. The one on my name would represent the globe. Then you have the one next to it above it. That would represent the airplane.
So why don't you agree with me? When I said they got lazy. I said they got lazy, and then you disagreed. Then you explained how they got lazy.
So I'm saying if we know
No,
the
just agree with
answer
me
and they
for
got
sake of agreeing with me. They got lazy.
sure,
Then
they're
they
lazy,
did
yes,
bad
yes.
math. Then they did bad math. In the meantime, they said they never say it. Then they continued to say it no matter how many times I recorded it. Then they told me, started blocking me everywhere. So I had to look into it and start finding out more about them. And the more I found out about them, the worse it was. And unfortunately, the more I started looking at Bob, everyone knows. Bob has caused so much division over the years. And he won't back down on anything. And he's a bully. And it's just not, it's one of the problems we've always had that I've always defended, and now I'm going to get attached to forever, being attached to these same people forever. And it's really a bummer because they won't talk to me, yet the Globers accuse me of being up their ass. And when I came around and you were there, everyone said the same thing. Who the fuck is we, dude? Who the fuck are you when you say we? Who
Well,
is
you shouldn't care though what anybody thinks though. Especially those people that you're arguing with.
I don't know. I mean, everyone argues. I don't know what you mean.
Well, I think it's a good thing in a way. Not that
Well,
you
there are
argue,
kind
but
of there's kind of like different groups in a sense, and there is kind of like, I don't know if clique is the right word, but yeah, certain kind of kind of cliques and groups and with different energies and different kind of agendas and associations.
We're supposed to be truthers. We're supposed to be truthers. And something like Jaron sitting beside someone who he knows is a piece of crap, and he does know he's a piece of crap, and then not telling us why he quit FE Core. In other words, Jaron's been forced to be quiet just to keep the longevity of that show, and I appreciate that, but he causes enough problems already. A guy I like, Jaron, by not telling us, yeah, FE Core has been dust a long time. I had to leave because they were fucking lying to me and stifling me. So it'd be nice if we heard that. It'd be nice if Mark Sargent ever told us anything about what really happens, but he don't. And that sucks. He does it his little pre-shows and his post-shows, and everyone around him knows the real issues. And fucking Rick Hummer's the only guy that ever spoke honestly about Robbie Davidson. Power to Rick, man. Shout out to Rick.
Think of it this way. You're blessed because you know their true colors. Like a lot of people, they're spending time with people that are just fake with them, and they could get ambushed at any moment, or this could happen. That could, you have an insight as to who they are. How to conduct yourself. You have agency in that regard. You're blessed, man, compared to a lot of other people.
You should hear the fucking Patricia gave me her number recently, like in the past year, and I'm like, no way. And it's like, she fucking can't stand those people. They fucked her over. And people go, oh, she bailed on Flat Earth. She bailed on the Flat Earth community. She's a Flat Earther still, but she ain't gonna fucking hang out with us. We're a mess.
I didn't say what I just said so that you would, continue talking about them, backbiting and stuff like that. My point is, you should focus on the positive. You shouldn't, think about the negative. You're free of that.
All right.
That's my point.
In amongst the positive and amongst the work I've done in the past couple of years, that fell apart too. The producers of a documentary I was working on are now infighting. So there's more fighting, and they think they're going to make money, so they're fighting over money, which is fairly retarded. So it's kind of sad. The project I've been working on for a couple of years is now all broken up, and there's no unity there even, because I was able to hide behind a science team during a lot of this.
Who owns the IP?
Who owns the IP of
the project?
It's all messed up. It's like, is the corporation wasn't filed right, so was the dissolving right? And
whose
one
data
owns,
is it?
They have something that they did agree upon. Like, I don't know which part. They use a lot of words, but the corporation is in dispute, but their partnership wasn't. If that makes any sense. Like,
yeah, it does.
It's only the corporate part of it.
Yeah, you could have an LLC
and
without being.
And who is going to be the officers? basically. And so the dissolvation really couldn't have happened because it was never filed properly. So therefore, the officers were never established. And so when one was fired from the corporation,
Anyways, this is a temporary thing. Once that gets dealt with,
Right.
you still have the data. The data isn't lost. It's
They're
not like
they both plan
NASA's
on
moon
using
landing telemetry data.
Yeah, no, they both plan on using it and splitting it, where one's going to take Salton Sea and one's going to take the Salt Lakes, the
That's
Salt
fine.
Flats. But in the meantime, I'm glad you asked. In the meantime, during the editing, they're hacking each other out, and it's getting less than genuine when you hear the narrative in forms of recreation or pushing other people, calling other people the team leader when they weren't, stuff like that. So it got already less than genuine, and that sucks.
I mean, it does suck, but don't mind it. Rise above it. That has nothing to do with you. Let them bicker and stuff amongst themselves.
Okay. In the meantime, I do have 2 experiments I think are really strong and inexpensive.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm looking to kill refraction real easy. In February 2020, we did something I called the horizontal. Imagine we were at Salton Sea all these times shooting across 10 miles, and they're going, "Oh, it's refraction," and we're kind of looking down the barrel, so we don't really see the curvature if there is any. And I keep thinking, fuck, I wish there was somebody way over there that could look across and see what it looks like left to right. So we decided to try and light up a left-right line, basically. We went to the Bonneville Salt Flats and got 10 miles away, and then put a bunch of flares and lights in a truck and drove a truck across our view left to right. And the assumption is, under time lapse, that we might have the pixel strength to see what should be a rise in the middle of their 10-mile run, of the truck's 10-mile run. It should be something like 16 feet higher in the middle than both sides. And that it would pick up as data points in a time lapse. So
that would be interesting to see.
So I have portions of it to show you that we did, but it was not right. Like, for one thing, they didn't get to the center of the observation, so the observation point's lopsided. We didn't use a theodolite, we didn't use infrared, and we didn't use radar. So I'd like to redo this.
But the exposure time was good enough, and you guys could actually get that image of the line.
I've been talking to the Globers since, because I've been talking about redoing it already to make it real science. So for instance, Blue Marble Science got me down to 16 feet, where I thought I was looking at 32 feet in the middle. They got me down to 16. Then someone else was talking about pixel strength and what I could rent. And the statement on it is really fascinating if you want to hear it. It's like a lot of numbers on pixel strength and such. But it looks like we could do it even with the limitation of, like, the file being too big is where it comes down to now. If we have the pixel strength, the file might be too big. So the funny thing is, like, if that's all the case, I'm going, well, fuck that. I'll use more than one camera. I'll make a composite, and I'll hire an artist and yell at them that that's what NASA does. Why can't I do that? So here's somebody saying that I've been really using the Globers lately. I put shit out there and they get back to me with good data. It's really cool. He says, I think I might have found a camera that could give significant resolution, that you could get a 64% angle of view with a nice rectilinear 200 millimeter wide angle lens. Best news is it should be able to be a nice, well-corrected double Gauss lens design too. By the time the image is digitized, it should be possible to get about 8 pixels of convexity according to the Science It's Out new calculator. Would it still need a lot of work to figure out how to manage it as a single long exposure? You would need a very, very, very bright light on the truck. As long as the truck is moving at a decent pace, I don't think reciprocity failure is likely to be much of an issue. Although the exposure is going to be very long, the length of the exposure of the moving light is going to be pretty short. Even in a dark, moonless night, I am thinking you're going to need quite a bit of strong ND filter, whatever an ND filter is, to reduce the overall exposure of ambient light. Hence my comment about how bright you would need the light to be. You're going to have to be looking at using an ISO of 50 after digitizing the image, you should have about 64,000 pixels horizontally. There's one thing though, the full image would work out to be about 3 gigapixels in size, so you won't be operating it in any image editing program I can easily think of. Certainly not going to be opening it in Photoshop. Never fear though, since you could probably limit the recording of the digital scan to about 100 pixels vertically. That would reduce pixel count to only 6.4 megapixels, a nice easy size to work with. And I'm like, fuck, that was Alan Evans, and I'm pretty sure he might not be a Glober, but it was where I picked him up and picked up that information.
Nice
was
write
off
up.
of the Globers. Yeah, and I'm like, fuck.
I'm pretty sure ND filter refers to like a neutral density filter. It's
Okay.
like black, white.
But that's more data than
no
I
color.
would have figured out. And then Ruhif told me I can get a theodolite for $25 locally, rented. And radar's got to be rentable. A lot of boats have it if I use it, ship to ship, fishing boat radar. And we haven't really even done that. If I can see radar past 10 miles or not. And they sell the shit to go up to 80 miles commercially, so if I can't see a boat at 10 miles, I got a problem. Any one of these could shut us down. And I'm looking hard to shut us down if we need to be shut down. You know what I mean? Like this, I'm calling it force the light, like force the line. And the refraction's out of the question because the truck shouldn't be seen to begin with at all. And the
You're
fact
doing
that
dead at night, right?
yeah, I'll give you an image of what it looks like because
Post the image.
I got some video too. It's really cool that we already did this because I'm talking about the second one already. So I'm totally jacked knowing that.
So what's the second experiment?
I think I could do it off the coast. I don't think I need to go to the Bonneville Salt Flats. Oh, the second one? Oh, the second one's a sunset. I fucking realized that the sunset should be what I call now McDonald's close. That your sunrise and your sunset have to be within the same parameters of our boat going over the edge. So if we're talking, let's say 32 feet at 10 miles or 66 feet at 10 miles, the sun's got to be there too. That your sunset's got to be at the same point as your boat disappearing. It's the same angle compared to your eye. And so I started taking pictures of, for instance, here, the sun setting behind objects like islands or the Statue of Liberty, even from Brooklyn Bridge. For instance, Brooklyn Bridge Park is 3 miles away from the Statue of Liberty, yet the sunset you could see is, way further than that. And so there's lots of these images like Chicago from Indian Dunes, Indiana. It's 50 miles away and you could see it lit up in the sun. So the sun is setting over 50 miles away, and I think that's a dead killer. If the sun isn't setting at the same point the boat disappears, what the fuck? So I think any mile marker out there proving that the sun is setting further than 10 miles away is something we've overlooked. It's like McDonald's close, I call it. The sunrise and sunset has got to be McDonald's close. Not far away at all. And I think we've overlooked that simplicity. So I'm looking to demonstrate that with objects that we know are certain distances off the coast, like islands and such. So I think those are two things. But the first one really kills the refraction. Oh, I'm trying to send you stuff. Sorry. Kills off the refraction story because you shouldn't see our truck to begin with. Or whatever the lighted is object, so we can stop arguing about why I'm seeing it and start letting it go left and right. We don't need to argue about why I'm seeing it. I'm calling it line of sight. They're not. Fuck off. In the meantime, I'm dragging it now laterally. So it's a pretty cool thing.
Post an image.
I'm trying.
Or two. Or three.
I'm all bound up. For some reason, my search box gets really weird sometimes, and it keeps jumping to a second drive. Like when I hit find, really drives me nuts. I can't get back to my desktop in the search, and it gets like tied up. And it's doing it right now. Okay, try and search here. Okay, this will tide you over for a sec. And I'll get you some video. So this is the setup, basically, at the Bonneville Salt Flats. And that has some narrative, so give me a sec, I'll bring up some more.
Yeah, I think these are both great ideas, Dan. I really appreciate what you're bringing to the table here. I think these are both
something,
great.
something, right? Something.
Yeah, for sure.
Really
yeah, the idea of putting them in a T is really interesting. You know, having 3 points in a T shape, and all that can be done with that. Because you could also kind of draw like a triangle, try to create a triangle as well with that. So, yeah, like just that general layout where you're supposed to be having curvature, like both. You know, the pipeline of the T and the cross are both supposed to be experiencing curvature, and if it's a large enough size, then that will be able to be like appreciably measured.
Yeah, I'm glad you get it. It's been hard to explain to people the simplicity. It's too simple. People don't get it sometimes, but you already got the T shape of it. And so where we failed on the first one is not getting to the center of the observation. So that was a pretty big failure. There was a road closed. And then I've since had people send me pictures through a theodolite. And I'm like, wow. You know, like, wow, that's interesting. I've never looked through one. And if it's that cheap to have one on hand, I don't need to hear it again, right? You didn't have a theodolite. Like, all right, you know. So if all that takes us another $50, we got to do that big time. Some Salt Flats, Bonneville.
So the one with the sun setting, I'm still trying to fully think about that one. So you're saying that like the point at which the boat, they claim that it's cutting off from the bottom up or whatever because of the curve. You're saying that like the sun should be setting at that same, you know, horizontal, basically, that same kind of curve.
I'm pretty sure, like, I'm going to start with some pictures of Statue of Liberty because they're dramatic. So I'm just asking people to imagine where the sun sets. And then when I start to take images from distances, I'm like, okay, well, clearly if the bottom one I just put is the Statue of Liberty is 3 miles away, then the sun is clearly, you know, a certain distance behind. You can see Jersey shit in the background.
Yeah.
That's Jersey. So that's, I think, like 6 miles away. But the sun, whatever about the sun right there, I'm going to give you some other images, like the Chicago one. It's fucking intense. Here's the Chicago one. And it's like that's 50 miles away. And I'm going, well, clearly the sun's out there. The sun is not setting anywhere near us. It's out there somewhere. And I think the sun should be setting at the same point. My boat goes over the edge. The ballers think I'm out of my mind. They do.
Well,
they think, oh, it's too high. It's too bright. It's too far away. I mean, they've tried everything. And I'm like, the distance, the brightness, none of that matters. This is about angle of attack. And from my position, where the boat disappears, the sun disappears. Fuck you. That's what I say. Same position for the same reason.
Yeah, you would think so if it's the physical curve of the Earth. I mean, the thing is nowadays they try to say, oh, that's just the observation of the effects of curvature, because now they try to say that's not actually the physical curve, but it's a refracted.
Right.
You know, so they get into that whole shenanigans. But at the same time, they're saying it's going over the curve, or, you know, the curve is the obstruction. So if the curve is the obstruction, for whatever reason they want to describe, if a boat and the sun were right next to each other, you would think they'd be the same. Absolutely. So why would it? I mean, it would have to be in their model. But then my next question is, I don't know that I know what the answer is. Like, does that happen or does it not? That's the next question. Like, do you know that it doesn't do that as well?
It doesn't matter, because I'm going to lean on the other one and I'm going to shoot down refraction, because there's on my left, right, my lateral line test. There is no, it's already visible. So there's nothing to refract it. I'm only looking for the height change. So it shoots down refraction, the fact that we could see it at all, and that there's no explanation left to right for refraction. In other words, there is between us normally as we look down the barrel, they could say it's bending, but if we can prove it's not, it's not. So it kills the refraction argument, opening up the sunset to a clearer argument. But I still think the argument is compelling with the sunrise and sunset. If we have a known object at a distance and it's behind it, it does establish a distance to me. I'm pretty sure I'm not mistaken on that. I think.
What, you're going for local sun? Is that the basic sort of gist of it?
Well, the point at which, how the sun kind of disappears from the bottom up, I say the word obscure, which is different than obstruct. Because obscure is to basically, in a sense, reduce its ability to be visually observed, meaning there's obscuration occurring versus the word obstruction, which is more of a physical. But you know how, like, in general, the sun, from the bottom up, it starts to disappear. So I guess the question is that the exact same line as a boat when it looks like the boat, from the hull?
Yeah.
I think is that kind of it, Dan, summarized? Or
yeah, I mean, when it goes over the edge, I mean, there's only one edge to talk about, really. I mean, it's an observational point. It's an angle. And does the angle reduce to something where I can no longer see something because of whatever? I don't give a fuck what they're calling it at this point. But once I establish that the sun is nowhere near the same point, I think I'm onto something.
Is that the case, though? Because I have I've seen some where the boat is in the distance and it's like right up against the sun, but I'd have to think about whether it was actually cutting. So that's what I'm saying. I don't know that I've looked at
I hear you. We have to go beyond thinking now at some point and figure it out. Yeah, you're right.
And then it's like my understanding of how it's working over a planar Earth is that essentially, I won't go, I'll try to just kind of keep it brief because there's a lot of components, but if essentially the horizon is the point at which the ground and sky meet visually, and that distance is going to change due to how far you can see in the environment on that given day. So if it's like really dry and you can see much further, then the point which the sky and ground meet visually is much further out. Whereas on other days, if there's more clouds or atmospheric type magnification and things like that, then the point where the ground meets the sky is actually much closer distance wise. And then that is my understanding of what creates the kind of horizon line in which things would be obscured, because then, like you said, you got the angle of attack. You have the thing that's like above the water and then or on the water in the case of a boat. And then you have that sort of angle of approach, and visually, due to the ratios of the actual distances of everything, there's limited space at that vanishing point. And so they're just going to merge, like the actual fields are just merging in that sense. And so if that's the sense, then, or if that's what's going on, I could see a way with whatever that line is that obscures things would be the same as the boats and the sun, but it also would be assumed to be on a globe as well. So yeah, it's just making my mind think of a lot of possibilities.
Yes, and I can't believe I came up with two things worth fucking working on. Fucking desperate to have something going forward. We keep going further and further with lasers, and nobody gives a fuck. I guess I couldn't upload the file. Here's a video of that uses the horizontal that we did in a trailer here, so you'll see what we've done. And I know it's inadequate, so I'm excited to do the repeatable part of it. But you'll see here how it looked from a drone, like from a drone camera, not from the time-lapse cam, but from what the overhead drone looked like as we took off down the road. So I've got some video from inside the truck too, but it's, just a bunch of blurry shit. But that's the setup there, and you could see it going down. So I'm thinking it could be done with a boat too. There might be some variation in waves, but not too much. If we have as little as 2 feet of waves, and I have as much as 16 feet to play with, maybe 12 if I have observer height. All I got to do is just drive past the coast with a bright light on my boat and time lapse it. So now people are telling me I could get the right cameras and that I have the pixel strength. So I'm like, yeah, because I don't have the technical know-how to do some of this, you know, like the numbers. I don't have it. People are pushing it on me, and I'm like, yeah, I'll take those specs any day. And Ruhif, a total baller, told me where to get a theodolite for $25 a day. And another baller named Jesse Gordon keeps showing me stuff that he's been working on because he's been trying to test stuff. And I never really seen work through a theodolite before. You know, it's a compelling piece of equipment. It's worth using, you know. Why we don't have one, it's kind of dumb. If we're trying to prove anything, that's the kind of device you need. But we keep wasting our time in distance and distance and distance. And now I'm thinking, fuck that. Bring it back to 10 miles. Show that the sun's further than 10 miles. Work within this other thing at 10 miles. And Bob, the science guy yesterday, is just going, you got to do it at 100 miles. And I'm like, you're such a weasel, you little turd. I go, trying to fucking just move the goalpost on me. And I called him so many names yesterday. It was just so embarrassing. The bias that he was bringing forward in the name of science was just disgusting. All bias. It was awful. Awful. It should have been held in some court of science, you know, for this is how you don't work in science. Sad. So did you see that aerial video?
Yeah, I like this test. It's definitely good. It's great. Jeremy came up with one that was similar to where he was talking about setting up lights, or we were talking about it. I think he did come up with it, but it was kind of a brainstorming session. But having lights that are all going on your horizontal, like LED lights, and then seeing if you could pick up a curve or not.
I was thinking lighting buoys.
Remind me of like last year when Jeremy and I and Brian, I think too, were talking about that.
Yeah, you were in on those discussions. Yeah.
Like it comes up to like lighting buoys might help if you're using water, you know. And at this point, you know what I'm thinking? Fuck it, get 3 miles worth of some sort of tubing, even if it's casing for wire, and just do a water level. Who the fuck are we kidding? We just need 8 inches in a mile. You know what I mean? We just need a mile worth of tubing. Is all we need, really. I mean, I hate to say it, but the simplicity of that is compelling in itself.
So walk me through it.
It's called a water level.
Yeah, you've got 1 mile of tube.
And fill it with water, and both ends will be of equal height.
And have it in the water or above the water?
Stretch it across a mile so the water doesn't matter anymore. We shouldn't be able to be at the same height. That height should be at a different... I don't know how to verbalize it. Let's see. Because what we call level, they don't believe in. They say that level cannot be the same points at 2 points, and I say level can be at the same 2 points. So they cannot call a distant object level. It has to be off by 8 inches.
Yeah, it reminds me, I was going to say, because when we were talking about the idea with the lights, one of the ones we had talked about was the idea of if you set up like LED lights, you know, at certain distances, you know, many of them that are visible, and you could set up lights that would actually have, like, you could do them just horizontal, like, you know, level with the ground. And then you could have another set that are maybe a little higher or something to where you could see both of them. Or that one, you would actually build in an 8 inches per mile squared curve upwards. So each light, you would actually factor that in to go upwards at 8 inches per mile squared. And then when you look at it from the side, it would look different versus a globe or versus a planar Earth if you're actually putting like reverse curve into it.
Concave.
We're not live, are we?
Concave.
We're not live on YouTube, are we?
Yeah, it's live.
We're on YouTube. Shit. Because I could show you some of this Flatlanders stuff, but I can't. It's like copywritten or whatever. But there isn't really any more good footage. There's just another experiment we did with like the 35-mile railroad test on the railroad tracks. But it's just lights in the distance. It's not impressive. It's really
I'm
hard
pretty
to.
sure you could stream whatever you want, and it won't like show up on YouTube.
Yeah, but if he's
Yeah, you
talking
can-
about it,
Yeah, you can't. Well, it's just the audio, I
Yeah.
guess. But if you were, I mean, you could stream on the Discord. But
Okay, yeah, I'll just thumb through it so you guys can see it because
I have to manually if you share your Discord, if the audio comes through your mic, that audio will go to YouTube. But if you share your screen or whatever, I have to manually share it on the live stream, so none of that'll go live. Like your actual screen and all that won't go onto YouTube. So technically, you could share them here and just, but only if the audio came through your mic, then I guess it would do that.
Right. So this is their episode 1 of what ended up being like a docu-series because she got too much footage and shit to use for any one like hour or two. She has just had shitloads of footage of people and shitloads of footage that we did. So she's trying to do it as a series and trying to give it form that way. Like what to hold back, what to build up. And it's kind of hard to like storyboard something to make sense. In the meantime, she paid for good cameras and she paid for graphics. And I'm about to show you graphics and the people are like, ooh. And that's the weird thing. It's like, that's what's impressive. Special, graphics. So it's the world is kind of weird. Like to be successful, you have to add this like
yeah,
a
if,
chain.
if it's shiny, it looks good. Shiny
Yeah.
equals good.
I don't hear any sound. I wonder why. Here we go. You guys picking up any sound?
Nah. Do you want sound? Not if it's a hassle.
I could just take off the headphones and it'll probably do it. Let me turn off the headphones here. And the winner is voice and video built in.
The only thing, I don't know, you were saying it's copyright kind of thing. The only thing is if it comes through your actual Discord mic, then the audio will come through. So meaning like you could only share it on the stream. I think that only people watching it could see it in Discord, whereas, but it's up to you. I'm just letting you know. I mean,
I'm just, I'm not blowing. Anyone that wants to pay to see it is still going to pay to see it. So this is the intro. This is the intro. If you can hear it, I'm not sure. It's not strong audio to begin with. Background noise. True. So it's this kind of visual that's necessary. It's like visual.
Yeah, it's almost the size of the Earth.
Nice. So it is fine if the audio is coming through. I mean, I don't know what the copyright thing is, but
no one's gonna really see this, and I'm gonna break it up, and if they can't see it, it doesn't matter.
Right on. Is this the first episode of it? Because I haven't seen it yet. I'm aware of it and all that. And I've seen some of the trailers, and I know Austin has seen it because I talked to him about it. He went to like a screening of it.
It was super crappy. This is a different version. That was super crappy.
Oh, okay.
That's part of their division is they didn't get the right version up there, and blurry screen, and they fought a lot about that moment and how we blew it. At the premiere, so it's kind of sad. She fixed it a lot since then, a lot. Yeah, it wasn't that good. That premiere sucked. Is that what Austin said? He had to have.
Yo, play it. I'm trying to check out this opening sequence.
No, I don't think he was. Not quite. I don't remember him being too negative about it. I only talked about it fairly briefly, but he said it was cool.
It was cool. Yeah, I found this little theater. It was like 60 seats or something. So it made it look like it was like really a theater. But it was really more like a playhouse theater. It wasn't really like a movie theater.
It's funny. I'm seeing all the names, and it's like, yeah, it's definitely kind of that group, as it were.
Yeah, because she got all the interviews.
Yeah, I just think the thing is, any group that it, I guess maybe just the sentiment I was going to say. Maybe I'll just throw this in there. I'll just say that the difference between centralization and decentralization.
All right. Does that make you Jefferson or Madison? Which one is it? Is that what is it? Madisonian and Jeffersonian? Look, pretty graphics.
Yeah, that whole intro is pretty extensive there.
Yeah, so then it sort of intros on what the salt flats are, and they suggest that you can see the curvature of the Earth, and then so it's just establishing where we're at, and this was sort of funny. Like we pulled up, and then set up the drone, and then Shelly got back in the car and drove away and came back so we could get the drone shot of the arrival. So that's the kind of like weird falsehood that happens, you know? Like otherwise, like, when you're like in those, remember that, the adventure shows where the guy's camping, he's all alone, but the camera guy's there and you don't realize, hey, wait a minute, who's shooting this, you know?
Oh yeah, because that's like the.
So I mean, so basically, like, because I know you were saying all that earlier. So I mean, are you going to be working more with these guys or this group, or is it or not, or do you not know yet?
I'm totally lucky. One of us died, and I'm lucky. I'm still in with both groups, both producers. So if they split up, I've worked with both of them, and I'm clean. So I'm super lucky. Like super lucky, because I can still work with both of them.
Yo, Dan, we don't need to listen to the audio of the video, so you can just put your headset closer, because it's hard to hear you.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
This is moving. There's something here.
Oh yeah, because that's like the.
So what's the status on this? Like, they officially released the first season, or the first episode, or
the first two? They're going to do the third one, and there's a cool experiment in this one I wanted to show you. So we're trying to do a 35 mile. This is sort of a prelim where they can check, do a 5 mile, a 10 mile, a 15 mile, and a 20 mile check. For lights across that distance. So we were basically just playing with these open spaces, and most people don't have open space to work with. This is a segment on Jay Tolan. I was really surprised to see Ruhif think of Jay Tolan as a clown. And I was really shocked by that, and I have to really look into that, because he claims to have debunked a lot of Jay's work. And Jay seems like a hero.
He claims to have debunked what?
Jay Tolan's work. Ruhif makes videos debunking Jay Tolan's measurement.
Yep, he does, and he's been posting them in here, and he's been posting them around for years. Yeah, he claims to have, because every time Jay Tolan gets brought up, Ruhif's there. He'll quickly be like, "I've debunked Jay Tolan," and then he'll start saying all the stuff he thinks is wrong, and I've heard out most of his arguments against Jay Tolan at this point. I'm sure I've heard them all at least multiple times. I've skimmed through a couple of his videos. To be fair to him, I have not watched all of his videos on it though.
Right.
But when we've talked about it, I've pointed out really quickly what he was doing in a sense, and it's kind of I don't know how to describe it. Almost like kind of like a sideswipe analysis, kind of like using like some kind of an assumption that isn't even really in his work in the beginning to try to claim that it's calling it out, but it's only based upon the assumption he's making, things like that. I haven't seen any debunk that was.
It doesn't help that Ruhif's not a dick. You know, he's nice. So it's like you want to give him the time of day. You know, you do. You really do. So this guy used to be with FE Core, or is still in FE Core, this Robert Scott guy. First thing I did ask him about FE Core, I'm all, what the fuck's up with FE Core? He was mumbling so much about the hard drives being broken and how they couldn't decide who was going to do the editing, and they were arguing over that FE Core has been a mess to begin with. This guy was with us because there was no FE Core, and this is 2019. FE Core has been dead a long time.
All right, so let me ask you this, just your viewpoint on it. Did FE Core come about, let's just say organically, naturally, or was it kind of, did it come from that? Did it come, whatever the term, the controllers, that group, CIA, whatever you want to call it, just that entire kind of, was it intentionally in your viewpoint co-opt or some kind of purposeful thing, or was it organic and then dissolved on its own in your viewpoint?
Organic and international in nature, therefore nobody could meet up without a dramatic effort. So they couldn't really hang. As an international group, it was cute online, but it wasn't functional. And then it was just too hard. Someone had to travel across the pond to get anything done, and it's just pretty fucking expensive that way. So it got pocketed, and then I believe Bob just caused all the bureaucracy, and Bob, done that with Globusters and basically caused the IPSs of the world, if you ask me. So I'm really disappointed that they became a little gentleman's group instead of being our peeps. They were supposed to be our peeps. If you ask me, I thought Karen B was working on school agendas. I thought they'd sort out whether or not we needed the rights that a church has and, dealing with rights and things like that. I thought they were sorting shit out. If you guys see here in this targeting segment, you could see when the light isn't hitting you, and when they're claiming all this refraction garbage, they don't realize that we can tell when it's not hitting you. When it's just out there, you can see that too. I don't know if you can see that in these images when it's waving around, but when it's waving around,
that looks good.
Yeah, when it's not hitting you, it really tells you when it does hit you, because so
yeah.
Their refraction story, there is such a thing, but it doesn't have the dramatic effect, and it doesn't have the exponential effect to hug the earth continually. It might be like a lightning bolt, where something might refract a little bit, but it's not going to continue to refract in a perfect arc matching the earth at different distances. We've done this at many distances. So how does their magic formula of refraction keep adjusting and landing in the eyes of the person? Now, the other thing is really of drag.
Yeah, it just doesn't work that way. Exactly. It doesn't just curve around perfectly to the curvature of the earth.
And the other thing that's a drag for us when you look at these segments here is the width of our beam. In other words, if I told you that I shot 35 miles and I might have done it handheld, you're like, dude, how? Because a pencil beam isn't going to make it that far. So I'm not sure how wide our beams are when they dive, but they're over 100 or 200 feet wide. And I'll admit it, but they seem to think that diminishes the observation. And it doesn't. It widens the light, but when it's hitting you in the eye, as you can see here, it hits you in the eye. And there's a difference between when it's out there and when it hits you in the eye. They don't think that there's that difference because they've never done it. So I love talking to ballers because they've never done this shit. I have. Fuck you. And same thing with Bob. I've done it more than he has. Fuck you, Bob. Don't tell me what it's like to go, to different places and different times and do this shit. I'm so lucky to have worked with these people and done this at different places, not just once. So it's cool to see this footage, even though if you don't know what it is, it's not dramatic. But it's just saying, okay, they're going to keep going further and keep making data points along the way. Taboo Conspiracy did this with his wife, different color lights. It was awesome. Like every 5 miles he dropped, or every 3 miles or something, or every mile he dropped a different color light. And over the plane, you could see the lights were on the same line. I wanted to take big letters and make like a big F at 1 mile, a big L at another mile, a big A at another mile, and then a T at the 4th mile, and then back up and shoot it and see that it's all on the same line.
Nice. That'd be awesome.
It's the kind of gamesmanship we need to include. I hate to say it, we're missing a lot of psychological technique. And we're not paying attention to the way people and visuals, all this reinforcement. That's why they're cranking all that space shit up. They know people.
Yeah, I think it's gonna take some time to just kind of unravel everything in terms of kind of just like the pacing of this of what the truth is when it comes to what the earth is. It makes sense to me that from the perspective of a creator, that if it spent all this time creating the globe live for this current time period, like let's say at least the last 150 years, it would make sense that the unraveling of that would not happen in just like a year or two, but would maybe more take like a decade or two.
Uh-huh. Yeah, so we did 35.
But it seems to be accelerating though. I mean, it seems to be continually growing. So the trajectory is getting there.
Look on Google Trends, dude, for flat Earth shit. You'll see we're on an upswing right now. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I think
No, you're good.
Yeah, I think we have an obligation to be there for them. I don't feel like jumping shit. I really don't. But so I'm stuck outing Bob and shit because I'm being attached to it. So I kind of have to shit on FE Core because I'm getting attached to it. See that one with the laser?
There's a lot of changes that have been happening lately, like just with like the Nathan and QE group, and then the dynamics going on with Glowbusters and those guys seems to have gotten completely flared up, and everything so it's actually pretty intense to kind of see. There's been a lot of changes, it seems like, in the last bit of time here.
I think
like it's like it's accelerating in a way.
I think we're in an obvious like a shift change. In other words, the first wave really, we missed as we came along, and we were the second wave, and the third wave is going to come. Just like sort of like college, 3 years of college, So it's like this is going to be for young people. It's going to be for different people, and hopefully they don't get caught up in the mission like we did, like stupid born agains. We got obsessed with it. We're awful obsessed. We're not comfortable.
It's because you get more questions.
Yeah. And nobody realizes it's not about flat Earth is the indicator of all the other bullshit. It's the billboard. It's the sign that shit's wrong, that they're fucking with us. It really is.
Yeah, I mean, I think on a fundamental level, the globe cosmology was like the vessel that they needed to even bring about what we call this current modern world. There's all this fracture and prisons and trauma and all this stuff. It's like the globe cosmology, heliocentrism, and the meaninglessness. You're an individual, just a tiny speck on a tiny blue marble in the outer space. Just the whole 9 yards, the whole thing, and the isolation that causes, and the atheism that comes along with it. The Newtonian Cartesian paradigm that we're in, this materialistic Newtonian Cartesian paradigm of kind of the modern day scientism and that whole structure. But it's like the globe was like the underlying cosmology that had that isolation quality to it that they needed to then like almost traumatize humanity on this mass scale and then roll out all these deceptions and then getting people to accept them through, genocide, through world wars, the whole story. So in that sense, it's quite a process that they've put people through. And so the unraveling of that. I think my main point, actually, the final point actually was just that the globe was required to create the world the way that it is now with all this isolation and everything. But people unraveling that the globe was a lie will then dissolve their whole power structure. So it's like they were so bold, like, we're going to do this whole globe lie to control humanity. But ironically, when we collectively are aware of it, their whole like fake empire that they have, that they stole from us and hijacked us, dissolves along with the globe. That's kind of how I see it. Meaning, as people realize it's not a globe, the actual like whole society built on all this trauma and isolation and financial hierarchies and all the politics, all that corruption will go with it.
One can hope.
Yeah. Hope so.
There'll always be corruption, though, and the greed and all of that. It doesn't matter. Like, look at this, for example. Dan is just talking about all these divisions within the even like flat Earth community, and people like deceiving each other.
That's
there will always be that.
Well, it's because still a lot of us don't know what's really going on. Like, there's awareness, but to a certain degree, or like even the most intelligent people in the world are still in the dark. So it's exciting. It puts everybody on the level because it's the Great Awakening, right? But that will bring the earth together eventually. Just takes time, like you guys are saying. It will unite people even if they don't want to be united. God might re-emerge, guys. Just don't know what's going to happen in the future.
Well, it does seem like a foundational shift, because being on a stationary Earth that doesn't have curvature, that's just an extended plane, that then means that there's the geometry, like the built-in geometry to this entire realm, this dimension, and then there's seemingly just like an organically logical step that we're all here together. So it's like we're all like cells within an organism. So if that's the case, like, and then we're in the earth as well. The ideas of taking care of the earth, taking care of each other, having as much abundance as possible, especially if there's free energy, and actually being aware of each other and wanting to support each other in synergy. Whereas the globe idea has this very fracturing energy where you feel like an insignificant sort of atheist, and then the whole evolution story, it has a much like a meaninglessness to it, that it's more like this dog eat dog, fight, just get what you can for yourself, rob from this person, steal from that, just that whole kind of energy that comes along with that.
I don't know. I think as much awareness as we have in the world around us, and as much knowledge as we attain, we still won't be able to get rid of the lack of self-awareness of people. So even though we'll be much more aware of the world and our surroundings, people are still going to not be aware of their lack of humility, and they're not going to be humble, and they're going to be transgressing onto the rights of others out of their own kind of selfish desires and what have you. I don't think that'll be possible for the general population to ever tame. It's always going to be like the minority that have improved upon themselves and have attained that
but they had to take God off center stage and then introduce us to logic, mathematics, science, machines, television, radio, the way they do it. It becomes about everything else and not about us and about money and your power and control, like you say. But if God comes back into the picture, I don't think people are even ready for that. I listen to some religious people now, and they don't know either. They're just following the Bible, what the Bible says.
Yeah, I
This
see.
is-
I think the
Yeah.
spirituality side of it is huge, and how that comes through, because just knowing, let's say, a truth about what the earth is, like even if we have the absolute measurements, everything we need to know, that still doesn't mean that people won't, like even just being aware of that, people could still be deceptive or lying
Yeah.
or hurtful to others, all kinds of things. So I think there's a much deeper part of the actual like emotional trauma and spiritual trauma that needs to be healed, like individually and collectively as well, to where we can get to a point where people just don't have those things. They don't have, well, first of all, if we have abundance on the earth and there's not this like paper money we all have to fight for, that in and of itself, like if we're all just working together, and if there is free energy that already exists and we can kind of get our sovereignty back and get that energy back, I mean, that's kind of a much larger picture of it. But I don't think humans are innately wanting to ever hurt each other or steal or rob in any way. Like people do it because they have trauma within themselves and they're projecting that. So in theory, like if we could individually and collectively heal that, then we actually could be in synergy and with no depression, anxiety, no greed, all of those components don't have to be coming through in toxic ways the way that they perhaps are today. And I think it's possible for humans to be able to heal and have their heart completely open and actually be loving and compassionate towards others,
Sorry,
and just
can I
be able
pause for a sec?
to live in synergy together.
Sorry, Jay Tolan's on the screen on Dan's screen saying only the peak should be visible, which is rubbish.
Hello, Ruhif.
So no more capitalism.
Well,
I'm not a fan of it. Never have been myself. I think humans are by nature synergistic, and we've been turned into this oppositional world through trauma. I think it's happening on a spiritual level as well, like actual demonic and angelic entities, and the way that the demonic entities are interplaying with this dimension, even on that level. But yeah, I mean, it's been a bit of a dark phase, as you know.
Can I oversimplify it? I think that we're computers and that we take in a lot of crap early on, and we retain the fears. Kind of like early computers had trouble with returning memory back, like, memory mapping. We sort of, like the way, like we're really fond of smells. Smells bring back memories because our heads were empty at the time. Every guy is attached to the music in the car he had in high school. Why? Because his head was being filled up with impression. He was easily impressionable. We carry fears into our adulthood from when we were children, and the poor programming, the poor use of our mind, and how we compartmentalize crap, and then bring it forward into modern day world. Fighting for survival. We're not farming all day long. So we are now men having anxiety from the modern world. And it's pretty tough on us, I think. I think we're not dealing with our minds very well, like any good discipline would. Like a martial art or something. You start to deal with breathing. Breathing steals a subconscious task and brings it to the conscious. And you start to understand the difference between conscious and subconscious acts. And it opens up a portal, which we must know of as meditation, which is just
Dan,
you knowing you. Yeah.
Is there a link to this Flatlanders thing you're showing?
No, it's if you pay $1, it's on Vimeo.
Vimeo.
And it's also free on Rockfin.
Vimeo.
I bet Ruhif would actually agree with everything you just said right there. And I certainly do. That was well said.
What'd I say?
It was on point. Roll it back. Roll back the tape.
Is this
Oh, I sent you a
memory
DM as well, Dan.
Well, I'm sure I meant it. Fuckers. You fuckers.
This computer's memory's faulty.
Yeah.
Let's
That's
upgrade
it.
it.
That's
Well,
it.
yeah, I mean, it even starts with our birth. I mean, the way that we're born in today's world, that's fucking traumatic as well. Hospital births. I mean, they know what they're doing. The MK Ultra, the people who did MK Ultra, they've been doing this for way before MK Ultra was even a thing. And the way that we're born is like purposefully traumatic, and then, like you said, everything that happens in childhood and all that as well. So, yeah, it's kind of a symptom of the modern world. Like whatever this kind of, in my viewpoint, this force, like I think a demonic actual energy from another dimension that's overlaid over this dimension. But ever since that's been present, I think that we've sort of been in that field, and everyone kind of experiences it differently, and I think is at a different kind of phase of it. But I don't think that actually has to be the way humans are. Like all of the hatred and greed and all those negative emotions. I don't think those. That's not the way humans have always been throughout all of time. I'll put it that way.
Please try again.
Yeah, I mean, I do have hope for any generation, to be, if we had healthy children, we could have a healthy world, possibly.
Yeah.
But human nature is funky. Hierarchy's funky. Culture's funky. Look how regional culture is, and how frowned upon something may be. You ate monkeys. It's like, you eat dogs.
Yeah, it's intense out there. Yeah, there's a lot going on.
And we don't get along. Imagine coming here every 10,000 years as the creator or as a visitor and dropping a couple of pyramids and saying, oh yeah, there's tectonic plates and dinosaurs will be back. And you come back every 10,000 years, and eventually you get to like 1940s, 1950s, and you go, take me to your leader, and like the Martians did in the movies. And literally, they would fight over who was the leader at that point, and we would leave again. And we'd have to come back in another 10,000 years and literally do a flyby and realize they're still fighting amongst themselves. In other words, if we're still fighting amongst ourselves, we're just crappy neighbors. Imagine the neighbors that are breaking windows and fighting all night. We're just crappy neighbors when it comes to human. If there's other worlds, we just must be miserable. So, for them to really, the joke is the aliens would lock the doors when they flew by. It's like, oh shit, there's Earth, lock the door.
Well, if there's other worlds and planets with other life, there has to be planets with life that's still like going through an evolution process, perhaps, and it's less evolved. Just like there might be life that's way more evolved, and perhaps they can control other races or other like alien races or whatever.
Ruhif, you didn't know about this this film series?
No.
You never heard of
I
it?
just see. No, maybe I've heard of it, but it's got Jay Tolan in it, and I love Jay Tolan, and I love We See Too Far.
It's got all of your favorites in it.
Yeah.
We've been working on this for a few years.
Yeah. It's a pity it's bullshit though.
Well, you gotta shell out $1 so you can watch it.
I tried. I can't. PayPal's not working with Vimeo, so I've signed up to Rockfin.
Is there any measurements in these videos, or is it just like visuals?
The 5 seconds that I saw, so Jay Tolan's doing infrared over to San Jacinto, and he's just said, oh, you should only see the tip of it, which is just wrong. So,
That's it, huh? Just debunk with just with a word.
Yeah, he's nice about
quite
it.
happy to go into detail. Quite happy to go into detail.
That's what Shay said.
That's
Say
for
again?
sure. Oh, Ruif.
So how do I download it?
That's the bait.
This
guys.
is wrong.
He's thrown out the bait and he's ready to get into the nitty gritty.
Yeah. I love fucking C2 fire observations. Like I DM'd Dan 5 minutes ago about one he posted half an hour ago from Barbados over to St. Vincent, I think. And, you know, there's 1,000 meters, almost 1,000 meters of the island below the horizon. Like, it's great globe evidence.
Let me go back and see what you're talking about. The St. Vincent Island.
Yeah, it's in your DMs.
There it is. Yeah, what's that big black line in the water? You have any explanation?
Black
for
line.
that? Yeah, the giant
No
black
idea.
line that is clearly the obvious water line.
No, I think the obvious waterline is where the sun gets cut off.
No, because
there's a tiny inferior mirage.
Refraction games.
Wait, that said, okay, we shouldn't be able to see it 10 miles.
Hmm?
No, in the video.
What are we talking about?
Oh, he was watching the live video.
Yeah, right.
So what do you think of the idea of me claiming that the sunset should be at the same point as the boat going over the edge?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were on that. We were deep in that, and then because I still had some thoughts on my mind about that. Ruhith, what do you think? Have you heard
Yeah,
that?
of course. It should be the same, yeah.
So
Why would
if
it
I
not be?
mark the sun, if I'm marking the sun at behind the island, doesn't that show that the sunset is at a different place than my geometric horizon?
That term geometric horizon, the horizon is always refracted. This unrefracted horizon is pointless.
If my
Right.
boat if I'm in a boat and my boat goes out of sight,
Right.
10 miles away, just within 10 miles, and my sun should set at that same point from the observer. The observer
does.
sees the boat. Well, it doesn't, because these islands that you see the sun setting behind are
Right.
many miles away.
Yeah, 110 miles away.
Right, but your sunset should be McDonald's close, like the boat.
Why? The sun's like 93 million miles away.
Not the
What are you
light,
talking
because the disappearing angle is that you just admitted was the same, matching my boat disappearing.
Yeah,
The disappearance point is a point. It's a point on your little globe ski.
It's the leading edge of a sphere, right, Ruhith?
Right?
Yeah.
So the sun and the island and the boat are all obscured by that same horizon. I don't understand what you're trying to say.
No. This boat in this picture doesn't count. I mean, my boat disappearing from your observation point.
Yeah.
Is going to happen before the island.
Before
Right?
the point at which things get obscured is the same for everything beyond that point.
Right. So all I got to do is prove a distant sunset, and I win.
What?
I know, it's too simple for you guys. It's weird.
So, Ruhith, if he can show that that's not the case, where do you go from there?
We must be confusing each other.
Yeah, because it's not about the brightness, it's not about the distance, it's not about the size, it's about the angle.
I'm saying that there's a point, however many miles away, say 20 miles away, right? Beyond which any object, be it the sun, that island, or your boat, is obscured. Bottom up.
So why am I seeing distant sunsets? Why aren't they close?
What?
Why aren't
What do you mean close? What do you mean close?
You just described a 20-mile point for some reason.
Right, that's the horizon, yes.
So that's
The
where
sun-
the sun sets.
What do you mean that's where the sun sets?
Wow.
What do you mean? You're saying the
smart.
sun's 20 miles away?
You're a smart guy. You're a
You
nice
realize
guy.
that it's further away, right?
Do you realize that I really am talking about angles? Angle from your observation
Angles.
point.
Fine, yep.
Okay, so the sun goes out of sight based on your geometric horizon.
Well, refracted horizon, but
Doesn't matter, does it?
yeah, the horizon. Okay.
So you and I agree that my little boat called the SS Refraction is going to go out of sight somewhere between 5 and 10 miles.
Wherever the horizon starts, sure.
So we'd certainly be shocked that the sun set at a different point.
It's not a different point. You're saying there's like two different horizons? I don't know what he's trying to say.
Well, I'm trying to say that if I prove the sun set further away than the boat, I can prove that that isn't a physical thing. It's not the same point. They're different points by hundreds of miles.
What? Like, do you understand? You understand that I believe the sun is 93 million miles away, right?
Do you believe in a 0-degree angle of angle of attack and vision? In other words, we're talking about when it goes out of sight. We're not talking when it's out of sight. Is that the same point my boat went out of sight for the same reason?
The horizon is the same for everything. There's one horizon.
I totally agree with you. So
Right,
when you
I don't understand what you're saying.
well, you do see the sun setting 110 miles away.
The horizon is 20 miles away, we'll say.
But you see the sun setting 110 miles away.
No, you see the sun setting 93 million miles away. The thing that obstructs it is 20 miles away. The thing that obstructs anything is 20 miles away, regardless of how far away that thing is. I'm so confused. Like,
Yeah,
what?
so why am I seeing the sunset at 100 miles away? Why is there any vision of it at all at that point? It's out of sight. Don't you get out of sight?
No, it's not out of sight. It's 90. Like, you know that I think it's 93 million miles, right?
I said it was a 10. You said it's 20. But there's definitely a point I can't see over your ball, man. There's a point I can't see over your ball. When that sun disappears, we're no longer talking about an obstruction of any kind from anything. And the island is only a mile marker. So we don't care that it's not setting on top of the island. We just happen to know, wow, that sun's behind that island.
Yeah.
Now that shouldn't, it should be glaringly obvious to you that the angle shouldn't make it available.
Why not?
Because the island's 100 miles away.
Okay.
So it can't be setting 100 miles away. It's got to set McDonald's close.
The sun is 93 million miles away. What does it mean to say it's setting 93 million miles away?
Absolutely agreed with me that the sun and the boat disappear at the same point.
Yes. The horizon.
I called it 10 and you called it 20.
Yeah.
Okay?
Either's fine. Yeah.
Now, why don't you see the sun here in direct contrast to what we just discussed? Why isn't this?
What does it mean?
Why isn't the sun setting 20 miles away?
That's my question. What does that mean to you for the sun to set 20 miles away? To me, it means the horizon is 20 miles away, but the sun is 93 million miles away.
I'm going to prove that what you're requiring of my boat is a massive difference than your sun. Therefore, it's not a horizon whatsoever.
It's exactly the same. Everything further away than that 20 miles will start to be obstructed bottom up. How? I don't understand what. I'm so confused.
Wait, all right. First of all, I like you, so let's not ever talk about half suns or half boats. Let's just not talk about half suns or half boats. We're both aware that they have full bodies and full shapes. So you will imagine I'm talking about when the sun is absolutely at the last point and disappearing. Yep. That's where I'm marking it as going away. So I don't care about the half sun. And I don't care about the half ship because I'm going to go further than the half ship as well. So that's why we're calling it, let's say, 20 miles. So I know you can't see my boat at 20 miles, but yet I can see the sun. Why? And
because
here
it's above the horizon?
You know the horizon was at 20 miles.
Right.
So how did the sun jump to 110?
This is thoroughly... No, the sun's 93 million miles away.
Ruhif, it completely breaks your geometry, Ruhif.
Yeah.
How? Please explain. I'm thoroughly confused. Thoroughly confused.
It's so simple.
We're with you, bro. We're with you.
So simple.
We'll
You're the team.
I'll just give you a hug, dude. Put my arm around you. We're gonna get to that finish line.
Yeah, I'm thoroughly confused. You know that I believe the sun to be 93 million miles away.
Its distance, its size, and its brightness are not in question once it sets. So guess what?
Okay.
Take your sun and shove it, literally where the sun doesn't shine at this point.
Right.
Put it where the sun doesn't shine, because that's the point I'm talking about. And
the horizon. We're just talking about things being obstructed from the bottom up.
See, that's
what do you mean?
Thing.
What do you mean it didn't set on the horizon? What do you mean? I'm thoroughly confused.
I could use markers in this case in the ocean to mark its distance as being further than the obstruction. You do see it behind the 110-mile obstruction, right?
Of course.
And we see the water line. So we have a great opportunity to not blame the mountain, right?
What do you mean not blame the mountain?
Everyone keeps painting me pictures of hills, claiming that the sun sets in the hills, and that the angle of attack never gets to zero. The angle of attack...
it gets negative. The depression angle to the horizon, it's negative.
So imagine from the observation point, the sun disappears because of its distance, not because of anything else, not because of its brightness.
It gets obstructed by the horizon 20 miles away.
I don't know why you keep saying 20, but I'm fine with that, okay?
10 or 20, whatever, yeah.
Well, the boat, okay, so the point is there's a difference between 110 miles and 20 that you're not recognizing. The picture
most of the island is obstructed by the horizon 20 miles away. You can only see down to about 950 meters elevation. There's almost a kilometer of that mountain, of the island missing. Is that the sticking point?
Well, are you saying that much of the sun is missing as well?
950 meters of the sun. Well, most of the sun is missing.
Due to refractive properties of the water?
There's always refraction. It's not an issue here. We're talking about simple obstruction. Do you acknowledge that there's almost a kilometer of that island below the horizon?
No, I know nothing about that.
Okay. Well, we can go through that. That's fine. But there's almost a kilometer below the horizon, obscured by the horizon 10 or 20 miles away, whatever it happens to be.
Yeah, you go ahead and hug that thought. I'm going to stick to mine.
Which is what that you can see down to the shoreline.
If you look at the other images I posted, it's the same thing. If you look at Chicago in the distance, I don't know what you're thinking. Is the sun in front of it or behind it?
It's always going to be behind it.
Well, mathematically, it's not true.
What? What do you mean? What? For it to be in front, it's got to be closer.
Because you're 20. Do you know that your 20-mile horizon happened before the 50-mile point? So why don't you look at Chicago again and explain why the sun hasn't set before it?
Hang on. What do you mean? The sun is not in front. The sun is not closer than Chicago.
You really don't.
Vincent.
How could you guys not get? How can you not see what I'm saying?
I'm so confused. I'm honestly confused.
You should be, because it's too easy. Okay, the question of refraction isn't coming into place now when we're looking at this sun in the city 50 miles away. We're not arguing about why I see it.
Yep.
Now the question is, which should be in front of the other?
Obviously, the sun has to be behind the city.
No, you just described the horizon being 20 miles away.
Right.
Well, the city is 50 miles away.
Right.
So you're confused by 30 miles.
I have never been more confused. Can someone help me out, please? I've honestly never been so confused. You're saying, we're saying you should not see the city or the mountain or the island in front of the sun?
Which you think is the sun obstructing the city or the city obstructing the sun?
The city obstructs the sun.
I could try to help you out right now, Ref.
Yeah.
But it's not going to happen, bro.
Okay.
You did this to yourself.
The sun is always going to be further away than the island or the mountain or the boat or the city.
Except when the angle's reduced to 0, where it goes out of sight. Do you understand that point is valuable to me because I have to share that point with my object I'm calling the boat. It's a shared point.
Okay, so but your boat is always going to obscure the sun.
Man, are you trolling, man?
Yeah.
No,
trolling, man.
What the fuck?
No.
Awaken. Do you know what he's talking about?
He's saying, when the sun goes out of sight, then is it the city that's blocking the sun rays, or is it the sun like going away?
I don't know, man. I thought it was Ruif that was trying to make a point.
Honestly, I've never been so confused in my life about what your point is.
Well, you made my point when you agreed that there was a shared horizon based on the observer point.
Yeah.
That's when you got in trouble.
Oh, okay.
What?
That's when you got in trouble, bro.
Yeah,
you don't remember when you got into trouble.
You stepped in a puddle.
Wait, so how far do you think the sun is then, Dan?
It's not about that. It's about the angle from my perspective. It's about the angle from my perspective. You can illuminate it, you can size it, you can distance it, you can worship it. I don't give a fuck. It already set.
Right, you're saying the angle because the sun is above the earth, whereas the boat is on the earth. So there's like a difference in those attack angles.
No, my perspective sets the angle. My perspective sets the distance to the horizon.
But I was saying the way that the sun will be obscured from the bottom up versus the way that something on the water will. There's one of the differences, even though they're all visually lining up, the sun actually being above the earth, the boat being on the earth. I was just saying that there are different.
Oh, sorry. Give me 2 minutes. I'll be back in a minute.
Different angles.
No. Okay. You know what? Can everybody give Ruhif 2 minutes to think about it? He'll be back.
He seems stumped. He's probably going back to listen to the last 5 minutes.
So I know I'm not the first person to notice this, but I don't know what I'm missing. You know, like he almost had me right then just by showing confidence and putting out a word, and I was questioning myself.
Motherfucker, listen! If confidence was the only thing to make you switch sides, I would have made you a fucking globe earth already.
Well, there is something that's referred to as like the artificial horizon, which is like if you have a skyline in front of the sun, that may not. Like, okay, it's actually 2 of the photos you posted above. I'm looking at them. So essentially what I'm trying to say is that over the water, assuming that it's a pretty clear day and so on, the sun is going to set at like the horizon, like the meeting place of the ground and the sky, etc. Whereas if you are in like an area where there's like a bunch of like, let's say city buildings or something like that, like on a peninsula or whatever it may be, it's kind of referred to as like an artificial horizon often meaning that the sun looks like it's setting behind the buildings, but that just means that you're not able to see where it actually is setting. Beyond that, you're getting like an artificial cutoff because the buildings are in the way.
There is a common phenomenon. There is a common phenomenon to what fucking.
Oh, way off.
I was just trying to say what Gio's saying is on point, and there's a common fucking thing about that, which is why sometimes when we look at the moon, it looks big as fuck when it's down close to the horizon.
Dan, if you're just out during the day, right, and there's hills close by, we're not over water or anything, and the sun sets behind the hills, what about that is a problem? Like I'm so confused about what you think you're saying.
Let's say the hills are 30 miles away.
Right.
You know, honestly, Ruif, like that would.
Hold on, man. Just let Dan explain it.
let's say that the hills were 30 miles away.
Yep.
Well, you described this horizon point as being 20 miles away.
Right.
How the hell are we talking about the hills? Who gives a shit? Sun set already 10 miles ago.
But you're showing photos where the sun has not set.
We're talking about your parameters of 20 miles.
Yeah, that's the ocean horizon.
Well, you can play word games all you want. You got one ball and you got one radius.
Yep.
So you can't play. You don't have much play. You only got one
I'm
curvature.
confused why you think I'm playing. Why?
Because you only got one curvature of the Earth. You're trying to pretend at different distances it means something different. It doesn't.
There's just objects that are further away, and if they're further away than from the horizon, then they get obstructed.
Let's start over. You're 30 miles away. There's mountains,
Yep.
and you expect the sun to set behind them. Yet you know that the sun sets much sooner than that.
What do you mean sooner?
You
Sooner in
described
time?
it at 20 miles. You described it at 20 miles.
That's the ocean horizon, but the hills are 30 miles.
It doesn't matter because we know the sun is setting prior to 30 miles, don't we?
What do you mean? No. What do you mean prior to 30 miles when something's 93 million miles away?
Same curvature of the Earth. You remember the size, the brightness, and the distance doesn't matter.
Yeah, we've got hills though, so hills is not an ocean.
The hills that you're thinking the sun set behind is crazy because you know the sun sets before.
What do you mean before?
You described it at 20 miles over and over again, and you described it over water. So convert your thoughts to land, come aboard, get off your boat, come onto land, and decide where the sun sets now. Because suddenly you're saying it's over 30.
Whatever is the
Why is it
highest
over
thing we can
30
see?
now? Why is it over 30 now when it's 20 over water? Why?
Because they've got hills.
I like you. I don't want to do this. Just really tell me why your sun sets at a different distance.
It sets behind whatever is obstructing it. Right? If there's a hill,
you decided
then it's
you decided that the 30-mile mountain range was an obstruction.
Right, it might be higher than the horizon. Yes,
it can't be on your Earth, your 24901 Earth. It can't be.
Why not?
Because it's set 20 miles away, dude.
It already
set.
It's the horizon. Holy shit!
It already set. We can't be talking about the mountains. We can't be talking about the mountains.
My brain is honestly exploding.
Relative to what?
Your position, relative to your observer position.
Okay. And?
Hang on. If let's say that the water horizon is at 20 miles, right? And then there are hills or mountains or whatever at 30 miles, which are high enough.
No. Don't mix the two, because you pretended 20 miles was good until we got over land, and then you started playing refractive games. So let's just go to land. Where does my sun sit over land? Don't include a mountain yet. Just tell me, where does my sun set over?
With no elevation, like a flat.
Don't include any weird variables that give you time to have weird variables, because I don't have any. I'm looking across a great plain.
Okay, or a great smooth ball, right? On my thing.
I'm able to see the 30 miles before there's an obstruction of a mountain.
Yeah, so let's say 20 miles. I use it.
Where does my sun set now?
At the horizon, which is 20 miles.
Okay, so why do you think it would ever set behind your mountains?
Because the mountains are high enough to appear above the horizon and be visible.
But the horizon disappeared already.
What do you mean disappeared? What?
It already should have been cut off.
No, the mountains are high enough to be above the horizon. That's what's happening in all these photos.
And high enough to obstruct the sun as it's setting.
Yeah, but when we take them away, the story changes because they were only a mile marker. Just like the island, when you see half of the sun behind the island and half not, it's just a mile marker. It doesn't matter, like I said, how bright it is, how big it is. It's just a mile marker, and it's a different mile marker than your expectation mathematically at 20 miles. It is. It's showing that it's setting somewhere else. Like I said, take the mountain out, make it a longer plane, a vaster plane, like an ocean, for instance.
The mountains in this St. Vincent, Barbados one, right? The mountains are 110 miles away. They are tall enough to appear above the horizon. Yes?
But the horizon's 20 miles away.
Right.
It's over with. The sun's set. It's gone. There's no
It's
angle.
not gone. You can see it.
There's no angle anymore. In your description of 20-mile sunset, there's no longer an angle of
20-mile horizon.
There's no longer an angle available to see that sun in the distance.
What angle are we talking about? A depression angle, elevation angle?
Just your eyes can no longer see over the ball.
Right.
Well, that's a shame.
Yeah, I can't see almost a kilometre of the mountain and more than half of the sun in that shot because the horizon's at 20 miles away.
So if you were to map this out in your head, forget these shots. Let me just map it out with your language. The sun sets about 20 miles away.
The horizon's 20 miles away.
But yet, in these pictures, the sun sets 50 and 110
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I can't be any clearer.
Oh, fuck. Is anyone else having extreme trouble with this?
Clean up on aisle 5. Ruhif's brain is all over the floor.
I'm fucking mush, honestly.
Oh, we need a heavy cleanup.
Is the sun in front or behind these objects?
It's obviously behind them. The mountains are tall enough.
Exactly.
Right?
So what's it doing back there when it should have set already?
The mountains are high enough to appear above the horizon.
Fuck the mountains.
What do you mean, fuck the mountains? Oh, holy shit.
What the
We're dealing with your
man?
sun and your ball. I don't need a
Right.
mountain to talk about it. We're dealing with your sun and your
Okay,
ball.
take the mountains away, and it's just the horizon blocking it then.
I wish all my problems were as easy as you. I wish everyone was as easy.
Is anyone else, is there another glober or a flat earther who can either, I don't know, fucking make me feel better about not understanding or can explain Dan to me? I'm struggling to understand why it's such...
Hello?
What?
Hello?
What was that? Yeah, hello.
Hi. I think is the confusion is that when you say 20, the horizon is 20 miles away, because that depends from the elevation. So maybe that's what confusing. It's not. The horizon
Let's
can
throw
be-
in some variables. Yeah, let's just throw elevation in there just so you got something to talk about.
Well,
You guys are
wait,
silly.
wait.
Do you guys break out more tissue when somebody comes up with something like that? You're like, ooh, this is gonna be good.
So,
Elevation. I'm gonna hit them with elevation because refraction isn't
No,
working.
I'm just saying that the horizon is not at 20 miles away. Depends if you are lower or higher. Like the sun can set 3 miles away if you are down at the beach. But if you are on a terrace, it can be 15 miles away, you know? So 20 miles is, I think that's what is confusing. But I don't understand. The sun is always in the background. There is no way it's gonna be closer than a mountain. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Anyway, I'll go back to Lisa. Sorry.
McDonald's close. Your sunrise and sunset should be McDonald's close.
Everything sets at the horizon. And if you want to call that mountain setting, that's fine.
I'm just able to use an object to mark the distance to that sun, and it blows your math out of the water.
What? The sun is 93 million miles away.
But it's set behind the city, in this case, 50 miles away.
The horizon is behind the mountains. If you had if you could see through mountains, the horizon would be through the mountains.
Which is basically what
can
occur.
So hang on.
3 layers like that, yeah, exactly. The horizon will go beyond where it was previously.
The horizon's at 20 miles. The island is at 110 miles. The sun is at 93 million miles. Right? The island.
No. The sun isn't on the same plane you were just doing measurement.
It's where the sun hits the Earth on your globe model, Rue. It's not really about the 93 million. It's the angle by which you claim the light is hitting the
how big it is,
the leading edge of the sphere.
Yeah, how big it is, how bright it is, it doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah, I agree.
It doesn't. It's got to go over out of sight at the same point as my boat, man. It does.
Yeah, everything does.
No,
everything
it doesn't.
Unless there's an obstruction.
How many examples do I need to show you of a distant sun?
Well, it depends. There's like a big mountain, right?
Only when you introduce the word mountain is there a big mountain.
Your photo has a big mountain, which again has gone out of sight.
Many photos. Not all of them have a mountain. I live in a wide open coastline. You know where I live, so there's no mountains.
California.
And I can play with Catalina or Santa Barbara. There's some islands I want to play with, and we know their distance, and they're only mileage markers. They're not obstructions. I don't need to keep them as obstructions. They're just
if you're not seeing down to the shore, like if there's obstruction of the mountain.
But let's say it's not, because most of the year it's not. Most of the year it's not.
What?
It doesn't set behind. My sun does not set behind Catalina unless I go further south and wait till winter.
Okay.
It sets in the water right there next to it.
Yeah. Okay.
But I know its distance. It's 30 miles away.
Right. But the horizon.
So why didn't my 20-mile sunset happen? Why? Why did
the horizon will block this? The same horizon will block the sun bottom up and block the mountain.
I didn't see a horizon. I didn't see a sunset. Neither. Why?
What? You didn't see a sunset? What do you mean?
Yeah, because I'm seeing past 20 miles. I still see the sun.
You're seeing the sun above the horizon, and it's however many million miles away, right?
No, it's on the horizon, which is on Earth.
Right.
So the 93 million miles away is a fantasy land.
However far you want it, 3,000 miles, whatever.
It doesn't matter. You're spaced out when you think the distance matters. That's
just to be clear.
That's where you're lost. Right? That's where you're totally lost. Unless you're trolling, you're lost thinking the distance. We're talking about angle, and we're talking about a sphere. Think about now why distance doesn't matter.
Hang on. Let me draw what I think.
Let me tell you 93 million reasons why it doesn't matter.
Let me draw something. Hold on.
So that's where your confusion starts. Is you think the distant sun has different angles. It doesn't. The Earth has one angle to offer.
Hang on.
And when it's reduced down to 0 is when that sun is out of sight and that boat is out of sight. And we're figuring it happens between 10 and 20 miles away, depending on all factors. So that 30-mile, that 50-mile, that 100-mile sunset is not possible on the globe model.
Hang on a second.
Dan, I just wanted to say this argument blew my mind now, and I did DM you as well to say thank you, because wow.
It's too simple. I don't know what I'm doing wrong, right? It's too fucking simple. It's everywhere. It's the sunrise. It's the sunset. There's islands off of these things. There's wide bays. We only need 10 miles to play with, 20 miles. This is good.
All right, I've posted. I've posted a picture.
Wow, it really blew my mind. Wow.
I've posted a picture.
That makes
of
me
the
feel
sun.
so good. I can't tell you how good that makes me feel. Thank you.
All right, I've posted a picture. All right, I've just drawn a shitty paint thing. Right, there's half a sun blocking the mountain.
Where do you
Is
get
that
half
what you
boats?
expect?
Ruhif, where do I buy half boats? I just want to know, where do I buy a half boat? because you guys talk to me about half boats a lot, and I have only whole boats. So I hope you could talk to me about whole suns and not half suns.
Right. So there's half a sun, right? But it's blocking the mountain. Is that what you expect to see?
Yes.
Are you fucking serious? You got to be trolling, surely.
Your math requires that to be where it sets. Because your math says I can't see the island. Do you remember that? Your math says I can't see the island at all.
No, my math says that it should see about 950 meters or more.
Okay.
Above, right?
Okay. So in the case of Catalina, it's supposed to be 300 feet of a missing island. At
Okay,
that
whatever.
So whatever's right. So what are you saying is that you have a different horizon available to you for what reason?
No, there's one horizon, but what I've posted in the chat, and I've just drawn a shitty yellow half sun. Do you expect the sun to block the mountain?
No, the mountain isn't going to be in view.
It is in view.
Let's say there's no mountain.
Okay.
In other words, put it to the right, like the sun is partially blocked to the left. Put it partially blocked to the right. So I just want to make sure we can talk about the water line and the apparent horizon.
Right.
Well, so I can close my eyes and listen to what my friend Ruhif says. It's going to happen around 20 miles away.
The horizon is 20 miles away. Anything that is
the
further
sunset
away will be
happens
blocked.
there. The sunset happens there.
Anything happens there. Any obstruction starts to happen there, yes.
So I don't care about the island behind it right now.
Okay.
Because it shouldn't be in the picture. It shouldn't be in my it can't block the sun. It can't block the sun because the sun already set. Why don't
the
you get
mountain
that?
is high enough. The mountain is high enough to be seen above the horizon.
Wow. Okay, so what if we're
This
next
is
to the
insane.
mountain? Yeah, I'm surprised if I'm that ignorant that I'm missing something here. Because you're establishing the distance of the sunset. You are.
Establishing the distance to the horizon.
Right. 20 miles you're calling it.
Right, yes.
So why
anything beyond that needs to have some...
Why doesn't your own drawing just wildly freak you out?
My drawing... So, yeah.
Well, it reminds me of the Canagoo situation where you've got, the sun is setting behind the mountains at 273 miles. And
273 Ks, I think.
What I'm going to say is a little bit, no, it's miles, 273 miles. Well, then so it's much more in kilometers.
It's 273 Ks.
This is perhaps related to what Dan's saying, but it's not necessarily the exact same thing, although it's similar. And it reminds me of this inconsistency. Well, it's more than an inconsistency. It's a complete impossibility geometrically. So imagine on a globe, okay, you got this globe. Canagoo is 273 miles. Canagoo should be around the curve. The Canagoo Mountains should be around the curve, shouldn't be visible at all. However, they're visible. Okay, so there's already, you would claim this refraction or something that's bending it, making it bend over just to have it be right on the horizon in that sense. The thing is with the sun is not bent around the other side of the earth. The sun is straight. So if that's really the curve of the earth,
straight? What do you mean?
Because the sun from that viewpoint position, your viewpoint goes straight to the 93 million mile sun, but Canagoo
it goes through the atmosphere.
Hold on, let me finish what I'm saying. You're looking at the sun as it's setting, so it's going over the curve of the sphere in your model. The thing is that Canagoo, the mountain of Canagoo, is actually all the way around the curve. It's around the bend. So you're already
the sun.
So you're already having to claim that Canagoo is being brought up, like the whole. You're seeing this curved path as you try to say, and then you're seeing around the corner, but it's like bending it, basically bringing it up straight, and it's bringing it to be in line straight with the sun. So you've got this kind of straight, unrefracted sun, but somehow your refraction has to forget that the sun goes straight, and it has to make something that's around the curve. So it's to bring the thing that's around the curve up in line with the sun. It's an impossibility. It's like
So the light coming from the sun hits our atmosphere and is then refracted. It's actually refracted more than the mountain because it goes through our entire atmosphere.
But it's putting the sun behind the mountain, even though the mountain is around the corner.
Right? So is the sun.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
The sun's right on the horizon.
No, the actual position of the sun is actually below the horizon. It's geometric position at the moment.
Well, the thing we see, I mean, if you want to claim this 8 minutes and all this other stuff, the circle
not
that
8
we
minutes.
see, that we call the sun, the circle.
Not 8 minutes, right? It takes a tiny fraction of a second for the sunlight to travel through our atmosphere. The path from the sun is straight until it hits our atmosphere, and then it curves.
Right, but again, I hear that's okay. But when during the Canigou observation, you've got the sun and the mountain. The sun is behind the mountain. Again, on a globe Earth, because of the curvature that should be there, it should be all the way around the bend. So the actual mountain is around the bend. Somehow
Without refraction,
somehow you already have to describe this like unsubstantiated form of refraction where you see around corners. Not only do you see around corners, it lifts it up to be level. It lifts it up to look planar. So let's just go with that for a second. Let's just say you're on a globe and there's just this crazy thing out there happening that is lifting this whole mountain up thousands of feet and then displaying it as a perfect level horizon. Let's just say that's happening. Now bring the sun into it. And on the globe model, the sun is actually because it's setting, it's at the point of where the globe cuts off, you know what I mean, from, as it were. The problem is that point that it cuts off is closer than the mountain that's already all the way around the curve. So it has to do this double vector refraction thing that is even more impossible, where it would have to bring the mountain up and it would have to line it up with the sun. So it would have to not refract the sun, but refract the entire mountain and then bring it in front of it. It's just completely incompatible.
Oh, I can't count the number of wrong things you said then. Holy shit.
Anyways, it reminds me of what Dan's saying, because it has to do with mountains and suns and where the leading edge of a sphere should actually be in comparison to where these mountains are and to where the sun is. That's where the key to understanding this is. The position of the sun and the mountains and their distances don't correlate with a consistent spherical geometry.
Nice wording. Thank you.
Wow. We'll ignore refraction for a minute and just assume light goes straight. We have 3 locations. The horizon, we'll call it 20 miles. The island, 110 miles. And the sun, much, much further away, whatever it is, 3,000 miles, whatever. The horizon at 20 miles...
We're talking about... It's all about angle.
Okay, draw it. Please draw it. Please draw this angle. I would love to see it.
My observer point, the sun disappears at what I'm going to call 0 degrees. Right?
Do you mean horizontal, as in your eye line, your eye level? Horizontal.
I don't care what you call it. I have to go by your definitions. So I don't care what you call any of this stuff or how you measure any of this stuff. I'm just saying you've got a job to do. You've got to explain to me why the sun isn't obstructing these things, these objects, and why they're obstructing the sun.
Fuck. Oh, shit. The sun is further away. The end.
So you're really confused about what...
I'm so confused. The sun is further away than the mountain. Right?
Okay, so why am I seeing that sun still at these distances? Why didn't it set already?
It's still above the horizon.
That's where the confusion is. Because
Must be.
You and I know what we're asking now, and I'm asking.
No, I don't.
Why didn't the sun set where it's supposed to? And you know
much.
Well, 20 miles away. Why didn't my sun set 20 miles away?
It is setting 20 miles away at the horizon. That's where the horizon is. It is setting at the horizon.
So what new horizon is there at 110 miles that they're playing with?
There isn't. You could say that the mountain is setting at the horizon as well, right? There's only a few hundred meters of the mountain visible. They're both obstructed by the horizon, which is 20 miles away.
I swear, I feel like we're interviewing a petty thief who's saying I didn't do it.
Myrtle, have you got anything to add?
I mean, I think you're dead to rights here. That I don't see how you can deny these differences, and why you don't see the question, much less the answer. You don't even see the question.
When I posted that photo where I've shittily drawn the half yellow sun in front of the mountain, is that what you think should happen?
It has to happen. You keep telling me where the horizon is. The horizon
I can't believe I have to say this. The sun is further away than the mountain, right? The mountain will therefore block the sun.
So why don't you take the mountain out of it, like in the picture, before you?
Okay.
In other words, forget it as an obstruction. Let's say it's a week later, a month later, and the sun is not obstructed. But we kind of know it sets over there, right?
Okay.
In other words, we are admitting that in all of these pictures, the sun is obstructed by the objects, correct?
Yeah.
Well, you don't understand that the sun should have set prior to that? Mathematically, based on angles and observer position, the sun should not have been available to that object. Let's phrase it that way.
If the mountain's not there,
and the sun already set,
but it hasn't already set. It's still above the horizon.
No, it's set at 20 miles distance from my position.
That's where the horizon is.
Right, so what am I seeing at 100 or 50 miles?
The mountains that are high enough to be seen over the horizon.
We're not seeing mountains. We're seeing, let's say...
I can't deal with this anymore.
What's wrong?
I can't deal.
You're including a mountain that we don't need in this observation. It's only been a mile mark.
Okay.
And you've already admitted that it's good as a mile marker.
Right.
You know that the sun is setting in the distance.
Yes. It's blocked,
but
getting blocked by the horizon.
The sun, which sun now? Your front one or your back one?
Both the sun and the mountain are obscured by the horizon 20 miles away.
Well,
this is honestly blowing my mind, Dan.
If that were the case, I wouldn't have a problem, would I?
What do you think, the mountain shouldn't be obscured, or what are we saying?
Taking the mountain out of your observation, just like I did in the desert. Remember, we did this over land, and you really never finished. So let's go back over land.
Yep.
So I'm looking across a distance, and I know that my sun should set around 20 miles away, or a new calculation you want to make up.
Just 20. We've got a perfectly smooth surface, round ball, 20 miles away horizon.
And instead of putting the mountains at 30 miles, now I'm going to put them at 70 miles away, just for shits and giggles. So my sun should have already set at this fixed, measurable, calculatable point that you tell me on a globe, because of the size of the globe.
Right.
So I would be shocked to see the sun setting anywhere else.
Are these mountains high enough to be above the horizon?
I have not included mountains.
Okay, so then it's setting at 20 miles.
The sun set at 20 miles away.
That's where the horizon is, yep.
But the mountains don't matter because they're 70 miles away.
And not visible.
It's really, in the case of the island, I'm next to it, so it doesn't matter. So let's say we're shooting down a gorge. Let's say I can see the sun hitting the water. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're just looking at two distances that you're not recognizing them. Your mathematical distance and the reality. The reality is sun setting too far away. Boom. Too far away. Sun is setting too far away. It's not setting where you drew it, where it should.
If there's no mountain, then yes, it is. The horizon is the thing it's setting behind, as opposed to the mountain. There's no mountain.
The mile marker we're calling a mountain is way beyond your horizon.
Okay, can it be seen though? Can the mountain be seen?
Doesn't matter because we're only looking for.
Well, it does.
No, we're only looking for a boat in the sun. We're not looking for a mountain. That's the whole thing. We're really looking for our boat versus our sun.
Your boat. Is your boat over the horizon? Is it visible beyond the horizon?
I think at 10 miles, you're calling it 20. So yes, let's call it that. Yes, my boat has now gone out of sight.
Okay.
I expect my sunset to be on that line just as you drew my sunset. My boat's already invisible. My sun is dropping to the same point. Right? The sun is going to go all the way down right there. It's not going to go anywhere else.
Yep.
Okay, so what the fuck is to the left? What is in the original? Since you drew it as it has to be, thank you for doing that. What the hell am I showing on the left? Now that simplifies it a lot, Ruhif, and that's cool that you did this because really you drew it as it has to be. Yet, what am I seeing on the left? What is the picture of?
And Ruhif, I've just got to say here that I was struggling to keep up with Dan, but you have simplified it to the point where I've just fell in because of what you said. And Dan is actually a bang on point with this one.
Yeah, that's what happened with me now.
There's a mountain, the island.
Thank you, Ruhif. Thank you very much for that.
No.
Sure.
Not Ruhif, the other way around.
Ruhif simplified it to the point where I fell in. So I was struggling to keep up with Dan, and then Ruhif broke it down. But Dan's point, good point, well made, but Ruhif helped me fall in.
Yeah, oh, okay. So Dan helped me fall onto flat Earth side.
I love the ballers. The ballers these days are so helpful to me. I
love them too, Dan.
Yeah, I can't come to any other conclusion except that you're trolling. Like I just can't.
Ruhif, how can the whole room be trolling you?
You were one lovable guy. Ruhif, you are one lovable guy. I just have to admit that. You are quite the gentleman.
I'm not understanding how the mountain is closer than the sun, but you expect the sun to block the mountain. That's utterly insane.
Let me explain it. Let me explain it like this. You live in a false world. They've lied to you about everything. And you are literally programmed to believe what they tell you, regardless of observations that you can make.
That something closer will block something further away?
Yeah.
Okay. You're definitely trolling. Definitely trolling. All right. I got to go feed the dogs. Thanks for that.
They must be really fat dogs by now, Ruhif.
They get fed every day. Every day, DP.
That's funny.
All right. See you guys.
Catch you later.
That dog line, that was a good one. It's a good comeback. You have to know that he always says that to them.
Absolutely. Whenever Ruhif needs an out, he needs to feed the dogs.
I'm laughing so much on that. Oh
so yeah, I'm actually going through some of my old footage. I was trying to figure this out, and yeah, I can't believe how simple you made this. Just saying the geometry was like, oh fuck, that makes so much more sense. Why I saw this the sun, for instance, here, and why I'm seeing the horizon and the ships there, and so on and so forth. And I was like, wow, thank you.
I don't know how we missed it. It's just too simple. That's why they can't see it. Sunset's got to be close. Sunrise has got to be close. I love calling it McDonald's close because I'm really hitting it home how close it has to be. It would burn you. That's how close. No, it's actually, it's not really close. It's the angle is reduced. Yeah.
And that explains why it flattens out as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This picture he drew really helps a lot. It must have killed him at the end when he goes, "Why did I draw that? What am I saying? What is that in the picture?" What is the original?
our explanations in his sunset picture. Basically in his sunset picture.
He says, let me get this straight. You think something in front of something blocks something. Yeah.
That's the way it normally works.
I do. Crazy flurf logic.
Dan, what the hell are you doing up, man?
I did it yesterday too, but you know what? My life sucks, but I'm so kicking ass in Flat Earth right now. And Flat Earth has let me down. I'm like fighting back with a vengeance. I go, I don't need those fuckers. You know, and unfortunately all my best friends, even on here, have been totally horrible to me for years. My Flat Earth friends are horrible. All of them have been the worst. Starting out with the Poncho Pete crap, and they were all drunks and miserable there. And then moving up, didn't help.
Hey, was that answer to me when I said, Dan, what are you doing up?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I still don't know why you're up then. I mean, like, why are you awake?
Because I'm obsessed. Flat Earth is a fucking drug to me. It's really bad news.
Are you ready? Are you ready, man? We got it. Have you heard the news? The great survey off.
What's that?
We did some brainstorming last night and thinking about starting a GoFundMe or a crowdsource, or if you guys have any connections in terms of knowing which platform is going to take the least amount of money. But basically what we're going to do is find a place where, we've got at least 3 miles, possibly next to a canal if that's doable. But we're going to raise money to hire professional geodetic surveyors to simply make a horizontal line the best they can. And we're gonna, however many we can find that would be willing to do it, we're gonna pay them for their time. We're estimating that it'll take at least a half a day per surveyor. And then we're gonna give them a prize at the end. The cash prize. So they're gonna get paid for their time, but then they're also gonna be competing for a payoff at the end. But they're just going to be making a straight line, and we're going to demonstrate that straight lines do not curve, my friend.
Nice.
So with that said, if there's anybody, is anybody here to know if anybody's started a GoFundMe yet? Because we don't know if anybody has in this group that's been talking about it. Because I don't want to make an account. I guess is what I'm saying. I don't want to make an account if somebody's already started that ball rolling. No, nobody knows. I'll have to talk to Geo then. All right, fair enough.
Tally-ho. Yes.
And oh yeah, you guys, you're having a meetup on the equinox, aren't you, Dan?
It's the 24th. I'm not sure when the equinox is.
I think it's the 23rd.
Yeah, it's as close as we're gonna get.
How have your turnouts been panning out?
Sporadic. Like this one has a long lead in, like 4 or 5 weeks, so it helps when you have enough time to tell people. Plus, we've all been kind of pushing it. We're looking forward to new blood here for sure, and to make something for them. I feel sorry for anyone that stumbles into this. I've tried to explain stuff to new people, and it's like there's too much garbage history to even start to explain it. It's not worth explaining some of the past. It's in the past too.
I think I heard you say something about Shelley and Wendell being on the outs. Is that what I understood? Really? What the fuck, man? What's wrong with those people?
So sad, so unexpected, and so unrepairable. It's unrepairable, and It's stifling, and it's shattering, like almost like losing Rob Skiba shattering. You know, like there's one of the good guys. They seemed like the good guys, and I worked with both of them, so it didn't. I didn't expect that.
Sam, can you tell me? Can you say anything about what the cause was? Like, was it? I mean, is it petty? Is it
It
something
was
so stupid and small?
in her eyes, it was a little more of a build up, and in post drama, she's built it up even more. But his it was a growing distrust in the overall. I'm going to use the bravado and the nature of how it was. You know, it was a power struggle. It was a power struggle, and when it came down to who was going to be on paper as officers, the struggle burst into. I have more into this than you, so therefore, and then Shelley insisted upon using her past stuff with Joshua Michael as part of the same project financially. And then so Wendell threw in the Salt and Sea stuff that we'd done prior. And so they started both padding the books with research and development fees that were the both of their past. So the books got retarded and out of control because there's no income. So who are they kidding?
Yeah, right. Right.
To make matters worse, and you're going to really appreciate this, I talked to fucking Mark Sargent. And I said, Mark, will you narrate her shit? And he goes, yeah. Will it cost money? He said, no. I go, can we call it Behind the Curve 2? And he wanted to call it Beyond the. In other words, had we put out a part 2 of Behind the Curve with Mark Sargent on the cover, you know, as the star,
Yeah. Right.
they'd have made money. They'd have made money.
So wait, you were doing this at the beginning? When they were starting this off, or you're saying that you're doing this now with Mark Sargent? You've talked to him like recently, and he's going to do it
To try and save them from the financial burden of the past 3 years' work.
Oh yeah.
I felt that we could get paid. In the meantime, we were in negotiations with a TV show that was going to be supposedly I can't remember the network, but one network dropped it, but the producers were still interested, and they had interviewed all of us. They had interviewed everyone, and they were gonna do like a reality kind of show, and you know, like episodic experiments, you know, against real science shit. But COVID hit, and that fucked that up. Well, I convinced, and the logistics of travel and us not wanting to be vaxxed or wear masks really fucked that up. Plus, they learned about us fighting amongst ourselves. Bob told them I was trying to derail it. Bob said he wouldn't do it if I was doing it, and stupid shit like that. And so that fell apart, but I knew I had the producer interested. So I told them, repackage Shelley's shit before she lets too many of these out. Sell the whole thing in terms of licensing to someone that wants to do Behind the Curve 2, and Mark will do it.
I haven't watched any. I haven't watched any of the content yet. Are you happy with the editing and production?
Yeah, I'm gonna say yeah, but it's not dramatic. In other words, the production part that they paid for and the graphics are really impressive, and even nice people like us that aren't impressed by it are still impressed by it. And it needed that. It needed that to be legit. And it's just bullshit what makes shit legit. You know what I mean?
So you're saying the content is good, but the packaging is a little bit blasé because it's not.
No. Actually, the packaging is great. The information's not compelling. Little dots in the distance. Nobody gives a crap. Nobody gives a crap. Little dots in the distance is like looking at the stars for us. It's just little dots in the distance. It doesn't, you know what I mean? It doesn't get us going.
What are you saying? They could have been light years away, or what? I'm
saying
just,
that
I'm
when
kidding.
we
I know. I'm totally joking, dude.
no, but when we shoot lasers, it looks lame no matter what we do. That's the thing. It's like it looks. You don't get the size. You don't get the feel of it. So we switched to mirrors, which is dramatic in its own way because it lights up like the sun. It's bright. It's cool.
Yeah. I've done mirror flashes. Those are fun.
Yeah. So, I'm just glad. I just think I can shoot down refraction with the lateral line test. I really do. I could say, hey, we can argue about why I'm seeing it, but now I'm going to drag it left to right, and there's got to be a rise in the middle. And if we can pick
Dude,
that,
I was thinking about that the other day, man. I totally thought about that. Wow.
yeah, I'm calling it force the light because your data sets come from the time lapse by lighting up the object.
What's your line going to be made of?
Light.
What?
Light.
Oh, it's a line of sight to light. Oh, okay.
So it's a virtual line, and the data sets are in each point on the time lapse, and then you hope you have the pixel strength to decipher
Yeah.
12 or 15 feet at 10 miles. Well, you do. We do. And so
But you haven't done the lateral part yet?
we did, but we didn't have a center point. We didn't have a theodolite. We didn't have radar. We didn't have infrared. But we did it. We did it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's funny. I was actually thinking of it the other day, but with a physical thing. For some reason, I think that at least if I understand what you're saying, describe what you're saying again, because I kind of jumped off what you said, and I could be wrong if I'm not hearing you right. So, what do you mean by lateral? Like, so you're setting up a line of sight horizontal from the viewer, right, straight ahead.
If you go up in the chat up to 103 AM, you'll see how it's set up, and I think below that there's a clip.
Shit, how do I just look for that? I don't want to scroll through 4 hours. How do I look for your shit? Like,
Well, it's not that far up. Just scroll back to see it. Otherwise, I gotta drop it in again.
what was the timestamp? 10 what?
103.
All right.
There
All right,
hasn't
I guess it was.
No, there hasn't been check. So you'll see some dark images with a flares on a truck and lights on generators and lights on. So the whole idea was when I say I got line of sight of that thing, the ballers are going to say, well, now I don't care because I'm going to take the fact I can see it and drag it left to right. And their curvature of the earth has to appear if I'm far enough away. So all I got to do is light up that line and make it do so with time lapse. All of which will be dramatic and interesting looking.
I don't see a timestamp for you at 103, bro. I see Demok. I see riding on eggshells at 1 o'clock. Demok's at 103.
All right, well, that's way a long time ago. You might be in a different chat. I'll drop the shit again.
Yeah, just do it again.
Yeah. Just again, copy.
Unless it, no.
I don't know what I just pasted. Yeah, I hate to this stuff.
I can't I'm tapping that link and it's not taking me anywhere.
Yeah, I would. I was try this one, and I'll drop some stills. So
Yeah, but
go ahead.
oh no, I was just gonna try to repackage because I recorded myself talking through the lateral part of what you're of what you guys did as well. But I was driving through Pennsylvania, I think, and I came across this man-made rectangle body of water. It was really obscure between these two not mountains, but hills, large hills, and I see this standing rectangle of water. I'm like, man, that's really weird. But it was not very wide, and I thought, oh shit, man, like what if you did a line one way, and then rotated it, like 90 degrees the other way, like how would that work? And it was just a really interesting thought. I don't even know if it makes any sense, but if that's what it was. That's what it was. I think this is it. Like if I set up something physically across this body of water, and say the body of water was, I don't know, like say 1,000 meters, whatever. So and then you've got the axis in the middle, and then you simply rotate it, which would doesn't matter anyway, 90 degrees. The two ends should cut into the surface of the ground or the water, because there's a rise between. You should totally just you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you just got to show it somehow. You got to get far enough away to show it.
Because it's not gonna be. Yeah, I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's the way I was thinking of it in my head.
Have a look at Angkor Wat in Cambodia, Travis. It's it's a temple, obviously, and there's a square moat around Angkor Wat, and each side of this moat is almost a mile. And it's a perfect square with perfectly flat, level water on each side of the square.
A man-made moat a mile long or wide?
Yep. A mile square.
Where?
Angkor Wat in Cambodia.
Alright.
I went there about 5 years ago, 6 years ago.
Was it ANK?
It's ANKHOR, I believe it is. WATT. Angkor Wat.
Yeah, I got pictures. Okay.
Almost a mile square.
Huh.
And if you look to the right, as you're looking down at Angkor Wat, there's a bigger lake, an even bigger man-made lake that is half dried up. There's only half the amount of water in it. But you can see from the Google Earth image that the outline of essentially the reservoir. I've not measured that one to see how big that is, because Angkor Wat was enough for me, a mile each side, flat square, or flat level water. But the one slightly to the left, if you're looking on Google Earth, it's enormous, and it's man-made.
So, okay, yeah. So how what's the volume? Like, how deep is this thing?
I really don't know.
So now that you're talking about this is another thing that I thought of in terms of the physics, right? So because whenever I've brought this up to have a physical demonstration of a claim that the Earth is this or does this, and they all say, "Oh, yeah, it's too big. You can't do it. It's too big." The great scale negator. This is one of the things that I've thought about was because we all know that the volume displacement doesn't give a shit about what's on the bottom or what's underneath the surface of the water. You're always going to have flat and level water at the top.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't matter how far you stretch that. At what point is the water going to stop maintaining its horizontal reference point and start curving? And it always seemed to me that it was dependent upon the volume of water being so massive that the Earth's alleged gravity would draw it to that shape. Right? It would have to be so big and so deep so that if you had a thin body of water, the volume wouldn't be there to form that alleged convexity. Am I making any sense? Because it's almost like, well, show us build us something that you can show us that the water curves, and the response was, oh, it's too big. It's too big. It has to be massive. It has to be massive in order. Well, then your example in Angkor would be a counter against it.
And canals, they've got no depth to them. They're what?
That's what I was thinking. I've thought about that before. Yeah, I've thought about that before as being one of those fucking intuitive debunks on the whole model, because you could not build, right? Well, that's it, right? That's it. You couldn't build anything physical where the water wouldn't fucking maintain its level. It doesn't give a shit what you do below it, man. Doesn't give a shit what you do. Do whatever you want. I'm gonna stay flat and level at the top, baby.
Yeah, it's like because I used this as an argument before, Angkor Wat, and they were saying, well, it's man-made. They dug it out. The bottom of the water, the bottom of the trench essentially that they dug is following the curve. So the surface of the water would follow the curve, but it doesn't make sense, because, as you say, the surface of the water doesn't give a shit what happens underneath.
Yeah. That's one of those little glitches in my head. Whenever I think about it, my mind glitches out, because it's like, why are you trying to make something impossible happen? You know what I mean? Whenever I think about, okay, they say this and they say this, but what about this? And my mind just goes glitch. It doesn't make any sense.
When I was over on Next Level, we wanted to do the mile-long water level test. Well, bam, there it is on 4 sides, forming a square in a plane.
That's
that square can only exist in a plane.
Right, and I've thought about this too, right? So when you grade some place to build, you're operating in opposition to the natural topography, right? I mean, we do it. I mean, I drive through fucking mountains all the time, where they've blasted this mountain throughout the middle, and then they've leveled the roadway so that you can drive through it instead of making a tunnel. They just fucking took down the entire inside of the mountain. So that's nothing to grade and to manipulate the surface. Well, if you do that big enough, you've created a horizontal that's not going to fucking curve. What the fuck?
Yeah. And
I don't get it. It's like this. That's how simple it is, man.
Using Angkor Wat as the example of the square in the plane, you extend that. They claim that the horizon is a circle 360 degrees around you. Well, hang on a minute. A circle can only exist in a plane as well. So
yeah,
they've lost their footing on all fronts.
Oh man, yeah. It's like you cut off the Sajida and you're standing there on the cord, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's almost like, okay, so if I turn around in 360, basically in my eyes were laser beams, then I would be cutting a cord under the Sajida. Yeah. Oh man, you globe heads, man, you globe flakes are so insane. You guys are so fucking insane. Wow. I'm gonna have to remember to cut out this part of the conversation and put it up on my channel. It was a good conversation.
Good to speak to you again, Travis. Haven't spoken to you for a while.
Yeah. Where are you at now, man?
Well, we got our own server going on. I hope you don't mind if I plug it for a bit. Geo, that Flat Earth. Me and Cleary are over there. Got my live stream key from YouTube last night, so hopefully tomorrow we're going to start live streaming.
Hey, is there any way you can clip out the part that we did with Ruhif and all that? If you're making clips?
Yeah, it's quite easy to clip that out if you can find the timestamp in the live stream. I think we have to wait until it's uploaded to YouTube though, because at the moment it's going out as a live, and then it's rendered by YouTube, and that takes a little bit of time, and then YouTube put it out as a video rather than the live stream. Then it goes on to the next live stream. So you have to wait until YouTube render it. I believe that's the way it goes. Then download the entire lot, and then find.
Oh yeah, that's what I've done. Yeah, I've done that.
Yeah, which is a bit long, but if you really want the bit you're after, it's worth doing.
Yeah. Yeah, Cleary said that he was going to shoot me links and shit when you guys go live, but he's never done that, so I never know when you guys are doing anything.
Well, like I said, I only got the stream key last night from YouTube. We went live for, I don't know, about 20 minutes, half an hour last night on the E3 Space P YouTube channel. And like I say, tonight or tomorrow, we start going live.
Oh, that ought to be fun. We ought to have a party, man, and have like
Absolutely.
a what's it called? A debut episode.
Yeah, well, I'll stick a link in the chat here. If Gio doesn't mind, and then anybody who wants to join, feel free. I'm just going to stick a link for the Discord channel in the chat now. So, hang on, I'm not even in the right server. There we go. Right, there you go. Anybody who wants to join, feel free. I mean, there's no, when you get there, there's no roles, so everybody is equal. Everybody has access to the VC straight away. So, you know, we're not rolling people up. We just want the conversation. And to do that, everybody has to have access to the VC. So, and you know, as it grows, we're going to have to watch the trolls jumping in and out. But you know, that's what good moderation is about. If the mods can keep hold of it, then that's the way we're going to do it. And so far, we've been up and running about 6-8 weeks now. We've had some good conversations. Saturday was a great one. It was only flat earthers in there, and we were debating amongst ourselves, and it was a really heated debate about air pressure, what is water, is there a dome, is there a container, and we're all flat earthers, we're all on the same page, but we were debating it amongst ourselves, and it got really heated, really passionate. And there were some really good points made. And there wasn't a baller in the room. So we're not only taking the conversation to them, we want to have the conversation amongst ourselves as well. To make sure that, you know, we're all genuine and we are passionate about the things that we hold to be true. And that's the way we want to move forward with it. We're kind of bored with the arguments, the circular. Well, me for one, I'm definitely bored with the circular argument that goes nowhere.
What do you mean? Which, like, one in particular, or are you calling a circular argument a particular? Like,
well,
I don't
no,
get what you mean.
There are circular arguments within the arena, if you like, you know, and you argue the same thing over and over and over and over again with the same people, you know. Yeah. And there's that saying that arguing with an idiot only proves that there are two
I
idiots.
know, man. That's why sometimes I say, man, I have a sickness because I come back here and do the same stupid shit again and again and again.
We all do it, Travis. We all do it. But why do we do it?
Because we love them. We care about their minds. We want them to think properly. We care about them. Even RC Meisty, I can't believe I just said that. I don't care about RC Meisty, you still owe me $500, you little gnome troll. It's on my
So
channel, man.
Hey, listen, Travis, if you're that hard up for money, I'm happy to give you some money. Is that what you need?
It's the principle. You know what? It's the principle.
Oh,
all you
so
have to do.
are you hard up for
Listen,
money? Like, dude, if you need money that bad, I am happy to send you some money. How
I
much
still
do you
have look. I still have a GoFundMe. I still have a GoFundMe account. You can donate there. But listen, all you have to do is retract and say that you were wrong. You were wrong.
Hey, Travis, I'm happy. I'm happy to help you out, man. If you need that to survive, I'm happy to help you out.
All you need to do is to say is you're wrong. You were wrong.
Hey,
Can
Travis,
you even say
happy to
that?
help you out. Me being right has nothing to do with you needing help, and I'm happy to help you.
See, this
can't
is
even
this
say-
is
you're like
exactly
the-
what I mean, Travis.
You're like the
This
pawns.
is
You're like,
exactly.
I was. Yeah, I get you, DP, man. I got no. I haven't had my coffee yet, so I fell for it. I got triggered. I triggered myself.
There's no humility from them. They stand on this this ball that's got no proof. It's got nothing to back it up. There's no substance to it. They say they live on a sphere. Well, a sphere is a hypothetical surface. You know, it's a series of points or a set of points at a given radius from a center point. Well, points are, there's nothing to a point, and yet they claim they live on this surface. And they need a specific geometry to apply to their claimed real world, being spherical geometry. Well, we don't use spherical geometry to measure the world which we live in. We use Euclidean. And you cannot measure a rate of curvature standing on the surface of a ball using only Euclidean geometry and tools that are only capable of measuring with Euclidean geometry, because that's the only geometry we use in reality. If you want hyperbolic or spherical, that's in a computer. That's on a calculator.
Yeah.
It's not real.
Yeah. No, I mean it was golden. I put it up on my channel. I had a conversation with Kosho last week. Guy said, "Yeah, we don't convert anything. We don't transform anything, Travis, blah blah blah." 20 minutes later in our conversation, he's like, "Yeah, then we convert it and we transform it." And I'm like, "What the fuck, dude? You just debunked yourself, man." I'm like, "What the fuck?"
It's like the main surveyor. He had a conversation with Bev Try Thinking, you know, and they were talking about the difference between planar surveying and geodetic surveying. You know, well, essentially they're the same things. Geodetic surveyors.
Yeah, exactly.
A geodetic is a straight line.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, so where's the difference there? And the only thing in a geodetics surveyor's toolbox is a calculator.
Yep.
Never goes out in the field. That is all done by planar surveying. So and Jeff said that the geodetic side of it is a calculation added after the fact. Bam.
Yep.
You can't measure it, so you have to fudge a calculation. They've got nothing. And, you know, the silence in the room. Not one comeback. How many ballers are in it?
Well, Meisty just talked up. He was lurking.
Not one comeback. And Ruhif, you know, I'm having this thing with Ruhif at the moment about the delta coordinate system. You know, Ruhif doesn't understand it, and he doesn't want to talk to me about it. But the delta coordinate system demonstrates how you create that sphere in a three-dimensional space where the edge of the sphere is given a coordinate within that three-dimensional space. And it's my 3D printer that's given this to me, because it is a delta coordinate system printer. And what you do is you set the Euclidean plane. The printer sets the plane on the print bed, and then it builds up off of that print bed. So it's 0 point. It triangulates the print bed, sets a plane, and then sets a 0 point in the center of that print bed. Builds up off of that center point to give itself the build volume, and then to create a sphere inside that print space, that void, it will give each point on that sphere a coordinate. And that's exactly how they build their sphere. You need that 0 point.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. And that was one of the points, if I'm understanding you, at least to a certain extent, that's one of the points that Rakia, he was a part of the conversation with Kosho last week. He's like, where's Jesse's 0 point?
Yeah.
And I'm like, and that's what
and Rakia was, sorry to cut in, Rakia was here when I was speaking to Ruhif about the delta coordinate system. You know, they need that 0 point.
Yeah.
And that 0 point is a coordinate. So they've only got 2 left.
Right. Yeah, and it's like they glitch out. Like it's the opposite glitch of what I was talking about. My glitch was in the positive, their glitch is in the negative. Like they are such NPCs that when we talk to them, I'm like, where's the 0 point? They're like, 0 point? What are you talking about? And they can't, and they're like, that doesn't compute. Does not compute.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, they glitch. That's a good way of putting it, Travis.
There you go, RC. There you go. Donate. You said you were going to donate. I still haven't replaced all my equipment that I lost.
Wait, how'd you lose all your equipment?
It was stupid, man. I still don't know. I had to put pieces together. So I don't have anywhere to live right now because I'm driving for a living, right? So I live in my truck all week long, and I do Airbnb. I've got this condo that I worked out with the owners where they have blocked out the weekends for me, so I have a place to stay. So I don't know, I guess it was in December of last year. I had taken my gear out to go shoot the bay. And so then on Monday morning, I loaded up my truck to drive to work. And at the end of, I didn't use my gear all week, so I just thought it was in my truck. My 2 tripods were in the truck. So at the end of the week, when I unpacked the truck, I'm like, where are my cameras? So I don't think anybody got into my truck while I was working. You know, like if I go to a truck stop and then I go into the, I don't usually lock my door, but I go into the place and get my food or whatever and come back out. I don't think anybody jumped into my cab and stole my gear because my computer was still here, right? So they would have taken more than just my cameras. I think that when I was loading up my truck in the early morning when it was like dark, that I had set my camera bag on the sidewalk, loaded my truck, and then drove away. That's the only thing I can think of. I just left my fucking gear on the sidewalk, and somebody found all my shit.
Yeah, I mean, if you can promise not to dox me, I'd be happy to send you.
I do what?
I said, if you can promise not to dox me, I'd be happy to send you something.
Come on, dude. I'm not a dick.
Well, that's No, but all right. Like
You have
still
the option of going anonymous, right? So anybody who goes to the GoFundMe is just going to see anonymous. I'm the only one that's going to see content, and dude, I'm not going to dox anybody.
I thought you put the PayPal up.
Huh?
You sent me a PayPal link days ago.
No, that was a GoFundMe, dude. GoFundMe.
No, you didn't send me a PayPal.
What are you talking about? It's at the timestamp at 6:24 is GoFundMe. I'm looking straight at it. GoFundMe.com. However, this was that was the reason why I'm looking at the title right there, and it says replace stolen equipment. The reason why I say stolen equipment was because I was looking for replacements, right? I was looking for used cameras to replace my cameras. My first camera took a nosedive into the Chesapeake Bay, and the tripod base part of the camera snapped off. So there's a hole where that tripod insert goes. Well, when I was looking for a replacement online on Facebook, someone had a camera that was the P900, and underneath was a missing section, just like and in the same place where mine was. And I was like, man, somebody had to have stolen my shit. Still thinking about that right now. Because like that would be, you know what I mean? That the chances of two people having the same part of their camera damaged and broken in the same way. But anyway, I've got two cameras now, and they're used, and they get me by. But I got to start rolling, so I'm going to go on mute.
Anybody mind if I change the subject, lighten it up a little bit? Did you see that video I posted of a lobster molting? I'd never seen that before. It's incredible.
Where did you post that, man? I need to see it.
It was in the chat here. I'll just grab the link and repost it if you want. It's this guy. He buys a lobster from the grocery store, a live lobster, and he keeps it as a pet. It's quite a nice little story to follow. There you go.
I did find it, but yeah, nice one.
You end up empathizing with a lobster. It's incredible.
Knock, knock, knock. What's going on? Anybody home? Come out, wherever you are. Hmm. Mhm, mhm, mhm. Hope you've had your breakfast.
What up? What up?
Hey, bud. Hey. Did it get crazy last night after I left?
I don't know. I left
Oh, you've just woken up, haven't you?
around him. Yeah, I left right around him last night.
Damn well triggered some reaction, didn't it?
Yeah, I don't know what the problem is.
Problem is, it's too easy. That's the problem.
What happened, Bansal?
Hmm?
What happened? What's too easy?
Creating a straight line, comparing it with water independently from anyone in the debate, and actually quite cheaply too.
Create a straight line and compare it. How do you plan on doing that?
Basically, DP, well, we wouldn't. Right? It's called the Great Survey-Off. We're
Oh,
gonna,
this is what Travis was alluding to earlier. Yes, yeah.
yes,
Sorry to
yeah,
cut in. Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
He didn't go into depth, so yeah. Give us a rundown, would you?
Yeah, basically, my idea was to get independent surveyors, right, that we actually pay to create a horizontal line from a central point, equal distances from a central point, say 2 mile one way and 2 mile the other way. So now we have our horizontal line that has been created by independent surveyors. It is perfectly straight, no curves, perfectly horizontal from a central point. Then what we do is we get a water level that has to be custom made, right? It's got to be minimum 2.5 inches wide to minimize any sort of dramas. And that would cost about 7.5 grand thereabouts. And then that water level then is started at the center, DP, and it's moved 100 meters to the left, 100 meters to the right, right? It'll marry up to that horizontal line. 100 meters to the left, another 100 meters. It'll marry up. Keep on going, 200, 300, 400. You kind of get the picture as long as that water level will go. It'll always marry up to that horizontal line. What have we done here? What we have done, we have both proved both models, right? Because that water level will marry up to that horizontal line. Then what we do with that same water level, we start at the center, okay? And we only move it from the center to the left, 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, so forth, as far as that water level will go for a mile, okay? And the further along that horizontal line you go, that water level will either A, conform to that horizontal line, or it will drop below that horizontal line. If it
Right.
conforms to the horizontal line, it's flat. If it drops below that horizontal line, it's globe. All over. Game over.
Right. How does this differ from Bev's water level test?
I don't know the details of Bev's water level test, to be
Right.
quite honest with you. Yeah,
The
so you have to.
the original idea for the next level water level test was to create a horizontal line using surveying equipment, and then have a water level that matches up with that horizontal plane. Because it would be a plane. You can add a third point to that, creates a plane. Easy job. And it was to project it over a mile, and then you marry up your water level. The water level conforms to the horizontal plane or not, depending on the outcome. And then the water level test then evolved where you would put, so say you've got 400 meter water level, you then put a vertical riser in the center. So you tee off in the center and put a vertical riser in the water level. So your 2 points then becomes 3 points on that water level. And then you overlap. So you have a 400 meter water level. You can have as many of these as you like. And then the 200 meters would be an overlap each time. So you're overlapping 200 meters one way, 200 meters the other way. And then from that other way, you're overlapping another 200 meters with another water level, which also has 3 vertical upstands.
Okay. Look,
So
yep. There you go on.
But the point I'm trying to make here, that the original test, right, and I don't understand why Bev. Well, I kind of do understand why Bev dropped the horizontal, the surveying out a horizontal line, right? Because Bev wants to do it all on the geometry, which means that the water levels, each time there's an overlap, they're sharing a shared straight line segment with each other. So there's a 200 meter overlap of that straight line with each other. And this is a shared straight line segment. So a line that shares a segment with another line becomes the same line.
Same line. Yep.
Yeah. So I can kind of understand why Bev wanted to drop the theodolite water level out of the equation, but then again, I don't understand why Bev dropped the.
Yeah, you can
theodolite.
say. Let me just interrupt, please. You can say it's a straight line segment. How do you know until you put a horizontal up to it?
Exactly that, Jeremy. Exactly that. You need that geometric certainty to compare it against. You know, and by not having that, Bev's just run off in the weeds. And I don't understand why. I mean, I've got my own ideas why, but I'm not going to air them here. You know, you're saying, you've got this geometric certainty. You've got the surveyed horizontal, and each time you're matching your water levels up to that horizontal to make sure they correspond.
Exactly. So I suppose, I suppose the difference being DP is getting independent people that aren't a part of this realm to actually create that horizontal line, which would cost a little bit of money, and getting independent people that are actually willing to sign their name to that horizontal line, because you are going to employ them to do a job, okay, then to create a horizontal line, okay. So you need those people, and if you get 6 people, right, so if you can get at minimum 2 or 3 that are willing to sign their name to it, and that may be a little bit difficult, right, because you have to have like full disclosure of what you are trying to do. So that may take a little bit of effort to get that. But yeah, sorry.
At the end of the day, all you're trying to do is establish a horizontal line. You know, you're saying that you how many miles do you want to do it over?
I would say you'd want to do it for 4 miles.
Right. Okay. So you get one surveying company to do the first mile, right? That you give them a datum, a benchmark to work off of, right? We want a horizontal line for this distance at this height. Okay, they survey the first mile. And then a week later, you get another company to go from that existing datum, do another mile. You break it up into sections. They're coming off of existing datums, right? So you don't have to disclose what the whole project is about. They're just doing it in mile sections or half mile sections even. It'll take a little bit more time, but then you don't have to give full disclosure, if you like. It's been a bit cloak and dagger because each survey is a different project.
Yeah, but you know, unfortunately, DP, how vile and nasty this realm can be. Okay, and then if we were to release the names and companies of the names and the company names in the general
Mm-hmm.
public, what these trolls will do with those names.
Yeah, that is
No.
true. Yeah.
So you got to be a little bit careful about that. So if we can get at least 2 or 3, so Jeremy and I were talking about it privately earlier on, that if we can get say a couple of people that are near retirement that really have nothing to lose, that
Yeah.
that'd probably be your best bet, right? Because probably a young person fresh into it probably would be a little bit hesitant, and I respect that because they have their whole career ahead of them, and I don't
Mm-hmm.
want anything destroyed, and neither does anyone else. But if we can get someone that is near retirement or even retired but is qualified, okay, that are willing to put their name and their qualifications on the line, that are willing to do it, we can get those, um, and then get 3 others independently, so they'll do it anonymously. I already rang one up, and for $1,500, they can survey 4 miles in a day quite easily, right?
Mm-hmm.
No dramas with a team of 2. And so then what you can have all the stakes side by side. You can have them all covered up. So you employ one company one day, bang, there's their stake. You get the other company the following day, bang, we want this, it has to go here, but we need the mark, on this particular stake, so forth and so on. So then you've got 6 independent marks, and then what you can do is unveil them all, see what they are. If they're all fairly close, you take the averages between all of them, which takes out any, reduces the error margin even more. And over that distance, that error margin of both human error and tool error will be so much less because I've been told that they can survey over 4 miles with a half an inch tolerance, and they can
Mm-hmm.
guarantee that. So that's
Well,
well within.
it
That's
3 millimeters in a mile.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. So that, the 8 inches, so then actually reading something of 8 inches with your water level should be dead easy.
Mm-hmm.
Should be dead easy, and then that then that gives the whole debate argument, I suppose, more ammunition to go with, and maybe not in these rooms, because it's the same kind of people, and you see new faces occasionally, and yes, we're on YouTube and whatnot, but the whole debate is exploding on TikTok, for
Oh,
argument's
is it?
sake. Yeah, it's absolutely exploding on TikTok.
Uh-huh.
Moment. So giving them, more ammunition that is independent. Like it's not just our word, it's not just NASA's word. Like it's independent. This has been done independently.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh,
Yeah,
so
sounds like a plan, at least people are coming up with ideas,
and it's just raising we kind of worked it out. It would cost around 20 grand, 20 to 25 grand thereabouts. Well, that app that David Weiss has, that Sun, Moon, and Clock app.
Mm-hmm.
There's 65,000 people in America, I think, alone in one area that have signed up and paid $5 for it. Flat Earthers, okay, that have paid $5 for it. Well, if you could get the word out just to those people alone to donate 25 cents each, there's your
Yeah,
money straight
yeah.
away. Like it's really that simple. Like the finances really should not be an issue. Like
Absolutely. Yeah.
it's just the logistics, trying to set it up right, and also too everyone coming together and trying to set this out properly. So it's documented properly, done in a scientific method, so we can actually do a scientific experiment with this and
hmm
set it up properly, so we actually have something that we could submit to institutions. Right now, if we do it all properly, then it's up to them scientifically to falsify it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, sounds like a good plan.
So
And where are you thinking of doing this? In the States, or I take it you're
probably,
Australia, yeah?
yeah. Look, I don't think there's enough support, like to get the finance. Look, I'd be happy to do it here, DP, to be quite honest with you. But getting 65,000 odd Australians here to donate 25 cents might be a little bit difficult. It's far simpler done in the States when we have people like David Weiss, you know, other people like which that have bigger platforms, have a
Yeah,
bigger
yeah.
audience, that can get the word out much quicker. And we can do a GoFundMe. Right now, I know there's been a lot of GoFundMe's out there that have scammed people. Okay, so we could also set it up in such a way that we have our target. Right now, we're not going to guarantee people get their money back, right? But what we can guarantee that if a target wasn't reached, or whatever went wrong, that all that money that was raised would go to a charity, and we'd
Charity.
have this,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, and would have this done in a contract form. It was my idea. Have it done in a contract form. The money's put in escrow, like, and done all legally. So okay, then we need money for X surveyor. Can you write out the check? Bang, there's his paycheck, so forth and so forth. All the money is to get spent on the experiment alone. Any money that is left over, or if it doesn't get used, all the money is donated, say, to the Royal Children's Hospital. So I don't think anyone would mind at the end of the day if it was either done or not done, that 25 cents, if nothing else,
Goes to a worthy
go,
cause. Yeah.
exactly
Yeah.
right.
No.
Plus, we got people willing to make their own lines. Like Rocky said, he'll drive anywhere
Yep.
in the U.S.
Yeah.
Leaky said he'll drive within
Leaky.
8 hours.
Yep. I'm going to come over, cook some salmon.
Yeah. Hey, I'm on the plane then. When you doing it? Yeah, I
Kosho's
mean
going to.
it's fun to go out in the field with like-minded people. You know, I spent last summer and the summer before out with Bev and that lot up at Blackpool. You know, I had to drive 5 hours to get up to Bev's, and I'd do 5 hours there, 5 hours back in a weekend, and then be at work Monday morning. You know, and it is fun to go and meet up with people. You know, just to put faces to names, you know,
Exactly.
and find out if these people, what they're like in the real world, you know, because people on Discord, as opposed to the real world, two different animals.
Oh yes, most definitely.
Yeah, I mean, Rumpus is a prime example. He gives it the large on Discord, but you meet him in real life, and he's a sheep. He just cowers. Yeah, with Farmer's Boy as well. Yeah, we went up to the Bedford Levels end of last year, I think it was. And there was like me, Bloodsticker, Bev, Bev's eldest son, Spot On Level was there. Oh, there was about 8 of us. We all went to the Bedford Levels, and Rumpus and Farmer's Boy turned up, and they just cowered by their cars. They would not even come and say hello. And then Farmer's Boy on Jose's the following week, he's like, "Yeah, I threatened to chop them up with a machete, chuck them in the water." They're giving it the large, and I'm like, "Oh my life!" They didn't have the gonads to even come and say hello.
Yeah. It's quite interesting, isn't it? The different personalities. You know, the what do you call it? The keyboard warrior compared to
Yeah.
real life.
Yeah,
that's
that bravado on the internet is just unbelievable.
exactly
I'm guessing a lot of these people have never been punched in the face or had a lot of social experience in real life. So
Yeah. Oh, exactly. Like if we were sitting around a round table, there's no way people would act the way they act in front of each other.
Absolutely.
No way.
Yeah.
They just would not do it because you wouldn't last in the real world. You'd be flattened. You'd
hmm
be flattened in you'd be flattened in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're trying to generate a bit of excitement about this and get people behind it instead of just talking. I'm happy, DP. We want to talk about Coriolis for the next 7 years. Let's talk about Coriolis for the next 7 years, type of thing.
hmm
Or we could actually go and do something that could actually really advance the
Yeah.
argument.
Yeah. And you know, we were supposed to go out and do the water level test this summer. You know, last year we were talking about this summer was going to be the summer to get out and do the water level test. You know, and how many times has Bev been out this summer? How many tests have been done? What has actually come from that server this year? Nothing.
Yeah,
I don't get what the test is though. Without a horizontal line, what are you checking?
Well, that shared straight line segment that they are claiming the water level creates. But geometrically, yeah. But you need that horizontal established baseline to compare it against.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
you
you're
need a
just pissing in
benchmark.
the wind. Yeah.
You need a benchmark to work from.
hmm
Be able to work
And
from.
that's it. Goes back into that circular argument. You've got no benchmark to work from. Therefore, the circular argument continues. And I'm with you, Bansor. I'm sick of the circular arguments.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Like I said this morning, DP, the amount of people I triggered, the amount of emotion that it created this morning. Even Rakia noticed it. He goes, "Oh my God, I can't believe you trigger them so hard with so few words." Really, it was, and people were just saying that surveyors don't know what they're doing. DP, right? They're not going to be. They're not going to be able to create a straight horizontal line, right?
Yeah. The very thing they do day in day out, they're not going to be able to do on this one occasion.
That's right.
We've heard all that over at Next
I
Level.
know.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
like it's just like face palm. It's
Yeah,
you hear me, Mark.
the only thing I got to say is that they don't day in day out. They never make a horizontal.
Oh,
They
Moyok,
make a
you have got no clue what you are talking about. You
You
are
can
way out of your depth
You
here,
can
so please
overtalk.
mute up
Okay,
and just
this
listen to
server
the
is different.
conversation.
Yeah. Don't come in hot.
So you will not
Yeah.
take you won't take any constructive criticism. I understand that you're afraid to actually get the real answer, so you're going to waste your money. I mean, I'm sorry. That's what you're planning on doing is wasting your money.
Okay,
Are
then
the
we have your
professional globe
opinion.
measure?
Oh, that's so nice. Moyoc cares. Thanks, Moyoc.
Take it
I'd
easy,
like
guys.
to see
Take it
you guys
easy.
make some progress, you little fuck stain.
Hey,
Wow.
Let's take it easy, guys. Come on.
Oh.
DP.
Moyak, are the
Pointy
hold on,
face.
guys.
Pointy face.
Relax, guys.
Triggered.
You
Relax.
guys always take
Moyok
the shit.
comes in hot and gets
Polite.
triggered within a
I
minute.
was fucking being polite. You guys started over talking and interrupting and being douchebags
I
again.
said
I
thank
don't
you. I was
understand.
trying to be grateful. I said
Well, you should start
thank you
saying
for
it when
your
nobody's talking.
Guys, relax.
Yeah, roll
Come
it
on,
back.
man.
No one was talking when I said
No,
thank
how
you.
about you roll it back?
I already
Moyok.
did.
Relax. Moyak, come on,
Wind your
Moyak.
neck in. You're the only
you
one
guys,
that's coming hot because you are triggered, mate.
you triggered me by over talking me.
Wind your neck in, Moyok.
You triggered me by over talking me. You know
Yeah,
that
you're
you
triggered
guys
to fuck, we know, because you can't deal with the horizontal plane and the water level.
So,
That's why
Moyak,
you're fucking triggered.
Jeremy, shut up.
Moyak, just everyone relax, all right? Just everyone
I'm
relax.
relaxed,
Now,
Jeremy.
these professional, I know I can hear it in your voice. These professional globe, these guys are these geodetic surveyors. They professionally measure the globe, right?
Yep.
So they should have no problem.
They should have no problem. The thing I'm saying is that make sure you don't play games with them. There is apparently an ambiguous term that's being used. The ambiguous term is, I would like to do a horizontal. In common parlance, horizontal.
Ambiguous.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Jeremy. Yeah, relax.
Hold on. Relax, guys. Relax. What's the horizontal line's ambiguous?
These guys just
Someone
haven't
had a
got a
hot
clue.
mic or something.
No.
Someone might have had a hot mic, Moyak. What's the ambiguous part? The horizontal line?
It can be an ambiguous term. I heard Rakia say it yesterday. Rakia says that they go out there and they do this horizontal, and then he describes them doing a segmented curve, which is a level. Level and horizontal are not the
Hang on.
same. How?
Hang on. Rakia isn't here to verify what you're claiming, Moyle.
He left.
Yeah,
He
he's
left.
just
He won't be
making
over
wild
talk. Oh, there he
claims.
is. He's back.
A segmented curve. Is that what he said? A segmented curve.
Yeah. There's nothing ambiguous about asking a professional to create a horizontal straight line from a central point. There is nothing ambiguous about that
We're going to be very specific. We're going to be very specific about it, and we're going to tell them we want a horizontal straight line, not curving in any axis. How's that work? Is that specific enough?
Wonderful. That's wonderful. That's all I was asking, that they make sure that they say it, not just say, I want a horizontal.
Don't worry.
Because a
Yeah, we're not going
horizontal
to ask the guy if
anything.
You know what?
Two
We
things.
are not. We hear your point, but we will request what we want at the end of the day.
I know.
too.
Absolutely.
All right.
And if you don't wish to have a definitive thing, if they end up doing a segmented curve, then you will have a non-definitive test. You will end up getting what you want. You'll get your cognitive dissonance covered, and you'll go on with life. I understand that.
Really,
Moyle.
Moyle, you've got no idea what you're talking about. A horizontal line from a singular point means exactly that. It is
Absolutely.
not ambiguous. It is not ambiguous. It is very, very specific.
And
As long
particular.
as you say it clearly, that's fine.
If
You
you
say you'll
ask
say
us,
it the way you want to say it. And if you
That
say it
has-
the way you want to say it, it can be a problem. Just make sure I'm... Okay, no. Okay, that's fine. If you want to play word games, that's fine.
Don't worry. We're going to make sure that the guy's making a straight horizontal line, not curving in any axis. That's what we want.
That's great.
We're gonna make sure we get what we want.
I think we should ask him for a curved line segment. That's what we should say.
Yeah. Just say, hey, can you make a level line for us?
Yeah.
I'm with Travis there. A curved line segment. Ask a surveyor to survey a curved line segment.
Oh damn!
Bandsaw, you should be able to.
Moyak has just come up with a fucking blinder there. Ask a surveyor to do something that is absolutely impossible that they claim that they do day in, day out.
A segmented curve? I didn't say a curved line segment. I said a segmented curve.
Well, you're asking
Are you
for a
confused by words?
surveyed section. Let me speak. You're asking for a surveyed section of that curve.
Oh, you don't like when people overtalk you? Wow, that's weird.
I hadn't finished what I was saying.
Such a
Oh,
child.
isn't that funny?
Such
Oh,
a
I'm the
child.
If you're, Moyak, if
When
you're going
I
to cry
overtalk
about
them.
it,
That's
if you're going to cry
hilarious.
about it, I'm going to start crying about it.
Okay, that's good. If everybody was polite, that would be a nice server.
Would help if you didn't come in as hot as fuck because you're triggered.
I'm not.
Well, why'd you come in hot then?
Let's not cry about it. All right, we're gonna make sure we're very specific when we ask what we want. We obviously want something very specific, and we need that thing. So we're gonna make sure that's what he know. They know what we're asking for.
You know what? We should mix it up, right? We should ask one surveyor to do it the one way, and ask another one to do it the other way, and see if they're confused.
Mm-hmm.
See if they come up with the same.
I think Moyok's come up with a blinder there. Ask him to survey a segment of a curve.
Mm-hmm. And we actually want them to use multiple different methods as well. Use your GPS, use your auto level, use your theodolite, use whatever tools that you want to do, but do various different methods.
20-foot fishing poles, all that.
Oh man, the work, hula hoops, you name it. It's gonna be out.
I'm loving this. This sounds really good.
I know.
You get
It
all
creates
the lines. Yeah, you have them make all their lines next to each other, right? But after the first guy comes, you got day one, a surveyor comes, makes his marks, his stakes. You cover them shits up with a sheet. And you have another guy come make his marks. Day two, the next surveyor comes. He makes his marks right next to the sheets, right? Also, we got them all in a line. You go right down the line with the water level or the water or whatever and knock them all right out.
So
you know what, Jeremy?
The second surveyor is working off of the last datum left by the first surveyor, yeah?
No, we're just going to put one mark out there, 5 feet, 4 feet, whatever is normal, and then, make it off of this.
There's actually a company in America, Jeremy, that do surveying, right? And they actually use water levels, all right? And they guarantee that they can survey something quicker than the electronic equipment using their water levels.
And they're more accurate over distance, water level. Don't need a line of sight.
That's right. So maybe if if this company has an office or is anywhere near where we, end up doing it, we get them on board as well. Like use every possible method.
That actually would be good because then you don't have to buy it. Then you don't have to buy a water level. You just hire that guy to come out with his water level into it. Yeah. That'll save a lot of money.
That'll save about $7,000.
I don't think that the water levels that they carry, I don't think that those are like really long ones. They would be doing that in sections, like 100-foot
You can
sections.
Sorry, Moyoc. Carry on.
Thank you. Yeah, I just don't think that the people who run around with those water levels, I don't think those are like 3/4 miles or half-mile long segments. I think that's a relatively small water level.
You can make a water level as long as you like. As
Not
long
a
as they can
surveying
make the hose, you can make, and even if they can't make the hose to the length you want, you can connect another bit of hose.
Yeah,
of course.
It's
But
the
not a
same body
surveying
of
water
water.
Yeah, I don't think that they're going to let you go modifying their equipment. A surveying water levels a precision piece of equipment. It's to like with like a micron in front of gets us like a micron of accuracy.
It's a bit of pipe with water in it.
Yeah, what part of saving money are you missing out on? Jeremy was clear. If we use his equipment, we're saving money. That's all we said. It's got nothing to do with how long his equipment is. Haha, get it? That's what she said.
That's what she said.
Obnoxious little boys.
What was obnoxious? I was simply reminding you of what Jeremy actually said.
He bailed. He made that pathetic little comment and then bailed.
This is why, this is where I'm like, why do we let these people back in? Like, that they should not be let back in.
I can't believe this has triggered them so hard. I really can't.
Okay, here's the question. You need the water level to be the whole length of the line, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're probably not walking around with 3-4 mile long water levels.
You can use. Sorry, Bansal. You can use as many water levels as you like, so long as you overlap a segment of the line.
Yeah.
So it doesn't need to be one whole. Like, yeah, you could go 100 yards or meters or whatever.
I see
at a
exactly
time.
I see exactly what DP is saying. I would like to get at least a mile long one.
I looked into that. I looked into doing that over here. When we originally first started doing that, airing the idea, I got in touch with pipe companies over here, to see. I mean, they can do it at a mile long, but then again, if you buy that, what are you going to do with it afterwards? Put it in a museum?
Well, yeah, well, it is what it is. What are you going to do with a heap of them?
Yeah, you could always
Really?
cut up the long one into heaps. So it makes no
Exactly.
difference.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Then
Yeah.
this is why we decided on 400-meter sections, because
Yeah.
it was £100 for, like, I don't know, 4 or 5 people to buy 400 meters of water level pipe. Now, £100 is, you know, it's pocket money, it's beer money.
Yeah, but how thick was that? So I got a price, DP, of tubing that was 2.5 inches in diameter, because you
Yeah.
need it that diameter for that length. So you get the free flow, less friction of the water going through the pipe. All these things have to be taken into consideration, and it's about $7.5 grand to actually get a custom one made.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying there about the diameter of the hose pipe, because that argument has come up since because Bev's using like 3mm diameter ID hose pipe, which then leads to the question of the friction of the water against the hose. You know, you get capillary action at one end and not the other. You know, it's like there's so many questions that using that small bore hose, there's so many questions that, you know, weren't there to begin with, but through using that small bore, those questions are raised.
Yeah.
And it perpetuates that circular argument.
That's right. Yeah, that's why in the water as well, you have to have a slip solution put there to reduce the friction as well. Like there's, you know, there is a lot of things. It's not just as you would think it would be just as easy as just getting a bit of pipe and putting water in it. But you know, there is quite a bit of engineering stuff that you have to consider with it as well. So that's why I got a price of 2.5 inch ID. And yeah, it's not cheap. It's like $7.5 grand, and it is a custom order to get done, but it can be done because it's made exactly the same. All they do is just turn off the automatic cutting length at 100 meters or 400 meters, and they just let it run for a mile. That's it. It's as simple as that. So to actually make it is fairly straightforward.
But is it more expensive, like per the length because it's custom?
No.
Okay.
No. Well, it might be a little bit more expensive only because they've got to slightly modify things. They've got to get, like, you know, a big reel and all that sort of stuff. So it might be slightly more, but we're not talking, you know, it's not like 10 times the price percent. It's just, you know, it's marginal. It's marginal.
Yeah.
But see, can't you just get 100-foot one?
No.
And then make your own stakes, but then you make your own stakes for where the water level is. You just do it every 100 feet, no?
No, you want one, Jeremy. You want one, and you want to have that continuous mile length, and then you don't want to join them. You don't want to do anything. You just want to do it all in one length, and then you want to smash out of the water, so to speak, that 8 inches per mile. Bang, all in one length.
Yep.
Now I've got no problems because I know how water behaves, and me doing it in 100-meter sections and whatnot with little water level, I've got no problem myself. But I think that to cover all your bases, so to speak, you want to try and do it in one.
It'd probably be more accurate, but I feel like, you know, if you did it in 100-meter sections or whatever, I feel like you could make your own. You know, they'll have all their stakes, and then we can make our stakes, or we could hire that company to make their stakes. You know, the professional water level company to go do it, and they'll make their stakes with it.
But you only need the one riser in the middle. If you put the one riser in the middle, that is your 2 shared straight line segments.
But I think that horizontal line, horizontal, half a mile either side of that central point. You want one continuous piece. And then all it is, it's just a matter of just starting from the center and working your way out and just show that drop.
Who's got a hot mic?
Oh, that's Travis. Travis, your
Is
mic.
Travis, get your mic out of your head, please.
You're right, mate.
Hold on, give me a second.
Yeah, interesting. Things are getting good again. Yeah, me and Cleary are looking at LiDAR.
Oh, okay, yeah.
LiDAR scanning. Working with the point cloud and yeah. So kind of thinking of getting a LiDAR scanner. Because I've got into the 3D printing just recently, which is really good fun. And from the point cloud, you can model and print whatever it is.
I think I'm getting the kids a 3D. I think I'm getting the kids a 3D printer this Christmas. They've gotten so cheap and they're I heard they're easier to use now and shit. Yeah.
Oh
They're
man,
fucking awesome. I love 3D printing.
I've got the FL Sun, the Delta coordinate system, and I'm so glad I chose that one because it has shown me the difference between the Delta coordinate system and the Cartesian coordinate system, and the Delta coordinate system fucks their ball completely. And you know, they wanna put a Cartesian coordinate system into a Delta coordinate system data set, and it doesn't work.
Can you explain that briefly? What you're referring to?
Yeah, I can, but it's not a brief explanation, and I've got to go out in well, I can't be here for much longer. But what I am doing, because I had this conversation with Ruhiv a couple of weeks ago, and he was just like a rabbit in the headlights. He just did not know what to say. It was him and Zanuck, and neither of them had anything to say. So I'm putting a presentation together about, it's based on the printing, based around the printing, but the geometry of the printing, we all know geometry is scalable. If it works on the flatbed of my printer, which is like 12 inches across, then you can scale that up and it still applies. So yeah, I'm working on putting a presentation together. Hopefully where are we? Yeah, maybe this week, end of this week, beginning of next week, and then I shall run everybody through it.
Oh, that'd be fantastic, DP. Yeah, definitely.
But basically, what the Delta system does is it sets the plane on the base of the printer. So what it does is it plots out 3 points on the base of the printer that sets the plane for it to work in. It then zeroes the print head in the middle of that plane, goes up to the top of the print space and sets a coordinate at the top of the print space, and then that whole void is your printable area, but each point in that print space can then be given a coordinate, and that's how the sphere is worked out. You have your 0 point, which in the case of my printer is on the print plate, and then the coordinates for the sphere are grown around in that print space.
Yep.
But your Cartesian coordinate system is just two dimensionals, or 2 dimensions, and you can't put the two together. It doesn't work. And through the printing, this is it's just like in your face. It is so blatantly obvious. I mean, before I got the printer, the coordinate systems, I didn't want to go there because I didn't fully understand them. But getting the printer and understanding the delta system shows you the difference between the delta and the Cartesian, and it just makes it so obvious. So Jeremy, if I was you, if you're going to get a printer for the children, get the delta one. For one, it's a lot faster. For two, it's like poetry in motion watching it, and yeah, it illustrates the difference between the two coordinate systems.
So what's and is it called the delta coordinate system? Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is the. I mean, nobody's, as far as I know, nobody's ever been able to put a name to the coordinate system that the sphere is built in. Right, because everybody's just assumed that it's still a Cartesian coordinate system. Well, it is a Cartesian coordinate system, but only in the horizontal plane. The actual build space is the delta system, and each point within that build space is given a coordinate. But with the flatbed printers, Jeremy, the other kind, where they just work in the Cartesian, what they do is they have a start point, and then they do the print, and then they have an end point, and then they go up a plane, and that end point becomes the start point of the next plane up. Then they work through all the coordinates on that plane. The end point for that plane becomes the start point for the next plane up, and so on and so forth. But with my printer, all the coordinates are given, or all the points that need to be printed are given a coordinate from the beginning.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into it because I've never had a 3D printer or 3D print anything, but I love the idea of it. It just seems awesome.
Yeah, and it's that 0 point. It's that 0 point that my printer puts on the plane that fucks their ball. Where is their 0 point?
Well, Grim, I actually got a citation from Grim saying that you can use longitude and latitude on a perfect sphere. But if it's oblate, they're saying longitude and latitude won't work. I have to read through it.
Aren't longitude and latitude straight lines, according to them?
No. And the latitude one's curved. The longitude are straight lines. Yeah. They say that's a straight line, even though they curve around and meet each other. But the latitude one's actually curved.
Well, surely both curve, Jeremy.
Well, I mean, we know that in our world they're curving lines, obviously, yes, because they meet each other. But
if you look at a printed map, those longitude and latitude lines are straight lines. Now, which is it? Is it a straight line or is it a curved line?
I don't know. On the globe, the latitude lines are definitely curving. You can only have the great circle route. In their world, only the great circle routes are straight. Because you don't have to turn left to right. Whereas a latitude line, there's one latitude line that's straight. Actually, it's the equator. They say.
Yeah, but you're saying that's a straight line, but it curves.
No, I know.
You're kind of, by you saying
I know it's
that.
not a straight line.
Yeah, you're kind of reifying their belief system for them by saying that. But we all know. that straight lines can't curve.
Yeah, of course.
Like I said, gentlemen, I really do need to go. So thank you for this morning. It's been
No doubt, DP. Good talk. Good
conversation.
talk.
Yeah, and I hope to catch up with you all soon.
We'll see ya. We'll see ya.
Easy now.
Three DP. I like his name. I know the lines are curving. Obviously, they're curving. They're obviously none of them are straight lines, but yeah.
All right. So did we decide on who's gonna head up creating this account, or are we just kind of hanging back and waiting for other stuff to develop? I mean, like, what are we doing?
Well, we're gonna create a room and put some heads together and nut out some details.
All right.
Yeah. Before we do anything, we're gonna figure out who you know, what's going on, where we're doing it, who's doing what.
Yeah. And we've got to set it out properly, Travis. You know.
Like, we got to have multiple people that can dedicate like 2 weeks to this or something. Because these stakes, the stakes need to all be guarded. Once one surveyor comes out and puts the stake down, that stake has to be guarded throughout the end till the end.
I'll be there. Fly me over. I'll be there.
Can I be director of Aether Bandiness?
Like, this is a huge endeavor, even for us. Even though we're not actually doing anything with the making the lines or anything, we got to be there to watch the stakes.
Yep.
So did you guys hear anything last night with Ruhif and Dan the Waterman? Did you hear that at all, anyone?
I just clipped out 1 minute and 15 seconds and put it up on my channel. It was right at the end, and
So funny.
Ruhif goes, "Honestly, my brain's exploding."
I gotta feed the dogs. He's like, I gotta feed the dogs. I gotta go. Well, it's just okay. I'll try to explain this simple concept. I don't think Dan came up with it, but he was presenting it to Ruhif as an easy proof for the distances that we don't have. In that, if Ruhif is claiming that there's curvature 20 miles out, right? Hiding things with curvature, right? That's their claim. At least, 20 miles, you're going to see things hidden by this curvature, including the sunset, right?
Yep.
Now, if the sun sets and the sun is completely hidden by the ball, right? Eventually, when the sun goes away, then that sun is below the horizon, meaning that there can't be anything that you see at that point after beyond 20 miles, or that means the sun's in front of it. You know what I'm saying? It's weird. It's weird. It's simple.
It's a really abstract mind bender. Yeah.
But it does make sense that they can't claim the ball's hiding the sun at 20 miles out. If when the sun sets, you're seeing states that are 50 miles away.
Yeah. Why
even
are
if you see the
we
tip,
making the scale so big? Why don't we just make that argument at 3 miles?
Sure. Yeah, exactly. But that he was given Ruhif okay, he said 10, and then Ruhif said, okay, so 20 miles, you're going to have that sun. I think he started to realize what the predicament was, and then he said, 20 miles, the sun's going to set, and it'll be hidden by the ball. Yeah, at 20 miles. And then he's like, yeah, but man, if I see a city 30 miles away, how's that even possible? The sun would have to be between the city and me. Simple. It's a simple, it's just a distance, right? So if 20 miles says that's curvature hiding everything, then, I mean, I don't know how significant it is, but it is kind of like a brain teaser that makes sense. if you want to go back and listen to it, it's kind of funny because
Yeah.
there's a couple people that were like, "Wait a minute, Ruhif just explained it and made it like click," and he doesn't even realize that it's wrong. Like he doesn't realize his contradiction, and that you got to go feed the dogs.
Yeah.
Do you get it, Bandsaw?
I think I do actually. Trying to. I'm thinking about it.
It's like if there's mountains on the side, right, and those mountains are 30 miles away,
Yeah.
and you just saw the sun go down.
Yeah.
And even if you're just seeing the tips of the mountains, if they're further away than the sun is hidden by the ball, then it's a total contradiction with the size of the ball. I mean, it's kind of like we've been saying, of course. It's nothing new except for the idea that if the ball is hiding the sun, then it can't be 20 miles out. And it's not to say that the sun is only 20 miles away. It's saying that at 20 miles out, there's enough land to hide the sun. So there can't be anything beyond that point, because that would be beyond where the edge of the ball is, which is basically what we've been saying, you know.
Yeah.
But just putting the sun in between the distant object and the viewer at 0 degrees is interesting. It's
But
kind of
how does that then negate the argument of refraction and light traveling?
It doesn't.
No, yeah, this is what I'm trying to get my head around.
That's why it's kind of a non-starter.
Well, the thing is, listen, but see, again, if someone is going to claim refraction, they have to produce the conditions. Which one are you appealing to, and prove those conditions exist?
It's the black swan
You
all
can't
over
just
again.
claim refraction. You just can't claim refraction.
It's an argument based off of the geometric horizon, not accounting for refraction. It's incomplete.
well, it basically just proves that the sun's not being hidden by the edge of the ball. That's what it proves when you think about it, because the sun's only being hidden by going far enough away that our angle to it can no longer see it any longer. That's the only thing that could be possible if you're seeing things beyond the 20-mile limit that we're talking about that's supposed to hide.
Right.
No, because they could still say that refraction is bending the light so that the edge of the ball is now just farther.
Yeah, but if you're seeing things literally that far away, then there couldn't be enough edge to hide a sun.
Why not?
Because the sun would be like if the sun is just setting, right? You just saw the sun go away, or pretend you're watching the sunset. You just saw the sun go away. Now you're saying, okay, well then I'm seeing 20 miles out, and I'm seeing the edge of the ball, the literal edge of the ball hide the sun. But then
but the edge of the ball after
to the side, there's these mountains that aren't hidden. That the sun didn't go behind those mountains. The sun disappeared, seemingly in between me and the mountains.
Yeah, I don't see like the contradiction.
Yeah, it's hard to get at first, but once you see it, it's kind of like, oh, that is a contradiction. I mean, it's just like the ball doesn't make any sense, and that's why this whole question doesn't make any sense, because you're trying to picture the ball making sense and having it work with the 30 miles as opposed to 20 miles. It's just two distances. You can't see anything 50 miles away at all if you just saw a sunset go down 20 miles away, because that means the edge of the ball would hide that sun, and there can't be anything beyond that because it's hiding the sun. The sun has to go behind everything.
How do you know the sun's at 20 miles away?
Anyway, it'd be interesting to go back, and I just caught the end of it, and there could have been I didn't really get exactly what Ruhif said that clicked with the person. I came in kind of like right when that was happening, so it'd be interesting to hear it, because it's just funny regardless if it is actually something significant or not. But Ruhif just couldn't get it, or he didn't want to get it. I can't tell.
I think if you go to the live stream that's going right now, if you scroll back to 2 hours and 14 minutes from the beginning, I think that's where the conversation is.
Someone want to play it? I can't. I don't have any permissions to do it. I don't think. I could try. Here, let me try. Okay, here we go. All right, you guys seeing my screen?
Hold on.
Am I sharing?
Yeah, you're sharing. Hold on. Just gonna.
All right. Can you hear it? Can everybody hear it?
Hold on. It's loading. Yep. Can hear it.
Yeah, he was confused at that point. Brad, just too funny. You did this to yourself. Dan just did a number on him. He just confused him.
Right.
This guy's confused too. Yeah, that's where he fucked up.
Yeah, but it's not above the earth if it goes below the earth.
Does Ruhiv come back?
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
He does. Have you clipped the whole bit?
Well, let me just fast forward to the next last part, so we don't have to hear it. But hear it real quick.
I just clipped a minute 14 seconds. It was a small clip.
Yeah, Ruhiv fucked up when he agreed that there's going to be a horizon based off of the observer height. That's where he messed up, because there's only one horizon, right? It's either it's just going to be refracted, so it's just going to be behind. The sun's going to be behind the skyline, Chicago skyline, because the horizon's that far. And he fucked up by saying that the horizon's 20 miles away, but the skyline's like 50 miles away.
Right, but that's the thing is their interpretation of the hiding of the sun at 20 miles actually Earth curvature hiding the sun at 20 miles?
It wouldn't hide at 20 miles because the horizon is basically being pushed back because of refraction. So it's actually hiding like around 60 miles or whatever behind the skyline of Chicago. There's only one horizon.
Yeah, it's taking it too literal. Like you can't say that there's 20 miles hiding the sun because it's still curving away from that point on down, right?
And that's where Dan was confused too, because he's like, I don't know what I'm missing, and he almost, with his confidence, changed my mind because he was forgetting refraction too, you know. But he was he somehow like confused.
There's something else to it that's
so
a little
worked in his favor.
Because there are other people who were. I'm not sure that it's just. Let me just go to the end of it when he comes back and Ruhiv comes back.
Someone's got to clip that whole bit.
But yeah, it's not a flat Earth proof.
Quotes.
Or it's as much of flat Earth proof as you know, the Chicago skyline way back in the day, or the Black Swan or what have you.
That was gold, Brad. You've done it to yourself.
I got 100
I
guns,
thought he was
100
just going
clips.
away for 2 minutes.
What you say? Oh, real good. No, I think he paused it.
It's just funny to hear Ruif get tripped up.
You paused the stream, right?
Yeah. Are you listening to it, Dave, or are you playing it?
Huh?
Are
Did you
you
want me to
playing
stop?
something, or is the
Oh, you're not hearing
well?
it?
No, nothing's coming through. Nothing's coming.
Oh, okay.
No, it's
Let me
frozen.
try it. Okay, let me do it again.
Got 100 guns, 100 clips. Nigga, I'm from New York, New York. Got a semi-automatic that spits.
Okay, can you hear it now?
Next time if you...
Yep.
Can you hear it?
Yep.
Yeah, we can hear it. So he keeps agreeing to that. That's where he fucks up. He keeps on correcting that.
Right. So it's the
So yeah,
sun.
Ruhif's like on point here.
So what? So the sun is being refracted up behind. Oh, geez.
Yeah, he left and then he came back and now he's on point.
Right. It just happens to be look like it's level. Right. And he can't say the sun was refracted up. He can't say the sun was already down because you watched the sun go down, right? You
Yeah,
can't
but you
say the
just
sun was
watched it go
already down.
down later than it would have if there wasn't as much refraction.
You're directly watching the sun. Now you have to believe that it went further down than you could possibly see, but it looks like it's straight across from you.
It's just like what they say with the Salinalian eclipse, how you see the moon later or earlier, what have you, because of refraction. Same idea. The sun
Yeah, but
is just
it's like going forward in
prolonged.
time. To believe that the sun is now in line with your eyesight, right? But then it went further down than you realized because it was refracting the whole time. Like it wasn't even in the sky where you thought, because that was somehow refracting, and you could just watch it go and then get straight with your eye line, and now you're supposed to believe that's not really the sun that you were just looking at in the sky. You're supposed to believe that what just lined up with your eyesight is actually not the sun anymore, and it's being refracted up from behind the curve and the mountains. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's what I've said.
That's how they explain it.
Yeah.
It's just refracted the whole time.
Yeah, but see, that's the whole thing, and what whoever was talking was just describing. But if you're watching the sun the entire time, like let's say you start watching the sun at 4 o'clock, if you start watching the sun at 3 o'clock in the afternoon,
right?
My question is, at what point does it disappear behind the? Does it speed up? Right.
Yeah. When did you
I mean,
miss
it would
it go
probably be a
behind the
gradual
curve
thing
and get
since
refracted up?
Yeah, since the density, like the refraction, or I should say the density of the atmosphere gradually increases as it gets closer to the horizon. You would expect that it happens gradually as well.
So then you're seeing at what point do you stop seeing the real sun?
What do you mean by the real sun?
It's the same
At
thing as if
sunset.
you're
Whatever. Let's just say there was a real sun, even if the sun's not real.
You mean like at what point do you stop seeing the sun without refraction? If it was like just
no, like you're
atmosphere?
seeing it in the sky, and you're seeing it set. You're watching it set the whole time, right? Now it finally sets far enough down to get in line with your eyesight, right? Now you've watched it. There's no refraction. You know for sure it's not refraction when you're seeing it in the blue sky, right? Because you've watched it the whole time. Now it's at the edge. Well, okay. You could argue that, but so you're saying the whole thing's an illusion because of refraction now? Like you were seeing it, like what if you saw it from high noon and you watched it from high noon? Can't say it's being
then
refracted.
Then there'd be minimal refraction compared to
okay, but I'm saying
so
if the whole thing's just a refraction and the sun's actually going below where you should be able to see it and being refracted up, there has to be a point where there's a transition where you're saying, okay, now the sun's actually ahead of where you think you're seeing it. At what point did that start happening?
Yeah, so here, the best way I can explain it. Go ahead, Travis.
So again, think about looking at a fish in the water. Okay, the fish is close to you, and let's say that it overlaps its image, right? So you see the refracted image, but the real fish is just a quarter body's length to the left.
Okay.
And then the fish starts to swim away from you. The way that it is explained, the farther the fish swims away from you, the more that distance increases between the actual fish and the refracted image that you see, so that, let's say now it's 20 feet away from you, and now the refracted image is 30 feet away from the fish.
Mm-hmm.
They would have to say the same thing happens with the sun. At what point does the sun all of a sudden become 30 sun lengths away from the refracted image?
Right,
Yeah,
and
so
wouldn't we be able to notice that's taking place and measure the distance difference in like your visual registering of it? Like you'd be like, oh, well, it's now at this point where it seems way further than it did just a minute ago. But that's not what we see. We see what it looks like, just the sun not changing in speed or angular distance away very rapidly and changing or anything. It seems as though the thing is going straight in front of you, and then eventually, that's their claim, it gets hidden by the curvature of the earth. But we have to now believe that it's already hidden by the curvature of the earth, even though we just saw it go from noon to the horizon. But no, it's way further ahead than we even think, because this refraction has somehow taken the sun into the future and refracted it back up and made it look like it was just setting the whole time.
Okay, so the question is, what is the actual position of the sun? Apparent position of the sun.
Well, that's
and
unknowable.
Does it ever overlap? The answer is yes, it overlaps, but we can't possibly know when without the refraction data, and I imagine even if we had the refracted data, it would be very hard to tell, because we have no control to see how refraction would, like how much refraction would like relate to where the sun actually is, because we don't have like this parallel universe without atmosphere, right? But the idea is the sun is never, like as far as we know, we can't ever tell where the actual position of the sun is. It's always refracted. Right. It's just a minimal amount when it's at high noon or what have you, relative to more refraction towards the horizon. So
but you get the contradiction. You get the contradiction I'm pointing out, right? Because it does seem like that.
I don't think there's any contradiction. I think their model is consistent in this.
Okay.
Because as the day progresses, the sun is gonna, yes, it's gonna get more and more refracted, right? But it's gonna be a gradual thing, and depending on the refraction, that will dictate, along with your observer height and everything else, they'll dictate where the horizon is, where it sets on the horizon, I should say, right?
Nice. Okay. Well, you get why it seems like a contradiction, at least, right?
Well, yeah. If you take the observer height and you take the geometric, I was going to say, if you take the geometric horizon based off of the observer height and everything like that, ignoring refraction, like they do with the black swan, and then you observe the sun where it sets relative to reference points with refraction, then of course there's going to be a contradiction there. It's like there's going to be a mix-up there. But that's just due to you guys not considering refraction in the first place,
They say the sun is loomed up every sunset, so we can see it after it's set. That's ridiculousness. That would mean everything is loomed up every sunset. That's not true. It's a falsehood trying to fit their model.
It's like the future. It's like it went further than you thought, even though you could watch it go all the way down to the horizon. Now you have to believe it's actually behind the ball, and that's just the illusion of the sun. Even though it's always apparent, it seems like whatever it is, you watched it go from top to bottom, and it couldn't jump into the future, and now being refracted up, and it's not all of a sudden an illusion, and you would have to have more consistency to how the refraction works from high noon to the sunset. Then it would seem, for it to look like it's just apparently going in one motion at one speed. Anyway,
so
well, you want to?
Yes. So to me, to make it make sense, to make it make sense, it's almost as if you would have to have the sunset, and then the sun reappears after refraction to have the solennilian.
Right. And that doesn't happen. You could watch it. You could watch it set. You'd have to believe the whole thing's an illusion, one consistent illusion, to think that it's always refraction causing it.
Well, they say it slows down. They say it slows down. They say it slows down at the horizon, so that's giving it time to loom up. It's baloney.
Oh my God, ridiculous. Anyway, you want to hear that? I want to hear if there's something we missed with what Ruhif says that makes it click for the other two guys. Do you mind, real quick, just another 2 minutes of this? I'm sharing screen.
He just said 3,000 miles. Yeah, it's Rufus right, man.
I love that.
No, see, Rufus wrong about that.
Yeah. And,
That's pretty funny.
yeah.
I always feel like that when I talk to Ruben.
Hmm.
This is the fucking. This is the stick in the mud right here. See, he keeps agreeing that's where the horizon is.
Yeah.
They keep on reaching the same invalid conclusion because they agreed to the same faulty premise.
Right.
Yeah.
Mhm.
See, he's wrong about that.
hmm
No refraction. Jesus.
Hmm.
So many different analogies.
And it's like they're giving Ruhit
Go
Ruhit
for
just
the
up below.
dogs. He's out of here.
So fat dogs.
Boom. Oh Lord. Exactly.
All
That
right.
was gold. Yes.
That was great, wasn't
Thank
it?
you.
Ruhif
Thank you,
debunked the
Rui.
globe for us last night. We're gonna have to thank
Yeah.
when he comes on again. We have to all thank him for debunking the globe so thoroughly.
Yeah. Well, when he kept on agreeing to that 20-mile mark, that's where it is. That's where the sun is, at that
Yeah,
20-mile mark.
right.
Right, because I was thinking to myself, oh, okay, refraction kind of accounts for it, for it all, but he just kept on. He doubled down. That's where it sets at the 20-mile mark. Okay, then
Right.
well, so now the sun is now blocking them out in the boat or whatever else that you see if it's setting at the 20-mile mark. Yeah, Ruhif, man, he just mathematiced his way to flat, didn't he?
I'm in a store now, so it's too noisy to respond. But yeah, it was funny.
What do you reckon, percent?
I think I think they're both as confused as each other, but because one was leading, the other one was following, the leader had the advantage, you know?
Yeah.
But they kept on agreeing on that 20 miles without refraction, not realizing that the second thing was with refraction, and yeah, they weren't reconciling the two, so he kept on shooting himself in the foot whenever he agreed.
Yeah, he sunk himself, didn't he? Really, at the end of the day.
Well, wasn't
If I had
the
to
entire
put
thing
it
simply a
like one
thought
way, I would
experiment?
say. Go ahead, Travis.
I don't know if
Or
I'm
not.
breaking up. I think I'm breaking up.
No, you're right
fine.
now. You're right.
I was going to say though, if I had to describe it, and in one way, I would say it's the blind leading the blind in that particular.
Right. So my question was this based on an actual claim, or were they just creating a thought experiment? Because then to me it's completely moot. Like, who's making the claim that Dan's arguing?
I'm not sure if it was based off.
I think it was just it's like a literal interpretation that does point out the contradiction, because it doesn't make sense. Even if their model with refraction and the way it works ever made sense, it still doesn't make sense that you see the sun go, all the way from high noon to down to, and somehow it's behind the curve, even though you watched it progress just up to where the curve would even start. To trick yourself into thinking that, okay, it's already way lower all of a sudden than I even can perceive it, and it's being loomed up from behind, as well as making the buildings that it's behind loomed up to look like they're level with my eyesight as well. It makes no sense that I mean, it really doesn't. They can say that just because refraction is a thing, that makes sense, and I guess it could be a thing in a very rare case, but to have it be that that's the case on a consistent basis totally is fucking stupid, in my opinion.
I mean, I disagree. I think it's consistent with their explanation.
The thing that it makes me think about, and I could be wrong, is that if you argue for, I think it's a little bit reminiscent to what we've said before, but if you think of if you argue that the distant horizon is being loomed up, then it's almost as if you would have to say that you've elevated a physical place from where it is physically to physically another place. Because if the distant horizon is a loomed dim, and to me, you
Okay, now you're breaking up.
It doesn't make sense to, but at the same time,
Try again, Travis.
You know, I'm surprised to hear percentage that you think it makes perfect sense in the way that they explain their model, because I always attribute one of the best debunks of looming to you, something I heard you bring up, that you know, the water always is evaporating. So really, we shouldn't see things being brought up from below. The water the light should bend upward, not downward, because of the density layer at the surface of the water. You know, light being it would be less dense right at the surface of the water because you have constant evaporation. Did I cut out, or am I?
No, you're right, Bunny. You're right.
Yeah. Do you hear what I said? Percentage. It's one of the things you've argued with Ruhif about. Why is it that light bends down just because of the density gradient at the water level? It should always have some evaporation going on, which would make the air denser, less dense at that surface level of the water, which would make the light bend up, not down. Maybe he's not here anymore. What happened, percentage?
Well, he's here. He may be AFK, perhaps.
Okay. But you know what I'm saying? Anyway. But it is a funny thing because it still kind of is a contradiction, regardless of it refraction, because if you're saying at 20 miles, and he's giving that exact distance as if there's enough curvature at 20 miles to hide anything, you know, and you just saw the sunset, then you shouldn't see anything beyond 20 miles because the sun's hidden by the ball. And if just putting it that way, it's like, yeah, maybe it still makes sense and they have an excuse for it. But just to hear Ruhif be tripped up by the way it was explained, or not even understand it because he's so literal about it. And the ball doesn't make sense because it's not a ball. So it's like we're trying to like work magic with this excuse.
I think I get it now. At least what my question was, and that is that, for instance, the Chicago skyline, right? So if you're standing at Michigan City, which is like 35, 40 miles away, and you're standing on the shoreline, the horizon is 3 miles away. 3 miles. So then when I see the Chicago skyline 30 miles away, right? That's the issue is you're making a claim that the horizon is setting for me at 3 miles.
Right.
And then when I see this, and I don't see the Chicago skyline.
Right.
And then I see the Chicago skyline. That's the context of this argument. I think that's what's making sense for me. I had to figure that out.
That's what it is. Yeah, like say the sun's not going behind the skyline as it sets, but it's going next to it, like Dan was explaining. If you think about it that way, like at 3 miles, the sun's start like half hidden. So you're telling me that this ball is covering up this sun halfway at 3 or 5 or 10, even 10 miles, whatever. Yeah. But then 20 miles out, it looks like this, you know, you could say refraction, but it's just, it's so ridiculous to think that it can ever work that way.
Right. Because what's happening right now is there is a conflation of two different horizons. So let's say I'm at Michigan City at 35 miles away, and you're on the water 20 miles away. So your horizon now includes the cityscape because you're closer to it.
Mm-hmm.
But then what this argument and the sun's in proportion to that distance, and so what this becomes is a conflation of both of those horizons in the same observation.
Yeah.
And the sun is doing the same thing, but you'd have to have the sun at two different positions.
Just Dan's here. Dan's listening. Maybe Dan can come on and explain it to us the way he was explaining it to Ruhiv. We played a bit, if you're listening, Dan. We played a bit of your conversation that was hilarious with Ruhiv. But this is what I wanted to ask you guys. The second to last one that Dan just posted, that Ruhiv posted with the little sun in front of the mountain. Do you get what they're saying about in the print there about that there would be, says, in case you didn't know, Barbados is pretty much due east of St. Vincent. There's nothing between them but the sea. So it's technically possible, I think it's supposed to say impossible. It's technically impossible to see one country's skyline from the other. What is this trying to show us, really? Without Ruhiv's little sun on it.
That's what I was just saying. That's what I was just saying.
Okay.
You've got two different skylines. You've got Barbados, which is farther away, and then wherever the other destination was. That's exactly what I was saying. I'm at one place, you're at another place. We both have two different horizons, and yet when I'm standing at my place, I see both our horizons. Whenever I see Barbados, I would have to see.
Yeah, they do claim that there's multiple horizons, the types of horizons. I always said they should make a barbershop quartet called the Four Horizons.
That's funny.
Thanks.
He'll never make that mistake again, though. He'll go back and study that and refine it, and he'll never make it again.
Well, I don't know. I'd like to hear him come back on and try to explain it and get that what the point was to begin with, the contradiction, or just at least realize that he was making a contradiction by saying it was 20 miles out. It still doesn't make any sense. I still think there's a contradiction there, but percentage isn't here to back it up again. I'd like to hear why it makes perfect sense to him. I was asking you a bit ago, but you were away from keyboard, I think. I was saying that you're the one that I first heard the idea that there's always evaporation at the water surface, right? So there's going to be less dense air there, causing the light to bend up instead of down, you would think. So I'm wondering why their excuse for refraction makes so much sense to you.
Because that would apply to anything in that altitude. That vapor and less dense air would all the light kind of passing through that medium would react the same, whether it's coming from the sun behind the city skyline or the city skyline itself or whatever.
Okay.
So it's not really
a
factor.
I've heard you argue with Ruhiv about the refraction. I've heard you argue with Ruhiv. That was the first time I heard it. Ruhiv ended up having to feed the dogs when you were pinning him down on this point.
That just basically explains how they can't always say that the light bends downwards, because closer to the surface, it definitely bends upwards, especially on hotter days.
Right.
And that's why on hotter days you see a lot more inferior mirages when you're driving on the road and yada yada, right?
Okay.
Yeah,
so
but
how
see,
does that?
Hold on, just
really
real quick.
In this thing.
Yeah, I mean, on hotter days, like, I don't get that. I have been out in every season, in every climate, humid, dry, and the quantification of hot day makes no sense to me. Where is the evidence for that, right? Because what I'm going to say is I've seen inferior mirages on cold days, mild days, hotter days. So what's this? Like, when you go to Wikipedia and they tell you when you should see a superior mirage, and it's best to see it in the Arctic regions, but you can basically see it anywhere, then you can fucking take out that qualification that you said that superior mirages are more prevalent in in the Arctic, because if you can see them anywhere, then you don't need the qualify. So I still
so
don't get when people say on hotter days. That makes no sense.
So I'll explain it. On hotter days, there's more evaporation of the water. So especially in long distance observations over large bodies of water, you're gonna have more evaporation.
What's the
more
quantification hotter? Right. What does the quantification
Well, hold on. No, this is qualitative.
hotter day mean?
We're not even onto the quantitative. Right now, it's just the qualitative thing, right? So the hotter it gets, the more evaporation there is. The more evaporation, the more water vapor. Water vapor is less dense than regular air, right? So
I can show
because that, you're
you.
gonna have colder. Hold up, you're gonna have colder, more dense air above, meaning the light is gonna bend upwards as opposed to downwards.
I can show you an inferior mirage at 6 o'clock in the morning, all the way until 10 o'clock while the day is heating up.
Absolutely, they happen all the time, but the height at which you're going to see them is going to be more on hotter days, because there's going to be like that layer of vapor is going to be more. It's going to be larger,
when you say evaporation. That. Okay, when you say, again, I'm just trying to get these values. These values to me are too generic and vapid. They have no substance. When you say higher elevation, what do you mean? Because I'm looking out. I'm set up on the shoreline, and I'm looking out at the same elevation, and I see an inferior mirage at 6 o'clock in the morning, and it stays there for 5 hours or more while it's getting hotter. Nothing changes. But if it's hotter, there should be change.
Yeah, so by more, I mean, as it gets hotter, literally there is more water that's evaporating, like more vapor that's
but
evaporating
I don't
off the water.
see. Listen. I went out to the Channel Islands, like in 1 week, and the conditions were the same, such that I started filming an inferior mirage in the morning, and it stayed there all day long, regardless of how hot it got. And the mirage didn't change. It didn't get bigger, right? So if there's more vapor in the air, if it's hotter at noon, and you're saying that there's more vapor in the air, then that mirage should change. But it doesn't.
Maybe, but I would say more likely if you were to increase your observer height, you would notice the mirage still more than you would have if it was colder and there wasn't as much evaporation. You understand what I mean?
Okay, yes, but what are you basing that on? Is that just an idea in your head?
That the more evaporation, the more water vapor, the bigger the layer of water vapor, meaning that this inferior mirage, like the mechanism of it, it'll have more air to go through.
I still think that the
what
intensity.
Premise do you disagree with?
The increase in temperature creates an inferior mirage.
I didn't say it creates one. I said that with the increase of temperature, you have more vapor, which allows for more of a less dense medium, so as to allow for an inferior mirage. You could have an inferior mirage without a lot of evaporation.
Hold on. What's the difference between allows for and creates?
Well, because to create means that you would need a hot day for an inferior mirage. That's not necessarily the case. You just need that layer of less of vapor. You could have that on a cold day too, because there's always evaporation. It's just that there's more on a hot day.
Right, and I'm telling you, I don't see a difference between hot days and cold days. That's what I'm saying. Okay.
Have you tried it at different altitudes on hot days and cold days?
Okay, so no, not necessarily, no, because the possibility for my observations are very limited where I'm at. But my point would be this: if I'm at, let me see that. So here we go. Think about this percentage, right? So this is to me, this is the same thing. If you're standing out on a road and you don't see any mirage, and then you go down to one knee and all of a sudden there's a mirage. Based on what you're saying is that if you elevate yourself by standing up, you should still see a mirage and perhaps a different intensity of one. But you don't, because it's all about your angle. So raising your elevation to me doesn't solve the problem, because
And
raising your
Travis,
yeah.
go ahead and finish your thought. You took a pause.
Because yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I know. I'm still thinking. So because changing your elevation is the variable.
Well, I think we have the same
your question?
situation we run into a lot here. Is you've gone out and done, many days, thousands of hours of observations, and you have someone that's questioning you what you have or have not done just based on theory, or what has been heard or taught or whatever. There's a huge
I don't think
difference
that's
in
what's
being out in
happening here, Ikea. With all due
well,
respect, he said he
okay,
hasn't done it when he did
fair
it at
enough.
different elevations.
Fair enough, percentage. Show me your observations where you've changed your altitude or the temperature change caused
I didn't
inferior
do it. I
mirage.
never claimed to do it.
Thank you. Well, then my point is made.
Right.
No,
he
it's
made
not,
his
because
point.
you said this is something that he's done, and he himself said that he hasn't done it at different altitudes. But yes, to answer your question, Travis, if you were at on one knee and you saw inferior mirage, right, and it was a cold day, if you rise to standing, that inferior mirage might be gone because you changed your angle, and that layer of less dense air wasn't large enough to continue to allow you to observe that inferior mirage still. But if it was a hotter day, maybe if you rose to your legs, you start standing, you might still see the inferior mirage because that layer of air, because there's more evaporation, is larger.
And again, Rakia's point goes back. You're basing this on conceptual ideas without evidence.
No, I mean, I'm pretty sure we all know how the water cycle works, and that water evaporates due to heat, and that evaporation causes vapor, and vapor
I'm gonna
is less
say
dense.
this again.
See, all of these premises you agree with, so I'm not sure what you're disagreeing.
Here it is. I'm gonna try to say this again. I've said it to Ruhif. I've said it to Rumpus, because I've been in conversations where Rumpus says, "Oh, that happens at this time," and I say to him, "Yeah, and I've caught it at other times too. So you don't know the conditions." So what I'm saying is, sorry to get so long-winded, I have been out in every condition and seen an inferior mirage. Mm-hmm. So there's something about it. It doesn't have to be a hot day. It doesn't have to be an increase in temperature, because I've been out in the wintertime and have seen an inferior mirage.
Yeah, and I never said it has to be a hot day, but you're more likely to see an inferior mirage on a hot day. Do you agree?
Prove that. No, that's what I'm saying. You're acting like Rumpus right now, and I speak up and I go, prove that. That's a claim. You have no idea what you're talking about, that you're most likely going to see it on a hot day. No, absolutely not. That's my point.
Well, I disagree with you.
Do you have any evidence and experience to back that up? Because
I do have experience, but it's anecdotal. I remember, when I'm driving on the road and stuff like that, on hot days, I'm more likely to see that mirror effect of an inferior mirage when I'm on the road, rather than on winter days or what have you, or on colder days. I don't recall seeing it as often. But that's anecdotal experience, and you could take it or leave it.
Look at the moon. Who can see the moon in Australia and other places right now? Because I can see it. I can still see it right now.
So let me say it this way, right? It's the same idea as talking about geography. If you look up Wikipedia and it says these mirages happen very more frequently in the Arctic, but you can see them in the desert, you can see them on the coastline or whatever. To me, that completely negates the qualification that you said that they are more prevalent in the Arctic. Absolutely irrelevant. It's the same way now, just change the temperature. Inferior mirages are most likely seen on hot days, but basically wherever you're at, if the conditions are right, you can see them. Then it doesn't matter if it's hot or not. That's my point. It doesn't matter.
Sorry, could Could you repeat that? You more likely see them on hot days, but what?
But if the conditions are right, depending on your location, you'll see an inferior mirage.
Of course.
Then you don't need to say that you see them more likely on hot days. You don't need to say that. Yeah, I'm not.
If it's
I'm just
true,
gonna.
do you disagree? Or are you just saying it's redundant?
I'm just gonna repeat myself percentage. So if you understand what I'm saying, I don't think I need to repeat myself.
Well, I'm asking clarifying questions because you're not saying what you were saying before. Before you were disagreeing with me that it happens more on hot days, and now it seems like you're agreeing but saying it's redundant and unnecessary. So which is it?
Having reflected on our previous conversation, it seems to me that the way that I'm going to respond is to use this anecdote. If I'm looking up a Wikipedia entry on mirage, and it says to me, these kinds of mirages are more prevalent in the Arctic, but they can be seen in the desert, they can be seen on the coastline, they can be seen blah, blah, blah. It doesn't therefore matter, or even, it's not even necessary to say at all, ever, that they're more prevalent in the Arctic. Now I'm going to change that geographical statement to a temperature one. You can most likely see X mirage on hot days, but you can also see them on cold days and mild days, and it negates itself. It negates itself. It gives you a qualification, and then it removes that qualification. It's absolutely meaningless.
No, it's not meaningless. And this is the reason why. It's because, and this is the problem actually, you're taking it out of context. This was brought up when New Perspective was brought it up. It was in relation to me responding to Ruhith and telling him that, you know, the evaporation, the water vapor, that layer of water vapor would affect refraction, because he said it would always bend down. And I said no, it would also, at these heights, cause the light to bend up because it's cold, dense air above as a result of this, right? And we were talking about over large bodies of water and how it would be more of a pronounced effect on hotter days. So you can't just take it out of context and say it's irrelevant or something like that, because that's literally the context that New Perspective brought it up for. But I do appreciate you can, like, you know, agreeing at the end.
Would a side view ever help with the refracted area?
Yeah, so I mean, if you think about it, every egocentric view is a side view, because you're looking in your field of view. You have a left to right, so you are looking across that same. So, like, if I was at one position and you were 90 degrees from me at another position, your egocentric view is my orthographic view.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
But I'm never going to see.
But I want the front of the boat and the side of the boat, just regardless of whatever we call it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's the perfect proof. Is if you could get the orthographic view of that 20 miles from someone at the beach out to past the boat, where the boat should be hidden by the curvature from their perspective, and you're seeing a straight line 20 miles across, there's no way there's enough curvature to hide that boat from their perspective.
Exactly. I've been saying this for years.
Yeah. Doesn't make any sense. You agree, percentage?
Sorry, what'd you say?
Well, if you were able to get an orthographic view, like what Travis just said, if you're looking at a horizon of 20 miles or 50 miles, right? That's the orthographic view of somebody else's egocentric view, right? Because they could be looking from left to right, and you're seeing an orthographic view of what they would see out, you know, as far as like the right angle goes, right? You get that? You can
Okay,
consider
so
that
you're
an
seeing
orthographic view.
they're at a
Someone's
right
on your
angle
left.
to you. They're
Yeah,
perpendicular
like
to
say,
you.
yeah,
Okay.
right. Like they're to the side, right? They could be looking out over 20 miles of water and seeing a boat hidden by curvature, but you're at their orthographic view, seeing them on the shore and looking out 20 miles across a straight level horizon and seeing not enough curvature to hide the boat, and you can see the boat. So it looks like they should be able to see it from the orthographic view because there's no curvature.
You could put a ruler there, a perfect
Yeah.
ruler in between both ways. In my view, your view, and the other guy's view. If we all three got ruler line of sight, then there's no curve anywhere.
Right.
It's totally impossible.
It proves that it's perspective because they're seeing curvature where
Exactly.
there is. Yep.
Right. So a side view would help show what you're blurred from the front. Because if you
Yeah,
can't
I've
see it
always
from the front, why not look at the side?
Right.
The side of the hill, you can see what the hill's doing from the side more than you can from the front, looking like through it. On the side, you can look through it, past it, around it, and to the other side where the observer's looking at it. Yeah.
And they can use their paper towel roll excuse all day long if they want and say that it's like you're inside of like a ring. And because the ring is level at the top, that you don't see it looks level, but it's not level. But if you have an
The ring
orthographic,
isn't that.
no, I know it doesn't work. But that's how they explain it, right? The curvature starts where you actually start. Kosho does at least. They got it all reverse engineered so that it could make sense. But
Right, but if it's curvature that starts where your feet are, there's no horizontal.
no. And if you could see the person and the boat and there's a straight line between them as like that's creating your horizon. And they're seeing curvature, but you're seeing a straight line. That makes no sense.
Exactly. They're not seeing curvature, they're looking at air and they're just saying I see curvature.
Yeah.
It's like
They're seeing
leprechaun,
refraction or whatever.
and then you look at the right side and you're like, no leprechauns, clearly.
Does that make sense, Percentage? You've thought of this yourself, is it?
Yeah, it makes sense. But it also depends on, where the horizon is and how far the person perpendicular to you is, if they're on a boat or whatever it is. If they're able to see that full distance side to side, I feel like they'd have to be really far in order to see everything that you're seeing orthographically.
Well, let's just say it was the perfect way of setting it up. Like I'm seeing you, and I'm seeing you at through my binoculars, right? And I can see you on the shore, and then I can pan across and see this boat. And it's one straight line across from where your eyesight should be, and the horizon's completely straight. But then from their perspective, they're seeing a boat completely hidden by curvature, or what they think would be curvature, but it's actually just perspective. It seems like that could be set up somehow.
Yeah, I'd like to see like a visualization of it.
Watching you, watching me. Sweet curving line.
I see you watching me.
I see your every horizontal lines.
No curvature, no curvature. Ah. Anyway, Rakia was trying to talk a little bit ago. I don't know if he still wants to. But I'm going to go to bed. That was interesting.
The moon. Look at the moon, everybody. Who can
Oh,
see
but
the
back
moon?
real quick. But the Percentage, you brought that point up again that I mentioned. You were explaining it to Travis. Well, why is it that if you're saying that what should happen when there's the ballers won't admit that there's vaporization going on, causing a less dense air at the surface level. They don't want to admit that. They don't want to think their density gradient's always perfect, even if it's over water. So they don't want to admit that because then it would mean that it's the opposite of what they're saying, that the light doesn't bend down to bring the horizon up, that it would actually bend up in a lot of cases. Do they acknowledge that? Or aren't you saying what the opposite of what they're explaining it as? Which is why I asked you.
They don't really acknowledge it. They just kind of try to, brush it under the rug by saying that as you get close to the surface, it's very, very unpredictable and unreliable, conditions to do a long distance observation.
Right, but
is it
reliable?
Is it predictable? They just try to rise above that medium.
But it's the opposite of what they're explaining it as. So I was wondering why it is that you think that the way they explain it actually makes sense if you're actually saying it should work the opposite.
No, because in terms of the thing that like Dan and Ruhif were talking about, this medium, like the things behind it, whether it's this Chicago skyline or the sun behind it or what have you, they would all the light from those things would all pass through the same medium. So it's basically a controlled variable in that regard. You understand? Because the light that's coming to you from that area in your field of view is coming through the same area to your eye.
Well, not from if you watched it from 5 p.m. until 8 p.m. when it's completely gone. You'd think that medium would change quite a bit, especially when it gets next to the surface of the water, where a lot of things are different, and you would notice that, like jump.
Absolutely, but that's still the same optical corridor for the Chicago skyline or for the sun or whatever is in that area. The light is coming from the same area to your eye, passing through the same medium. So the refractive effect would be more or less the same for that light.
But you're saying it's the same medium as if it doesn't change when it gets close to the water.
No, even if it did, the point is, like let's say it went through a less dense, medium, and then went up a little bit, and down, who knows what the refractive effects would be. But the point is, it happens to the same because those places, like in terms of the source points of light in your field of view, are right next to each other.
Right, but if you're watching the sun and it's perfectly clear, whether it's just an apparent position or not doesn't matter as much as that what you're seeing seems to be the sun, slowly going down towards the horizon, and you're staring right at it the whole time. So when it starts getting refracted is the question. When is it refracted? If it was always refracted and it's consistent, that doesn't make any sense because the mediums have changed as they get closer to the water. You should see a complete change.
The refraction isn't consistent from like the sun. The sun itself, as it's higher in the sky, is less refracted, and then as it goes towards the horizon, it's getting more and more refracted. But at the point in sunset, when it's on the horizon, right next to the Chicago skyline, between those two things, the sun and the Chicago skyline, or whatever other objects are in that area, that the refractive effects that the light goes through from those areas to your eye are going to be consistent with each other. But with the sun itself, from top to bottom, or from like the zenith to the horizon, obviously it's not going to be the same.
Well, you'd think that the sun would change the refraction of the city itself a lot. If you're looking at it in the sky, it's slowly setting. And as it's setting, you can see the Chicago skyline off in the distance because it's being lit by the sun. Then you have to believe that all of a sudden when it goes behind those buildings, that you're actually not seeing the buildings anymore. You're seeing the refraction of the buildings as well as the refraction of the sun, like the point that Gio was making. Like that makes a lot of sense. Like you have to believe that this thing's being pulled up from behind where you're actually able to see, as well as the sun seeming to be parallel with you, and you just watched it go down to that point, and there was no change in the way that it appeared to you. But now it's not really the same sun that you're seeing. You're seeing a refraction of the sun, even though you always were. You're seeing like it's not even really technically visible at all to you. It's just the refraction now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's how it always is. Even the same with the city, like the skyline of the city, it's constantly refracted, right? The fact that you can see it when the sun's still in the zenith doesn't change that it's being refracted, right? According to their model. I mean, this is an internal critique of their model, and I'm finding that it's consistent in this regard, because that skyline is going to be refracted. That's going to be the apparent position, not the actual position of the skyline, right? You're just looking around the curve. And then as the sun goes,
wouldn't the angle of the sun and the different conditions that the sun's passing through as you're watching it for hours, how would the skyline be you wouldn't see a big change if you're looking at the skyline that hasn't changed. You're just seeing the sun go behind it. But now all of a sudden you gotta wouldn't you think that the refraction of that skyline would change quite a bit with the different over the 5 hours that you watch the sun go behind it? If it's now looming up?
No, I wouldn't think it would change too much, because the refractive effects of the sun actually being in the sky, first off, it would be towards the afternoon. It would get hot, hottest, and you'd have the most kind of vapor and stuff like that. But even so, it would be very gradual. So any kind of refractive differences that you see with the skyline, with the apparent position of it, it would be very gradual, and then as the sun's going behind it, all you're getting is the sun's a physical object now, and you have more light from the sun, like more source points that are coming towards you through that same dense atmosphere towards the horizon. So it would be more or less the same.
Yeah, I don't know. That's to me, you know, I think Rucky and I have said it, you know, until you guys get out and start making these observations, I don't think you're going to describe reality that way anymore.
Yeah, like it works on paper. It's like I always say with the I've been using this old argument with the ballers that they really don't have an answer for, except for the calculations they believe make sense with the vector maths, just like everything else. But yeah, if you have a perfect concentric circle time elapse, you need either one consistent motion of the sky or one consistent motion of the camera. That's the only way to get that effect. And I would say just the camera turning in one solid spot and just turning the camera would create that effect, you know. But you can't say that going thousands of miles over an 8-hour period. It'd be 8,000 miles in rotation. You'd have over 500,000 miles in orbit, and you'd have, you know, millions of miles over 8 hours being dragged along with the sun, and all in separate vectors, different directions. You can't say that's one consistent motion, no matter how far away you say the stars are. You
It's
know,
as
those
if,
stars are.
yeah, it's as if we're stationary and non-rotating. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, exactly. It's the only way it works. They can say the vector math. They can use it and say there's an average. They can take that 90 degrees, okay, a north direction and a east direction. Now we're just going to make a 45-degree angle, and that's just one consistent direction. No, that's just your math.
The little universe
Yeah.
model they show you is stationary.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I don't know how they've gotten away. I don't know how this argument about the shape of the Earth has gotten past that point. To be honest, if you force them to make sense of it.
Yeah, you know, it's the boardroom, right? Everybody in the boardroom is waiting for the creator to die. Everybody is waiting to, you know, and they're all conspiring to get this guy, or, you know, to get him out of, so that they can then implement. So, as I've said before, when the last scientist died, all this shit got written into stone.
You mean like the guy, they're waiting for the last guy holding on to his position that he won't lose, and dictates too much about what science
Right,
says.
we're just waiting for him to die, because we all want to push this narrative of the heliocentric model, and he's the one person on the board that we can't vote him out or whatever. He's been here forever. He's grandfathered in, blah blah blah. The only way that we're going to get past this is just waiting for that guy to die.
Wouldn't it be nice if it was really like that much honesty compared to like the one guy that's going on in the upper ranks of what reality we live in?
But I like the way Demok said that.
Oh, is that what he said? I didn't get that.
No. What he said made me think of the analogy that I put up. He just said, like, the small scale universe is stationary and blah blah blah.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, it's like saying the universe is flat, right?
Fucking crazy. Fucking crazy. Our experience is stationary and non-rotating. That's the way the Earth presents itself to us.
I mean, am I right about the concentric circles with the time elapse? I mean, maybe even percentage, like you say, it makes sense in their model, you know, their explanation of things. Can you make the all those different movement and thousands of miles in different directions actually convince you that that could actually be seen, or could actually literally be creating one consistent camera movement to make those same concentric circles with stationary stars? Can you make sense of it? Can you draw me a picture? Does it really make sense?
Well, that's the whole thing right here. Let's just stick with this, right? Show me an object rotating. Well, no, the tidal locking claim for the moon. That's, I mean, we should just stick with that. That's completely ad hoc, right? Why? Because we know that things in motion change in parallax and all that shit. So if you're going to make a claim that the moon is rotating and you only see one side, How the fuck are you ever going to observe the reality of that? It's not.
Well,
you just ad hoc explain it. It's just bullshit.
Have you seen the GIF that actually shows it doing that though? I'll post a
got
GIF
moon
right now
rocks.
that makes it make. There's a GIF that shows it doing what they say it's doing, and it actually does work. This one I'm not saying is
Well,
what
but
I
see,
think. Of course.
I don't have a problem with that. I believe that you can make this shit work digitally.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
why
yeah,
I say. That's why I say no. You build this thing physical. Build a fucking model
On
man.
there. Yeah, on
Right.
model of
Build a
the idea
universe.
that it can't work. The super locking it can work on a flat, yeah, but not the way they got it set up. I think he's saying it just can't.
Well, no, it can. It can if it's doing it perfectly the way this GIF makes it look, but it's
Oh,
ridiculous.
okay, yeah.
Right.
But I'm saying we got moon rocks, people. Why aren't we making little baby tides and shit? Come on, what's up? Why aren't they doing science with the moon rocks like the one physics we have? We've only got one physics. That moon rock should do the same physics up there that it does down here, and it should do it better. So if 1/4 of that can pull on the ocean, it's like so much, then that 1/4 of a little rock in your hand can pull on a gallon of water. You understand the differential there? Yeah, and we should be able to see that happening.
Well, if the moon rocks they say they got are actually moon rocks, that means that the moon's made of wood.
Well, but regardless, I don't give a fuck what they are. If they claim, hey, that's a moon rock, Demok, all right, let's see it move water the way you claim the moon does. My only point. And
Oh, I
if they
see.
can't, then
Right. It's still got the power in it
experiment.
to move the water. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
You're a special kind
And
of
the
Like
stupid, aren't you?
phases, and the phases, and the way the light works on it too. I want to see it all. Demonstrate
Where's
the
the
light hitting the
special
moon
power
rock.
that the moon rock? Well, it's supposed to
just
be the
saying.
mass of the whole moon that makes the water move, not just the substance of
Well,
the
we're
moon.
only moving a gallon. We're only moving a gallon. It's gonna be the same mass. We're gonna do the
Doesn't work
ratio,
that
buddy.
way.
I got
Not
you.
like it has magnetic properties that they're talking about. Even though it probably does have
Hey,
magnetic properties, and that's the
mass
real
isn't
reason that
magnetic.
the water.
Mass isn't magnetic, so we have a massive moon rock and we have a mass of water. And the Cavendish or the Foucault, we want to see it really work.
Never heard more
here's a.
words strung together before, done it.
Oh, is
What,
that
a
Nick?
moon rock? Does the moon rock hurt you? Show me where it touched you. They don't like experiment and demonstration. That's what I've never heard a word called demonstration before, Demok. I don't like that word you strung together.
Yeah, you know, we're still waiting, Kosho. I challenged him last week to produce a model that will show northern and southern rotations in the sky with a celestial equator. Not digital. Not digital. Build it. Show us. Not going to happen.
Right. We like physics material, but you're kind of loco, so I kind of didn't even hear you. I'm sorry.
Real world demonstration that's already there for you and good enough. We gotta build another one.
You got a moon rock demonstration moving water? Let's see it.
Then like I don't even know what you're talking about.
Oh, so you don't have that. A moon rock. You
Yeah, I
supposed to
don't
went to
have
the
the,
moon?
I don't have the fantasy thing yet.
So the claim is the moon can move water. That's the claim from a distance. From 238,000 miles, it can move a water that's 4 times greater than the size of itself. Right? Like the ocean
about the tides,
or the earth, right? It can affect it, right? Well, that's what you say. That's your claim. That's the claim. That's what we want to see happen, buddy. On Earth with the moon rock.
We see it happen every day.
On
It's
Earth
not by nature of the
with
moon
a
rock that
moon
this is
rock.
claimed to happen.
This is a part of. We only have one physics.
Go up and
Where
down.
does your physics differ from the physics on Earth? Show me that. Where does your guys' magic physics differ from mine?
Yeah, well, your physics is non-existent, and unfortunately,
Yeah, moon rocks moving water, like the claim was told to me, is the one physics we know of. Do you have another where it does something different?
works the exact same.
It's not by nature
No, I
of
said,
the
do you
moon
have
rock
a
being
demonstrator?
moved.
No, you
Okay,
can't even
I don't
demonstrate the first
care
source,
what you're asking for.
let
You
alone a second
fundamentally
source. You don't have a
misunderstand.
demonstration of anything.
I
You
don't
do not
care.
have a demonstration of moon rocks moving water. Are
Yeah,
you
I don't
crazy?
care. I really don't care.
I know you don't care for science. We know. Science denier.
I fully understand science. You don't, so I don't care about
Show
you.
us what you understand. Demonstrate
I'm
it.
not showing you anything, Demick. You will just
That
say
means you don't
Hey,
understand any
hey,
science.
no, it
We
doesn't.
know.
It just
We
means
already know, buddy.
it means you are
We don't
incapable
need
of
your
understanding.
excuses. We
It's
don't
hey,
need
okay.
your
Democ,
excuses.
Democ, can I ask Nick Hug a serious question? We just went over this, and we were
Oh,
wondering if a baller, if you want, is a little more serious. Like, okay, so the time elapse question, right? So if we have like the perfect concentric circles, like I'm about to post, right? How is it that the only way to get that without any kind of mistakes, you can't even bump the camera. You need a stationary Earth with a moving sky in one consistent movement, right? Or you need one consistent movement of that camera to make that same effect with stationary stars. So over an 8-hour period, you can see in that first thing I just posted in the live stream, you'd have 8,000 miles of rotation, plus you'd have over 500,000 miles of orbit around the sun, and then you'd be dragged along with the sun at close to 500,000 miles per hour in another vector. Now, I know you can use your vector mass to make it seem like one consistent motion, but can you really explain how there would be concentric circles perfectly created with one consistent motion of that camera in the same exact way it would need to? I would argue the only way to get that effect is to turn the camera in one spot consistently, just that one spot to get that same effect. But you're talking about thousands of miles in different vectors that's somehow creating these perfect concentric circles. You can't even bump the camera on a
It's not.
stationary Earth.
When we
So how
see
does
them,
it
they
work?
go past in a straight line. So where do they get that circle at? I mean, I've been asking that for a long time.
Yeah, it's an old argument, but it still doesn't. I've never heard a baller actually make sense of it other than
Right.
saying, well, the calculations make sense because they're so far away. It doesn't work with this. They're stationary.
Well,
It
you
doesn't matter how
actually
far
put
away
the
they are.
stars. You actually put the pattern of stars behind it that shows how fucking retarded it is. All the oblong
Yeah.
crossing, circular sections of their orbits and how they crisp. Yeah.
Maybe wait for Nidhugg's response if he's got one. Huh?
sorry, 1 second. I was eating.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So the concentric circle. So I'm driving. You're gonna have to explain a little bit in more detail. You're saying you have an equatorial camera stationed on the Earth, and you're wondering what the difference is between being able to tell that the Earth's spinning or the sky is spinning. Is that right?
Well, it's usually put out there as, oh, either we're moving or the sky's moving, as if they're equal in their possibilities, right? But we know that we could get the perfect concentric circles if it's one consistent sky motion and a perfectly stationary camera on a stationary Earth without even bumping it. But then the alternative to that is you're moving 8,000 miles over an 8-hour period of that time elapse. You'd be moving 8,000 miles in your axis rotation. You'd be going, over 500,000 miles in an orbit in another vector. And then you'd also be being pulled along in another direction with the sun going close to 500,000 miles, which would be millions of miles over 8 hours in another direction. And you could put the stars as far away as you want. My argument is you're not going to have that one consistent motion of the camera creating those perfect concentric circles with all that motion in different vectors. Even if you do the calculations and you say they're so far away, it still doesn't make any sense. You try it out for me,
So I think I understand what you're asking, and there's two parts to it. The first is if you're just making an observation and you're trying to differentiate between whether you're stationary or you're on a rotating object with just an observation of the sky moving above you with no other reference points, I would say it's really hard to tell. They would present the exact same way. To your point about
you can say
objects
that.
moving,
You mean a North Pole?
No, you could say that, but then you're ignoring all the things I said about the different vectors over thousands of miles in different directions.
That's what I'm about to address, which is you seem to think that there's like an absolute motion that everything else was referenced off of, and there isn't. So when you start talking about how fast the sun's going and how fast we're going and how fast all these things relative to I'm assuming a universal direction or universal momentum, yeah, it sounds ludicrous, but that's not how things work. We're all relative to each other. So the sun moving at 1,000,000 miles an hour doesn't matter because we're also moving at 1,000,000 miles an hour with the sun, but we're also orbiting around it. So,
or we're just stationary.
Wait, hold on. Let me just make this point with them real quick, because
We're missing a
you
path
understand what I'm saying. Like you're placing that camera on a stationary Earth, like say it's flat and stationary, just like it seems 24/7 our whole lives. Let's say that's the way it is, and we put that camera. Now you've got now picture the camera in that same spot, right, with fixed stars, and that camera has to make one perfect circular motion to create that same effect of that time elapse, making perfect concentric circles of the sky. Now, can you picture all those different motions over an 8-hour period, creating one perfect circular motion of the camera, literally, not just with your calculations, not just relativity, making it make sense somehow, but literally, how could it be one consistent camera motion?
It does make sense, though. I mean, it does sound like you're just saying this is such a fantastical idea. I don't comprehend how it could possibly work. Therefore,
No, it's not about comprehending it. I understand that it moves in different directions over thousands of miles per hour, so it wouldn't create that effect. That's what I'm arguing.
There's no functional difference between being stationary and being relative with relation to the sun or relation to the earth going in the same direction. That's why you can throw a ball to your partner in the passenger seat of your car, and the ball doesn't rocket towards the back of the car because there's no absolute motion. It's all relative to who you're talking about.
I'm not trying to say there's absolute motion. I'm saying there's absolute movement of the camera, and that's the only way that you can get the same effect, is to have one consistent motion of the camera. And you can't describe that all those motions as one consistent motion, except for to take them all into an average for your vector mass to make it seem like one motion in your calculations. But literally, it's not one motion. It's separate directions, and relative to the distance of the stars, you can put that out there, but you have to still get that effect of one consistent, it's seeming to be one consistent sky motion, and that camera wouldn't do this. It's not, I mean, I don't know how else to explain it. You can say throwing a ball to your friend in a car helps you understand it, but it doesn't explain how the camera is moving in one consistent motion.
So you're what I was trying to do by that is, so like you think that because there are, let's say for example, 5 different motions going on, and they all add up to one vector. Yeah,
no,
5 different directions.
They're all different directions, but you can calculate them to seem like one vector.
Going in different vectors. That's fine. So you're saying that all of these adding up shouldn't equal what you observe if you're being stationary.
Yeah, because if you bump the camera on a stationary Earth, you just bump it a little bit, you're going to see that in the results of your camera, of your time elapse, right? You're going to see that bump. It's going to make streaks on your exposure, right? So how could all these thousands of miles of different vectors not seem like a bump in every vector it's going in that wouldn't create the same exact perfect concentric circles? It just wouldn't.
So here's the example I'll give you. If you're on an airplane ascending up to an altitude, and you're with a buddy sitting across the aisle from you, and you guys throw a ball. There's 4 different vectors going on. There's an upward vector, there's a forward vector, there's you throwing the ball in a lateral vector, and then there's also the pull of gravity on the ball and on the plane. And there's 4 different vectors, right? But to you, it just looks like a ball being thrown across the way, and your buddy catches it. Like it looks like a normal toss that you would do.
Right.
Yeah, it
I understand
looks like
that.
if you're standing on the ground. So all of those vectors added up still look exactly like you would if you were standing on the ground throwing your ball to your buddy, not moving at all. So the motion is relative. It doesn't matter.
It does matter. It does matter because with your example, let's just take that ball and you're on a plane, right? And you're putting it out the sky, right? And you're shooting the stars over an 8-hour plane ride, right? You would not get the time elapse effect that you would have gotten if it was just a camera stationary on the Earth, because you would be moving relative to the stars and you would see streaks. You wouldn't get a perfect time elapse from doing that.
It's the same thing as having a thing that you run on, a treadmill. So if you have a treadmill as your wall and you put the stars on it, what we would see is like the treadmill having the star design, and it would just keep doing its pattern to us, and we would just see them in the sky every night go, you know what I mean, as they did. Now,
Well,
in
well,
an idea that you were surrounded by the treadmill, and what you guys are trying to show is like you're surrounded by the treadmill in a perfect circle when all you see is that line, like you explained, throwing the ball back and forth.
well,
The
yeah.
stars just go from east to west. That's all we'll see. Now, how do they get it to turn that crazy ass concentric circle rather than
Yeah,
the
it
fucking
would have
flat
to be
design
one
you're gonna
consistent
see?
motion.
Exactly.
Let Nidhug respond though, because I think your airplane example gave me the perfect opportunity to ask you if you were to have an 8-hour plane trip and you were shooting your time elapse out the window of the plane and trying to get those same concentric circles, would it work?
No, you'd have elongated ellipse of it because you have
It wouldn't work. You'd have streaks everywhere. You would have no result. You would not get perfect concentric circles whatsoever. So even just a plane motion, just one plane motion screws it all up.
A wall
right?
of stars.
It doesn't work.
Right, but you're what you're not understanding is that when you're taking the motion, you are adding a second relative motion to the ground, which is what your camera is taking pictures of. So yes, you will obviously notice a difference.
No. He's talking about the
only place
stars,
you could get
right?
it's in the North Pole.
Yeah, the
If
stars
you're
are
in the North
fixed.
Pole and
So
you point it up, exactly. That's the only place you could get that weird ass circle. When you guys keep showing that weird shit, it's not even right. It's not what you see as a fucking
yeah,
human look
the
out in the
only
sky.
way to get the same result is to hold that camera in one perfect position and not move the lens out of even the spot that it's aimed at. With it's aimed at the North Pole, you can't even nudge. You can only spin the camera to get that same effect. You can't have all these different vectors and thousands of miles and say, oh, just because we're relatively far away from the stars and all those vectors can be seen as one. It doesn't make any literal sense. I don't know if you can get that. I've heard all the examples of relative motion before. I'm not ignorant to that. It doesn't work though.
It sounds like you don't like the answer. The answer is clearly explained, I feel.
No,
If you
it's
tell
not.
I don't think it even
I'd
makes
love
sense
a
to
room
you.
that represents what you're saying. I'd love a room where you can get that visual.
Hold on, D-Doc.
Again,
Hold
I'm
on
not
for a
talking
second,
to you,
guys.
man.
Let me explain this real quick so Nidhug understands what he's talking about. So we're using the example of the plane, right? So if the plane is following, if you're in a plane that's following a longitudinal line, the same way that if you're on the ground and the earth is allegedly spinning, all you're doing in the plane is you're speeding up that exact same motion, alleged motion, right? You're just speeding it up. So in reality, if you were on this plane and you had your camera pointed directly north and you did a time lapse for any period of time, in theory, you should get the same relative star trail motions, but you wouldn't.
Yeah.
You would just get
You
streaks.
would. Just with one motion. Just
And
with
a
one
23
motion.
degree tilt.
Yeah. Now we're talking. You add 3 vectors to that in different directions, and it'd be even more impossible to get that same result. Get it?
Yeah, because they don't want to show too much of the underneath.
I don't think
They
you
don't want
get
to show too much below. They just want to show the 23.4 degree tilted camera that goes on the ride, or they
It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
It literally. I mean, I want a baller to show me a picture of how that camera could do one consistent motion relative to the fixed stars, in the same way the stars would be doing one consistent motion relative to the fixed camera. You can't show that. You can vector math it all you want. It doesn't make sense, literally.
That's why I always got
Yeah,
mad at Sky Fly Bry, because he always brought the stars as proof, the rotation. I said, dude, you fly every fucking day. Why would you bring this goofy shit and say it's proof of a ball?
So I know this from experience, right? I did a lot of photography from a very young age. My dad had a darkroom in the basement, so we would develop film and we would create our own prints. We had a projector back in the old 35 millimeter days where you had to wait to see what your pictures looked like, right?
Okay,
So we did bunch of experimentation, right? You really had to know your f-stops, your aperture, all of that stuff.
Exposures
So
too.
I would do a bunch of test shoots for a ton of different scenarios, right? I'd like to do time lapses of, Christmas lights in the wintertime and things like that. So I did a bunch of tests with motion as well. So you can do a longer shutter speed and, capture the streaks of headlights and taillights with cars. And I also did tests with like putting the camera on my skateboard and doing longer exposures and pulling my skateboard, right, to get streaks that way as well.
Right.
So the one thing that you find is that your motions are all going to be dependent upon how your streaks show up on the image. And if you have something that's moving with a stationary camera, you're going to get streaks like all straight up and down the same road. So that road can basically be painted with light as cars go by with a long exposure. Whereas if you're pulling the camera and you have motion to the camera, any little bump, anything like that is going to cause even if you slow down your speed as you're pulling that camera and then you speed it back up, you're going to get more light in that area. So it's totally different effects. And
like think about it. You're just on your skateboard and you're flipping the camera as you're riding on your skateboard. So you're going to get streaks all over the place because you're moving the camera and you are moving.
Yeah. I mean, when I would do that, I would place my camera on the skateboard and like push it. But anytime you'd hit a little rock or a bump, that would show up in the streak.
But then add another vector, add another motion in another direction, and then somehow say that's one consistent motion. It's not going to turn out the same. Like if you're trying to take a time lapse from your skateboard, it wouldn't work. You have to have a stationary camera with a moving sky. And they're saying, oh, you could be moving all these different directions over thousands of miles per hour, but because of the relativity of it all, it still would seem like it's just one consistent motion of the stars. No, it wouldn't. You wouldn't get the same result. It's impossible. This discussion shouldn't have gone any further than this, to be honest.
I don't understand why you think that, or like you have some great illumination that no one else has understood. It's literally
people have been saying this since 2015. I don't know how long you've been around. You seem new because you're still explaining it as if balls tossed on the airplane would make sense of this. Draw me a picture of one consistent camera motion.
Guys, all right, yo, guys, let's relax, man. Let's try not to clip each other. Give everyone like a second when they're done with their sentence. That way you're sure they're done. Because sometimes people breathe. There's this thing we do on Earth. We breathe because we need it to live. So relax.
Go ahead and explain it.
Yeah. I've given you the explanation. You rejected it out.
No, it's ridiculous. It was not an explanation. It was just an example of relativity and how things aren't always as they seem.
Here, hang on. Here's what is ridiculous. Because you should have elongated lines out from some central point, and you don't. You always see star trails. If you're standing still on Earth, you always see star trails above you, as if they were great circles above you. And it wouldn't be the case if you were on a flat plane. It would look longer and stretched out like an oblong the farther away you got. It just
you're assuming what it would look like. You're assuming what it would look like.
No, it's not an assumption. That's literally geometry, man. There's no assumption. What you're doing is you're saying, nuh-uh, it can't be that way when I give you a clear
explanation. You didn't explain anything.
Oh, I didn't.
You're strawmanning a lot. You have a distance. You have a strawman model of the flat Earth and how it would work on a flat Earth. It works exactly like it works because we're on a flat Earth.
Guys, one at a time.
Napalm, take over. Napalm.
I know you guys can hear me, Dave.
Yeah.
First of all, there's two. You guys are over talking the shit out of each other. And Democ, did you really think that was a good time to speak up while two other people were already talking?
Yeah, because
guys,
I got.
Please, no, it's not. That was rhetorical. Time to talk.
Okay, Jeremy, real quick. Napalm was trying to explain this because he's had photography experience, and he just explained very well why it wouldn't work, and out even an airplane or on a skateboard or any of that. So, did you not listen to what Napalm said? How does it not make sense what he was?
Argument here. I don't even know what the argument is.
He
I'm
says
talking
that
about the perfect
he
concentric
said
circles
star
of the
trails.
stars.
It says we don't understand star trails. Apparently, things should
What's
be
the
different.
problem? Yeah.
If you shake
Star
your
Trek.
camera and you notice a shake, and somehow it's supposed to be a shake if the Earth is moving relative to everything else, and I'm saying there isn't. There shouldn't be. You're not supposed to. You don't experience that because that's not what you would expect. But this guy says that is what you should expect because I can shake my camera and you would notice it. And it's like, okay,
That's
well,
not-
if you camera,
Hold on, wait. That's not what I was
Guys,
saying.
let him
Hold on.
finish. Dave,
I want to
Dave,
say one thing and then let Napalm take.
Dave, finish.
No
You're
one-
next. I promise. You're next, Dave.
No one
Let him
says
finish.
that's what the Earth. No one says that's what the Earth does. No model
Yo,
says it. No.
all right, I'm going to temporarily mute you. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I got you.
You don't
Hold
have
on.
to. I'll be quiet.
Go ahead, Nidhogg.
All right. Well, no science claims that Earth should do that. So I don't know why you expect it. Because if you tap your camera and you see a wobble, therefore you're adding a different direction to your camera temporarily. That should be what you experience on Earth with multiple vectors. We move in one direction relative to everything else. We're not zooming like a fly buzzing over shit, man. That's not what's happening. So stop claiming that's what you should see because no one says that but you. Go ahead.
No,
All
the
right, so I
point
have one
is,
thing to say real quick, and I want Napalm. I want
Hold on.
Napalm to
Dave's
say.
next, guys. Dave's next.
Yeah. I want Napalm to take over real quick because I know he has something to add to this too. But it'd be one thing, Nidhogg, if we were talking about just the Earth turning or just the sky turning, right? But it's not just the Earth turning. We got rotation on our axis over an 8-hour period to be 8,000 miles in one direction, be going over 500,000 miles in our orbit in another vector in another direction, and being dragged along with the sun over millions of miles over an 8-hour period in another direction, which isn't one consistent camera movement. How you can say just because of relativity, it would turn out the same with your time elapse, making perfect concentric circles is ridiculous in my mind, not just because shit flies on shit or any of these other examples that you strawman my point of view with. You wouldn't, it's not an equal choice between just the sky moving and us moving because you have too many vectors, too many directions, too many thousands of miles to make it seem like that would be one consistent motion, no matter how far away those stars are. And you don't get it. You haven't made one example that makes it make sense. Draw me a picture. Go ahead, Napalm.
yeah, so I just wanted to say, in order for the star trails, right, if it is the motion of the Earth, right, so we say that it is the motion of the Earth that causes these star trails to appear when you do a time lapse in the sky, meaning you can be in a fixed location with a fixed camera position, and if you wait long enough, the Earth is moving relative to the stars, which gives you the appearance of these concentric circles, right? So in theory, we should be able to replicate that, right? Speeding that process up if we were in something like a plane or something like that is following the exact same path that the Earth is alleged to spin on, meaning we're following a longitudinal line. So if you had a camera that is in a fixed position on a moving object that is following a latitude line, then you should be able to get the same result that you get from the star trails. All you're doing is speeding up the process. But the thing is, that will not take place. That does not take place. That cannot take place. But it should if the star trails are solely based on the movement of the Earth.
Exactly.
Have you done this experiment?
You should follow a latitude, not a longitude. If you
You got
want
latitude and longitude mixed up.
Latitude line. Yeah, sorry.
And how did you confirm that this does not happen?
Yeah, did you do this experiment?
Yeah, you can go outside and you can do it this evening, right? So you can set up a camera and you can move that camera just 10 feet. Just put it on a skateboard or something like that, point it in a northerly direction, and move that skateboard 10 feet and let me know what your star trails look like. Because, like I said previously, I have done things like this back in the 35 millimeter camera days when we used actual film. I did a lot of experimentation with long exposure, trying to paint the picture with light as lights are moving across long exposure, and or trying to move the camera with long exposure. And what I found is when I move the camera itself, the problem that you run into doing that is everything in the background tends to kind of blur out and mess up your long exposure pictures. It's better to have a very stationary camera pointed in one fixed position if you want to get, the painting of light, but still have some sort of background.
Yeah,
Whenever
like
that really
if you were trying to do that, if you were trying, like, say you were trying to just create the same
Let Nidhogg
effect, right?
respond, Dave. Dave, you can go
Wait, hold
next.
on. Wait,
Let
I just want to add real
Nidhogg
quick
respond.
one thing. It was
No, but
on
it's
the
two of
end of
you.
what he was saying, though. Real quick, if you wanted to create that same effect, Napalm, of the camera moving and making those concentric circles and just doing it real fast, and it's just the motion of the camera, right? You would have to move that camera so perfectly to make those the concentric circles over your little 10-minute video that you did to try to get those perfect concentric circles. It wouldn't work, right?
Yeah, the only way to do that really would be to have the camera almost like fixed at a central point of a wheel, and be able to move that wheel so that your lens is the only thing that's in like the center of that pivot, right? So your lens would just be spinning around. That would be the only way to really replicate that.
Yeah,
and it would have to be very precise.
You realize that you're just explaining how an equatorial.
No, that's different than an equatorial mount.
It's not at all. Equatorial mounts just match the spin of the Earth. You could speed it up or slow it down, and you get whatever effect you're trying to reproduce.
So an equatorial mount would be the same thing as, trying to follow somebody's motion or movement, or a car's motion or movement. It's the camera moving relative to a moving object, right? And in this case, the moving object would be the stars in the sky. So an equatorial mount is following the pattern of the movement of something in the sky. Like if I had a consistent flight pattern that planes flew over my house every single day, and I could replicate being able to keep those planes in center frame due to this consistent flight pattern that they're flying, I could create an apparatus that would follow those planes every single time across the sky. But here's the problem. That's following a moving object. It's not the surface that I'm standing on moving relative to something else.
I don't
Yes,
understand
that's the point.
point of it. I don't understand
Yes,
the point of it.
the ground is
because-
moving relative to the plane. That's
No, the ground isn't moving relative to the plane. The plane is moving
Yes, it
relative
is.
to the ground.
Yeah,
No.
which is the same thing. There's what should be
No,
the
it's
difference
not.
between the two?
No, it's
Okay,
not.
what's the
Not
difference
within
between the two?
photography.
It's not all you want.
What's the
Equatorial
difference
mounts are
between the two?
designed to work the way they do with the rotation of the Earth. You can say nuh-uh until you're blue in the face, or you can say it's actually tracking the sky until you're blue in the face. That's not what they do. That's not mechanically how they work.
That is exactly how they work. They're designed to track the movement in the sky.
All right, I'm going to give you a link that tells you how equatorial mounts work, and you're going to say nuh-uh when I do it, because that's not how they're designed.
Can you
Just
also give
because
the
they
link
say
to
they're designed, here's the thing. Just because they say that they're designed because of the motion of the Earth doesn't change the fact that they move to keep things moving in the sky within center frame.
Before we move on, can I just bring it back to the last thing? What are we supposed to see different in the sky? The way the globe and the heliocentric model explains how outer space and the Earth works. Are we supposed to see something different than we do as per described in their description?
If you just take a single observation point.
That wasn't for you.
Oh, okay.
Jeremy, the point being, like, if we had a like 2-mile road that followed perfectly a latitude line,
Bro, did you hear what
like
I
it
said?
was.
Are we supposed to
Go ahead
see
and
something
repeat it if
different?
you think I'm not answering correctly.
Are we supposed to see something different in the sky with this movement of the stars than we do as given by the heliocentric description of how space works? Yes, it's a yes or no.
I would say yes.
Okay, very good. Because I didn't understand what was going on just now. What are we supposed to see that's different?
There shouldn't be star trails actually in the way that they are if we are actually capturing the things in the sky that are allegedly standing still, and we are the thing moving.
Why
As you're
not?
going, as you're moving, right? The amount of distance that you would be moving in a specified time period, the star trails would not look the same.
I mean, you're
It
just
would,
saying that. I don't see why they wouldn't.
because relative to like the alleged fixed position of Polaris, if that is a fixed position all the way out in the distance, and we are moving in an arc, right? You shouldn't get a perfect like concentric circles, because technically we would be moving up and over.
Okay, there's a
So
star just sitting out there in space, and when we rotate 15 degrees an hour, and then the star does a circle in the skies. I don't see what the problem is.
you would have to really kind of mess around with your camera to figure that out in order to understand kind of what I'm saying. The only way that it would work is if, like I said previously, if you had your camera mounted on some sort of wheel, and the exact center point of the lens is the exact middle of that wheel, and you would have to move that wheel over a time lapse.
Everything
See
on
what
the
I'm
wheel
saying?
though
Like,
is moving with it. What's that?
right. But the reason that you could get concentric circles that way is because the center of the lens is directly in the center of that wheel. Now, if you move the camera off center from that, right? So if you mount the camera to where the lens is on the outside of that wheel, and say the bottom of the camera is pivoting on the pivot point within the wheel, and you try to do a time lapse, you're not going to get concentric circles at all
Okay,
whatsoever.
if
And
I
that would
made a
be
giant sphere of lights, like a room-sized giant sphere of lights, and then I put a little basketball in it or something, and had it stuck a camera to the side of the basketball and just rotated that, you're telling me no star trails?
correct. You wouldn't get them the way that you're currently getting them. Think of it this way: if you had like a merry-go-round,
I think
right?
you would. I think
No,
you would,
no.
bro. I don't see why.
Think of it this way, Jeremy. If you had a bunch of lights on the ceiling, and you have a merry-go-round at the bottom, if you put that camera on the outside of the merry-go-round and spun it around with a time lapse one way around, and you took that camera and you set it in the exact center of that merry-go-round, right? So the lens is in the exact center. The exact center of the lens is in the exact center of the merry-go-round, and then you spun it around one revolution. That would be the only way that you would get concentric circles with one star in the middle. If you moved
That's
it
what they say
anywhere,
is happening. You
if
got a
you moved
camera
it,
on this thing that's spinning. There's other shit spinning
no,
still. You spin it. Dude, I'll do this right now in my room with my ceiling, and I'll put
No,
Polaris
please
in the
do
middle.
not. No, no,
I'll put
don't do
Polaris
that.
you
in the
can.
middle. Hold on,
Riding
man.
on
I'll put
eggshells
Polaris
already
in
did
the
that.
middle. And did he make concentric circles?
Yeah.
What? So what? I don't understand. This has already been
Okay,
done.
here's
We know it makes
Can I say something, Jeremy, real
What's the
quick?
problem?
Hold on, real quick, Jeremy. If you're talking about one spin of you in the chair looking up at your ceiling, that's one thing. But if you're talking about your rotation on your axis over an 8-hour period, 8,000 miles at the equator in one direction, then going around the sun over 500,000 miles over an 8-hour period in another direction, and then being dragged along with the sun 500,000 miles per hour over an 8-hour period. Those are all separate vectors, separate directions. It's not the same as spinning in your chair. It's not the same thing as spinning in your chair.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're saying
Directions
that
over thousands of miles, creating perfect concentric circles.
Relax, Dave. You're saying the rotation's one thing. The rotation's one thing, but then you got this other movement of 60,000 miles that the stars aren't doing. Right? The stars are our star and their star and the other stars are basically static for all intents and purposes.
Right.
So now you've got
and they'll even say that the stars are moving along with us, but they're not moving along with our rotation.
I'm just detailing. Just let me detail this. Just let me detail this. Relax, guys. Relax. So you've got, because I don't know if I was the only one that didn't understand exactly what the argument was, but so there you go, Nidhug. You got it. The 66,000 miles an hour around.
I understood it from the get-go. He just has a misconception. He thinks there's relative motion. He thinks there isn't relative motion, and that there's some static point. Everything is referenced off of, and there isn't.
So all the stars and our star, the sun and all the stars, they're all static for all intents and purposes, right?
We are moving with them. So yes.
Yes. So they're all basically static, we can say.
Right.
For this
You
example.
cannot tell the difference between them moving and you staying still and them staying still.
All right. All the stars are static. Okay. So then you've got us rotating, which gives the star trails, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but then you also have this other motion that makes us not be static.
What other?
And that whole relativistic scenario of all the stars are static.
No, we just accounted for that, Jeremy. We just said everything looks relative to each other. Everything is motionless.
Hold on. All the stars and our sun are basically static. Now you have a movement of the Earth that's rotating and moving.
Right. We're on the thing that's rotating, which is why the stars rotate above us. Yes.
But not only is it rotating, it's moving 66,000 miles an hour, which means all the stars in the sun, all the stars, hold on, bro. All the stars in the sun were static for all intents and purposes, but now we're not static relative to all of them in multiple
adding things back to the equation that were already accounted for, Jeremy.
I don't understand how you accounted for this 66,000 miles an hour.
Because it's relative to the sun. We already accounted for that.
Yeah, relative to the sun, we're not static. I know we have the sun and all the stars static. And then relative to that, we're no longer static.
We're moving with the sun. So our orbit around the sun is accounted for, Jeremy.
Jeremy,
we're only seeing things rotate from the Earth's perspective. So all we care about is things rotating in the sky based off of the Earth. The sun does
the movement of the Earth. I know. We're worried about the movement of the Earth. Yes, I got it. You have not accounted for this 66,000 miles an hour. I don't know why you think you keep saying that. I don't know if I can take you seriously because you be saying goofy shit.
You should not be. You should not be. Explanations without demonstrations is pseudoscience. Stop talking to this guy.
That's just silly. Stop it. We can make
there's
observations.
like 3 courses that we're on, and the star trails show basically 1. So what are you talking about, Nidhug?
The star trails are not because of the rotation of the Earth. Our rotation, our orbit around the sun, the sun's orbit in the solar system's orbit relative to the galactic center.
The sun orbits the solar system.
Hold on.
What the heck?
Hold on.
All that doesn't.
Nidhug,
yes.
Listen, we've got all the stars static with each other. You don't need to start bringing up all kinds of other motions. All the stars in the sun, they're all static in this fixed position. Then you have the rotation of Earth causing the star trails. But now you have this other movement of 66,000 miles an hour that's not relative to the sun or any of the stars because they're all static.
Oh, you can't say
You
half of the things are static and the other half aren't. You either have to acknowledge that everything
You
is
already
relative.
agreed. The sun.
I
Listen,
don't.
you
No, no,
already
no.
agreed.
You
The
either
sun and the
agree that
stars
things
are.
are relative or they aren't. You're trying to do a half and half right now, Jeremy. Where
No, I'm
the
You don't
not.
get
stars
it.
are the only thing that we're relative to, but everything else we're not. That's why you're getting. That's why you're getting
No,
confused.
you're getting confused. You're supposed to have a
No, the
room.
I'm
stars
not
and hold on,
confused.
Demok.
One
This is
second.
the adult.
I'm
Demok,
moderating.
the
Just
adults are
calm
talking.
down.
The adults are talking. Relax, Demok.
What the fuck are you talking about? You don't even know
So
what you're
we got
talking
the
about.
stars.
What you're supposed to have is a room that represents your fucking sun, gip, dick, fuck. And you're supposed to have a fucking spinning fucking earth inside that motherfucker with the camera on it. Shut the fuck up while the real adults are talking. Get your room that represents your static motherfucking sun with your dots on it that represents your designs, your Polaris, and everything else like stellarium motherfuckers. And you spin the room. That represents your static sun. And then you spin the little ball in there, the directions it's spinning. One way 66, the other way 1,000. And then shut the fuck up. Corkscrew ball, fucking space boys, while the adults are talking.
All right, good talk. So Demok's actually right. You know, you can mirror this while rotating. You couldn't mirror this while rotating and moving, not static, according to the stars.
So, Jeremy, this is how we'll make it make sense. The Earth moving 60,000 miles an hour.
Explanations without demonstrations
Yeah,
are
thanks. That was
pseudoscience.
helpful, Demic Light. Thanks. That was helpful.
Let him finish.
Why? Why do you want to listen to
Just
this
let him
bullshit?
finish.
Oh my god.
I want to hear. Is this a valid argument? Or do you have an excuse, or like?
It's not
I
an
mean, yeah, I'd
argument.
like to.
It's not an
Travis, let him
argument.
try to explain it. He has no explanation, but he
Yeah,
thinks he
let
does.
him
It's
go,
hilarious.
man. What the fuck? What else are we gonna do? You want to sit here and have a circle jerk?
Really? You'd rather not talk to me.
Get the lotion. Get the
You'd
lotion.
rather not talk to me, but talk to Nidhug.
I'll talk.
We were already engaging with Nidhug, though.
Go, and then you're next.
We want Nidhug thinks he
Relax,
can
Dave.
explain this.
Nidhug
And
and
he
then
takes words out.
Travis. Nidhug, then Travis. Go ahead, Nidhug.
All right. So again, when you take your variables into account, all the different vectors of the sun moving and the Earth moving, they're relative to each other. So when you say the stars and the static, that you can assume they are static, but that is taking into account the relative motions. Because again, things relative to one another can seem motionless. Two cars driving 100 miles an hour next to each other seem motionless with respect to both cars. So if you want to say the Earth is moving 66,000 miles, then you're being disingenuous because suddenly the two cars aren't moving 100 miles an hour with each other. You're saying one is static at 0 and the other is moving at 100 miles an hour. So you can't do that,
So,
Jeremy. You either
all
accept
right.
that they're moving together, or you.
Okay, relax. We're gonna see what's moving together with the cars. We're gonna use cars. I like this. So we're gonna have one car be the sun, and then another car, and then a whole bunch of other cars being all the stars, and they're all gonna be moving relative to each other. Now we have the Earth going around the sun. We can basically have all the cars of the stars and the sun parked, right? They're all going to be in park because they're all relative to each other. So we can just have them be parked, right?
Well, you do.
I love these cars. I'm glad you brought cars into it. This is going to make my life so much easier.
I'm glad you like it too, Jeremy. Now you do have to remember that they are still in motion, though. They're not just sitting still. There are orbits that we observe.
They're in motion, but however, for this example, we can have them all be parked.
Okay. So. Yes.
No, I mean it's all relative. They're all moving relative to each other. So that means we can put them in park. Okay, good. I'm glad you agree.
Right.
So we have the sun and the stars. They're all in park. All the cars. They're all cars. They're all parked.
Yep.
Right. We good?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. We're good.
Okay. So now we have the Earth.
Yep.
This is going to be another car.
No.
Right.
Not another.
We'll
no. Same car. There's still the same car. You're just taking that
same
one
car.
car. Yeah, you're taking that one particular car that we labeled as Earth, and you're spinning it.
No. Why is the sun and Earth the same car? That doesn't even make sense.
What distinction do you want to have between them?
You need to get this rotation.
Well,
we're trying to also we need the rotation. Also, I'm trying to show you that there's other movements the Earth is doing. That's why we're not going to label, because the Earth is not static.
Then they're not static with
Is
each
the
other.
Earth is the Earth stationary relative to the sun? No, it's going to be a different car, right?
Okay, so Jeremy, there's not a different car. If you have all of the
no, we're done.
You have.
You can finish. I'm done with you, though. You can
No,
finish.
it's
Go
okay.
ahead. Finish it up.
Good boy, Jeremy.
No,
Good boy.
It's
Good boy.
okay. You don't
go ahead.
understand.
Let's hear it.
Fundamentally,
I don't
you don't
understand.
understand. It's fine.
Go ahead. You finish it up if you want. Let's hear whatever you got to say. And
Not gonna, Jeremy. First off, I was wasting my breath with the exception of you because you seem to at least be open-minded. But if you're just gonna be like, never mind, I'm not gonna.
I'm open-minded, bro. I'm open-minded, but you want to make the sun and the Earth the same car when I'm trying to tell you the Earth is not static.
Sun and the Earth was the same car, dude.
The Earth is not static. Is the Earth static relative to the sun?
No, everything's in motion, Jeremy. It's just in relative to each other. You're not expecting the Earth to shoot off in weird directions.
Well, everything's not in motion because everything's relative to each other. So we had all the stars and the sun parked. Now the Earth is doing movements. It's going to be a different car.
Rotating. No. Okay, so Jeremy, listen closely, buddy. In our example that I thought agreed on, where relative motion exists, and you have a sun that's a car labeled the sun, and a car labeled the Earth, and a car labeled all the other planets, right? So relatively, they're all you parked them all there because they're all moving relative to each other. The sun moving 66,000 miles an hour with the solar system doesn't matter because we're in the solar system, and the Earth moving 66,000 miles doesn't matter because we're all relative to the sun moving at the exact same way. The only thing from our point of view that changes, that's different, is the fact that the surface that we're on rotates. So our point of view is going to change because the surface rotates. So you take that car.
The only problem, hold on, man. Hold on. I got to move 5 minutes ago. You're making a whole bunch of points. Do you mind? So you have the sun and the Earth. We have the sun and the stars. They're all parked. They're all moving relative with each other. Then we have the Earth, this Earth car, which you're saying we don't need a separate Earth car, or you want to keep it static with the sun and the stars. Except it's not static. It's orbiting the sun at 66,000 miles an hour. So we need to move this car. This car needs to be moving because it's not relative motion with all the other stuff, right? Everyone else can follow this. I know it. I know you can, Hug. You're a smart guy. You can follow this.
I am following it.
So do you agree we need to have the car moving?
The car is moving relative to everything else. Yes, I understand that. But you said, hang on,
the sun and the stars are parked. Hold on, man. The sun and the stars are in park. They're all moving relative with each other. So they're parked, right?
Okay.
Right? The sun and the stars are all parked. They're all moving relative to each other. They're parked. The Earth is not moving.
I think I understand. Hang on. Let me get this right, Jeremy, because maybe I'm fully understanding what you're saying. So you're saying that because the orbit of the Earth around the sun, which takes 365 days to do a complete orbit, you're saying that the orbit of the Earth is something that needs to be taken into account when we're looking at the stars.
We got all our sun and our sun and our stars are all in park.
The answer is yes.
Is the car moving? Is the car moving relative with the sun, or is it moving in other directions than the sun is and the stars are?
Yeah. And for an 8-hour time elapse, you'd be moving over 500,000
Let him
miles
respond.
in that.
Let him.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Jeremy.
I'll back out in 2 seconds, guys, and then you guys can have at it.
You understand what you're saying, Jeremy? And yes, that is taken into account. That is literally how we do parallax. The position of the Earth relative to the sun in its orbital period is how we do parallax. For a normal,
we're talking about a star trail.
Hang on. For a normal observation over 1 day, the amount of distance moved is so negligible you will not be able to tell the difference.
Okay, we're talking about a star trail. We're not talking about the course of a year. 1 night, 8, 10 hours, 12 maybe.
Exactly.
And we've got movement with the Earth. We've got movement with the Earth relative.
Yeah.
We've
in
got
an 8-hour
movement
period,
with the Earth.
You're not going to see any noticeable change in the
You're
star
just
trail.
saying that. You're just saying that. I know we don't see it, but you're just saying that there's this other movement happening where we don't see it.
Okay, so Jeremy, you can take a picture of a star at let's say January. You can plot out exactly where it is in the sky, and then 6 months later
Can we
you
stay
will
with the
know.
cars?
Hang
Can we
on,
stay with the car example?
yes, I can do it with the cars. That's fine.
Okay.
So you have your car relative to the sun in January. You look at a star. Doesn't matter which one, but you look at a star, and you can draw a line there, and you can say, okay,
What
it's
day on January? Because we're talking about one day. We're talking about one day, right?
So
I don't know why you
Jeremy,
brought up a month. Why'd you
I can
bring up
either
a month?
I can explain the concept, or you can not hear the concept and get confused about it. So yes,
go ahead.
the orbit matters. In January, your car relative to the sun is in position A, and say a star is 50 degrees right ascension and 45 degrees declination, point in the sky. And then you look at that exact same star 6 months later, you will notice it's not at the exact same position. It has moved ever so slightly. Now, with relation to where you were 6 months ago, that shift is the orbit. That's what you're taking into account. But over a day, you're not going to see that shift in position of the star, because the amount of time is so small compared to how long it takes to notice the shift. You're not.
All right. Okay, so we can bring this to our car example. We will have the car moving, right? We're going to do this for 8 hours, and we'll have the car moving 1/365th of an orbit around the sun while we're doing our car example. How's that sound? Is that fair?
If it's an 8-hour observation, then you have to divide that by 3 also.
Okay, 1/1000th of an orbit around the sun car. How's that
It's
sound?
bigger than that, but that's fine.
1/3000th. What do you want? What's 3 times 365?
Would you like me to actually do the calculation, or it doesn't matter? Because typically when we do calculations,
doesn't really matter.
Like maths don't prove things. So
it doesn't really matter. I'll give you extra days. You can have 1,500. That's way more. All right.
Yeah. Just demonstrate any of your claims. That's all.
Yeah, well, you can walk outside.
So we got the car moving.
No. That's circular argument. All I have to do is go outside and tell you that the sky is moving. Same observation. Sky is moving. No problem.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. Welcome to 2,000 years ago. We progressed past that.
Listen. In our example.
Oh, great. So you wait. Oh, great. So you want to appeal to something else. You want to appeal to another claim. Again, this is why this is a tertiary argument. Nidhugg's model depends. Hold on.
Nidhug, you're next. Nidhug, you're next.
Again, Nidhug, what major claim does your entire model depend on? Let's start there, and you won't get very far.
We depend on relativity.
Go ahead. So in our car example.
Wait, can I
just finish up this car example with him? We're almost done.
Okay, go ahead.
We're almost done. I'll back out in 2 seconds, guys. I promise. So in this car example, we're gonna have the car rotating, and the car is gonna be moving, or in a circular path. And you think you're gonna get concentric car trails?
Yeah, the orbital period of the Earth in 24 hours. Sure.
Yeah.
Why not?
We're gonna have the car's gonna be moving.
Mm-hmm.
And rotating. So it's going to be moving in a circular path around the sun car, and it's going to be. And you think we're going to get these concentric circle star trails?
We do.
No, don't say we do. I'm talking about the cars. Concentric car trails.
That is what we observed, Jeremy.
I'd like to see it. I'd like to see a demonstration of that. I'm not buying that.
Yeah,
draw
a picture, draw a sketch.
What demonstration?
Okay, I was going to say it's like.
What demonstration would you like,
Jeremy? Well, Jeremy, let me just say the way that you got it. As soon as I said, it's not just you spinning in your chair. It's as if like you were spinning in your chair, looking up at the light or the stars on your ceiling of your room. You could have a really, really high ceiling with stars up there, and you could say, okay, now I'm gonna spin in my chair really slowly over 8 hours, right? And I'm gonna make the same motion that I can now turn on my projector and get those stars moving, and then hold my camera still, and I'm going to get that same exact result. But I have to make sure I move completely consistently in my chair and not move the camera at all and keep it focused right on the center star to get that same exact result. But now you're saying, oh, it doesn't matter. You could be sliding across the room in multiple directions and then holding the camera and still, but you could be sliding in different directions and spinning, and it would still get the same result. That's what you're saying, bro. You're saying it doesn't matter how much you move because the stars are so far away relative to them, and because the sun has 360 degrees to go around, it makes it minimalized. It's still moving over 500,000 miles in a direction over 8 hours. That is not small. You can say it's relatively small to the whole, but it doesn't make it as short as.
Well, the only other direction moving not relative to the stars is this orbit, right? I mean, there's no other
We're being
rotation in
pulled
the
along with
orbit.
the sun. We're being pulled along with the sun moving 500,000 miles
The
per hour
sun,
in
the
another
sun's,
direction.
but I know, but in their model, the sun's moving relative to all these other stars. So that's not really
Right.
it's not a
So there's
different
two
motion.
other movements that, so you can't say that the
No,
other
just one,
stars.
just the orbit.
Right. Well, no, because our rotation. The stars aren't moving with our rotation.
Yes, they are.
Well, no, that's why you would get the art. You hear the
Can I
car
jump in
example?
just real quick?
Yeah, I was just saying that there's two movements that they're not accounting for. You could say that the rest of the universe is moving along with our star, so we wouldn't really notice that motion as
The
much.
rotation is accounted for.
But the rotation, the rest of the universe isn't moving along on our axis with the sun, with our rotation and our orbit. Those are two different movements that you can't claim the rest of the stars are moving along with us. Those are separate motions from our sun.
Did you hear the car example? The sun and all the stars are parked. The sun car and the star cars, they're all parked because they're all moving relative with each other. The only way the car is going to be moving different than the sun and the stars is the rotation.
Yeah,
which is that's how you would get star trails in the orbit. That's it. Just those two.
That's what I'm saying. We're in agreement.
So the only one that doesn't match is the orbit.
Well, why would
other motion that doesn't match is the orbit?
Well, yeah, for the camera thing, yeah. But I would argue that you still wouldn't even get it, even just with our rotation, you wouldn't get the same result, because the only way to get that result with the camera moving rather than the stars moving is just like Napalm was saying, you'd have to aim your camera, the lens right at the North Star and move it completely perfectly without any kind of separate movements. Even that 8,000 miles and a half, that rotation on the axis, that wouldn't create the same result, because you would have to go perfectly all around. You'd have to do like a full circle to make it work that way.
First of all, you never get it.
8,000.
Can I jump in just real quick and respond back to what
Travis then SC. Travis then SC.
All right, so Nidhug responded to my question about a primary major claim. What's your major premise? He said relativity. So you're telling me that relativity is eternal. Relativity was already there, and then your world came into existence after that. Okay, you understand what I'm asking for? A primary major premise about the world in which you live. And you're appealing to it. You're appealing to a concept, not the physical world. I'm asking you, what must be true about your physical world? That's where we need to start these arguments, not about these tertiary bullshit orbit bull crap. They can't even demonstrate this shit. And we're arguing about concepts. Come on, guys. This is ridiculous. So Nidhug, again, what must be true in order for your model to exist?
A lot of things have to be true. Mass has to attract mass. Relativity has to be what we understand it to be. The laws of motion have to work the way the laws of motion work.
Okay, so let's stop with your first one. Your first one was mass attracts mass. Okay, so that's going to be your major claim. Okay, great. Where's your observation for this?
Yeah, we do the Cavendish experiment literally like hundreds of times a year across the world.
All right, here we go, guys. Here you go.
Well, I think SC wanted to get in with something. If you don't want to argue,
SD, please.
Is this a major revelation that mass attracts mass? Again, we've done this 100 times yearly across.
No.
You're a little
Because
late to the game.
Hold on, just real quick. No, that's not it, because mass attracting mass is not how the model began 2,000 years before Cavendish. Okay,
Well,
there
hold
is
on. Let's put
something.
it. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah. See, so it's not just okay to appeal to one thing that's tertiary. There has to be something else that exists in the primary claim, and we have to go back farther than Cavendish.
Well, it sounds like you're trying to appeal to what we knew in the past. What we knew in the past isn't as accurate or refined as what we know now. So
No, that's not true. That's not true, because all you have is an idea. You can refine that idea along the way and make it more and more precise, even if your major premise is incorrect. So your major premise at the very beginning has to be more specific than Cavendish, because Cavendish is just a philosophical explanation for a conceptual idea. Simply because you can refine it another 250 years after that doesn't make it any less more valid.
Let's let SC get in, because I think you wanted to talk about the motion thing.
Go ahead.
Before we get too far off. Or go ahead if you want to respond, Hug.
Oh, I'm just saying
I think a year ago or so, I did some research on this. You heard me talk about 11 vectors and crazy speeds.
Yeah.
So let me just read you out. I have a list here. Let me just read you out the different motions that we experience. Number 1, tilt of the axis. Number 2, our spin around the axis.
Tilt of the axis is not a motion.
Well, that
hold on,
very slightly, but it's still a motion. So
the wobble. You're talking about the wobble of the axis.
The wobble.
All right.
Yeah. So number 4, ellipticity. Our orbit around is elliptical. Number 5, solar system orbit in our galaxy. Number 6, the galaxy's rotation, which is clocked at 515,000 miles an hour. Number 7, the galaxy's speed through our solar system, 1.3 million miles an hour. Now, everything rotates around what's called the great attractor. That's number 8. Now, they say we're moving, all that is moving towards the sharply attractor. Let me turn the page. Number 10, all that is moving towards the Lanakia supercluster. And number 11, all that is moving towards the Vela supercluster. That's 11 different movements, ladies and gentlemen.
That's a lot of movement.
Especially if we're getting perfect concentric circles, right? Over 8.
I'm sure if you get lower down the list, the speeds just start getting faster and faster.
And I stopped looking after that. So
the wobble would be a super slow motion, but then you got something like the rotation of the galaxy or the movement, the orbit of the galaxy. I mean, they're probably in a million, 500,000, 1 million by then.
If anybody tells you that we have concentric circles, you can just laugh at them. Just play back what I just said right now. Game over. I mean, there's no way around that.
Yeah, this whole shape of the Earth discussion should have been over with the observation of perfect concentric circles. They should have ended it. But we still got people talking about tossing balls on planes explaining it. I can't even believe.
And if that ain't enough to kill the model, the latest stuff on their James Webb telescope, well, that just killed the Big Bang. In case you guys weren't aware, their own research in their own model, in their own fantasy, has been killed by this supposed telescope. You guys are aware of that?
No.
Whoever's not aware,
what happened?
Let me just give you a quick rundown. When they looked out with their telescope in the beginning of what they think was the Big Bang, what they found there was not what they expected. In other words, the prediction was wrong. What they found was formed galaxies that shouldn't have happened. They said something like 1,000 times more formed galaxies than they should have. That's just one of the things they found. So the Big Bang Theory, ladies and gentlemen, is dead in the water by their own research. I know it's crazy.
I'm waiting for a baller to try to defend that or explain it.
How could they? How can they? It's their. This is my
I know.
favorite thing to do in the world. Go in their backyard and destroy them.
Right?
How can they?
Awesome.
What are they going to say now? It's their own research.
Yeah, it makes you wonder how they could really believe it themselves.
Yeah. So ballers, the Big Bang, I've been saying this for years, but now you have your own proof. The Big Bang is no longer. Bye-bye.
I was not listening completely. How so?
How so? Well, the James Webb Telescope peered into the vast distance, and according to the model, back in that time, 12.9 billion, crazy, but that's the number they give. The model claims that the galaxies back then should have not been formed as they were. They should be irregular, they should be not formed. But yet, when they look back, they found lots of them formed, and that just kills the model. Just couldn't happen.
Correct. That means that that part of the model is incorrect.
Yes,
So?
the Big Bang model, let me repeat that. The Big Bang model that you guys have been praying to for all these years, and we've been telling you it's nonsense, that is no longer valid. Yes, sir.
Uh-huh. So, when did electricity stop working, for example, when it was found that it's the model of the atoms itself moving was incorrect, and it's more that the electrons move?
No, what did you hear me? Did you not
conducting.
hear what I just told you? When did I mention electrons?
No, I'm just trying to build an analogy.
From
make
my
a good
perspective,
analogy.
SE, from
Yeah,
my perspective,
That analogy didn't work.
Obviously,
That's a
because
red.
it didn't
That's called a
we
red
didn't go
herring.
with it. Yeah.
That's called a red herring.
Hello.
No, an analogy is not a red herring. I
Hey,
did
what
not
up,
claim
Love
that
Lanes?
I'm not talking about the same
Yeah,
thing.
man.
So it's not a
Demonstration
red
isn't a
herring.
red herring either. What's wrong with the demonstration we've been asking for about 30 times now from all you guys? You keep skipping past this. Demonstration, show and tell. We can go over it
Hey,
live.
Mark, I
all
was
of
not
us right
talking to
now.
you, and you were interrupting me, so...
A spinning ball will interrupt everyone and show you're right and we're wrong. So get this spinning ball.
Democ, let him defend it. I'm dying to hear this, bro.
SE, I just think it's a matter of
I'm
learning
just trying to...
learning new information.
And
Right?
here you
We
go.
did
So
learn
here's
new
the
information,
article that
correct?
has
And that information, Left Lane, led us to believe that the model we have been believing up until this time is not true. Do you agree with that?
I would
here's
say
the
these
article.
discoveries will lead to a better understanding of what they already know.
Demonstrate
Yeah,
how you discovered it from where.
Here's the article SE's quoting. The James Webb Space Telescope never disproved the Big Bang. Here's how that falsehood spread. So it turns
No,
out
you're
that
just reading one. Whoa. You're just reading one article.
I have said exactly one
Don't
sentence.
say the article that I posted, because I did
You
not
know
post an
you're
article.
so butthurt right now that what you read was wrong, but just hang on, okay?
No, I didn't read anything.
So
I know
hang
the
on.
article which you are referring
The
to. That's
WSP
just
is designed
one
to find
article.
the very first galaxies in the universe. This was from Alison Kirkpatrick. One of the things it found is that the galaxies are more massive than they thought they would be, and they have a lot more structure, and they didn't think galaxies were that well organized so early in the universe.
Exactly. So what does that mean? Let me hear it. Let me hear it.
Means,
what does that mean?
Yeah, it means that the current models of galaxy growth.
They were wrong. Say it.
Hold on, let him
The
finish.
model of
Say
galaxy
it.
growth
Say
was
it.
wrong.
SC, relax.
Jesus Christ, Essie. Yeah, you know what?
Go
you know
ahead.
what
Go ahead,
refining
Nidhogg.
models means, right? Jesus
Dude, if you
Christ.
think you're gonna play this game with
SC,
me,
let
I'm
him
gonna
finish.
throw it right
SC.
back at you.
SC,
Yeah,
let him
yeah.
finish,
I have no, because I'm not a child. I'm perfectly willing to
Let's
say,
not.
yeah, the models of galaxy growth were inaccurate. So, hey, look, we developed a better thing, and we have a better understanding. That's shocking.
Exactly.
So that means you were wrong about the previous understanding. Correct, Needhug?
Refining a theory
Do
doesn't
you need
make
a hug right now?
wrong.
Do you need a hug right now?
Refining a theory doesn't mean it was wrong.
It was wrong.
Okay, fine, SC. If you need that,
Wrong.
if
He
you
can
need
think
that,
that if he wants to.
Hold on.
yeah,
Were
if
you
you need
right?
that to go to sleep at night, SC, that's fine.
Hold on a second.
Don't get
Were
triggered, bro. Your
hold on,
theory
SC,
was
relax.
wrong. Your theory was wrong. 100% wrong. They said it themselves. You just repeated the claim. So if your butt hurt, it ain't my fault. Your theory was wrong, brother. Learn to
No.
live with it.
But the thing doesn't say the theory was wrong. The thing says the theory thought that they should have been less defined, and they found that they were more defined. How does that
Right,
disprove
so
the
they
theory?
were wrong. They thought they were less defined, but they found they were more. You just said it yourself. You lying little sneak.
Hey, SE, relax.
I
Listen,
can't help that one.
I know. Listen, Nidhug, were they right about the formation of the galaxies?
Answer the question, Needhug. Yeah.
Sorry, what?
I rest my case.
I mean, this is easy. This is like, this is like yes or no. Were they right about the formation of the galaxies?
This is what I love, Jeremy. The way they make up the bullshit and the way we catch them. Like right now.
I feel like SD caught you out there. Like, I mean, you can't just admit they were wrong on it. Why?
Because they can't admit they were wrong. Because they're
weird.
Trigger little gammas. That's why.
It's weird. Well, let's not call names, but that's weird that you can't just be like, yeah, they were wrong.
Were you wrong? Were they wrong, Needhug? Were they wrong?
Obviously,
yeah, let it
that.
fester. Let it burn.
We know they were wrong. If he doesn't want to admit to it, whatever. Let's carry on.
I think my point was proven. So I'll calm down now. I'll chill out. That's the thing that aggravates me more than anything. I can handle somebody, say
being
wrong or something.
Nidhug's back.
When they're caught right on the act and they won't admit it, oh, that burns my ass, man.
Nidhug's back. Hold on, SC.
Really wrong, SC? Is that what aggravates you?
No, hold on, Nidhug. I had a question
see?
before you.
See
I
that?
think you got disconnected or something. Hold on, Nidhug. I think you got disconnected. Were they wrong about the formation of the galaxies?
No, they weren't wrong about it.
They were right about it. So what was this?
The theory of galaxy growth still holds. They just have a better understanding of how it works now.
So they thought there was going to be order in a galaxy, but there's more. What's the thing exactly they got wrong?
They did not.
Hold on, SC. What's the thing they got wrong about the?
How?
Hello?
Hold on, SC. Hold on, SC. Hold on a second.
Oh, I thought you were talking to me, bro.
No, Nidhug. What's the thing they got wrong about the formation of the galaxy?
They didn't think that they would be as structured as they were, so well formed.
That's the part they were wrong about. Okay.
Right.
So you did admit they were wrong.
Yeah. So again, the theory isn't wrong.
You see how he just said and he just continues talking. No, you were wrong, sunshine.
Jesus Christ, SE. Do you need a lollipop or something so that you can not?
Come on.
Not Christ. My name is SC. Jesus Christ is people's savior. Your butt hurt, and I want to show that. You were wrong.
I'm not butthurt,
you were
SC,
wrong,
because
and you don't want to admit it.
Do you like
relax
me by talking over me? Is that the deal?
Go ahead, Nidhug, then SC. Go.
No, I love doing
SC.
this to weasels like you. This is what I love.
No, don't call names, bro. Come on, SC. Don't call names. Come on, we're trying to relax. Let Nidhug go, and then you can go right next.
All right. So the theory of galaxy growth had them thinking that the galaxies were not very organized in the early universe. The James Webb Space Telescope shows them that they were a lot more organized than they thought. This does not disprove their theory.
Were they wrong at that point?
How about you let me finish? I know you want to scream out, so they're like the 50th time and the 51st time. You'll get to, I promise. So, the theory of the galaxy growth is still intact. It's still the theory. It's still the working theory. And now they have a better understanding of it. Not that it's wrong. Not that you throw the theory out because it's wrong. But because they have a better understanding of how galaxy growth worked in the early universe.
Ta-da.
The end.
Thank you.
Okay, can I?
Yes, you can scream out so for the 60th time. Go.
No, I'm not gonna scream. I'm done screaming. I'm gonna very calmly and very methodically show how wrong you are. And they were off by a factor of 1,000. By a factor of. Now, that is wrong. Now, any way you want to massage it, Sonny boy, you can go ahead and massage it any way you want. You can say they were partly this, partly that. Fact of the matter is, they were wrong. They were wrong by a factor of 1,000. Nothing you say or do will change that. I know it hurts, but you gotta take it.
You reiterating that their theory, wasn't as accurate as it could have been. You could say it was wrong. It was wrong, and now it's more accurate.
Yeah, it was wrong. Yeah,
Okay.
wrong. W-R-O-N-G.
So
Not
SC,
right.
it's still
Not
the same.
R-I-G-H-T. W-R-O-N-G.
Yeah.
Hold on,
but
Nidhogg, you're next. Hold on.
The theory is still there,
SC, are
though.
you
They're
done?
still using the same theory. It's
I'm
just
done.
more accurate. So I don't understand what point you're trying to make.
The point is, they were wrong. They were absolutely wrong.
Cool.
They thought that
Wait for him to finish. Nidhogg, hold on.
the galaxy that did. Why are you talking over me, dude? Why are you talking over me? I'm gonna get it out whether you like it or not. They were
Get
wrong.
it out.
Not only were they
Clearing
wrong,
the floor for you.
they were wrong
Nidhogg, that doesn't mean start
by a
talking again,
factor of
Nidhogg.
1,000.
SC, go.
So SC, just so I understand, SC, they were wrong, right? Because saying it 80 times is what needs to happen in order for you to make the point that
That's right, and you are not gonna make it right. You, Nidhogg, need a hug because they were wrong. Got it?
Montreal, are you
Yeah,
aware
but
of the
they're more
special
accurate,
pleading that
right?
you're
They're still using the exact same theory, but now with more data. So you can say that their earlier points
wrong. Now they're going to come up with bullshit to cover this theory. That's what's going to happen. They were wrong. Now they're going to come up with another bullshit.
Slowly now. So you can't have new information. You can't have more information to refine your theory. Once you get that information, you just got to toss the old theory out.
So, as in Montreal, so you're saying that this James Webb image or the data from the James Webb telescope, what's called the James Webb telescope, is valid to prove that they were wrong.
Started off by saying in your premise, in your fantasy, using your fantasy tools, you yourselves proved your theory wrong.
Well, that'll make a lot of sense.
Okay, at that aspect, that parameter of that theory, yes, but that's undeniably shown that it was incorrect. So,
thank you. That's all you got to say, man.
Yeah, Montreal. If one parameter of like a very complex system, a very complex understanding is wrong, does it make, like, for example, if you build a plane and you make the wings too short so it can't lift off, does that make all planes fake?
No, that's not a good analogy, bro.
Okay,
that's not a good analogy.
That's not a good analogy, but
one of the.
Okay,
not a good analogy. No.
Okay.
You still
it's
have
a good analogy. Hold on, it's a good analogy
Okay.
if you say that plane is this idea they had about the formation of the galaxy.
No, it's better if you say you had a calculation, like a number, like 2 + 2 = 4. Then you had to change that, meaning it's a different number, a whole different thing now. That's what SE's trying to point out.
Except that
there's numbers
the
attached
model,
to this.
the complex theory, that was not parameters. They were not just numbers, not just constants.
A complex theory
there were numbers,
calculations, and equations.
Hold on, that's a good point, Demok.
Physics.
That's a good point, Democ. Let me take it. Take it from here, though. So there was numbers attached to this formation of the galaxies thing, right?
Sure.
Hello. Was there numbers attached to this formation of the galaxies theory?
Sure.
Probably a
And
bunch of
those
numbers.
numbers were not correct, right? Because now they're different.
I wouldn't say they were not correct. I would say maybe they were a little less accurate.
Are the numbers the same? Hold on,
I
SC.
love it.
Hold on.
I love it.
Hold on. Are the numbers the same or different than they are now?
They're different now, though I personally do not know if the numbers in science, like of real world things, of things that correspond to real world observations, always are accompanied with an error, like with a certainty, or with a range that they lie with around that number.
So you're saying this was within the error bar? So you're saying this was in the
I don't know.
the margin of error?
I don't know, but
they were off by 1,000, guys. There's no error margin here. They were off by 1,000, a factor.
Well, the thing is, the thing is, this doesn't mean that the galaxies don't exist altogether. They're still there. They just got a
Nice
better
try,
understanding of their
that's
formation.
really riveting there, Left Lane.
That's exactly.
Riveting.
Thanks for interrupting, by the way. That was really polite of you, SC Montreal. Good job.
Okay, come on, guys. Let's try not.
Stuff that is ridiculous, man.
I know. Let's try not to interrupt, please. Come on, guys.
When you guys realize the shit that I say is actually true, you guys, I'm just telling you, my feet will be clean. People just waiting for you.
Bro, no one's bowing down to kiss the chucks like you're like Leroy. All right, this isn't The Last Dragon.
This
No,
is the
but
Saint
in
Nick,
all
this is the
honesty,
Saint Nick
you
fallacy.
see the model affliction here. Do you see how they're not even able to admit that they made a mistake? It's astonishing.
Like
It's
I'm
truly,
pretty sure,
this blows my mind.
yeah,
I mean,
it's pretty astonishing why you think that science can't be wrong. Like literally, science is predicated on being wrong and coming to better understandings of things.
You hypocrite!
Absolutely.
You were just laughing at me for saying it's not wrong. You hypocrite!
Yeah.
You just 5 minutes ago we had an argument, me and you were telling me that they were not wrong. You fucking hypocrite!
Let me get it out. Like I don't
You're
understand
a
why you
piece
think
of
you
shit, bro. Sorry, Jeremy. You're a piece of shit.
Come on,
No,
SC.
why don't you
Hold
calm
on,
down?
Nidhogg. If you talk through him, do you think people are going to be able to hear you as you're talking
I
through
would-
him? Obviously not. I'm gaining
Why
control
don't
of the
you
room.
move?
I just did. I'm gaining control. This is me gaining control of the room. Stop talking. Okay? Let's all calm down, guys. No name calling. Don't personally attack people. Don't clip people. Let's let everyone finish so everyone can hear what's going on. That's all. Go ahead, Nidhogg.
Yeah. So again, being wrong is inherent with science. We don't understand everything. In fact, there's a lot of stuff we still don't understand, which is why we have fields of study for literally anything and everything about the world we live in. Being wrong is part of the job and part of what we try to get a better understanding of.
Yeah, what are you right about?
Hold on. Didn't he just say 5?
It's a part of
Didn't he just say?
I know you guys heard the
Jeremy,
speech
mute
I
him.
just gave. I know you guys heard the speech I just gave about letting. I didn't have listen to know what he said. Why am I muting him?
It's fine.
My
Jeremy.
turn.
I made
My turn,
my point.
right?
Being wrong isn't bad.
Is it
All right,
my
just
turn now?
don't. Yes, it's your turn. Don't personally attack. Don't call names. All right, and don't overtalk. Go ahead.
All right,
SC.
I won't personally attack, I promise you. Somebody 5 minutes ago just 5 minutes ago said they were not lying. Just 5 minutes ago. Now he is saying, like, but my veins are popping out of my head with people like this. Now he is saying that, yeah, they could be wrong.
It can be wrong.
It's mind-blowing. I hope everybody's listening to this. What we do to them. Where we have brought them. This
That's
is
ridiculous,
it. What's ridiculous? What part was he not fighting for me that they can't be wrong? Just 5 minutes ago, Left Lane, and you were one of them.
They
Was that
they
not
can
true
be wrong.
statement?
They can be wrong.
Yeah, but weren't you just saying that they weren't wrong? Both of you? Just 5 minutes ago.
No,
No.
you're turning it into
You're
something it's
full of
not,
fucking
Issy.
shit, Left Lane.
Yeah.
You're
No,
full
you
of
are.
shit.
You're turning it into something it's not, Issy.
So what we said was the theory of
I'm
galaxy
calling
growth.
both of you out. Left Lane and Need Hug.
The-
I'm calling
Jesus.
both of you out.
Yeah.
You're
So
full of shit.
the theory of how galaxies grow and are formed in the early universe, that theory in and of itself is not wrong because they have a better understanding of it. So when we say that they weren't wrong about the theory of galaxy growth, it's true because galaxies still grow based off of the theory that they have now refined further upon getting more information.
Do you hear the double speak? He just said that they're not wrong now again. Now that they're wrong, they're not wrong, they're wrong. I'm glad I fucking came in here today. I'm so glad.
So here's how
Would
you
that
can
be data
here's how you can
information like
differentiate.
ones and O's?
Here's how you can differentiate between the two, SC. The theory of the ether is 100% wrong because it's been disproven. The theory of galaxy
bullshit.
growth in the early universe hasn't been disproven. So it's
It's
being
wrong.
Hasn't been proven.
Where does
Yes,
come
it has.
from?
It has been disproven.
Hold on a second.
Yes.
He's using numbers. Where does your theory come from other than you saying you sent something out, a radio telescope that gets zeros and ones? What number is your theory today? 50001 or 00011152100? So what theory is that? How's that galaxy working for you? Demonstrate the O's and ones and how they work in the galaxy and how that moves and the rotations and the distances, the patterns. What are you talking about? You get a number.
Thanks.
You're talking about your theory of 5 has done something different than the theory of 2. What are you even talking about?
Great intermission, Demick. Thanks.
Well, I mean, explain what those numbers are. 001, 10.
I'm
If I asked
not
you
going
what
to.
color they were, you couldn't
I
tell
don't.
me
I don't
what
care.
shape, what depth, what weight, what material. You couldn't tell me any of that, 001 boy. But you're telling all these guys you have an idea of how the galaxy or how something formed from 00110. Get
Yeah,
real.
well, I don't just suck on your past.
one boy. Shut the fuck up. One boy.
I think
Listen, don't
that
encourage
proved you
him.
guys.
It's
double
hilarious
speakers
sometimes.
today.
I can't help it.
It
Everybody
is, but
saw
don't
it.
encourage him though. Relax, guys.
What do you think, percentage? Which side are you on this one?
Yo, I just came back, and then I just heard him say that galaxies grow, and I was like, okay.
They said a lot more stuff.
Yeah, don't
I
ask
would use the
percentage.
word develop.
He's a Globe fanboy. He likes their explanations.
Well, I'd like a
That's
demonstration
why I
to
asked
see
him.
where it
That's why I
visually
asked him.
grows. From what point to what point does it visually grow? Where can we see this? Like from Earth to the moon? Like when are they getting further apart right now? And like you got a ruler to show us? Like where's your ruler? Where's your base? And where's it going from and to? And where's the visuals? Not your story of Superman jumped through a hoop the other day in your backyard. And it's growing and growing.
That's a good question, Nidhug. You got visual to say that a galaxy is actually growing? What were the timestamps from these two different, the before and after?
I would say develop rather than grow.
Same difference.
Well, I would say turn up rather than turn up, but you know
Yeah.
that's just me.
I'd say.
Nah, you radish, Demo.
I'd
Yeah,
say no one's answered the question. Do they have timestamps
Yeah, you
showing
didn't
the
answer the
growth?
question. Radio silence.
I'd say incorrect instead of wrong.
I would say theoretical science instead of true science. So I would say that's the part that is always wrong. It seems.
Yeah, St. Nick
And I would
fallacy,
say
boys.
they were off by the Big Bang by a factor of 1,000. They were off. Let me repeat that. They were off by the Big Bang by a factor.
Yeah.
Of 1,000.
Only have 95% of the mass they need for the gravity that they proposed in their theory. It's just gets to the point where I'm done with all of that. I'd rather go with reality or true science, which can be proved with the scientific method, and take my chances on that instead of all these I call them quacks, man. If you look at them, they're basically, what I would call the quack three. They just come up with all these fantasy models and try and make the math match it and sell it to the public with their what are they called, Neil deGrasse? Their publicists, basically.
Wizard.
Scientific communicator, yeah.
Yeah, scientific communicator, which is just another good word for wizard. Yeah.
Why don't we just have something simple like a little ball with color-coded directions, like orange for this way, blue for that way, and then the sun's direct, and then all these directions color-coded, and the speeds too. So all the different speeds and all the different directions color-coded on a ball. Can you do that for us, Left Lane? I'd love you so much.
Hey, I'm gonna figure.
Yo, hold up. What was Homeboy saying about the galaxy? Was he saying that was through James Webb? We've seen that the galaxies are growing.
Yes.
So since James Webb has been functional, it's been what, 3 weeks or something, a month, maybe more. And he's saying that we've seen a galaxy grow in that small time period.
Not only that, it has killed all their cosmology.
If that's the case, if it was noticeable in a month's time, this galaxy should have been probably non-existent just 2 months before, and should be fucking the size of the moon in a year.
No,
fantasy, bro.
No,
been up longer than
the statement is that the galaxies, the distant galaxies, are more developed than they thought they would be for that age.
They said they developed. They sent it up.
By a factor of
They're not looking back in
1,000.
time.
They said they sent it up December last
By
year.
a factor of 1,000. In other words, there were 1,000 more galaxies in a single area to one, which they thought they should be.
Okay, but
That's
they said they shot the telescope up last year, December of last year. So it's not 3 months. I don't know. They said it's been up there for just under a year.
And who
Since they've
gets to
been
look
taking
at that
photos
footage?
though.
Yeah, but where's the live footage? Fuck a photo, man. This is not caveman days. We need live video.
There's no video of this, bro. It's infrared. It's not what you think.
It's RGB layered.
No, I already know what it is. I know what it is, but I'm just saying, where do they get their ideas other than fucking O's and ones? Because they don't have video. That's my main point. Where did they see anything, do anything like anything they're talking about? No one has ever saw shit about a galaxy forming. Not one do anything. Not one moving anywhere. Ever, ever, ever. So
Exactly.
it's all ones and O's and a laser
You're right.
shooting out of nowhere.
That's what they were trying to do now, bro. But when they went back, because they think they're seeing back in time, right? But when they went back to see this formation in a sequence, they didn't find it. This is what I'm talking about. So they were off by a factor of 1,000.
Shit I've ever heard.
I got to kick back on this though. So what I heard someone say it. I mean, I don't care if you guys get mad at me, but what exactly does science prove? Can someone give me an example of what science has proven?
Don't tell me you want
I
to
can.
start that.
I can. Is my mic on?
I can do
My
one.
mic on?
I can do
Someone
one.
say the one they always say. Just say it.
The boiling water. There you go.
The boiling water. Okay.
Yeah.
So supposedly science proves that water boils at 100 degrees Celsius at 14.7 psi, right?
One of the ways, yeah. You could also do it under pressure.
Okay. So yeah, that's why I control variable of pressure. I give you that. But what type of water? Is it distilled water? Does all water boil the same no matter what type of water it is? What about what type of container? What type of container does it change based on the container that you boil the water in?
Okay, so you're saying that we can't prove anything, right? This is where you're going at with it?
What I am
he's not saying that.
is
He's saying you got to be clear with your variables. You have to be
yeah, you can prove something with specifically articulated control variables, right? Like if you but you have to always give the disclaimer there could be a variable we did not account for. So when people say they know a sole causal agent, they are wrong, and so that's just
I'll prove you wrong.
I got you with this one.
Ready?
Hold on, I got you
Ready?
with this boiling water. Go ahead, Essie.
Okay, what's it? If you don't drink water for 2 months, I say you will die, and I say I can prove it.
okay.
So,
you
have an argument against that?
No, I agree that if you don't drink water, you'll die.
So that's proof, right?
No, it's not. There's foods you can eat that have enough water content that you don't have to drink the water.
Okay, but
itself.
no moisture intake, no fruit, no If you want to go down that route, no intravenous.
I'm telling you, you won't have to drink the water.
Wait, before
No
we get to that
sticking
one,
your
can
tongue
we all
out when it
admit that we need
rains,
to stop?
DMOC. No
There's
water.
always an exception to the rule, buddy. There's always
Yeah,
an
wait,
exception.
can we
to the
all
rule.
admit that the whole boiling water talking point has been debunked, though? I need
No,
people.
I can go
No,
over
it
it with you
hasn't
if
been
you want.
debunked.
All right, go
I
ahead,
can
Jeremy.
go over this boiling water thing with you if you want, but it
Let's hear
hasn't
it,
been
Jeremy.
debunked.
Let's hear it. What type of water? Distilled water?
Yeah,
Is
let us.
distilled water going to boil the same as spring water?
Can I get 2 minutes of wits it, guys, or what? Can you control
Yeah,
yourself?
go ahead.
Go
All
for
right.
it.
So you get a pot, an open pot of water. You can get it from a river, wherever. Distilled water, whatever kind of water you want, pretty much. Ocean water, lake water, river water, rain water. Spring water, you can put it in an open pot at sea level. If you put enough heat to it, that eventually will boil. Science
So
proved that.
you've changed it though, right? Because what the flat earthers have been saying is that water boils at 100 degrees Celsius at 14.7 psi, and that
It
isn't
doesn't,
true.
though. It's not true. I know.
Well,
That's
then
not true.
that's why I
However,
jumped in. Flat earthers need to stop saying that shit. You don't have to say that to prove the Earth's not a ball, and they need to stop saying it.
you can prove the scenario I just said.
14
Hold on,
PSI.
Democ. Can prove the scenario I just, went over, because people do that every day on Earth.
Yeah.
Times
If
a day,
you
boil
control
water.
the pressure, right, as a variable, you can make water boil with heat at relative to other variables. That's what needs to be stated, though.
Yeah, well, when you
Yeah.
do science, you have those. Those variables, though. It's not like you're just doing it, and I don't agree when they say water boils.
PSI.
I don't
You
agree.
do
What
not know that.
Democ?
You cannot
Shut
prove
up!
that.
Shut
What
up,
the fuck
man!
are
I'm
you
right in the
talking
middle
about?
of
You
this.
said you know the variable. Prove 14
I asked
PSI.
if I could have 2 minutes to wits it. You guys want to hear Democ scream or me and wits it go at it?
Democ,
What do you
man, you
guys want to
interrupted
hear?
him.
Told you.
You got
He's
next,
telling you
Democ.
said it wrong. You're not listening. Clearly you can't hear. 14 PSI. Prove that.
I don't know. I'll
Alright,
back out, and
go
I'm
ahead.
just
Go ahead.
muting him.
I already did.
So I agree with you that when flat earthers say that, that's not true, because there's scenarios put to it where it won't boil when it gets that hot. Even when you control for the pressure.
Correct.
If you have your variables accounted for, which is what science does, they account for variables. You can prove that water boils with science.
Yeah,
water to
so
boil.
water boils. Yeah, water boils. Like, you can keep
Because
the
of
temperature
heat.
the same and make water boil.
But
by
heat is the
manipulating
causal
pressure.
agent, though. And you said there isn't a causal agent.
I said you can't claim a sole causal agent, and that's what the flat earthers do. So, like, right now we have FED.
No, I said the pressure right away when you asked.
But what
that.
about the type of water and the type of container? Because if I put it in a different type of metal, it boils at different temperatures.
Yes,
and
there's other variables, obviously, than more than just the pressure. Yes, but you got to have those control variables in order. That's how you know you're doing good science. And then after you do all that good science and you have all your variables under control, you can prove that heat will cause water to boil. We're not saying it's the sole cause. No one's saying it's the sole cause.
Well, flat earthers
in the
kind of do say
experiment-
that, though. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
Can I get in? I've been trying to get in for a little bit. Can I get in? A couple of things I wanted to say to Witsit. First of all, science has definitely proved one thing, and I'll say that at the end. Before that, there is something interesting with regards to what you said about it boiling at different temperatures and different metals, in that the metal or the environment that you're boiling it in might also be affecting the measurement device, which is another problem you could probably layer on. But I would say
it's all electrical.
Whatever. It depends on the scenario. The point I was going to say, though, is that science has definitely proven that globers will believe anything if you say that scientists proved it.
Okay, yeah, there you go. So it's like I am watching this whole FED thing unravel. I don't want to talk about the drama, but now it's like this beef with Jaron. Well, Jaron just came out on Facebook and offered $5,000 bet with Oakley to prove to him that we can put 3 things of water in whatever room at sea level and make it all boil at 100 degrees Celsius, because we obviously can't, right? This is one of those moments where we have the truth on our side, so we don't need to lie. And so flat earthers should polish their tack here, right? Where it's like we can try to get as specific as we can with our control variables. We can state something that based on all the variables that we can figure out, we can get this to happen. And we need to admit that if you're going to be super technical, you can never prove that something is a sole causal agent, right? And that's the unspoken lack of specificity that, you know, people are kind of talking past each other with them too specifically, but you got to agree with that, right? There's going to always be a
but
variable.
you just changed the thing now. It's hold on.
You can't prove.
You said you just changed the statement as sole causal agent. The statement was science can prove things.
Yeah,
right?
prove what?
You just did some wordsmithing there.
Yeah, you can
prove. You can prove that.
Go ahead.
That heat.
Let me
You can prove
say
that
this.
heat causes water to boil if you got all your. You can prove that heat causes water to boil if you have all your variables in.
Yeah, the heat would be the single additional variable. It'd be the single additional causal variable. Now, sure, there might be a different one. It might be additional, right? But it's the single variable that you changed, all other variables being equal. So it's proven that heat causes water to boil.
Yeah, cause and effect. You have to show cause and effect. Bottom line, all the fancy words out the window. Cause and effect.
No one's disputing that you can show a relationship of cause and effects with heat and water. Okay? The point is that flat earthers have gone a little too far. And this is like the only thing they have, by the way. This, and then I guess people will die without water. So it's like if you apply that standard to ourselves, we can't really say shit. We can't say anything. We can't make any, because it's like, it's an unrealistic. This is why no actual scientist would ever be like, yeah, you can definitively prove a sole cause, because you actually can't. You can demonstrate that there's a cause and effect relationship. If we control all the variables that we do know about, then we consistently get an effect altered by this cause that we manipulate. You can prove that in that sense. You can prove it, right? But you can't really like definitively prove a sole causal agent. And now everyone's saying I'm adding words. No, I'm calling out the implicit claim. I'm calling out the implicit claim, and everyone knows that's what flat earthers have been saying. They've been saying 100 degrees Celsius because I said it a couple years ago. So I know what flat earthers say. This is 100% the script that flat earthers say, and they need to change it.
Basically, there's more to it.
I've been put in check.
What they're putting down. There's action.
I've been
and
put in check
a lot
by
of people don't comprehend.
I got checked a couple times by the Globers, because there are situations where I think one of them is a microwave, right? You can get water crazy hot in a microwave before it starts to boil. There's other situations with different types of water, different containers, like you said. So you can't just make the blanket statement that water boils at pressure and X temperature.
Yeah, but you can say heat can make water boil. You don't have to say
you can make the qualitative statement, not the quantitative statement.
You can say heat. We definitely know heat causes water to boil. I would believe science has proven that. Heat will
you don't have to
cause
say
water
at 14.7 psi. You don't have to say the container. You can just make a statement. Heat will cause water to boil.
And pressure can make water boil.
Yep, lack of
at the same temperature.
Well, less pressure.
Yes.
That's why, SD. That's why when we first did this, when you came on and you were asking people about can science prove anything, I stuck with the simplicity. I stuck with the simplicity of teeing up on the golf. God damn it!
Oh no, you're good now. You're good now. Go ahead.
He just came.
Your shit was all choppy. Demok interrupted you once. Say it again.
I don't know. Am I still here?
Yeah, you're good now.
Okay, this is why I stuck with the simplicity of teeing up at the golf course, okay? You tee up your golf ball, there's no wind. You swing your golf club, you make contact with the ball. You have cause and effect. That's it. That's provable. Done.
Nicely done. Yeah.
Done.
Last tee, a 3-inch or a 1-inch, or is it synthetic wood or plastic or what? Yeah, good morning. I was just joking.
I wanted to expand on something Percentage said, and it's quite an interesting one because it speaks to one of the common globe arguments that's wrong that they always make, and that time is the cause of everything, right? You could easily say that water is also necessary for every single scientific experiment. If you wanted to start talking about all of these different variables, because without water, you wouldn't have scientists to do science, right? That sounds retarded, but it is the logical extreme of all of these arguments, is that, well, what do you actually need to do these experiments? Well, you need living humans. So you need all of the conditions for life. So are we now going to say that in order to do science, you need all of the conditions for life? Well, no, that's
Well, I
stupid.
gotta say this.
It's
Let
not.
me make my
Hold
point
on.
clear to everybody.
Wait, one second.
Okay.
I'm just saying that it's not relevant to what you're actually trying to analyze, which is why when they talk about time, it's the same logic. It's stupid.
Okay, so I know that what I'm saying sounds tedious and annoying, but that's what science actually is. Science actually is the act of tedious manipulation. That's why if you talk to anyone, if you talk to Tesla, like if you say, "Can you prove things?" He'd be like, "Well, I've proven this and this and this, but there could be something I don't know." Like if you talk to the smartest people ever, bro, that do like legit scientific experiments, they're gonna tell you we're always in the process of learning. That's why science, the etymology is to know. It's like the process of trying to know things. So I'm not trying to poo-poo on anything. I'm just saying, like, we've been in this on the internet for 7 years. We should be polishing our statements, kind of
I
like
just
how
gave it to you.
No,
I know.
that if
Listen,
I can hit a ball, yeah, that I can hit a ball.
Yo, I
listen.
just hold on, real quick. You just went before Whitson. Let me jump in real quick. Do you not think science can prove anything? Because we've done the experiment where we get a pot of water, put heat to it every single day. It
My
happens
God.
millions of times. God, what? You went, and then somebody else went, and Whitson went. Now, go ahead, Travis.
I just gave you the golf club scenario. Look, the pseudoscience is the only science that says we might discover something else that we didn't know now. There's nothing else to know. There's nothing else to know about my golf club striking the golf ball. You're not going to learn any fucking thing else. You have cause and effect. Listen here very carefully. If you can demonstrate cause and effect, you have proven something. There's no other question. You're not going to learn anything new about an other cause.
Okay, that's a
Do
cool
you think
story.
that?
So what
Whitson, you
exactly
think that you
happens when
can't?
the golf club hits the golf ball? Well, what exactly happens? What's the process that happens? Is you just going to make blatant? We're just now going to talk like elementary students, and we're just going to say blanket like ball fall. You know what I'm saying? Like ball hit by club.
That's
Oh
basically
yeah,
what he's
okay.
saying. You
Oh,
can't
what's
misspeak because if you do,
Hold
then you're
on,
wrong
wait,
anyway, right?
hold on, Witsit. So to me, you asked me a question, and then you went on and mocked me and my answer, which I didn't give. So which fallacy do you want me to actually unpack first?
You're just saying that if you hit a ball, it'll go somewhere. Like
You're
if you're
putting words into my mouth. I haven't fucking said anything, man.
I'm next. I'm going next after.
You
Okay.
literally did. You said if you hit a ball
No.
with a club.
Yeah.
What?
Okay. And then you asked me something else. You said what you like, but how did it all work? Like however you played. But then you went into a mocking caricature of my answer, right? But you didn't allow me to answer the question. And then you just ridiculed whatever answer you thought I might give, which is a straw man. I didn't say that, and I certainly didn't say it that way. All I'm saying is,
Okay, go ahead. Answer the question then.
What was the question?
Yeah, what happens? What is the actual cause? Like your cause is just I swing the club and hit it. That's what I'm saying. That's a very like what's the specific cause?
the specific cause is the specific
You're breaking up.
grade or angle of the golf head as it strikes.
No, this is a shitty experiment.
Yeah, I can look. Let me take it back. Hold on, Whitson. Let me take it back to this boiling water thing. Do you not think that we've set up a scenario and situations in which we can prove that in these situations water will boil scientifically?
I do
when we add
think
heat to it.
I do think you can prove that heat makes water boil with a set of control variables, and it's much more than just the pressure.
That's science. But
Yeah,
what
you just said
is just
science, bro.
Hold
I
on.
never said that it couldn't. I've never said that you can't prove something with said variables being listed. My point is
Okay, so
that's not
science
what
proves
flat
things.
earthers say.
Hold
I'm
on,
not
guys.
even. Yeah, science proves things with the limited knowledge you have accessible at the time.
All right, good. So science
Yes.
can prove things. All right.
So science proves things.
Well, no,
There you go.
guys, you're all missing. You're all missing. Like what he's saying is that you can prove something definitively with infinite knowledge, and that it becomes at some point where you have to say, "Well, I'm not going to know everything, so I'm going to do my best guess."
So
Okay, do
science
we
doesn't
100% know? Hold on, let me get 2 minutes with it, please, guys. Do we 100% know the scenario that we can set up to where we can prove that water will boil?
Can someone unmute
With
DMOC?
heat.
Jeremy wants 2 more minutes. We need DMOC for this.
Yeah, you could. Yes, with the limited amount of control variables we know. Like if I manipulate the environment, like the electric environment, I bet you I can change it. I bet I can change what you can do with that water if I introduce electricity to the environment, to the
Are you
room
going
that
to
you're in.
change heat? Are you going to change it to where heat is not going to boil it, though, in this environment we've set up?
It's possible that I could manipulate the environment enough with electricity that you would maybe not be able to attain temperature. I don't know. But like that heat would never do it. That's fine. That's why I'm critiquing the claim, because that's not what flat earthers say. And even if you say heat boils water, okay, well, like what's it do in a vacuum chamber? Does heat boil water in a vacuum chamber?
No, we're talking about this in this specific scenario with the control variables. You got all your control variables. You're independent and you're dependent, and then you got your controls. You just have a long list of control variables, and we would know in those set of circumstances, heat will always cause water to boil.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying yes, you can prove things in the sense that listing specifically the control variables that we have access to.
So how about we say it like this? Science
does?
definitively proves things beyond a reasonable doubt.
We didn't need
Relative
DMOC. We
to
got
what's
percentage.
known. Relative to what's known at the time. That's my point. Like flat earthers don't want to say that. See,
of course,
I'm not
that's why the
saying
reasonable
that,
doubt
though.
thing
Those are
comes in.
other
Because if we
people's
don't know about
arguments.
it, there's an unreasonable doubt that it could be something else that we have no idea about.
Yeah, that's
Listen,
a decent
man,
way to
I'm
put
not.
it.
Jeremy, percentage will be done in just a second.
I know.
Go ahead.
That's baller talk, man. Sorry.
They won't let me.
Oh wow, at-homs.
Yeah,
Okay, Jeremy, take over the show. Go ahead. Take another 2 minutes, Jeremy. We'll all wait.
How many minutes
Go
you
ahead.
want, Jeremy? I mean, you've
Take
been hot
another
micing
2,
all
brother.
morning.
I mean, we've been doing this for years. 5 minutes.
This is a
5 minutes
circular
ain't gonna
argument.
kill us,
This
is
is
it?
the very example of a circular. You'll never reach a conclusion to this. Like, if you get 100 people in a room, probably 50-50 are gonna, be different, right? It's circular.
What I'm saying is objective, though, bro. I'm spitting facts right now, bro. Like,
yeah, but it's nothing new, man.
No, you change your mind.
It sounds good. It sounds good right until you say it doesn't prove anything, unless you have all the variables laid out, and then it proves something. It's a little contradictory.
Exactly.
No, come on, guys. This is really simple stuff. He's basically just saying that there are you have to just be aware of the limitations of your knowledge. I don't know what the issue is with that statement.
Exactly.
He's not saying anything new to us, man. That's what the ballers have been saying all along.
No, they haven't.
Karl
No, they
Popper.
haven't. No,
This is
come
all
on,
Karl
Montreal.
Popper shit. We can't be 100% sure. What's he saying different here?
That's pure bollocks.
Come on.
Karl Popper said you
Pure
can be
bollocks. No, I need
100%
to,
sure.
Jeremy,
Karl
please
Popper said you
don't
can be
talk over my response to him.
100% sure.
Please
Karl
don't talk over
Popper
my
said you
response to
said.
him. Can I go?
So, yeah, what'd you say?
That's pure bollocks, Montreal. They've been telling us for ages that science proves that the Earth is a ball. You can't then turn around and say that it doesn't prove anything at the same time, right? That's
my whole point, bro.
That's them
my
double
whole point.
speaking. Yeah, but Montreal, that's them double speaking. That's got nothing to do with this.
Yeah, but Whitsitt is doing the same thing now.
I don't think he is.
Yes, he is. He did it. He said it himself.
I disagree.
Okay, you can disagree with me.
You
This
can
is a
disagree with
democracy,
me.
bro.
We can move on then, can't we? We disagree. Let's move on.
Yeah. No,
Okay.
I have
We're
a
moving
question.
on. Karl Popper. Go ahead.
So, Whitsitt,
We're gonna get to the bottom of this like this. We're definitely gonna get to the bottom of this doing this, guys.
There's absolutely no chance, which is why I think we should move on.
No,
I just started talking.
One person do it,
Jeremy,
or we should just let one guy do it who can get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, somebody
Go
take
ahead,
a clock
Travis.
out and give
Travis is
Jeremy
gonna do
5
it.
minutes. And then I'll go.
Can you guys
No,
not?
Travis is gonna do it right now. Go ahead,
Travis
Travis.
first, then Jeremy about Karl Popper, and then whoever else out.
Okay, look. Witsit. At the point where I demonstrate that the golf club drives the golf ball, I don't have any other questions. If you want to ask further questions, in my opinion, you have to have evidence that there is something to ask a question about.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, Karl Popper. Let's go,
Okay.
Pop.
I'm good, man, because it ain't gonna be just a one sentence thing, and then somebody else goes.
No, end
like,
it now. End it now with
we're
Karl
never
Popper.
gonna get to the bottom of
Kind of like
anything with
now,
us
kind of like
bouncing around like
I'm
that.
just
So
speaking, but golf ball, golf club, I get what you're saying. Those are words, but like, aren't we talking about something that's a phase change of matter, boiling it into like is it appropriate to compare it to golf ball?
It's not the best example for an experiment, but the experiment doesn't need to be a phase change of matter or anything. It's just an experiment.
So I
just
guess what he's trying to say
bounce.
is you can demonstrate definitively a cause and effect relationship. I don't dispute that. So if everyone had actually listened to me from the beginning, it probably would have saved some time, because what I'm saying is you can demonstrate cause and effect relationship, right? But we have to always acknowledge that it's always relative to our limited access to knowledge at the time. This is just basic wisdom. I don't even know
Absolutely.
how this could be argued.
That's not what you said before, Witsit. If had you said that, that would have been a different story.
That is what I said.
No, you didn't.
That's literally what I've been agreeing with the whole time. That it's
Well,
not
then
even
I
like
heard you
he's
wrong. Because I heard
okay.
you say
Thank
that
you for that.
science cannot prove things. That's how we came into this conversation.
Well,
I could be wrong.
because it's relative to your access to knowledge. He's said this about 5 times, and I've restated it about 3 times.
Yeah. It's not like I'm not trying to fight the flat earthers or anything. Like I'm just trying to polish what we say. Like I get really triggered when I hear flat earthers say, you can prove things. And they have one example, by the way. They have like one example. I've heard a couple more today, but
That's
you
why
only
we
always.
do it.
So basically, flat earthers are saying we can only know one thing.
No,
Well, you've
we're
been talking
saying
to the
we
wrong
want to
people.
trigger. We want to trigger with it. Here we go. You know, you die without water. Trigger.
I'm not
That's
triggered.
mine, by the way.
I know
That's
you need
mine.
water. I know you need water. Unless you're talking about. I mean, I don't know. How long did he say? Because the Messiah went
2
into the
months.
woods for 40 days.
Yeah, not a
I've
super
personally
nasty
used a
man.
few other
That's it.
examples. I've used the experiment where you have like a rusty nail or something like that, and you put it in, and you basically like dissolve the rust with like vinegar or some sort of acetic acid or what have you. And then I've used the one where you have like plants, and you have in that one 3 causal agents. You have like the soil, you have the sun, you have the water. So I've used like and there's more, but anyways.
Yeah, nobody's claiming sole cause. We're just, when you do it, you're claiming cause and effect. Like water, for example. Like Witsit said, it could boil at, you can take distilled water, seawater, different water. But the cause and effect is always heat causing boiling.
Or pressure. But
or pressure.
Yeah, or even electricity, which you could say is connected to heat.
Right.
So,
No one's disputing that.
That's cool. But my point is, we all know what a lot of flat earthers say. It's the same thing with when they shoved the egg in the water and they said they proved density relationship, which like a 5-year-old knows that you can drop a golf ball and then a ping pong ball in water, right? So like, now what they did say was that's all that's happening. That is all that is happening. That is literally what they ran around and said for 2 years. And that's my problem, bro. It's like it makes us look stupid. And like when I'm talking to physicists behind the scenes the last few weeks, dude, they would laugh so hard at shit like that, bro. Like anyone that actually does like in-depth experiments, they know like, dude, they're just trying to figure out what variable they missed constantly. That's what science actually is.
So, I mean, I understand why we did it. It's to call out their pseudoscience, and they make up a bunch of bullshit. It's important to point out, well, you have to have a naturally occurring observable phenomenon. You need to demonstrate a cause and effect relationship test. You have no solid foundation. That's all good. That's beautiful. I traveled to the United States for a year and said it. Okay, so no one can preach to me about it. I can say it better than most people can. So I get the argument. I understand the value. I acknowledge the value. I'm saying that it is more nuanced than that. It's always limited to the variables we know to account for. And this is just basic understanding. I don't even know.
Yeah, but nobody's disputing that. Nobody's disputing that with it.
Yeah,
but
no,
you're
yeah.
bringing it to a level of like you're trying to correct us somehow. That it's like you want us to get more technical. You're saying or some shit like that.
Yeah, because
But
I've
wait,
heard flat earthers say that a million times that we can prove that water boils at 100 degrees Celsius at sea level, and that's bullshit. It's based on the water. It's based on there's a million things I can name, and so that's my problem.
Yeah, no,
wait, so in the
definitely the
experiment-
flat earthers that say, Jeremy, you could get in right after me.
Nah,
the flat
I'm good,
earthers
bro.
that
I'm
say
good. You
that
guys will never let
it's,
me.
you know, they pigeonhole themselves and say 100 degrees Celsius without kind of enumerating the other variables that can play a part, and that, you know, they quantitatively state it like that. They're dumb. I think it's not a contentious subject because we can all agree that they're not doing their due diligence and they're just dumb.
Yeah.
This ties
That's all I'm
into.
saying.
Did you hear what I was saying about the James Webb Telescope? What's it?
Yeah.
Well, Jeremy was
And how
saying,
they were. I told them that they disproved their thing because 1,000 times more galaxy formed than usual, and they're telling me no, it's not wrong. See, this is why I get triggered because they want to leave a way out for them. Oh, the theory wasn't wrong. We're just going to refine it. You understand what I'm saying? That I get triggered on that. Yeah.
They have a dishonest intention, bro. Like there's no doubt that what the anti-flat earthers do is to give them, like they say, science doesn't prove things. That way they can just abuse the hell out of that statement.
Yes.
I agree with that, but that doesn't mean that we should become dumb to argue with them. You know what I'm saying? Like that's all I'm saying. It's like we don't have to capitulate to their doublespeak. Just like Crypto said, they've been telling us since we were 5 that science proved the globe. So that's our real enemy. It's not the double speaking mental midgets on Discord. That's not the real enemy, bro. You're going to be chasing your tail forever to capitulate your argument to them. So
bro, I say it all the time. They have the ability to hold two opposing thoughts in their heads at the same time. Yeah, we're in agreement with that for sure.
Jeremy, what's up, bro?
I don't know.
You have the floor, Jeremy.
They won't. Yeah, you sure? I doubt it, but we'll see.
Come on, guys, he deserves it now. Give Jeremy 5.
When you're doing,
I feel like talking.
I know. Everyone does when I start talking or Witz does. Everyone wants to talk.
Barrel through, Jeremy. Go ahead.
So when you got your scientific experiment set up and we're trying to prove something, you're not going to say the pressure caused it because we've already controlled for that, right? You keep saying pressure could do it, but in science, we're going to make sure the pressure doesn't do it because we know how to do science and we got that variable controlled, right?
But yeah, there's an intrinsic relationship between pressure and temperature. Yeah.
Yeah, but in the experiment, when we're going to prove our hypothesis, right? Because that's what we do. We're going to prove the hypothesis. So we're going to make sure that the pressure is controlled, so that it doesn't interfere with the hypothesis.
Yeah, but Jeremy, that's his point. That some flat earthers are dumb and they don't specify that the pressure variable, right? And they'll just say water boils at 100 degrees Celsius without specifying pressure or anything else. And those flat earthers are dumb.
It's even more than that, even more than just the pressure, because once they started hearing that rebuttal, they're like, okay, it's ignorance. Yeah. Just poorly wording their arguments.
Do we call them dumb or just ignorant?
I have the answer for that.
I never used.
I have the answer. Just use my water argument from now on. No one can dispute that. You couldn't even. You see what you said when I told you it? You said, yeah.
Yeah, I've heard you say that. Yeah, humans need water, as far as we can tell, for sure, right? And like this, my caveat always applies, though. It's all based on our limited knowledge, right? Like I don't know for 1,000,000% that there's not some scenario a human couldn't survive without water, but I certainly don't see any evidence of that. And
You
so
can't. You didn't just say that. Tell me you didn't just say that.
and listen, this is what I'm saying. Like, as far as I can tell, yes, we've proven that that humans will die without water. Okay, so I don't mind even the word "prove."
But is there a doubt in your mind? What's it? Is there a doubt in your mind?
I think humans are very crazy creatures, and I think that we're made up of a certain energy resonance that can literally dissolve into an etheric vibration. So, you want to know what I really think? I mean, I don't know. Like, I think we have no idea what this place is, bro, and we have no idea how it works. And that water's all held together by electrostatics, by the way.
I agree with Witsit on this one.
Witsit, I think you stepped into La La Land right there. Sorry, bro, but that's come on. You can't believe that.
Bro, it's possible. You don't know the unknown.
You too? Percentage.
Yeah, because, bro, like, this is what the basic assumption of science is. Science states that these things that happen in our world have natural causes, right? It doesn't consider the supernatural or unnatural causes whatsoever, things that we don't know about, right? And it assumes that all these natural causes we can learn about them in the natural world. But there's this whole other side which science doesn't account for. It's completely, this is why it's an assumption, right? We can't say that there's nothing else that could cause a human to survive. Maybe a human can get to such a like meditative state or something like that, and increase their vibration to the point where they can have some spiritual energy that causes them to survive. You know? Who knows?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Both you and Austin have your toes dipping in pseudoscience for some reason.
That's not science, though. It's not even like you wouldn't claim it's pseudoscience because I'm not claiming it as science. This is a supernatural or unnatural possible thing that we can't disregard.
Flat Earthers misuse the word pseudoscience, dude. Pseudoscience is that which falsely masquerades as science. Why do people keep trying to call everything? So if someone doesn't claim something science, it can't be pseudoscience.
Okay, we just lost Witsit and percentage to the ballers.
No, you guys just don't understand the basic assumption of science, apparently.
Percentage. Again, what evidence do you have that a supernatural cause is a part of this observation?
Did I claim it was, or did I speculate?
Why? Okay, why? This again, when I'm talking to globe flakes, this is my question. What evidence are you basing your supposition on? Like, if you suppose something just to have it like cover all your bases, then to me that's a zero sum. You don't win anything, you don't lose anything. So just get rid of it altogether. So if you see a cause and effect, I don't believe it's scientific to leave a category column open for something you didn't know that you can attribute to supernatural without a direct observation.
Okay, well, you obviously don't know what the basic assumptions of science are then, because the basic assumptions of science are that one of them is that everything that happens in the world around us has natural causes. Now, it's possible that there's things that happen that don't have natural causes, and that science doesn't address whatsoever.
Based on what?
What do you mean based on what? Just because we don't observe it doesn't mean it doesn't happen.
You just demonstrated to me what I think is a categorical characteristic of pseudoscience, where
I didn't claim it was science, so
it
therefore, by definition, can't be pseudoscience.
I wasn't finished.
Okay, well, you're straw manning. But go ahead.
No, I'm not straw manning. I'm trying to analyze your comment. When pseudoscience leaves the back door open for something they have no basis for, that's not science. That is not science.
You calling it pseudoscience is a straw man, because I never claimed it was science. So
yes, you did.
Yes, you did. No, I didn't actually. I said, like, aside from the basic assumption of science, which is that things happen due to natural causes, it's possible that things happen due to unnatural causes, which would be outside of the scope of science. Because science, assumes natural causes. I don't know why you're having trouble understanding this.
I'm not. Okay, I'm having trouble understanding your backpedaling right now, because
it's not backpedaling.
I believe that I'm going to go offline right now here and go back and just listen, because if I misheard you, I will recant. However, I believe that you gave us two principles of science. One is cause and effect, and the other is the open door policy in the back for a supernatural explanation. I believe that
No,
is
what
exactly
I didn't say
what he
either of
said,
those.
what he was saying was that science has a base assumption baked into it, which is that everything has a natural cause. If that base assumption is wrong, then some things fall outside of that, right? Then the science that we're utilizing can't accurately address certain phenomena if that base assumption that it all has natural causes is incorrect. He's saying it falls outside of science, that certain things that happen could fall outside of science. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It's just like, can you science the
what the fuck,
consciousness?
man? Oh my god. So
Yeah, so you're wrong. You're telling him that it's pseudoscience.
no,
He's claiming that it's not science, so that can't be
give
pseudoscience.
wait, hold on. Give
By
me
definition, a type of pseudoscience.
yeah. There was so much there that I would have to go back and listen to it to try to unpack it. Let me try to be as specific as possible. That I would ask you perhaps to demonstrate how consciousness is a cause for an effect that we used to think was a physical attribute.
Well, we just know consciousness is a thing, and we can't science it. That's what I was saying. So
Okay,
it's a
that's
very
not
simple.
okay. I believe that doesn't answer my question. So now let's go back to a primary discussion with science itself. I think that we can all agree that science primarily is exclusively concerned with cause and effect.
Yeah, in the natural world.
Okay. So consciousness determines our morality in the natural world. Yeah,
It's
not everything.
responsible for the decisions that we make, isn't it? Like you're conscious. If I'm conscious, I decide what to do. Anyway,
Yeah,
so just to sum it up, you do believe science is capable of proving things, right? Science can
yeah.
prove things. All
With the
right.
yeah, of course, with the caveat that it's all relative to what we have access to, and then percentage is making another good point that science goes into all observations with the assumption that everything has a natural cause, which is provably not true. So provably on the table, we know that science is just a limited method. It's like the holy grail of modern flat earthers, and that's
Okay, so
what I've run
Well,
into with the ether thing.
you piqued my curiosity with it. What do you mean it's provably not true?
Yeah, because the only way you could have the natural world would be something that exists outside of it to put it here, which means that there was a supernatural cause of the natural world itself. So just like on the
okay, yeah, definitely. That's the thing that breaks it all.
So yeah. So I apologize. I had a phone call come from my dispatcher. So going back to what I said originally, that we start with the basic premise that Austin just reiterated. That is that natural world has natural cause and effect. Now it's interesting. Now I just thought of this. It's possible that I would consider a supernatural category as possibly a pseudoscientific category, right? So if we live, hold on, if we live in a world in which we can observe things and, like light, discover that there are spectrum of light that we can't naturally see, but if we create something, then we'll see that spectra. So that's all still natural. That's not supernatural.
Absolutely, that's natural. Yeah.
Right. So my suggestion is that it's possibility that this supernatural category is actually a misnomer. Like we shouldn't speak that way. Everything's natural.
everything isn't natural though. How do you
you can't
science the
say that.
conscious? How do you science consciousness?
Okay, look, just like we didn't know how to science ultraviolet rays, right? There might become a place in which we are able to manipulate and get into the conscious. I'm just thinking outside the box right now for a second. That's all.
Okay, but all I'm trying to say is, and like this, I don't mean this as any disrespect, but we've become defensive and rigid with our attack because we've been flooded with pseudoscience, and that's cool or whatever. It has its own benefit, but it's unwise. Like it's called empiricism, okay, which is that all that can be known is obtained with the senses and with the five senses and with scientific method, right? That's called empiricism. Now, it's intrinsically contradictory because to know all that can be known, to know something isn't science.
To know something is philosophy. So it's a bankrupt philosophy on its face, because empiricism can't explain everything. It can't give you everything there is to know, because to know can't be science. So it's like, this is why forever science and philosophy was tied at the hip. And in modern times, we live in this world. And what you're describing basically is materialism, right? Which is that everything, that's what, like, if you talk to an atheist and you talk about the consciousness, they'll be like, oh, it's just neural pathways in your brain, because they have to just materialize everything.
I have something to say just real quick. So I'm having a little bit of trouble understanding why you're having such a difficult time with the word knowledge, because that's what science means. Science means knowledge, but you're hanging your hat right now on categorizing to know as a philosophy, and I don't get that.
Yeah,
Science
knowing
does
something.
not like, it's not all knowledge.
Like, well, knowing something, like the idea of knowledge, empiricism is by definition a philosophy. That philosophy is that all knowledge can be determined with the scientific method. That's intrinsically contradictory, because it is a philosophical sentiment in and of itself. So to even lay that on the table requires something outside of the science. That's
Where
my
does
point.
it say all knowledge?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
Well, I'll just drop the
Yeah.
definition in the chat. Oxford University. That's how it defines it. So I mean, what do you mean?
All knowledge? It says all knowledge.
Yes, empiricism. That's what empiricism is.
Well, so the scientific process is kind of like managed by the Royal Society, and it's kind of placed there by Francis Bacon. But if we go even further back to like universities and, I guess the birthplace of where science is, and we're talking about Bologna, aren't we talking about that? That's where they first started like studying like rate of fall, and we call gravity, right? They started trying to do observance and figuring things out. I think that's the beginnings of it.
I'm about to
Modern
drop the
science,
definition.
quote unquote science, right? Because you wouldn't call alchemy science, and you might not call like simple primitive tools science, but you could retroactively call them science. It's like a brand of figuring shit out, right? Isn't that what we mean when we say science? We just mean like a verb. We've become so used to saying it. It's like saying putting petrol in your tank or putting gasoline in your tank when you're putting fuel in your tank. I don't know. Right.
So to be clear and refine this point a little bit more, all we have as humans, as the human race, is an understanding of electromagnetism and chemistry. Like everything actually boils down to like these two sort of categories.
So what about physics?
Well,
but all of these things were like codified, and so that they could be like, so the knowledge could be like franchised, basically, so that you could take the knowledge, you could educate people about how gears and clockwork and mechanical things work, send them out, to work for somebody else, and that they'd have the knowledge of that school, like kind of wrapped up, basically, the beginnings of like international kind of spread of knowledge that way, I guess.
Let me define empiricism. I dropped it in the chat. Okay.
Am I wrong historically here? I think I'm right historically.
Yeah, I mean, what you're saying is accurate, but it's also a separate kind of conversation altogether.
Don't you guys think that there'll be a peak? There will always be a peak because we are man. In other words, what I mean by peak is there will be a limit to our knowledge.
Yeah, intrinsically. That's the way this place was built. So the fact it was built also debunks empiricism.
Exactly. So that's why I was thinking that what all of this is, what the flat Earth means, the whole Great Reset, is literally man has reached a point where there's no other answers. They can't theorize anymore. They can't. That's what it seems like through all the quantum mechanics, quantum physics, all that stuff. It seems that they've reached a point where they cannot go any further. So what do you do as a society if you can no longer go anywhere forward in your science?
You trash your framework because it's obviously not working. Like that's all quantum mechanics has shown us, is that materialism is bankrupt and that it cannot explain it. Like empiricism is defined as a philosophy. The theory to theorize something, right, requires consciousness. Philosophy requires consciousness. So it's automatically contradicting itself. The theory that all knowledge is derived from sense experience, stimulated by the rise of experimental science. This was thrown out as a viable philosophy long ago because It's intrinsically contradictory. There are things that we cannot science. Dude, I like pseudoscience is misused by and this has become glaring obvious to me over the last month because I have all these flat earthers coming at me telling me I'm pushing pseudoscience and I'm just as bad as the ballers. When I'm saying, no, this conversation cannot be science. It is not science. It is not natural science. This is not science. Oh, that's pseudoscience. The word pseudoscience means something falsely claiming to be science. So if someone is saying this isn't science, it by definition can't be pseudoscience. But dude, there are things outside of that we can know to be true, like the necessary antecedent to creation. We cannot science the creator. We cannot independently manipulate
here. You're talking about the ether.
No, I don't care about the ether. I don't care even about the ether. But like, I'm just saying, like, I care about
as well. But it's a general kind of
I just care about flat earthers. Like, I see that we as a community we're pigeonholing ourselves. Like, we're becoming confined because we're capitulating to the Globers. And not just regular Globers, anti-flat earthers, right? So we're digging a grave, dude.
Where you been, dude?
Don't you think the natural evolution here in researching all the math and science and physics that we have access to, don't you think it's going to teach people that for them to develop a ball, you have to understand that the Earth's a plane first? So kind of you get to the sciences and math, you figure out where we are, and then you figure out the limitations to the tools. Because a lot of Globers don't understand there's limitations to these tools. That's how they devised the formulas and calculations in the first place, is because they had to create maths for it because of the limitations of the tools they have. I think this exercise in philosophy and science is supposed to get the person on a level playing field, if you will. And if you notice that phraseology, a level playing field, it's going to start coming up more and more. You're going to start hearing everybody say level playing field. Because that's where we're going. We're all putting everybody on the same playing field again.
I think that we have reached the peak of being able to figure things out if you apply materialism. Like if you're an atheist or materialist, or you think everything can be explained with math and science, right? Then you've reached your peak, right? I mean, you can try to fix what you got the best you can, but you're never going to adequately explain it. If you use wisdom and know that there are things way outside of that we know to be true, but it's way outside of being able to quantify it. You can't quantify a creator, for example. You can't quantify consciousness or a dream, right? But these things exist. So, like, if you apply an accurate framework, a worldview, an accurate worldview, then you can know, okay, well, there's tons of things that are outside of math and science that we can know and try to figure out. Then you'll never hit a peak. There is no hitting a peak because you're never going to fully understand those things. That's okay, but at least you can continue to learn, right? But if you confine yourself to materialism, and that's where atheism comes from, of course, then you will hit a peak.
Take it easy. Don't swing too far to the other side. I understand what you're saying, but don't go too far to the other side either. You understand what I'm telling? Because you seem to be going like a little bit too far right or left or whatever you want to call it.
Well, I came in here like a wrecking ball on purpose because I want to shake up the script. I'm tired of hearing the script. I think that we're better than scripts. That's the Globers have scripts. The flat earthers should all disagree about things. We should all be growing. Flat earth should not sound the same as it did 4 years ago. We should
hell yeah. I love this fight shit that's going on, the ether wars and what is time and exactly. I love this shit. Yeah, all the way, man.
Witsa, do you think you've made your point?
Yeah, oh yeah, for like to death, I would hope.
Yeah, I think, you know what I'm saying, there comes a point where it, becomes argumentative instead of making your point and people can understand. I understand what you're saying. I think yes, he does, and a lot of people here are more intelligent than us, so surely they get it. I think you did a good job. I say well said. I mean, I've kind of stepped back and, I get on the flat earthers or so-called flat earthers about certain things because it does make me look stupid. I make myself look stupid enough. I don't need them helping. Or
I like when people check me as well. So, I get checked. Yep. I've had to update a lot of stuff I've said.
Yeah, good job. Thanks, man.
Mm-hmm. I was going to say, Jin, thanks for the suggestion. Definitely ignorant is better.
This is the best when we discuss things amongst each other, because no one's going to be right. Ether, no ether, time, no time. I mean, really, does anybody know what the ether is? Does anybody know what time is? Does anybody know what light is?
Yeah, I know what time is. I know time.
I think there's meant to be a
man-made convention.
Well, I think there's supposed to be some unknowns, but it doesn't mean we're not supposed to discuss them and try and get as close to knowing as or knowledge as we can about the topic, but
Agreed.
civilly without the trolls interrupting. And I think we can look at this conversation right here and really, when you keep the trolls out of it, you can really get somewhere, progress, right? That's what it's all about, progression.
Yeah,
We're
and
the
we need
cutting edge,
prodding.
real quick.
Like Witsit, we need prodding. We need different ideas. We need different angles. Sure, can't all agree on everything. Oh yeah, good job, man. No.
Yeah, it's lame. Like, we're the cutting edge, basically. Not to be like cocky or whatever, but
Yes.
flat earthers are like the cutting edge of today, right? Where we should be having these thought provoking. The worst thing we ever did was give all of our energy to these trolls. I know that we do it to try to show the audience how bankrupt their position and stuff. And dude, I just did a debate with someone who doesn't know what biology is. Trust me, I get it. But like, there's a place and a time, right, where it becomes detrimental to us if we capitulate to them too much. That's all I'm saying. Like, I see like some of the smartest people in this community, and I'd rather see them like build off of each other instead of just be like, oh, did you hear what they're saying now? Oh, this is what they're
Yeah,
saying now. Like, who
yeah,
cares?
gossip.
It's
Did you
fucking
hear his last?
you went out.
Time continuum issue
Going, we don't need you, bro. This is our idea. We don't need body control argument now. So I commend everyone who stuck with this for the years because it's been tough, right? Like in the beginning, 4 or 5 years ago, we were taking a beating, like thrashing from these people, just demeaning us and calling us names and stuff. We don't allow that anymore. Like that's been controlled now, and we're in control of the arguments now, and it's a lot better being on this side.
Agreed. Like Dave, Weiss, myself, Jaron, and Hibbler are doing a debate type conversation with a BA, MA physicist, and he's a leading expert in like pulse electromagnetic field theory. And we're having a conversation with him about the Earth, and he's got his little home run, globe Earth arguments. And we're going to go debate him. We're going to go debate a BA, MA physicist. So, this is the kind of people, like, if we're going to discuss it, we should be talking to people like that. We shouldn't be talking to someone who will literally blatantly contradict himself day in and day out. And just, that's just my opinion. I'm probably one of the most guilty of it. So I'm not like preaching. I'm just saying, I just think we're better than that. Like, it's coming from a good
Yeah.
place. Like, yeah.
Well, just to let you know, Bev and his group, or our group, I would say, because I'm part of that group, are trying to do the same thing. We're trying to move out of this arena because it's just too trolly. Like you can't get an honest conversation done with Chaiki. So we don't want Chaiki, the unknown whatever. We want the MABA. We want the person who is leading his field with whatever topic we want to discuss. So we can put forth our ideas and either be shot down or prove wrong or put some doubt in his mind where he can go use his, knowledge and expertise to advance our knowledge.
Yeah, these guys get us nowhere. They just bring out the worst, and I apologize to the room and to the mods and Geo before the way I behave. They just get you like they hit you to a point where it's like they say such ridiculous things where I don't know, you just wanna scream like
well,
how
they
could you not?
admittedly come in here to do that. Nidhug, which is the one that got us all riled up earlier, he's an admitted troll. I come here for entertainment purposes only. I'm just going to say things until you entertain me, right? That's basically his stick.
Yeah, and no matter how many times I say I'm gonna keep cool, there's always one of them that triggers me, man. Yeah, that's the way it is.
Have you noticed as well, Montreal? The second you bring this psychological element up, they immediately start to do it. Like you just bringing this thing up, and I noticed that Nate immediately started talking over you and piping up.
Yeah,
this
they do it on
definitely
purpose, bro.
something that they don't want us addressing. They don't want us addressing the psychological aspect of their being here.
Yeah, they really triggers them when I do that. Yeah.
Yeah, her dog barks, bro.
Me as well. I was talking to Sandy yesterday.
I mean,
sorry, I don't know if I talked over someone or not, but I was talking to Sandley yesterday. I'll be quick. I promise. I was talking to Sandley yesterday, and he didn't even know the difference between a begging. What were the two fallacies, Gio? You were there. It was Give me a sec. I'll go back onto the. He was confusing. Where is it? It was a genetic fallacy with a poison the well fallacy. That was it. He didn't know the difference between the two. And when I read him the definition of the poison the well fallacy, he just said nah a bunch. He just said nah. You don't understand nuance. It's like, well, no, this is the set definition. They won't accept things that are actually quite obviously set in stone as a definition when when it's a flat earther saying it, right? So you have to understand
it was
that.
close enough to some.
Yeah.
Well, it's some fallacy. When he argued for like 30 minutes that he was right.
Yeah, but without going over that again, because I know objectively I was correct in that it's the psychology of their being here is to disagree with us, regardless of any objectivity or even partial subjectivity. They don't care. They just want to disagree.
Well, he projected onto me as I have to always be right when he was the one actually arguing to be right when he was obviously wrong and everyone was pointing it out. It's a weird position. Like during the very argument of him going back and forth with you and we're posting a definition and showing that he's wrong, he's going, no, I'm right. And oh, by the way, Rakia, since you posted that and made one comment, you're the one that always has to be right. Like it's like a weird psychology, like you said.
Yeah, it's all about psychology for them. They don't care about the truth at all. And so I fully support what you were saying, and I fully support what Witsit was saying as well. Go out and get people who are actually in search of truth, because these people are.
Right. I mean, I think they have to get to a point where they're intellectually honest enough with themselves, where they think that they're arguing out of their own knowledge when they're just arguing out of capitulating to whatever consensus reality would say.
How
and they're just going to say, hey,
sorry.
I don't know. Some of them come in as like saviors, like they're going to try to save you from being wrong about being so funny. It's so funny. The psychologies are really, really, really funny.
Yeah, they're not trying to save you from anything. To be honest, they're trying
to lead you into something worse.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
Alan, 7 years.
You're talking about trolls, but there's like the real. There are Glober, Soundly's disingenuous, but there are other people that I think were around Soundly's era that seem like Jem kind of seemed like that too. But to me, Jem seems pretty disingenuous too, much of the time.
How in 7 years have we been talking about surveying and measurements and blah blah blah, and the only two names that they forever bring up for 7 years is Jesse and Larry.
I can't even
both
believe
never here.
I can't even believe that Jesse Kozlowski
7 years, and that's the two surveyors they can bring up. And I mean, George was he wasn't a surveyor; he just used the equipment, right? The only two legitimate surveyors they said they had was Larry and Jesse. That hasn't been proven, and they're gone.
But Rocky, don't you think that by now, 7 years, right, that a cause of a wave of shit would have gone on where all these surveyors have been contacted by these Globers that have been like, can you believe these people?
I talk to surveyors on a daily basis, and they laugh at some of that.
They laugh at what?
Well, they know that horizontal is what they're doing, right? What they're dealing with.
Right.
That's the whole school of thought of a surveyor. The first thing they do is location and vertical change from a benchmark, which is horizontal lines.
Hey, Rakia, we came up with another finesse of the Great Survey Off. Instead of, or as well as asking them to produce a horizontal line, we should mix and match it and ask some of them to produce a curved line segment.
Yeah, and I kind of stuck my foot in my mouth, but if people didn't hear, I said in surveying, because you can have curved lines and you can join them together. Of course, you can make zigzags and whatever. That's not what I was saying. We were talking about surveying and a curved line, and I was mentioning straight line segments, right? You can connect them together and make a horizontal line extend out in any direction for forever, right? And he brought up curve line segments is what surveyors do. And I couldn't even stop laughing, bro. I was so funny. They just willing to say anything, basically.
Thanks, Moyak. We're going to ask that question. Can you guys please produce a curved line segment? Thank you.
Yeah, can I get your definition of a curve line segment? And can you produce it right here on my site? I'll pay you extra.
Yeah, and while you're at it, can you show me that uphill river? Flowing river?
Well, the uphill river has been explained, and if Xanax doesn't get it by now, I mean, they place a model underneath a surface, and some parts of that model are so screwed up that it has rivers flowing uphill, which is ridiculous. Everyone knows that doesn't happen. But
Geoid.
but this is how far it's gotten out there, right? My son has not taken hardly any physics classes. He has his master's, but just going through life and through education system, he was telling me how the Mississippi River is pulled uphill by gravity, right? So it's out there, right? It's being told and taught and on the internet and whatever. Like, he knew about it. That was 3 years ago. Scary, right?
Hold on a sec. Wouldn't a river running uphill just well in the middle until it then there was so much water that it just went over the hill?
I mean, you can't even theoretically think, justify this. But I'm telling you, my son, who is a very smart person, was explaining to me how this happens, when I asked him about it. If this river is running so far from point A to point B, and there's a hump in the middle, wouldn't it have to run uphill at a certain point from my, perspective? And he's like, yeah, this is how it does it. Gravity does this, this, and this, right? He knew the argument without being in the argument. So it's being taught out there somewhere.
Yeah, that reminds me when I asked my sister, how does water stay on a spinning ball? And she said to me, like when you take a bucket and you put in water and you spin it. And I'm like, yeah, but isn't there like a wall there on the bucket? And she's like, it's like standard responses. They don't think. Normal people, they don't think of this stuff. They just, know what they've been told, what's in the back of their head.
That's programming, right, SC? You've been programmed because you've seen that on science shows and history and whatever school, that your teacher or whoever on TV swung that bucket and said, this is what gravity, blah, blah, blah. And so you just automatically, it's an auto response programming. It's sad, actually, but it shows you the power of persuasion. I mean, the human mind is easily fooled.
Yeah, so easily. Like, how simple is it for us to just take that next logical step to think, wait, isn't our water on the outside of the bucket instead of the inside of the bucket?
That's what I told her.
But we see the bucket experiment and we're like, oh, that's amazing. Okay, cool.
Well said, brother. Yeah, exactly. But they just, like Rakia said, it's auto response. It's what you've been taught. It's brainwashing. I'd say people, we all have been Stockholmed. We're all we all have a model in our head that was given to us by somebody else.
Ironically, all that proves is the centrifugal effect you would get if the sky was moving around the Earth, which is what's actually happening, right? So,
exactly, which is what we see and can observe.
Yep.
Yes, that's another thing I think Flat Earth should kind of update. Is I've been saying it for a few months now, but the move is not just hand wave dismissing like the pendulum or anything like that. It's just explaining, like, well, if there's a centrifugal effect on the Earth, that is explained by the sky moving around the Earth, because that just cuts it off of the head. It's just objective, and even their own paradigm agrees. Relativity states that, right? So that's just another thing I think, like when I go talk to this physicist, like he's going to bring that up. He's going to bring up the centrifugal and Coriolis effects. Instead of going on an hour-long conversation with him about the pendulums and begging the question and correlation not being causation and blah, 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 I'm just going to rip it off of the head and explain to him that, well, if the sky's moving around, you get a translation of motion, you get a centrifugal effect. I just think that
I think we are getting to the point where our arguments should be so freaking like concise and irrefutable that a 5-year-old could debate it. You know what I'm saying? I think that's our next step instead of talking to Ruif every day.
Do you find it's funny that he's going to bring up Coriolis, and yet if you look at the history, like Coriolis would have never he wasn't an atmospheric scientist. He was studying like gears and windmills and shit like that. You know.
Yeah, I mean, he sent a list of what he's going to
I
talk
mean,
about.
basically, like things turn and like how gears work in combination. You know, like one will turn opposite the other. So, right, that's sort of the principle that they're then extending over into the sky as they try to like claim Coriolis for their own
Well, not
scientific
only
means and
yeah,
ends. You know.
yeah, not only that, but I've been trying to find this lecture. I can't even find it in my history anymore. And I just
Mhm.
watched it like maybe a month ago, but I just typed in Coriolis lecture. I was just looking for any lecture. So I was listening through a number of them. And I finally came across one because I was looking for like the history of, right? And this guy finally broke it down to where I was satisfied with it being a little bit more respectable. And the way that he explained Coriolis was to start it off at surface tension and angular momentum. So he said we shouldn't be calling it the Coriolis force; it should be called the Coriolis acceleration, because he then went on to demonstrate on a carousel that you place an object on a carousel and then you physically measure its angular velocity and its linear velocity and its angular momentum. But this is on a moving surface with a physical object touching it. So we're dealing in the area of physics, right? So the way that this guy was presenting it was, that's originally what Coriolis was. It was an actual physical measurement and
Right.
demonstration.
He has a whole treatise paper on just like billiard balls and observations of like how the game of billiards works, you know, because he's interested in turning like but it's mechanistic, right? So it makes sense. It's going to wind up in, you know, as a trade skill basically. He's a teacher of he could teach people how clockwork works. You know what I mean? Or, you know, he's showing you something in that. But that's why he became an instructor and teacher.
I think one of the biggest mistakes we make when we talk about Coriolis is that we don't define what it is from the beginning. In other words, the flat earthers say there's no such thing as the Coriolis. Well, that's wrong, because there is such thing as the Coriolis, right? It's an actual thing.
Yep.
But it doesn't happen on Earth, right?
Well,
and it could be
so he studied like those, you know, there's like little, I don't know, like in Holland, in my imagination, like whatever, these like little streams that have like turn like a little wheel, you know what I mean? And then that grinds something. Like those are the types of setups he would study, you know, like how water flow affects a wheel, how much water flow does it take to turn a wheel, to do how much mechanical force, like to do some kind of work, like grind some grains or whatever, you know, things of that nature, you know, like windmill
yeah,
design.
and there's meters to record and see how much of that. Yeah, definitely.
Okay, let you go on. Yeah,
you can create a pump that's so powerful due to water flow that the pump, there's no known metal that the pump can be made out of to survive. There's wheels and grain crushers and stuff still active in like the Smoky Mountains and stuff. I just went to one a couple months ago, and they use water flow to turn wheels and do whatever, you know, belt driven stuff, and then they crush grain and whatever. Water is the key to a lot of things, but you know, Tesla created a pump that basically can't be used at its full capacity because it has to be geared down, because it would just spin so fast it would fly apart, basically.
Yeah, there's
Smart
definitely a
people
lot
out there.
lost like hydro tech, you know what I mean, that they would have probably used. I mean, I don't know if you watch the Martin Liedtke channel, but a lot of times they'll have like these like little plates, etchings and stuff like that, but they'll show like weird like little boats with like pumps and, you know, dredges and, you know, all kinds of, you know, weird things. I think it's more in the coincidence that all these I think there's like some era where they're probably using it for waterways and to like carve out like different things. Those like star forts seem kind of dredged out, and off of a river, so they would use rivers as like to do the work, for some development of cities and stuff. But yeah,
Or
there's like there's a whole age of that tech that's lost here.
my dad and son built water wheels for years. And these water wheels, the process were, they were put in streams and rivers and they would turn and then you would hook a pulley and, run your whatever, right? Run your saw or, whatever. And my dad, to his dying days, built these, 8 foot tall water wheels. And the hardest thing to do when it wasn't put just in nature in a river or stream was to get to the water from the well, from the box at the bottom that held the basin of water, pump it up to the top to turn the wheel. That was the hardest part because water, as it rises, becomes harder and harder to pump due to pressure. So 33 feet, good luck pumping it past that without creating a well and then pumping it 33 more feet or, even less as you go up.
It's an interesting sort of I guess it's a kind of crank that's made off of like you can develop it off of a creek, and it's like works off of water hammer. It's supposedly like just run forever almost, It's just noisy as hell. There's a channel called Mr. Thessalonian. I think he's got an interesting example of it. Cool stuff, man. Yeah, and you get like, and weird effects too with water, like in a pressure, like a water jet, let's say. When that water hits like glass, it creates like electricity. So like when it's hitting like particles of silica or whatever, it's like creating microvoltages that help it cut along. So pretty cool.
Didn't he create a pump that had no like mechanical parts? It just used the flow of water to continuously add momentum, and that was the pump itself, was literally just the movement of water. I think I remember there being a pump that used water that would go one way and another way in the same mechanism, and added momentum from there, and that was the pump. Forgive me, it's been a long time since I've heard about this, so I can't really remember too much of the details.
Type of Schauberger effect or something you're talking about, but I don't know. Maybe not.
I dropped a letter from Einstein. Flat earthers should anytime a globe earther brings up Coriolis or centrifugal effects, they should just hit them with the letter from Einstein. It's game over. So that the sky's moving around the earth, you get the same effect. You don't have to get into all the weeds. It doesn't matter. If everything they say about Coriolis and centrifugal effect is real, they still don't win. So it's like, just save some time. That's my opinion. Like I think there is
the Poincare conjecture.
Why is the Coriolis? Let's take Coriolis for example. Why is that game over with Coriolis?
Yeah. It doesn't prove that the Earth is spinning, even according to Einstein. If the sky was spinning around the Earth, you get the same effect.
How would that affect a deviation as you travel northward, based on the conservation of angular and linear momentum and angle?
Yeah, it's called the Machian principle. There'd be a translation of motion to the interior of the system. So maybe go study it. I'm not going to go back and forth with you when you have no intention to learn. You have no intention.
I do. I actually
do.
No, I don't know that. Listen, the Machian effect. Please explain.
Well, there's the letter right there. Go read it.
No. I'm asking you. I don't need to read the citation. I really trust you. So if I shoot something north and it deviates by 100 yards over 25 miles, how is that caused by the sky or something else moving instead of the Earth?
First of all, that doesn't even actually happen. We account for wind, okay? And wind's way stronger than the alleged Coriolis effect. So that's just a thought experiment. But it doesn't matter because the sky moving around the Earth, there'd be a translation of motion. You can simulate this with, you can demonstrate it with like a hollow sphere. you spin a hollow sphere, whatever's in the middle at rest will have a translation of motion pressed upon it because the system is moving around it. It's called the Machian principle. And
No, but okay,
even
can I make a
Einstein
comment? You
agrees.
said you hand waved not hand wave, but you gave a reason wind, but they do it both directions, and the offset is exactly that they would expect for Coriolis, not for wind. So the wind is going the same direction. Let's say it's going east to west, but the deviation northward is to the east, and deviation southward is to the west. It's always to the right. So it's not. It doesn't correspond with the wind.
That's
So in other
not
words,
actually true. So if you want to
why
cite
would
it,
you say that? Why would all the naval manuals and instructions for long range artillery all state this, and not just state it, have a freaking accurate chart down to arc seconds of deviation for certain distances. So
yeah. So
you're saying these things
create
are
a
not real.
Coriolis force.
You're
You
just
can
going to
also
Wait,
skate
create a
past.
I'm not
Coriolis
arguing.
force.
I'm just curious. Why would you?
You're
Why
going
would
to
you?
skate past the fact I just said that even if what you're saying is true, it doesn't prove the Earth spinning.
Why? No, how could it not be true if it's not spinning?
You
Because
can
I just
also
told you that the sky can spin around it and give you the same effect. I just
No,
told you that.
it can't.
So you have a
So
fundamental misunderstanding of relativity. I just explained to the
it's
room.
not
I don't
relativity. This is
capitulate
not
to
relativity.
anti-flat earthers anymore. I'd rather jump off this hotel by the Empire State Building.
I
don't care.
know. Witsit, you're being very arrogant. I'm really asking the question. I'm not arguing with you. I'm really saying I don't think you understand what Coriolis is because it sounds like you're disputing it based on relativity when it has nothing to do with relativity.
I have to interrupt here because what SE said is definitely true before. So we need to define Coriolis carefully now so that we all agree on the definition, okay? So
Not
can
a problem.
anyone please go ahead, define it, right?
Let me.
So we can
I'll
get
do it.
common
I'll
ground.
do it. I'm here to define it and help anyone who wants to understand it or
Captain definitions.
learn about how. Hold on, or learn about how it's not really true or due to our spinning ball, Earth.
Right, and so you just as a sub
give me
note
the
to
Coriolis
this,
system.
since I was just trying to elucidate it earlier, it's just that also like if you apply voltages too, like you will create what is very similar to a Coriolis effect on the surface of water,
No,
with a magnetic field applied to it.
that's not
That there
true.
will be, yeah. So you can see videos of it demonstrated.
No,
Unfortunately, I don't know
don't.
why
Can I,
that's
may
why is
I
that
jump
why
in
is that a
here?
problem?
You
If
jumped in,
it
Synax. You
comports with
jumped in.
it comports
You
with what
jumped
we
in.
know
What
about
is
the ocean, though.
so?
It
Synax, what
comports
is
with what we
Coriolis?
know about the ocean.
Oh, come on,
Why would you dispute that out of
Synax.
hand? Excuse
You
me.
made a statement. You jumped in. I was gonna give the definition of Coriolis to someone who requested
Gee
it, and you
whiz.
said it's due to look. What is Coriolis to you? What does it mean?
This is a perfect example of what I was just telling the room. I was just telling them you can follow anti-flat earthers around the weeds for hours, or you
It's
can
not
just cut it off
anti-flat
with the
Earth.
head. You
Okay,
just cut it off the head, and I cited
let me
Einstein
respond.
for the whole
Okay,
room.
Witsit,
I
I was
dropped the
attacked.
letter.
I was attacked with interrupted by interruption. So let me just respond to the person that was actually
No,
cordial and wanted
respond
to
to
know
the
what.
letter from Einstein first, because that was
No,
the
I'm
first
not.
thing
It's not.
brought up.
Coriolis is not relativity.
All right, I'll read it. I didn't say that's a straw man. So, highly appreciated, dear colleague. These days you have received my new work about relativity and gravitation, which has been finished after endless struggle for torturous doubt. Next year, at the solar eclipse, we will see if the light rays of the sun are being bent or curved. If, in other words, the fundamental underlying assumption of the equivalence of acceleration in the frame of reference on the one hand and gravity field on the other really applies. Your happy investigations on the foundations of mechanics, Planck's unjustified criticism notwithstanding, will receive brilliant confirmation. For it necessarily turns out that inertia originates in a kind of interaction between bodies, quite in the sense of your considerations of Newton's Pell experiment. The first consequence is on page 6 of my paper, his relativity paper. The following additional points are: number one, if one accelerates a heavy shell of matter, S, then a mass enclosed by that shell experiences an accelerative force. 2, if one rotates the shell relative to the fixed stars about an axis going through its center, a Coriolis force arises in the interior of the shell. That is, the plane of a Foucault pendulum is dragged around. It is a great joy for me to present to you this, especially that criticism by Planck's, which we now know surely was published unjustified. With the highest honor greets you heartily, your devoted Albert Einstein. I thank you heartily for the translation of our book, Albert Einstein, Pseudoscientist, 1913. Okay, game over. Go on mute.
No, it isn't. I understood what you said. I don't know if you really do, but that doesn't really matter. I don't argue about the letter. Let's just talk about Coriolis and what it is. So would everyone agree that Coriolis?
He just wants to hand wave dismiss it.
No, I'm not hand waving it. It didn't say anything that disputed either one of us, either one of our claims.
My claim is that according to the relativistic paradigm, you would get the same centrifugal and Coriolis effects if it was in fact the sky moving around the Earth as opposed to the Earth moving with the fixed frame of reference of the stars. This is objective. You still use relativity.
That's not objective. No,
anything,
I don't think.
anything you
I don't
argue
think.
outside
Why don't
of
you
it
show me
is a
example?
non
Why
sequitur.
don't you show me example of how that would work? Because I don't
I
think you
already-
understand what that's. I understand what was said there, but I want to see if you understand. I don't think you do.
Dude, Einstein didn't walk this back until the
How
50s.
would a centrifugal force? How would a centrifugal? What's it? Yeah, Austin, really? How would a centrifugal force be created by something moving around a spherical object or a massive object? That's
Yeah, if
not
you have
really-
something at rest and you have say you use a spherical shell and you spin it, right? The interior of that system is going to move relative to whatever the motion of the sphere is. This is common sense. If you don't understand, it's not my problem. There's a translation of motion.
Treat me like
There's a translation
I'm
of
a
motion.
fifth
So if you
grader.
have air, if you
Witsy,
have
you're
air
going too
inside
fast.
the
I can't
shell,
follow. I'm not following your lot. Just settle.
Hey, yo, Witsit, isn't this kind of like the guy who's
I'm asking
sitting
just
on...
nicely. Just settle
Hey,
down.
Zanuck,
Slowly
isn't it
explain
kind
that
of
to me.
like the...
I'm a fifth grader. I want to understand.
Isn't it
So you're saying this
like, imagine...
spherical shell,
Hello?
and there's mass inside of the shell, and the shell is moving around the core. Is that what you're saying?
Issa, can I interest you in any Coriolis insurance? Are you?
Oh, dude,
you buying?
I'm a full-fledged member. I've got my
You-
yearly protection
you're-
plan.
No, but
I've
you know
had
about
a
the
way
plat-
to
the
explain
plat-
this for about 20 minutes.
But
Can I
hold
get
on,
in?
the way to
platinum
explain it would
package.
be like this.
Well, first of all, someone
Real quick.
asked me to explain Coriolis. Do you still
Zanuck,
want
no
that
one asked
definition
you
or not?
anything. I'm pretty sure
Can
that...
we get a moderator so we can have enough people taking turns?
Can I just have a
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've
anyone
been
but
wanting to
Zanuck,
try to
go
get in
ahead.
here for about 10 minutes.
Well, Travis, it started with someone asking me a question. Someone dove in and said that it's due to something else, and then Witsit gave a little.
I was going to give you an
reading
example,
a
Zanuck.
reading of his letter without
I got
explaining
an
what it meant.
example for
So
you,
then
Zanuck.
he tried to explain it to me, and then I was
Zanuck, calm down.
some
Calm down.
questions. Now,
Anyone
hold on.
else but Zanuck. I think Matt Philosopher wanted to say something. We're going to let him talk now.
Thank you. All right, so I have a bit of actual experience with a lot of what people consider Coriolis, especially that ridiculous argument that snipers need to adjust for Coriolis. And I would like to piggyback off of what Witsit was talking about with the shell turning, and correlate that with the rifling effect of rifles.
You're talking about the Magnus effect.
Listen. Okay, so when a rifle barrel is rifled, it's made to twist the round in a certain direction. Most of the, spin drift, exactly. That's what is being taught as, or being told is what's Coriolis is simply a spin drift. Would you please just hold on? I'm piggybacking off of what Witsit said with this, and I'll bring it all. Anyways, okay. So as the barrel or the round goes forward, the spinning bias of it will eventually cause it to spin towards the right after a certain distance. That happens with every round. No matter what you fire it from, if the barrel is rifled either in a right hand twist or left hand twist, it is going to spin in that direction after a certain point. It's going to spin up and to the right. That is spin drift. A lot of people, for some reason, are calling that Coriolis, and the same effect is actually what Witsit just described. If you take something at rest and you spin something on the exterior of it, that that movement is going to translate into some sort of what did you call it? Some sort of translation of movement or translation of something on the object at rest. On the object at rest. Sorry, I'm fumbling. So slightly different because the rifle round is literally in motion as it's spinning. However, the cause of the spin drift is because of that circular motion. Now, if the sky was what was turning, not us, then we would have a similar translation of movement on the ground as a rifle round would through the air. Now, again, I'm going to reiterate, I do understand there's a slight difference with the rifle round being literally in motion, but still there's a very similar sort of translation of movement or translation of something happening with both.
All right.
Now
Can I
go
ask you a
ahead
question?
and go ahead to debunk that.
Okay. So I think
To break that down however you wish.
first of all, I don't know if you really understand what Coriolis is. What is Coriolis? You said you had a lot of experience with it. So what is it?
Okay, why don't you just go ahead and explain it, man? I'm already
No, I
fumbling
want to
my
know
words
if
as it is.
you said you understand it, had an experience with it. What's your definition of Coriolis? So we all have, someone wanted to define it earlier. Let's let you do it since you said you had experience with it.
An effect
So you
whereby
don't
a mass
know.
moving in
You
a
don't know what it
rotating.
is. Okay.
An
No,
effect
oh my
whereby
God,
a
dude!
mass moving in a rotating system experiences a force, the Coriolis force, acting perpendicular to the direction of motion to the axis of rotation.
Okay.
First off, Zanuck.
Let me give you a translation of what that actually meant.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Sure.
So what Coriolis is a deviation off of an intended path of a body in motion in a rotating reference frame. So in other words, some kind of body has to be in motion and it has to be in a rotating reference frame.
This is
and that
a
deviation
misattribution.
from
It's
where
a misattribution. Let me tell you why this is a misattribution.
It's not centrifugal force.
I would like a
different.
mod to give me some time to explain this.
All right, go ahead.
So,
Yo,
can I just? I wasn't even done, and you're interrupting.
Coriolis force is a mechanical applied
No,
thing.
it's not.
Once they
Can I finish the definition?
No, Zanuck, no.
I was actually in the middle of it. That's not
You're
fair.
gonna have to mute him. You're gonna have to mute him if you don't want him to talk.
All right, I'm gonna have to
I thought
mute
it was
you,
my
Zanuck,
turn.
because Zanuck, to be fair, you did just rumpus everything. You skated.
I didn't rumpus. I let that guy talk for 5 minutes about his experience with rifling.
All right, you
He
can go
said he has
next.
rifling.
You can go next after the other guy goes.
All right,
Just mute him, bro. Just mute him. Trust me.
The drift is Magnus effect. It's the spinning of the bullet away out. That's Magnus effect. It's created like a little foil of air that's rotating. That is Magnus effect. The Coriolis effect, if you want to even call it that, is happening in the barrel where the rotation is induced onto the bullet. I'm done.
Okay, so you don't know it. That has nothing to do with Coriolis. Like I said,
That
Magnus
was
effect,
right.
for example, hold on. So, for example, Magnus, you show the balls being spun backward off of a cliff and how it then generates this air flow and this aerodynamic force that would actually fly it out into the valley. Like it'll make it go upward if you spun it backward.
Right.
That's the
So
Magnus.
Coriolis force needs an opposing body, right?
That's
an opposing physical body.
That's not
Got it?
Coriolis. That is not. So, for example, a bullet spinning, the Magnus effect wouldn't be affecting that bullet spinning unless there was a crosswind, left or right, to that bullet, and that would induce a Magnus effect. If there's no wind and a bullet spinning, there's no Magnus effect. The spin drift is different. Let me go back to where the first mistake. Coriolis is this deviation. Hold on, just let me finish the one sentence, guys. Coriolis is the deviation from an intended path that you visually see due to the object moving in a rotating reference frame. And we all know that little Wikipedia diagram where it shows the table and the object kind of curving, and viewing it from a rotating reference frame or viewing it from an inertial reference frame, a non-rotating reference frame. The deviation is only seen when viewing objects in motion from a rotating reference frame. From a non-rotating rotating reference frame, that object goes perfectly straight. But relative to the thing spinning underneath it, it makes the curved path. That's what Coriolis is. Don't confuse it with other.
Okay, so once again, I've already explained that even within the relativity paradigm, if the sky was moving with the Earth as the rest frame of reference, it's identical to that inverse, which would be that the sky or the stars are the fixed frame of reference. And in fact, this very principle was applied to the efficacy or value of the prediction of the eclipse, somehow substantiating relativity. The fact you don't know that,
I do know that. So
well, then you have to agree.
I do know that. So you're talking about objects in the sky.
You therefore
Yes.
have to agree that if the sky is moving around the Earth, you'd get the same effect.
Right. Relative
Thanks for playing.
to the ground. Those objects that are in the sky that are moving through the sky. If the sky was moving, that would cause the same effect. We're not talking about those things. We're talking about ground-based projectiles that start from the ground
That go
and
in
end
the
on
air.
the ground. Hold on.
In the air.
In the air. No, it doesn't matter because where they land is different. They conserve momentum. They conserve linear momentum. And because they conserve, they conserve linear momentum. And why would they deviate and land in a different spot on the ground? The sky was moving. That wouldn't have any effect. If you're insinuating
wrong.
I'm not. Witsit, you read a lot, and I applaud you for all the reading, but you're not comprehending because you don't have the fundamental background on these concepts. And I don't mean that as a slight.
God,
I mean that because you blame. Remember when you told
Can
me?
I ask a question real quick, please?
No, Travis, real quick. I'm talking with Witsit, real quick. Witsit, remember when you told me that if you understood Coriolis, that means you said that if a balloon left the ground, that the Earth should rotate underneath it, and you still stood by that like 2 years ago. Have you changed your position on that?
What you claim is that the air moves with the Earth, but not perfectly in lockstep. But it does perfectly in lockstep. But wind changes it, so it does, but it doesn't. And you do all kinds of mental gymnastics. But what I just explained is that within the relativity period, what I'm saying is objective. I just now cited Einstein.
You don't need to show it if it's objective. You need to demonstrate it with it.
If the balloon leaves the ground, does the Earth rotate underneath it? Does a balloon, when it leaves the ground, in that concept, understanding of Coriolis, forget about the winds, would the Earth rotate underneath the balloon? Because if you have this answer wrong, you don't understand Coriolis. So please answer.
You think that it gets dragged with the Earth. So now what I've explained.
Well, why wouldn't it? The air. Hold on. If the air is, if you're sitting out there, no, Witsit, come on. If you're sitting there, I'm looking at my American flag hanging right now. It's not moving a bit. Travis, 1 second. That wind is not moving. So we know the wind's not moving. So if it isn't moving and the Earth is moving, then we all would have to assume that the Earth is moving. The wind is moving with the Earth. The air is moving with the Earth.
All right, this guy's an agent for retarded. He's just waffling about just to interrupt us.
Can I make the point? Hold on.
You're wasting our time, dude.
So if the balloon left the ground,
why should we just
waffling, bro?
do you still think the Earth
doesn't even make sense? Why to make you?
I don't know why y'all won't let him finish.
Because this is why
they just won't. Because they're so scared.
He never finishes. There's never an end.
And he doesn't have an
I
argument.
started the conversation. I brought this up. I brought it up. Immediately dropped a letter from Einstein. I explained to flat earthers that what I think they make a mistake in is they follow the globers around, and this is what's happening right now. And this is Zenit gets off on it, right? Because he wants to try to mental jujitsu you with all his bullshit. But you can cut it off at the head because Einstein himself said that if we treat the stars as a fixed frame of reference and the Earth moving, then we get this Coriolis effect. And if we treat the Earth as the fixed frame of reference and we have a rest and we have the sky moving around it, the stars moving around the Earth, then we get the same effect. They are equivalent.
I would agree. I totally agree. But you're not looking at Earth-based terrestrial Coriolis. Looking at something that leaves the ground and ends up somewhere you think is a straight line. It's a curved line. Now, someone mentioned earlier about not understanding about what skating versus inertial reference frame actually meant. I asked you many years ago, and I still ask you right now, Whitson, I haven't got an answer. If the air, is still around you and the Earth is spinning, we'd all assume and all agree that the Earth would have to move with the Earth. I don't care whether it does or not, it does not happen. I'm asking you what you think happens when the balloon leaves the ground. Due to Coriolis, would the Earth rotate underneath it?
Oh my!
You just double speak
the concept.
And claim that it moves with.
I'm not
the
double
Earth.
speaking.
Objectively,
if the air is moving with, I'm not double speaking. Don't make
this is their kryptonite, right?
He's not even being being intellectually honest.
This is their kryptonite. This is why I brought
it up. All the things you understand about Coriolis.
They can't.
Does the Earth rotate underneath? Does the Earth rotate underneath the balloon?
I'm not currently in the process of answering your questions. I'm demonstrating to the flat earthers that this is their kryptonite because they cannot address it.
And I just already did. You're talking about celestial Coriolis.
What an idiot. You had nothing to do with that. Nothing to do with that.
Okay. A star or a moon or anything in the sky would be affected by what you said. And that would be true. If the sky was moving, those effects would be seen. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about terrestrial. I'm talking about Coriolis of an object moving in a rotating reference frame, i.e., a projectile shot 20 miles north. Why does it deviate 100 yards to the right?
Is the moving reference frame?
How does the moving sky affect a projectile moving 2,000 miles an hour over 25 miles? Why does it land 100 yards to the right?
First of all, that doesn't happen in reality. We address
it does happen. It does happen about it.
It does happen. Hey, Left Lane, did you understand what I said, or are you guys going to both skate past what I'm saying? If it happens, it doesn't prove the Earth is moving according to relativity.
No, that's not the same thing.
So you're saying that the Earth should have
I'm saying it over and over again because you're not getting it. It's not something moving in the rotating reference frame. You're talking about the entire reference frame rotating in the sky and objects that are in the sky seeing Coriolis or deviation. And yes, you're right. That would explain that Coriolis effect.
No,
I'm not talking about
from
that.
the
Again,
from the
I'm
Earth.
not talking about that. I'm talking about something on the ground.
It's not on the ground. It's in the air, you clown. So
No,
the
going from ground to ground motion. In other words,
it travels in the
a
air.
merry-go-round, a ball rolling on the ground, on this moving, rotating ground.
Calm down.
That's
we
not,
can roll a
the
ball on the
sky has
ground and
nothing
prove
to
that
do
the
with
Earth is
that.
Not gonna go anywhere.
That's not what
Okay, this is
Einstein was
where I
speaking
was going to
about.
try to take us. This is where I
Please,
was going to
Travis.
try to take us.
Let's hear it, Travis. Let me hear you.
Yeah,
I
please,
raised.
Travis, because he wants you to run away from my point. But go ahead. But I'm just showing you, if
Yeah.
it's objectively, no one can refute my point objectively.
Okay,
You haven't proven your point objectively.
The laws.
You haven't proven your point objectively.
Left Lane, can you even say what my point is? I'll give you $100 if you can say.
Yeah,
it.
you say that we experience
have my
Coriolis
hand
because the
raised.
sky's moving. That's like standing at the edge of a merry-go-round and saying you feel Coriolis because the merry-go-round's moving, and you're not even on it.
No, so you don't understand the point. So you don't give him $100. I'm sorry.
Right there, or what? Sounds like it.
I'll explain it. I know what you're saying.
I'm saying what Einstein said. Let me just.
I
bring
know
it up
you're
and let
talking
me let
about
Travis
the
go
effects
because
of
this
these
is
objects in the sky.
loves this. Travis been trying to get him for a second. I'm
Go ahead,
gonna step back
Travis.
after.
Now you're
This
going
is
to yield
very.
to Travis. He's
This is
not
very.
going to
Yeah, I'm
talk.
gonna yield to Travis after I say this one last time. Okay. So I just now cited Einstein. There's the letter he wrote to Ernst Mach where he said, "I'm sorry that you got ridiculed based on Planck's publication, telling you that you were wrong because it turns out you were right, and in fact." I had to integrate your principle that you were ridiculed for to then propose the supposed effect of the eclipse proving relativity. And without your principle being true, without I couldn't integrate that into relativity to then go look at the eclipse. That's the Arthur Eddington experiment you guys all bring up, right? That supposedly proved relativity. He said to claim that is caused by relativity, I have to integrate your Machian principle, which is that if the Earth was at rest and the stars were moving around, that we'd have a translation of motion to the interior of the system. We would get centrifugal and Coriolis effects. It would drag the pendulum around, etc. And that these are equivalent in principle both ways. And then Einstein did not walk this back into the 50s, and that's because someone else proposed the idea. Well, that wouldn't work because if the stars are actually that far away, then they'd have to move faster than the speed of light to do it. So that the only way they claimed to have refuted it, which was almost 4 decades after he wrote this letter, was that, if we assume the distance to the stars are super far away, then that would debunk special relativity because the stars have to go faster than the speed of light for that translation of motion all the way to the Earth in the fixed reference frame. This is all objective. You can't claim the eclipse does shit with relativity. You can't claim relativity. You can't claim anything to do with gravity and general relativity or special relativity. This is all objective. Everything I'm saying is objective. The flat earthers should just save the money, drop the letter, and watch Left Lane.
I've already read the letter.
And watch him just run around trying to
my
spiral
Left Lane.
past it. That's all I can do.
What do I do with this
Mic
guy?
check.
You want
Mic
listen.
check.
Listen,
Hello.
I'll say it one more time. With
Hello.
with respect to the letter, you're right, and I understand it perfectly. I'm not talking about the sky. I'm talking about
I heard
on
someone else trying to jump in.
a rotate. Okay, let Travis was trying to get in. I'm not trying to let obfuscate. I want to hear what he has to say.
Am I quiet?
Travis, you there?
Hello.
Travis, someone's hot.
Yeah, but there's someone else saying hello.
Elijah, hot mic, knucklehead.
I don't think he's hot micing. I think he's just trying to talk.
No, he's hot micing. He's talking to a kid or he's ordering a hamburger. He's still hot micing. He's lighting up right now as we speak.
No.
Elijah.
Oh my God. Somebody mute Zanuck, please, so I can.
Zanuck, he's trying to talk.
Well, I couldn't hear. All I heard is mumbling in the background.
Yeah, I couldn't hear him. I couldn't hear him very clearly either.
That's what I'm asking. I'm saying mic check.
Yeah, couldn't understand you. Yes, mic check now. Yes. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to try to be.
Shut up!
Yeah, you are coming through kind of muffled and kind of low, but I think we have Rumpus Travis a bit. So let's let Travis go, then Eli.
Okay, I'm going to try to be as brief as possible. I'm going to say it this way. One, the application of the Coriolis effect is a false equivalency fallacy because we have to understand that it was first originally the Coriolis acceleration, which happened when two physical bodies were in contact with each other. The one physical body was resting on the surface. the surface was rotating. Those physical dynamics can be measured and predicted all you like. That's where Coriolis acceleration stops. When you then remove this idea from that physical demonstration and apply it to something that you think is happening in the sky, that is a false equivalence. That's about as good as I'm going to get.
It has nothing to do with an object touching another object whatsoever. There's no.
They're never going to rebut my point.
The force is the force is actually okay. You want to listen to me?
No one wants to listen to you.
Well, Travis, you're wrong. That's complete false information. It doesn't have to be touching anything. It's not contact of mass. It is the apparent deviation of an object viewed in and from a rotating reference frame, i.e., if any rotating reference frame, which is just a point coordinate system, starts to rotation, you know what that means, about some axis, then objects going from coordinate to coordinate will experience a deviation that does not apply to Newtonian mechanics. That's what Coriolis is. Now, I can give you all the equations for it, but it wouldn't do any good here because you probably never used them before. So let's just talk about just in general. That's what it is. It doesn't have to touch anything, Travis, so you're wrong. It's not a false equivalence, nothing like that at all. It's strictly apparent deviation as viewing motion from a rotating reference frame. Thanks for cutting off the punchline.
Oh
viewing
my
motion
God.
from a rotating reference.
You were talking
again,
forever, Zanuck.
But I was summarizing so you be very clear because it sounds like you don't get it.
Come on.
Rotating reference frame.
I'm gonna
objects moving in a rotating reference frame see this deviation. Period.
All right, Zanuck, I'm gonna mute you. He's gonna respond, and then Eli's gonna go, man.
Okay. Once again, I've been trying to find this citation and source that I found, and I apologize that I can't produce it right now. When I did the search, this is for Zanuck. If you've already heard this, I apologize. Zanuck, when I did a search for Coriolis lecture, I came across a professor who was lecturing and described it as a Coriolis acceleration. And he described Coriolis's observation and testing with a rotating surface and a target on that surface. That was the origin of this entire discussion.
But that's not what Coriolis is, or is it restricted to? You're wrong.
Eli's gonna go now.
Force, Coriolis acceleration, Coriolis definition is this deviation from a rotating. Now, in order for it to deviate, in order for it to make a curved path, that defines anytime you make a change in direction.
Zanuck, sit down, dude.
Well, let me explain to what a force is real quick. Anytime you change it,
still going to
really?
try.
You don't want to hear it? Okay.
No. Can y'all hear me though?
Yep.
Can now.
Zanuck is right. He's describing an effect that we see called the Coriolis effect. I don't know. I guess what Travis is saying, well, if you were going to call it the Coriolis force, then it would be the force that you feel if a rotating reference frame was to come in contact with something that wasn't on that path. So
wait a minute, Elijah. Hold on.
Now, not done. Now.
Well, I was just going to help you with that one sentence.
I'm going to mute you, Zanuck. Next interruption.
The problem with actually, there's no problem with how Zanuck defined the Coriolis effect. The problem is we don't experience that on Earth. That's why I also don't agree with Einstein because, not agree with Einstein. I think it really is non sequitur. What does what Einstein's talking about have to do with the effect that we're talking about? Like, if it's different.
He's saying if we assume the effect to be true, that's one argument that flat Earth can go. They can dispute the effect. If the effect is true, and it actually is observed, it doesn't prove one way or the other according to relativity. So it's the point is that they don't even understand their own paradigm. If the effect is truly observed, even within their own paradigm, relativity says that it could be the sky moving around the Earth as well, that they are equivalent. That's the reason that's important, because we can chase them around in the weeds forever, or we can cut it off of the head with Einstein himself, who gave them their very model they use to this day.
I get it. So I think you're saying that we don't experience Coriolis effect from a moving Earth, but if we did, hypothetically speaking, it still wouldn't prove the Earth's motion because of what Einstein said.
Correct.
Well, Okay. So what's the
All right,
problem?
Elijah.
Why is there miscommunication? Well, I guess.
Elijah.
So what's the deal, Zanuck?
No,
He
no,
can't
no.
answer my question, dude. He
I
just has a
can.
script.
He's absolutely right about celestial objects moving in this rotating sky. That's exactly what we see. You wouldn't be able to discern the difference between the two. I'm talking about terrestrial. I'm talking about on the ground. I'm talking about something on a rotating body. This is not any
Yeah, we
sky.
don't
These
experience
forces,
that.
Coriolis force or centrifugal force, are not caught. Why do you
Dude,
think we
he's
have blood?
talking about
We have
on the
blood
earth too, Zanuck.
centrifuges. Blood
He's talking
centrifuges is not the sky moving around the blood. It's the
Dude, he's
actual.
talking about the earth moving. He's talking about
Yes.
observations on the earth as well.
Yes. Okay. So on the earth, I won't even. I'll spare you all the examples. Let's talk about something simple, like the artillery shell that's going 25 miles off, always to the right, when shot north or south or east or west. But east or west are a little different.
Even if that's true within relativity, you wouldn't prove one
No,
way or the
it's
other.
not. It's not in the.
His example
Wisit, again, please stop referring to Einstein's space and celestial. Why are you talking, Elijah? I'm responding to you real quick. Hold on. Let me finish the sentence, Elijah. Can I finish the sentence?
That effect to say that effect is caused by the Earth moving. No, that would be begging the question if that were your argument or the conclusion to your argument. The bottom line is no, there is no Coriolis effect. No, you're not going to just say the drifting of a rifle round is the Coriolis effect. No, it's not.
I didn't say rifle round. You don't even get the story straight. I'll say it again. Not Coriolis. It's not Magnus, because those would have a predominant direction. They change direction when going south. So that's how you would do a scientific test on this. You'd have to say, let's change the independent variable. Let's change the direction we're shooting it and see if those theories you just came up with.
No one's done that. I don't see
Elijah,
that on YouTube.
yes, they have.
I don't see a demonstration.
My God, there's books written about the values down to the arc second of deviation.
Moderator, can you? This is a fair. I'm trying to.
Let Eli talk, man. Just because you have a louder mic doesn't mean you get to scream over him.
But it's not that because I did
because he's not listening to me.
No. I did interrupt him only because he's telling us.
Thank you. He admitted to interrupt me. Let me just finish the sentence. I'll be brief. I promise.
I'll be brief. Stop unmuting him.
You won't yield.
Stop unmuting him.
Yeah, I'm actually I'm stepping away from the. So I'm going to come over here, Zanuck. If you interrupt again, I'm going to mute you. Please just act like an adult. Like I'm trying to do something. My goodness.
Right. I'm also getting ready as well. I'm trying to he's making it harder than it. Anyway, yo, what was I saying? Oh, so he starts to detail this as he's talking, you get to experience in your mind what would happen if someone were to shoot a bullet one place or direction versus shooting it in another place in a direction. All I'm saying is, where's the demonstration? And he's saying, yeah, it's been done. Where is it? Stop trying to talk over me.
In England, they shot off the coast onto the beaches, and they could measure that 100-yard deviation to the right, going north. And it was to the. Okay, I'll bring that. Okay, but understanding the concepts, and that's the actual.
Right.
That's the actual evidence. Okay, now you want to see the actual video
caused by hitting a golf ball. The curve that would be caused by hitting a tennis ball. You would categorize that all as Coriolis.
No, that's the spin
of
it. A hook and a slice on a golf. A hook and a
that's
slice.
What you're saying. It's all Coriolis effect has to be.
So hook. Think about if you had a hook, and then you shot the other. Hold on, the hook went to the right, and it always went to the right, left going north or south, right?
You're asking me now?
That would be due to the spinning of the ball. But if you sliced and it still went to the right, then it wouldn't be to the spin of the ball.
Yeah. You're at the very best, you're affirming the consequent. No. Like I said, this effect
fallacy categories, and you're applying them inappropriately.
Listen,
Elijah, let me finish the
when I
sentence,
have
and I'll
rebuttal
quiet down because I don't get
after
like
you
Racky and
stop
just yell.
talking
So
and you don't like what I say, you can't.
I want to say the one sentence.
Yo,
You
stop
admittedly interrupted me.
talking. I started
You
talking
interrupted
to
me. You
rebut
admitted
you,
that. Let me just finish
and
the
he's
sentence.
trying,
You don't
but
want
he
to, okay?
wants to finish instead of saying
Damn
no.
it.
Something that you said is incorrect, so let me stop you. That's not what he's saying. He's saying, let me just finish after I've stopped talking, and then Eli started to say something I didn't like.
Yeah, I'm muted.
Yeah,
Everyone's heard Xanax now.
you're not gonna
Do I have the
say,
floor?
you're not gonna
I
say
don't want to
that
interrupt
shooting.
anybody.
Yeah, that rifling effect that you're talking about, Magnus effect. You can, if you want to demonstrate that and prove that it's actually Coriolis and not the spindrift, then you would need two of the same rifles, one with a right hand twist, one with a left hand twist. The same twist, not just like, because there's different twists, like 1 in 7 twist, 1 in 9 twist. Anyways, you would need the same rifle, one twisted one way, one twisted the other way, shooting at the exact same target, both in the northern hemisphere and in the southern hemisphere. The exact same distance, the elevation, everything would have to be the exact same. Just one twist being one way, one twist being the other. And if anything other than exactly what you would predict as spindrift happens, then sure, you might have something there. But if not, guess what? No Coriolis.
It's not spindrift, and it's not the
I
Magnus
agree with them
effect.
now. To
That's a
any
good
reasonable
framework.
person, why wouldn't that, like, if we were, if this was possible of being a resolvable dispute, why wouldn't we want exactly what Jay
They
just
do
said?
this, Elijah. They do this, and in the southern hemisphere, there's a left. There's a left.
Unfortunately, I'm going to unmute
100
him.
yards to the left in the southern hemisphere.
This is
This is
unhealthy.
not, around the 40-degree
unhealthy.
latitude range. But
This
this is
is
something everyone, they
unhealthy.
have books written about
This
it.
is
The deviations are
unhealthy.
known, and
Is
people
somebody
that are in
going to
that
mute
territory,
Zanuck or
it's
not?
He
it's
is
not
muted.
a
I'm about to
it's
go
not a
unmute
rifle
him.
shell. It's not a bullet.
He's been muted. Why? You got something to say? Anyone that's got something to say should say it now, because no one's going to be able to talk when he's unmuted.
Yeah, I want to just talk with Elijah just real quick because he just brought up something that I said. Okay, again, I'm going to go back to this. When I think about this, I try to look it up, and I still haven't found my answer. Okay, Coriolis has to be based on an original observation. It just has to be.
No,
Okay,
it doesn't.
And
hold
it is.
on. Okay, hold on. I don't know who said no, it doesn't, but my position is I believe that Coriolis acceleration is the primary observation that this whole discussion is based on, where you have a rotating surface. It's a flat surface. It's a carousel. You place an object on it. You rotate that carousel. You measure the forces. That's as far as this should ever go.
No,
what has happened?
That's
What?
not an effect,
What?
though.
It's
That's
yes,
why
it
I
is.
said we're talking about two different things. They call the Coriolis force due to the spin of the earth. That's why tornadoes and stuff, that's very different than the Coriolis effect, which Zanuck did define correctly. Two different things.
I understand that Zanuck did define the concept that we all understand as Coriolis
No, it's
correctly.
not a concept. It's an effect. I'm telling you, what you're describing
Elijah's
is
right.
different than standing on a carousel, throwing a ball from that reference frame, and then from that reference frame, since you're turning, experiencing the deviation from the thing that you threw up that is now in a straight path. That's it.
So a little
We
cumbersome
can
words there,
experience
Elijah,
that
but
all day long.
not about
You throw a cigarette outside of the window. You see that curve. That's exactly what it
that's
is.
different. That's not Coriolis either.
No.
Yeah.
But
If
Elijah,
I was doing a
stop at the point that you were
roundabout
correct.
in the car
Elijah,
and I threw the cigarette out the window,
I'm
we
giving
could
you
call that the
props.
same
You were
thing.
correct up until the cigarette. So let's just stay there.
I wasn't done.
He can't
I
stop.
wasn't done, and I
No, I
don't
agree
need
with both
props to then
approaches.
cut me off. I don't need props to then cut me off. I'm talking to Travis. So the bottom line is what you're detailing is different. You can't say, well, this is right, and Coriolis, whatever y'all talking about, is a concept. No, what I'm talking about is what you see visually when something is deviating from your frame of reference. Well, when you're deviating from, well, when you throw something outside of your turning reference frame, that's it. That's
No,
not
that
a concept.
you
That's
had
what you see.
should have stopped while you were ahead, Elijah. It's not throwing something from a
Why is
reference frame.
Zanuck
It's
talking?
actually
I'm talking
motion
to
in.
Travis.
It's
Why is Zanuck talking and I'm
because
talking to
remember
Bro,
you
Travis?
did I
stopped.
not serve
Why
you
is
before?
Zanuck talking and I'm talking to Travis?
No, remember
No,
you said you
because
had to stop something
somebody's
because they were making a
unmuting him.
mistake.
But why
I,
is
I'll
Zanuck
let
talking when I'm talking to Travis?
Sorry, I just personally muted him. So he's server muted. I'm sorry. By the
Yeah,
way,
he
if
was
you want me
he
off
was
and talk, you
unmuted
know
that whole
Zanuck. You
time.
know Zanuck is literally rumpusing everyone that talks, and then he stops talking. Someone goes to respond, and he starts talking over them again.
Travis,
Yes, sir. Yes,
did you hear what I said?
I did hear what you said.
So the Coriolis effect, as detailed, if you're on a rotating frame, you throw something or something is no longer attached to it. Well, imagine just letting go of a balloon or a kite or something. You're not going to see it just go straight up because you're turning. You're going to see it appear to curve. That's what the Coriolis effect is. That's exactly what Zanuck detailed in his definition. Well, that's when you read the definition, what I've detailed coincides with that. What you're talking about is how they try to justify why storms happen in different directions in different hemispheres. It's two different things.
And what I'm trying to establish is a chicken before the egg concept. I don't believe Coriolis originated with an example that
Coriolis
you're
what? Coriolis force or Coriolis effect?
the no. I'm describing the Coriolis acceleration as the original observation. The
As
the
opposed to
Coriolis
what?
the Coriolis effect.
Because how is that possible when you would have? There's many different ways that you can experience the Coriolis effect. So, okay, go ahead, make your case. Whatever.
Well, the only way that you can experience a Coriolis effect is if you create a mechanism that's not natural. Okay, none of this happens naturally. We don't see any of this in nature.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to create a merry-go-round and then create a physical demonstration of throwing a ball into the air so that it's no longer a part of the rotating system. But again, my point simply will
Well,
be, and I'm
that's.
still going to try to hold on. Just I'll
Can I
get
interrupt you
finished
to
up.
say that that's not it? That's not that because that's not entirely true. You don't have to create something. You can also be traveling.
That's not not walking. I mean, like, what are you? Are you in a
Why? Why?
car?
Why not?
Are you in a car?
Yeah, but why not walking?
You could. You'd have to be
Have you
moving
have you
fast.
have you have you ever as a child threw something up and then spun around?
I don't believe. What do you mean? And watched that
Like
object as it's in the air?
yeah, I mean, if you've never seen it before, you're like, wow, it's trippy how
Okay.
that looks because I'm spinning. Like that's a thing.
Okay. I'm not going to disagree with that being a thing. My basic premise is I'm still on the hunt for the original observation. I believe the original observation began with a physical demonstration of two physical objects in contact with each other, measuring linear acceleration and angular momentum.
Absolutely.
And
Yeah, and you can
I
say
would
that's demonstrable through his writings, his work, his act, which aren't that many really, I don't think.
Yeah, I haven't had a
well,
great
I would
time
argue.
trying to find them.
So I know you would argue for something different, but if you
No,
actually
I'm
if
not
you
arguing
research
for
his
something different. I have an appropriate rebuttal, if I may.
oh
So what you're talking about, like, what if the need for this knowledge is only because of the paradigm that people have been presented with? Like, what if it isn't what you're looking for is only a consequence of people trying to determine whether or not they're on a moving Earth or not, rather than it just being something naturally thought provoked.
Well, I think that's what he's trying to say.
Well, then it's not natural. If that's what he's saying, then it wouldn't have been something natural that was the originator. It would have been a fabrication, and then off that fabrication, you would think of ways to refute it technically, and you could probably do things to like, look, see, this proves that that's not true. Like that's what it would have been born out of, not actually experiencing something.
My understanding is he's trying to say is that really what would more accurately be denoted as Coriolis acceleration has been conflated to the term Coriolis force, and it's about two actual physical objects in relation to one another, and that we can look back to when they actually physically did that, and that is a real thing. And that based on the presupposition that the Earth's a ball, they then translated that over, saying, well, based on that presupposition, this must also be happening in some way, just in a fictitious optical way. And so they just translated the actual thing over to the presupposed ball. Unless I'm misunderstanding his point, I don't know.
I thought and think that's what he's saying too.
Yeah, that's what the gist is, yeah.
But I think, like I said, within relativity itself, like if the sky's moving, then you get the same effect. Like in my opinion, it's the most efficient way. To each their own, but it just debunks the whole thing. And if we're talking anti-flat earthers, this is why it's not good to capitulate your argument to them, because they'll double speak and blatantly lie. But like,
because he took our position of all these years, he literally, finally, for the first time, acted like in any other debate, he would never give that definition. But now, because we have a contender on his side that's saying, no, this could be the case like this. He's like, no, let me define the effect as it actually is now, today. Like, now you're going to take our position today. Wow.
Yeah, but whatever. Like, so like with relativity, you can't claim the little eclipse thing, the Arthur Eddington experiment, what they call it, right? Where the eclipse proved relativity was true, which obviously didn't. So like that's literally Einstein explains that to try to conflate that to evidence of relativity requires the Machian principle be integrated in principle within relativity. That's what the letter's saying. So it's like, dude, this letter has been scrubbed from the internet, dude. It took me a full day to find it. And I had to get it translated myself because it's only available in German. So I had to go to different German people and get it translated. And so yeah, it's just I think that the flat earthers should integrate it, because like when I go talk to this MA and BA physicist, and he brings up centrifugal force and Coriolis effect, I'm going to immediately say, with the relativistic application, according to Einstein himself, you get a translation of motion from the exterior to the interior of the system, giving you centrifugal and Coriolis effects. The only difference is they'd be actual as opposed to fictitious in the paradigm that it's axial rotation. There is no rebuttal. So it's like,
the things the things that you're reading with it are actually words that you've had translated into some quote.
Yeah, from like 5 different German sources, and it's objectively what it says in German. I just dropped the actual letter. So what you're doing is being a sophist. Do you know what that word means? You're being a sophist.
I just had a question. I'm not being anything. I just had a question, and you answered it.
You said, "Oh," as if somehow it dismisses the credibility of it when it's just objectively what the German letter says. And I gave the actual letter.
You're
go translate it yourself.
Now, I'm German and I can confirm. Yeah. Let me steal Steelman Wood's Einstein letter at this point, right? I'm German and I can confirm this is correct. Okay?
Thank you. And of course it is, because they end up discussing it later. There's one guy who proposed, well, actually, I don't think that, because Kosho freaked out about this. Bacon and Kosho, they couldn't figure out how to dismiss it. So they teamed up and they figured out the best way they could to come up with a rebuttal. It took them about a month. And they came up with, Einstein ended up walking this back because some guy proposed the idea that if that was true and it was the sky moving, then the stars that are super, super far away would have to be moving faster than the speed of light. and that doesn't work with relativity, right? Because nothing can go faster than the speed of light. So by presupposing the model and the distances and relativity, then it doesn't work. When originally Einstein's saying, well, it would work in relativity, it'd be equivalent both ways. So then he walked it back like 3-4 decades later, saying, oh, well, if the stars were super, super far away, they'd have to be moving faster than the speed of light to have this translation of motion, which isn't a sufficient rebuttal, obviously. So,
well, it's just them making the
Yeah,
argument
that's
again.
basically like Zanuck saying, telling the truth.
Can you hear me? Yo, can you hear me?
yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, it's they do this in a number of ways. They say, how does the flat Earth work on a globe? And that's just what they're doing again. Make the flat Earth work on a globe. No, I actually don't have.
Exactly. Because we just need the principle. We need the principle, which is, a translation of motion to the interior of a system. Which, by the way, I mean, you can move a pendulum, guys. I don't know if you guys like pendulums do precess. Now, they don't have an independent frame of reference. They're still attached to the Earth. They're built to actually move. They have to be started. All this makes perfect sense, though, if it's a translation of motion from the sky. If there's a slight drift over top of the Earth connected to the Earth and the sky, makes perfect sense. That's, also what makes perfect sense in that scenario is the Elias effect. So I actually have come to the conclusion there's strong evidence for this to be the case. Let's see, I'm just in pursuit of truth. I don't have a script. I don't have to be like, oh, the same argument I made 5 years ago is bulletproof and I'm 200 to know. Like, no, I'm updating my position. My other position was, well, this correlation doesn't equal causation. You're begging the question. You're presupposing the cause. We don't have consistent. We have to move it. No independent frame of reference. All those critiques are still valid, but I now, looking at the evidence without bias, think, okay, there's evidence for the fact that there's a translation of motion from the exterior system moving around us. It makes sense, and it fits with everything. Then you can look at the patterns of the wind. You can look at the patterns of the ocean. You can look at the quote-unquote hurricanes and tornadoes. There's some type of vortex.
You would agree that you would agree that none of that is Coriolis anything, right? It would just be the redefining of what that is.
Yeah, it's a translation of centrifugal force, and it's actual in the situation that the sky is moving around the Earth.
Well, I mean, basically, the bullet drift thing would, in the frame of what Zanuck was saying, would almost be saying that the Earth is turning the bullet. It's physically applying like a force to it, rotational impetus to you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, well,
that might be true too, because of the whole hurricane example, right? Like, because the spinning of the Earth is causing that.
But when you have a rotational force, anything that comes in contact with it, that it will rotate away from that. This is just a principle of mechanics, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm going to do a demonstration, by the way. So I'm going to do a demonstration in high definition, recorded and produced in high definition, where you guys can see it. It makes sense to me.
You'll see.
Applying intellect, you would get a translation of motion. Zanuck freaked out. He didn't know what to say, so he said, "No, we're talking about something on the ground." He doesn't know what to say. He doesn't understand, which is a translation of motion all the way to the surface. So it's irrefutable. It is 100%. The flat Earth should integrate the argument 100%.
I'm just saying, like, that this is an isolated case where we call something and it maybe doesn't 100% represent what the work like it was built for. You know what I mean? It's been appropriated by a scientific culture and used to validate and own the name like a brand. Over time, right? I mean, that's a thing. Is that not a thing? Am I making that up in my head?
No, yeah, seriously.
I mean, there's a reason why they use Tesla, for the electric cars. They're trying to brand and use that name, that the cachet of that, as a thing, right? I don't know. They're doing the same thing with they did it with the Coriolis force first, right? Okay.
Yeah.
But because what does it do? It validates all of meteorology, everything with air travel, and air travel is pretty close to like space travel, right? So like there's agencies that have interconnected usage of that terminology, right? So it's like an intelligentsia that is needed to be codified, needed to have like a handle, right? So they use Coriolis to talk about it, but they're right? But there's just fluid mechanics that's going on, vortexing and high-low pressure exchange, right? That's what creates this spinning whatever if you want, or fronts or whatever. But you know that if you look at it from a laminar cross section, that wouldn't really belie this like gear like or rotational force like a ball and a surface. Right? So there's no the ball is spinning against nothing anyway. Like it's just air spinning against less air to create a whip that makes all the fucking weather formations happen. That's the Coriolis force. Is that what you're saying? Because like if there's nothing like to impart that friction to, do you know what I'm saying? It's like getting a hand job by a ghost. You just wouldn't feel it. Like there would be no Coriolis force that would make this weather front happen. Do you see what I'm saying? It's got to all be like internal shit that's going on to create the
Well,
weather.
the air is moving with the earth anyway. So how the hell would you double speak your way out of that?
Sorry, but how does that work though?
Can I just say, Snacks, you just made me spit my coffee everywhere.
Oh, was that funny? Oh, yeah, nice, cool.
Yeah, I was literally just drinking my iced coffee, so I didn't burn myself. Just sipping my iced coffee when you said it's like getting a hand job from a ghost, and then it just went everywhere. Now I've got to clean up.
I've been in some
but if
dark
you
patches.
remember,
I've never heard that.
It's
That was
where the
awesome.
rubber meets the road. It's about frictive differential, right? That's the argument, and I just made a joke.
I
yeah, but
understand the way you put it.
You got to remember that scene from Ghostbusters with Dan Aykroyd and that ghost that was floating above him. If you know what I'm talking about.
Well, the problem with Coriolis is a lot of the Globers like get it wrong. They think like on the globe you should get to LA from New York at different times depending on which direction. It's not how it works. The reason why you get Coriolis on the globe is because you have to move. You know, you're also not going to get it from a hot air balloon or a helicopter or a drone floating in air.
Yeah,
right?
you
need to
would.
move.
You just said the
You need to
exact
move to a
opposite of
different.
exactly what should happen if there was Coriolis effect.
Not when you have the
Yeah.
atmosphere moving. I said on the globe when you have the atmosphere
Yeah.
moving with in the globe model, you have the atmosphere moving with the Earth, so you're not going to get it from a.
So all other materials other than the material air, because the plane would have to be moving.
People interrupting.
I can't
Jeremy.
hear any. I can't.
I mean, you got interrupted 5 times. I haven't heard what Jeremy said once. I really haven't
I
heard his
know.
full sentence yet.
I know I don't know why you guys get all fired up when I talk. Why? So on the globe.
That's all it is. I just like talking over you.
So on the globe model, right, you got the atmosphere moving with the Earth, and the only way you get Coriolis out of that is when you move to a different. When you have to obviously move your position because you're not going to get Coriolis from a flight or a helicopter just hovering. Well, the flight maybe depending if you're going north south, but like a helicopter hovering is not going to get Coriolis because you didn't change you need to change your tangential speed. You just hover standing in one place, your tangential speed stays the same. You're not going to get Coriolis.
Okay, fair enough. But
yeah,
then
if you go north to sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So, I mean, then we are already accepting that the air, which can be described in a way of a fluid, is integrally rotating with the Earth, right? But this is not the case as the Earth is an open system. So, by which mechanism would all the gas molecules rotate westwards with the Earth in lockstep, right?
Yeah,
So
and
That's why I said how
how
you gonna double. I said how you gonna double speak your way out of that? Because if everything is moving together, what Coriolis are we talking about then? Because there is none.
Yeah, and what's the mechanism by which this is done, right?
Jeremy can say that you guys are talking about the air moving with in theory, but in pragmatic application, you have what's called a 1 to 60 or 60 to 1 rule. In aviation, all over the surface of the Earth by air, 60 nautical mile due to wind drift. This is a pragmatic application. So your theory that the wind is in lock the Earth by the pragmatic use of 60 to 1 aviation.
Yeah, and the air would have to be moving faster and faster proportionate to altitude increase. Because you're having to go a further distance the higher the air is.
Which is a first law of thermodynamics violation. Yeah.
Yeah.
How would that be happening? You know, they just say. Actually, I googled that because I'm like, well, they can't just be fighting for that, right? And it straight up says, yeah, the air above moves faster. We don't know why though.
Well, there's a thing on Earth they claim that's happening is this like slight super rotation. They say it happens on Venus big time, but they say it's also happening on Earth to a lesser degree.
A
So it's
super
actually
rotation? What does
yeah.
that
So
mean?
it's actually not just moving in. Once you go up, you know how they say all the air, for give or take, is moving in lockstep with the Earth's surface.
Yeah.
As you get higher, it would have to go faster to keep up with that lockstep. However, when you get up high enough, I think it's like 200 kilometers, it's actually going faster than the rotation. So not even lockstep anymore, faster than that.
Okay, how?
Yeah.
What's
What's
the
the
mechanism?
mechanism? Yeah.
Dude, I don't know.
Okay, that's our
Exactly.
point. It's just bullshit doublespeak. That's the point.
The thing is though, with their model in the Coriolis, you would get Coriolis from changing your tangential speed.
Guys,
All right,
I mean, surely
if you want to just go ahead.
just sorry, was it quick? You guys must know when you're being marketed to, right, as opposed to being educated. When you hear words like magic speed to explain why all of the impacts on the moon, aren't coming in at all different angles, and when you hear words like super rotation, these are marketing terms. They're not scientific terms.
Exactly.
I mean, it's cool if you want to argue the air.
Free space time.
If you want to argue the air.
Jeremy, go ahead.
The air with the Earth, that's fine, that's great, but the Coriolis effect from all this, I mean, I don't know. They got all their numbers in order, right? They say what's happening is happening, so like I don't know.
Okay, well, Superman flies, dude. Here's the math. Like, I don't care. Like,
So
you have to.
Jeremy, if that is true, then when I engage a PNS and I say to him, when I fly my plane at 2,500 feet, and I fly it for a distance of 500 miles, and I account for Coriolis or curve, what do you think, based on what you just said, you hear PNS reply, he says, well, you don't have to account for it in your plane, but yet I have this tangential velocity that you describe, and yet I don't apply for any of the things that you just stated is true in their theory. So again, pragmatic use versus theory. You're in theory state, are you there, Jeremy?
You're saying you're not applying for Coriolis when you fly?
Oh, when I ask PNS why I don't have to
Bro,
adjust
don't
for it,
tell
he
me
says,
what you
well, it's
ask
just a smaller
PNS. Tell me
distance.
what you're
He
doing when
says
you're
it's
flying.
just a short distance and you're not high enough. That's what he says, right? So certain height, I have to be at a certain distance to experience Coriolis, apparently, according to his theory, and according to your theory, that the globe experiences all the time. So who's correct?
Yeah, and it doesn't
What
work
are you
because
doing when you fly? I didn't understand shit you just said. What's the problem?
he's saying you don't have to account for Coriolis when he flies around 2,500 feet. NASA page chill says, oh, well, it's too short of a distance and you're not high enough, as if to insinuate and imply that if you're high enough and fly far enough, then you would have to account for Coriolis. But that's not true, and that's why you only hear great circle routes invoked by the globe for east to west, like latitude, because once you invoke longitude or the meridian great circle routes, it debunks the globe because you would have a drastic change. You would be off like 5.5 hours. You'd be off by over 3,000 kilometers or something going
No,
south on the
the
meridian.
math for going from Hawaii to Alaska, you're off like 30 miles or something. It's not that much.
Okay, I'll just drop
You
the
need to yeah, it's like 30 miles or something you're off by due to the Coriolis effect from Hawaii to like Alaska. And the wind, the amount you're saying is wrong. Well, what are the real numbers? Let's see it.
I'm gonna drop it. I'm gonna drop the math. I have to find it because I'm on my phone. But like
I mean,
the
I
dude,
ran through the
Michael
math
Turner,
before. It's like 30 miles. So
if you drove 5.5 hours at like 500 kilometers an hour on the Great Meridian, then there's something like 3,171 kilometers that you would have to update for. And then Kosho came back, and his argument is that, well, the air just accounts for it magically. So,
no
like,
way you'd be 3,000 miles off due to the Coriolis effect. No way.
No, I think the point here
There's
is
no way
that
that's right, Winston. I'm sorry.
no, that's just no, that's just if we consider the object not attached to the rotating reference of Earth, right? But we,
correct.
you know when we what
But you're
Jeremy.
attached to Earth because the atmosphere in their model, the atmosphere is
Yeah.
rotating.
So it's
So
based
that's not
upon this.
the math the globe gives. It's like 30 miles. You'd be off.
Yeah,
by.
right. Because it's a priori accepted what you just said.
Which I'm
Yeah,
not
like I
doing
said,
that
if you
because I'm
want to
not
argue the
capitulating
air not
completely.
sticking with the spinning sphere, that's great. But you know,
Because it doesn't work. That's our
you can
point. It
argue that
doesn't
a
work.
helicopter should get Coriolis on a globe.
Yeah, yes, because their claim that the air is moving in lockstep with the Earth
How else
doesn't
do you get
work.
deviation?
Yeah, it's just
How
not
would you
true.
get
Like the fact that
deviation?
the air moves, the act that the fact that the air moves with the earth, like if we're going to go backwards instead of just saying, well, there is no globe. If we're gonna play this game and beg the question, fine. But if that's the case, then the first thing we would attack is, yeah, obviously you're talking about, whoa, first of all, the air moves with the earth. No, my friend, first of all, clouds move in different directions. I'm feeling wind in different directions. There's a lot of different direction shit going on. You can't say that,
Elijah,
well, the
wouldn't
earth
you?
is doing the opposite of what we experience.
Elijah, why are you
Yo,
describing a flat stationary Earth?
yo. Wouldn't you say that if it were turning in a consistent way, that you should see very consistent effects weather-wise? You should see very, very consistent oceanic weather
No,
patterns.
nope,
Right? Turning,
nope,
right? Stop it, Grover.
no,
Stop it. No, if you're spinning, you're
no,
basically spinning like a water drill
no,
through
no.
all the shit, like a buzzsaw.
Yeah, but the air is moving. The air is moving with the Earth over a stationary plane, though, because the ether is moving. So all the skylights are moving.
Oh no!
Something is moving.
It's all
And that's not
pressure
good or
derived by the sun. It's pressure derived by the sun and moon, man. That's what it's causing. The movement of the gases. Pressure from the sun and moon.
Yeah.
Here's what I want to see. Here's what I want to see. Here's what I want to see.
Yeah.
I want to see an airplane take off to the west and fly at a counter speed to the Earth's rotation, so that airplane is actually just stationary. Should be able to be done.
Listen to me.
Should be able to be
Arguing
done.
that in the
See,
globe.
the thing is the double. Jeremy, the double speak comes into the fact is how do you get deviation if you're at lockstep?
By changing your tangential velocity, because that lockstep, it
You're no longer lockstep then.
tangential speed. Your tangential speed changes when you move. You have to move. You have to move. You have to move. You have to move to a new position where you have a new tangential velocity, and that would cause the apparent drift.
Which means the surface leaves beyond that point. You cannot have deviation without some sort of two separate reference frames. It doesn't work. No other deviation.
I think it's a matter.
You have to have something deviating.
I mean, if you don't understand it, it's cool, but you know you're not going to get deviation on a globe from hovering in a helicopter because you're not changing your tangential speed.
Yeah, that's where I think
there is there's no deviation. I can change my point-to-point tangential velocity or my linear distance between points to get that effect where I'm deviating. You have to have two reference frames, two different places. It can't simultaneously have no contact with each other and cause deviation. If it changes tangential velocity, it has to have physical contact. Effect that you describe, but in reality there's no physical contact, so what's actually happening? Nothing.
Yeah, I mean, look in what kind of problems we are getting here, man. I mean, it's just not spinning, man. Come on, guys.
Right. It's just
we don't have to play their game. Like, the point is they don't have a sufficient mechanism or explanation for the air moving in lockstep with the Earth. Period.
So therefore, that's gone. So now we're going to look at what actually happens in the real world when we fly planes on the meridian. Okay, we don't have to account for it. So therefore, globe debunked again. And I dropped the math for you.
Can I make a? I'd like to make a comment. If what they say, if we just beg the question and say what they say, the air is moving in lockstep. As soon as you went up in the air and the conservation of momentum took you in that direction, as you turned around, it would take you in that direction because of the current of the air. As you turned around and went against that current or the airflow in one direction due to Earth's rotation and being lockstep, you would be fighting a force going against the air. And when you turn back around and went with it, you would need less energy to go further. It's just like being in the current of a river.
That's true.
Hold on a second. You
I agree
said
with that.
conservation of momentum, right? Hold on. You said conservation of momentum. You need physical interaction for that. How are you getting?
Well, I'm just using their, like once you go up into the air, you're in that current. If they say it's moving, you were on the earth, so they're saying you're moving in one direction, right? Or many directions, but you're rotating in
You
one
can
direction.
just do that walking in another direction.
Yeah, so then you go up in the air, you're still moving in that direction if you go straight up. But once you go against it, you're against the current. And when you turn around and go with it back in the other direction, you would need less energy to go the same distance. It's just current is all it is, airflow.
Yeah, I mean, I can read it. Before we get into the details of the specific flight, go ahead. Good. No, it's all okay. Okay. Well, I'm just going to read for just a sec, but it's important. It's important to call them out, not to play their game. It's frustrating. So before we get into the details of the specific flight, let's have a look at the principle that goes under Coriolis, a term globe defenders absolutely love to invoke in all applicable and non-applicable situations without actually trying to figure out what that means. The animation here, which is in the thing I dropped, is from the Wikipedia article, which calls Coriolis a force, but that cannot be because it is not an interaction. A fundamental requirement for something to be called a force. It is a projection of the non-accelerated movement of a body onto an accelerated or rotating system. So then it has a little depiction up there with a red and black dot. It says here the black ball is moving inertially straight and uniform from the center to the periphery, just like a plane would on a course south at constant cruising speed, which it drops the booklet. It tells you they have to maintain a constant speed, where it is not accelerating either ahead nor sideways. If you project positions along the way down onto a rotating platform, like a rotating Earth, for instance, the projection will have a curved shape. If you think of the red spot on the disk as Abuja, which is one of the locations, 4,500 kilometers south from Frankfurt, the plane as the black dot moving uniformly along a southern cross, then it will arrive at the latitude of Abuja, however you say it, a great distance away west of that location. We can easily calculate how far that would be. The tangential velocities of these cities are calculated it gives you the equation. And so that comes out as Frankfurt, 1,074 kilometers an hour, and Abuja or whatever, 458.7 meters per second equals 1651.3 kilometers an hour. The difference is the 576.7 kilometers per hour, and therefore Abuja would, during a 5.5 hour flight, move 3,171.8 kilometers to the east, which means the plane would miss this location by that amount, just as illustrated in the animation above, where the black ball misses the red dot. They just want to invoke magic, and they want to say, okay, well, the air moves in lockstep with the Earth, and then the air just basically, it's the wind magically accounts for it, so that the person flying the plane doesn't have to, and that 3,000 kilometers is just made up.
Yeah.
Magically.
So momentum is conserved, right? So this isn't happening. So what you just said is wrong because you blatantly misunderstand it, right? Because momentum is conserved, right?
Okay, so you're saying momentum is conserved by physical interaction. That's the only way. You have to have something interact with something physically pushing it, right?
And if you want to argue something with them, argue the air not sticking to the ball.
But
that's
conservation of momentum is pretty important, right?
He just invoked conservation of momentum. Which means you need a physical interaction to exchange the energy.
Yeah, and also I need an inertial reference frame in which my conservation of momentum is valid, right?
Hold on. how is it when it comes to the air? What demonstration can you show conservation of momentum in air? What demonstration do you have?
I can't, man. I can't.
In fluid dynamics, there would be drag as you went up. There would be drag.
Right.
You feel it on mountains,
So we're
any
talking about
building.
drag. We're not talking about conservation of momentum now. We're talking about drag, right?
Well, this is all explained in what I dropped. Everyone should read it. At this point, I hear already the atmosphere is a part of the earth and moves in lockstep with it and thus carries the plane with it like a river argument. But that is exactly what Coriolis says it doesn't do. It is an effect observed between two independent systems, one inertial, the other accelerated. And Coriolis cannot do anything anyways. It has no executive power in physics. It is not a physical species. It is an observer-dependent artifact and therefore cannot be the physical cause of anything, like tornadoes and swirls in the sink. And then it goes on to explain how they use this, and that leads us to one of the most misused, widespread misconceptions here on Quora and elsewhere, that gunners can and do compensate for the Coriolis effect by leading the shot, as illustrated here. So they lead the shot, all right, but once the bullet leaves the muzzle, it is a straight flight in the aim direction and not a banana-shaped flight as in the animation above, which would make aiming and hitting practically impossible. And nothing can accelerate the bullet sideways to straighten out this banana shape along its way and make the bullet hit the moving target. So Coriolis is a myth when applied to Earth, because the Earth is clearly not spinning, and nothing illustrates that better than the flights along a meridian. And that gets us back to the flight, Frankfurt to Abuja. It is correct to say that this is the last paragraph, I'll stop. It's correct to say that the planes don't fly along ballistic trajectories, they are powered, but it's also correct that they cruise at a constant speed for which they need their power apart from getting airborne. In physical reality, you can never catch up to a point that accelerates past you or away from you with constant speed. Certainly not by banking the plane in one direction. The point is accelerating away from you. You need to accelerate yourself. That is fundamental physics, and not so much physics of motion, but physics of energy expenditure for the goal of overcoming conservation of angular momentum. They're never going to rebut it. They're going to invoke magic. So, I mean, I don't know why we would capitulate to their nonsense. So they can't have it both ways. They're double speaking. And it's laid out in detail. Yeah, you don't get to claim that it moves in lockstep with the Earth and then simultaneously claim Coriolis. It's ridiculous. Double speaking religious zealotry. That's what it is. It's whatever I need it to be for the moment. That's not how reality works.
Actors reading from a script with it. We gotta entertain that possibility that people come back with these continuous day one arguments or just repeating parrot style the same talking points because they're actors playing a role paid to do so. Jade trig is the term, isn't it?
Just to clarify, when I took this position and evoked conservation of momentum, it was not because I personally share that opinion, but just to keep the conversation going and maybe just to demonstrate one thing, which would be that conservation of momentum also is only valid in an inertial frame of reference, man. So, you know, is the Earth
You still have to
rotating?
have physical interactions, right? So if you don't have a physical demonstration, you have to.
Yeah, but don't let his point be lost saying, but you still.
Yeah, damn.
At least
in
when
physics,
we see a
angular
physical
momentum
interaction, we can see the mechanism.
But doesn't that like count for drag then? And then doesn't drag count
His
for
point was valid, I think, if anyone cared.
Okay, so an angular momentum is the rotational analog of linear momentum. It is an important quantity in physics because it is a conserved quantity. The total angular momentum of a closed system remains constant. Angular momentum has both the direction and the magnitude, and both are conserved. It explains every.
But that wouldn't be real. That would be mechanic. That would be mechanical, right? Because in a system like those things would be moving because of the energy of the system. It wouldn't be this conserving of anything. But it, like the guy said before, like if you're rotated, there's no such thing as conserving angular momentum. Like, okay, well, this is angular momentum. Me spinning a yo-yo by a string. Well, there's no string. There's no thing in reality that's going to follow my hand's rotation. There's no such thing as angular momentum conservation unless you have an example. But I think in a system that would be called something else.
I think what we have to do in real terms, because we know the nature of our reality is known, so the best we can do is try to decode it somewhat. In real terms, look at the words chosen, and the most significant word is Earth itself. In the spinning ball Earth blue marble image, we're given a complete picture of Earth. As flat earthers, if the best we can say is Earth is flat, well, that's a whole hell of nothing compared to, what the controllers or whoever has written the ball Earth script and promoted it and developed it, no. So that leaves us lacking, doesn't it?
I mean, every flat earther should read the freaking post, man. So, take it or leave it. Covers every single thing that they say, every single bit of it. It comes down to a fundamental contradiction, in which they claim the atmosphere moves in lockstep with the Earth, which is exactly what Coriolis claims it doesn't do.
Like it says, you need 2 reference frames. You need 2 of observation. Something to interact with something to cause it, right? Either a physical force or physical force. In fact, let me say.
If they have the science wrong, right, and Coriolis doesn't work the way they say it works, right, and you've picked holes in this, how is this evidence for the Earth being flat?
Well, it just proves that
The
whenever
whole
planes
point
can
of
successfully fly, they're not doing it over a spinning ball because it's impossible.
No, because what you've done is, if you are correct, right, then you have found something wrong in what they have said happens, right? But that in itself doesn't prove the Earth is flat.
yeah,
It
we
proves it's
know.
not a
We
spinning
know.
ball.
It proves that their proof, it's their proof of a spinning ball. So we're just disproving
Wait,
that. That's all it's happening.
time out.
Highlander,
Time
who
out.
was so passionate
Anything
about
you
it.
respond to Highlander, any other response to Highlander other than, yeah, I know, is going to end in a confusing conversation where he's answering for something someone else is saying when there really is no defense. Yeah, you're right, Highlander. What's your point?
Lowlander.
My point is, where is your evidence that the Earth is flat?
Oh, we weren't talking about that, Highlander. We were just talking about Coriolis.
Yeah, we were debunking the globe at the moment.
But even if you debunk the fact that the Earth isn't a globe, that still doesn't make the Earth flat.
Oh, okay.
If you say you've debunked the fact that the Earth is a globe,
Ocean's pretty flat though, right?
to say the Earth is flat, you then need to prove that you can
No one
debunk
presented an
every
argument.
other shape known to man before you can conclusively say, I know for a fact it's flat. Just because you debunk
No one
one shape
presented an argument.
doesn't mean it
You're
is flat.
coming in hot for something no one did
Guys, one at a time,
this
guys.
morning.
Yo, hello. One at a time, guys. Way too many people talking at once. No one can hear anything.
Yeah.
Well, that's not a shape. That's stupid.
Yeah, so no one was trying to assert that at all, Highlander. So at the moment, you're just derailing the conversation. The conversation wasn't about what you're talking about. So if you want to talk about that, maybe wait till this conversation finishes. That's the only way to address this.
Or fuck off.
Yeah, but isn't it funny that Glover's used the word flat as a shape?
Yeah, that's my favorite thing to point out.
It's so dumb. You can have like a flat million shapes. Like you could have a flat triangle, square, hexagon, you name it.
Well, that's exactly my point with it, that when it comes to what Earth is, flat Earth is a psyop, because we haven't decided what Earth is. If Earth, for instance, encompasses the skylights, the sky, the barrier, the ether, the weather systems, the oceans, and everything beneath us, well then Earth is something different. So to say Earth is flat would be stupid. It'd be like saying an engine is flat, because there's flat aspects to it. That's what I
Oh,
would
no. So flat's a description of the surface. It's a topographical plane. We don't make a shape claim. That would be stupid.
Right.
Well,
We're
in all
just
fairness,
saying
there,
no, no,
Witsit,
no. It's flat
You're
because
not a
line
flat
of sight.
earther.
Sorry, somebody go. I guess.
I'm just saying, sorry, Eli. I was just saying that there's so many flat earthers in inverted commas who don't like to be called flat earthers for I think this very reason.
All right, but you know when I've given the position that flat is just a description of data over an extended distance, no one disagrees. In fact, that's exactly what Google's elevation profile is. That's what they call flat, the sea level. So that's what we mean. They said that there was a deviation from flat in that context, that the earth was curving. We're saying, well, that's not true because, well, we've done the math on that. We have line of sight observations that go beyond what would be obstructed. So it's flat. That's what we mean. The shit that we're strawman with is unfortunate, but it is what it
it has
is.
to be. Well, I would respond to that by saying that we could be on a Earth's surface that would be described as flat, but it could be a bowl, right? So at the center of it, the land is lower with stuff jutting up above the water, but the water itself, as far as we can reckon, would have to be determined to be flat. So we're more sort of flat waterers than flat earthers, if you know what I mean.
No, it can't be a ball. All right, it's a topographical plane.
It's a bowl, a little bowl, a shallow bowl.
Oh, a bowl. Yeah, we might live on a giant basin.
Well, the abyssal the abyssal plains at the bottom of the basin, the oceanic basin, which we know what a basin is. A lot of that land is just straight up flat, no hills, no valleys. So that's and then on top of Earth, we also have much flat land as well. So
Have you guys
we
ever
can
seen?
say that it's flat.
You guys ever seen like a plate
You guys have
like that
seen the
has
Great
depth?
Plains, right?
Yeah, but have you ever seen like the plate,
You guys
like
have
the
seen the
plate?
Great Plains, right?
Yeah, and the abyssal plains is what Eli's talking about, right? So, but there is an increase in elevation towards the outside, toward further and further south. So, like, if you've ever seen a plate that has like an upturned edge, they sell them, they're like bowl plates. It's like the whole bottom of it's flat. Then you get to the outside, and it starts to become like a basin. Yeah, like that. That looks like it might be what it is.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. So we can say that's what I said. We're flat waterers, so we can only go by the earth, the water, local level, and extension, then sort of earth surface level to be flat itself. So yeah, I think that's
Well,
more
yeah, the
important.
floor of the ocean
Importantly,
is
can I just say to
flat.
Witset? Yeah. Let me just say this to Witset, just to finish. I think actually it could be a ball as well. It just depends on what's going on underneath, right? If there's a load of stuff going on underneath and it's dividing the waters, overall the Earth might be a ball, an eyeball, if we looked at it from the side. But anyway, that's a different matter.
Yeah, as above, so below. So, like, as in, like, way
If you
below
actually
the
look at
Earth.
all the data, you look at the Google data that shows the elevation profile information, you'll notice that all land will bodies of water. If you lay that all out, you'll see that every area that has land and a body, literally the land will be the ridge that is above that body of water, potentially containing it, but more just land standing up inside that with ridges all around, and land purposely sloping downward because our God is so amazing in creation, knowing that through the water cycle you'd have to have water travel from that land to be filtered downward back to the collection of it, right? The
It's
data
so
says
interesting
that every
because
piece of land is sloping towards bodies of water.
it's so interesting because I did make a trip over to the west coast of America, California, and one thing I noticed, the Pacific Ocean, the drop is so severe. You go to small bit, then you're going down no matter how far. But here in Ireland, every coastline, especially with on the east coast, where we're sort of the Irish Sea between Ireland and England, you can go out, you can walk for ages. You can walk for ages before you even get up to your knees. It's so shallow, right? But yeah, in Ireland here on the west coast, where our nearest neighbour is America, we have a definitely more gradual decline into, and then we get the continental shelves. And last thing I'll say, I know I can talk as well. I wonder, is there a map out there showing, just draining the water away enough to show the land where the continental shelves sort of begin? You know what I mean? And last thing I'll say, I know places like Hawaii have very little continental shelves, so the minute you get offshore, you're dropping down into the depths. But I wonder, is
We
there any
use
map
radar
out
to
there?
do that. The most effective way we have to this day is like radar. So like we take sea level is a horizontal adjacent to landmass, and then we can put a boat on top of the water and we can send out signals to try to map out the bottom. And we have like, angle shifts, and so it's primarily flat, and then we measure an angle to the flat floor of the ocean. The globe earthers don't ever address any of this. They don't ever address anything. So yeah, well, it's very hard to do that, by the way. It's very hard to measure the surface of the ocean, certainly the further out you go.
Whitson, has anyone done this? I wonder. So you take Google Earth and all its topography above and below ground, especially below water, I should say, above and below water, and you wrap it around in a rough sphere, let's say Gleason style. I think we have to stretch it a bit, like make it oblong. But yes, and all the topography then lining up. Has anyone, had done that with Google Earth? I'm talking about, with all of the different measurements and variations given. Because I think if someone hasn't, it'd be a great project. It might shed a whole hell of a lot of light on the exact layout of or nature of the surface we're on, where the greater depths and shallows actually coincide.
That's interesting, but like I said, the data for the ocean floor is very shoddy at best because it's so difficult to even send radar that far. So
yeah. I think it'd be an interesting project for someone who's interested in this. Just take Google Earth with all of its different measurements, bells and whistles, and just wrap it around in some sort of Gleason style fashion, and see then what the especially within the oceans, because it takes up 70% of the Earth, right? So I think some pieces of the puzzle might.
So they say.
So they say it's probably so much more. In my opinion, it's more water than we know about and more land than we know about. Both. So I don't know any percentage.
What if we live in corridors that are correspondent with each corridor, which is why we all think we're looking at the same sun and yada. I know that shit sounds crazy, but it's not like anyone's ever followed the sun, and it's also not like you can triangulate it. Now we have all these reasons as to why not. What the fuck if we just live in these quadrants?
Yo, I'm triggering flat earthers. By the way, like that's my new thing. I don't care anymore. Like, so
that's what I'm doing. I think
years,
like, what?
The sun is not a physical object that moves over top of the Earth in a circle. It can't be. It can be debunked with easily with observation. For example, like if you think, oh, look, corpuscular rays, so we're going to take it. Oh, it's a local sun. So you stand and you look at the sun over the water. You see the rays. If you walk to the other side of the sun, then the other side of the lake, then you should be able to take those same rays, and then you should be able to walk to the other side of the lake, turn around, and see the sun over the lake. But that's not what happened in reality. When you go to the other side of the lake and you turn around and you look at the sun, it's behind you now. So then we take azimuth and declination readings at a longitude, and we take them for an entire year, and it shows us that actually the sun is an apparent location relative to the observer's location. It's just like a magnetic holography, effectively. It's like this breathing in and out toroid relative to your position. That explains everything. That explains all the debunks of the sun over flat Earth. And flat earthers they stick with the I don't know, and I don't know either, but I know that when you say I don't know, then what you're going to do is they're going to just start straw manning the position of a physical object over top of the sun, which does not work. In case flat earthers don't know that, it doesn't work. You can actually disprove it. That doesn't work.
Hey, that was a little bit. That was a little bit.
I have. I spent months talking about, trying to express what I believed was going on with the sun. And yeah, it's a hard thing to speculate something new.
Myself, where'd you get to? What do you think?
This is not new, bud. You're in here a long time.
Why didn't get to anything other than we do have what I do believe conical refraction is the same thing as what a rainbow is. So that kind of alludes to what I believe the sun is.
And a rainbow is circular.
The sun is just an optical illusion, dude.
Exactly. Like the sun is exactly because
rainbows
if you were looking at a light,
yes,
that passed through something transparent, like potentially what's firm above us, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then the diameter of that light source would appear there, like a light source would appear on a plexiglass if you were to shine a light on that plexiglass and someone was on the other side. So what the person on the other side, effectively, they wouldn't be looking at the light, so it wouldn't be physical at all.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, bud. I think you're on the right track, and it coincides with my thinking as well. I think everything. So the sun is the prime emanator, and it's not as if it's so. If you think about a reflection, a light source against a reflective material, so you get the main thing, but it's also sort of reflecting in smaller, like a sort of an infinite regress. You know what I mean? These are secondary, tertiary, etc. reflections. I think something like this is happening, and when we see a local rainbow, it's not as if it's particular to us, because of course there are rainbows everywhere, but it's because the emanations are everywhere, and all rainbows are not the same size as well. So yeah, I kind of agree with you. That we're sort of looking down a tunnel. But can I just say to Whitsed, are you serious that you don't think on, let's say, equinox, where they know for a fact that the equator, the celestial equator, right, that the sun travels around that they haven't sent a plane around to follow it exactly, almost like what Travis mentioned earlier on, but to follow it exactly, and the sun will always be underneath their head, and if it wasn't, they change their speed either up or down. You think that hasn't happened? I think, of course, it has myself.
It's magnetic holography. It's just optical. No. Someone hasn't flown a plane and followed the sun the whole way around during the day. That's never happened. No.
Yeah, but you think the military hasn't done this?
They'd have to be tagging in and out with different jets, but I have documentation from the military saying the sun's a local optical effect. So I have a military document saying it. But the longitudinal azimuth and declination readings, rendered with like a very powerful computer, shows that it has like this toroid effect, and it's just relative to the observer.
Yes.
What we see as the sun is relative to wherever you are observing it. It's such a beautiful thing. It's as if this place was created that where each person's literally seeing their own sun. So,
I would say no, because as a flat earther, I think in terms of a barrier. So I think in terms of the sun as being a point reflection, like the rest of the skylights. Denmark often talks about where are the stars at 121,000 feet. Well, they vanish, or for the most part, they seem to anyway, as the moon does and as everything else does. But the sun is there. So what I view the sun as being like a focal reflection, like a magnifying glass off a piece of paper that off the waters beyond. So we're getting this explosion, and this is what I think they talk about hydrogen reactions, but we're getting this explosion. So the point of the sun that we're all, the very, very center point, like if you put on a solar filter, we're all looking at the same point of reflection, you know what I mean? But we experience through the atmosphere this greater big magnified sun in a personal sense, and it becomes sort of an observer dependent reflection. That's my thought.
Yeah, it's possible there's an actual source. I don't know.
Yeah, just real quick with it. I don't know if you've seen it or not, but I think I've captured that same phenomenon with the sky, the night sky. I put my two P900s right next to each other, oriented to them the exact same way, and the sky didn't match up. Couldn't match it up at all.
Yeah, dude. I think it's magnetic holography, and it has something to do with the center of the Earth, the center of the surface of the Earth. But like I'm limited to speculation station here.
Me too, bud. Me too. Going at the North Center. When I think of planet Earth, I think of a plane. When a carpenter uses a plane, Jesus was a carpenter as well, by the way, and a carpenter makes his living out of dead wood, right? Felled trees in a sense. So I think of it like a tree being planed, a tree of life. Aristarchus, all clues just to think that that's its named as. But yeah, at the north center, all trees rot from the center. So there's the hollow at the north center, and there's something jutting through from the other side, which I imagine is a root from the tree intact the other side, where heaven lies.
Have you guys ever seen where some big trees will have the giant root systems up above the ground, coming through the ground? Like some speculate that the land we live on is actually that.
Excellent. That's brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah, just put that in your pipe and smoke it. I don't even care about triggering flat earthers anymore. You know what triggers me is when flat earthers claim the sun's a physical object going in a circle over top of a flat earth. That's what triggers me, bro.
Well, that's bullshit.
So it's, you know.
That's bullshit. Or
Yeah,
most
nobody
choose not to
knows
answer
that's
with
true
it.
at all.
Most choose to say, well, I don't know. Nathan Oakley, for instance, who you're very familiar with, I don't know. I look at the world with a new childlike wonder. All I need to do is debunk ballers till the cows come home, until kingdom comes.
I don't know who that is. Sorry. We can move on.
Well, whatever it is, it's a light source, so it's
Well,
it's
where's the
moving up
source?
above us. I don't know where this. I mean, we can see where the light comes from.
When we use electro-optical
right now.
imaging, we actually see a triangular source of electromagnetic energy in the sky pinnacling at Polaris. So it's as if Polaris has an effect relative to us. And if there's some kind of central source on the surface or beneath the surface in the center, then they would have a cross intersection pattern relative to where the observer is observing that from the outside view. You're going to see the sun and the moon relative to where you are.
Are you kidding
So,
me?
I mean, that's
1 second. Are you kidding me, bud? Polaris Starkus. That's a Starkism, one of the top ones. So if the Polaris is the emanation, which gives us the sun, right, as its primary reflection, I say the source itself is Aristarchus, which is the tree of life. So brilliant. We're on the fucking same page with it.
like if you draw an angle down from Polaris and you draw an angle down from the center of the surface, they'll intersect at a certain point, and I think that's where you see the sun. Same thing with the
The
moon.
sun follows the path of Polaris around the small circle around the center.
Yeah, you can also imitate magnetic holography, right? So using polarization, which we have electromagnetic polarization in our atmos. You can literally
Someone's
imitate this.
got a hot mic.
Cammy No Del did it. You can take, you can make it, you can imitate the moon using like holography, like a hologram. Literally. Now, like this is where the Globers can't rebut any of this, so they just say, "Ha ha ha! He thinks the moon's a hologram. What an idiot!" That's all they can do is just try to make fun of you, right? But they're dumb as hell, and they think it's a rock that someone walked on. So who cares what they say? So, like, you can literally imitate the phases of the moon, the colors of the moon, the appearance of craters. You can imitate the translucent appearance. All of this with a hologram,
like
using
as if it
polarized
were a
lenses.
holographic projection. But
Yeah.
it's consistent every time we ever see it. So I mean, the surface of it. So like something is permanent, right?
The source is, yeah, the source is certainly there, and it is what it is, and it's cyclical.
So I think that's the only real evidence for structuralism out there, other than like that constellations hold together. What makes that happen in a Big Bang? Nothing. Shouldn't have constellations in a Big Bang.
When you have a giant toroid, electromagnetic polarization would give you what we observe. So I'll drop a video where FE Core got a year worth of azimuth and declination readings at the same longitude all across the Earth, and it's very interesting, bro. And what the computer renders is like this slight breathing effect of a toroid. Probably just a coincidence that it looks just like a magnetic field, because that's just what the data rendered, right? It's not like they tried to make it a toroid. That's what the computer rendered the data as. And so that's where we are, by the way. We're in a paradigm where we're going to have to go get our own data, where we had to get a one longitude, declination and azimuth readings ourselves for a year. So we need to keep doing stuff like that. We can't go based off of any of their BS. That's how I see it. So I think the world's crazier than you think. It's much crazier than a globe. It would blow your mind even more than a globe in a way. So that's what I think. And I think that this stupid little depiction of a ball moving over top of Earth, it gets on my nerves. Well, that's just me. And I think I can explain it better than the next person. Like, okay, well, you have a vortex effect, right? Because the seismic effect shows that you actually get precession within a vortex movement with an energy field around the Earth. And so, like, if you were higher in a tornado, you would go slower. If you were at the bottom of the tornado, you'd go faster. So then during the summer of the North, you have the sun lower or higher, so it's going slower. And then out south, it goes lower in the sky, which would give you the analemma, which that we see, right, in the sky. And then since it's lower in the vortex, it goes faster. And then you can show the coffee cup caustic lighting up half the sky at a time and lighting up the entire exterior edge. And that's all cool. But yeah, I think it's actually just magnetic holography. It's just an optical effect relative to the observer angle. I think it actually has to do with Polaris in the center.
I think it's a laser-like thing. If we think about 9/11 and the 88 laser beams that went up, Judy Wood and her direct energy weapons, I actually think that decoded is that the energy weapons are going to come from the ground up. All of the tall steel structure buildings around the Earth are ultimately ether collators and producers. So if we have that sort of thing, but I think of more of like a laser effect with it. And we're getting a real effect, a real interaction with the waters beyond when the sun, the point of the laser, hits the barrier.
Have you guys ever heard of solar pillars?
Solar pillars? I don't think so.
Yeah, there's an effect that happens with the sun where, like, there's this flash of like a pillar, like a line, like a vertical parallel lines, this gigantic pillar that goes all the way to the surface, all the way into the sky around the sun. If you take a dome and you put a laser on it, which I have it, I'm actually going to put out a video. You can literally imitate the solar pillar effect, which most people have never even heard of it. I'll drop a video. It's insane, dude. It's insane, but no one knows this happens.
I have a question about the sun.
Before you do that, can I just mention, so that reminded me of Whitsid. We go down to the beach together, or not together in that way, but we go down to the beach, and at sunset, you see this line coming from you, or from the sun to you. I see it specifically to me. I see no line of yours, but we forget that that's just a reflection along the surface itself, or the water surface. So that energy has to be in the air as well. So when you talk about a pillar, that's the way a wall, I think of it.
Oh yeah, you can see this in the sky, bro. I'm gonna drop a video, and I guarantee you, almost no one in here's seen it, and it's insane.
Okay, I got a question. When you say it's a personal projection, are you just saying the path of light, or the light source itself? Because I just posted amateur photos of the sun, and I've actually got some of when I've had a solar filter, and I can see sunspots just like this amateur photo has them, maybe a little bit more high resolution on this other photo. So are you saying that what you're seeing is just a projection, or what is the source of this light that you're seeing? It would seem like with solar flares, it would seem like something is burning and being thrown off with solar flares, and amateur photos have actually caught those things. So not just from NASA. So what is that?
Yeah, just like I explained that you can show the effect of optical texture and the eclipses and the cycles and the appearance of craters and the fluctuation, the non-static nature, and the seeming translucence of the moon, all with holographic projection using polarized.
Okay, so your argument then is the sun is purely a holographic projection.
I'm not making positive claims. Sounds like you are. So are you claiming it's a physical
No,
object?
no, I'm asking questions. I'm asking questions.
You seem to have some sort of judgmental tone in your voice. Can you lose that, please? Because Whitsid already
I'm trying to have no inflection, no emotion, no excitement, just asking questions. And I've just said
that Whitsid already answered, actually, by the way.
I did not hear that. Okay. And I've seen the sun through my own telescope and through my own P1000, whatever, P900 with solar filters. And it would seem like with sunspots and solar flares and things like that, it seems to be something physical, not just a holographic projection. So
you think the moon appears physical too then, huh?
It does appear. It has craters, valleys, shades, shadows. Yeah. It does seem to have that same feature.
Right. I agree with you that the moon appears physical. That's why I explained that we've actually done the demonstration. I've seen it with my own eyes, where you can make a hologram of the moon, and it looks physical. It looks like it has craters. It looks like the craters have shadows. And you can put your hand right through it.
Okay, so your argument then is that what you're seeing is not a physical object. It is a hologram.
I think it's possible. Yeah, I'm not making any
Could it be
positive
like a
definitive.
reflection of something else that we see
It
reflected
was a
down?
magnetic emanation.
It is
I would say.
possible also that there's an external source that we're just seeing the reflection within whatever a container is. Yeah.
Is it possible that we never see the backside of the sun?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think there is I don't think there
Is it
is any
possible
backside.
that we only see the front side of the sun and it's just really bright, and the backside of the sun is what the permanent part of it? Well, I'm arguing for something physical here, but I mean,
I hear you. Yeah.
you know, but that
It has to be an external source, right? Like
the back of the back of the sun is basically you're getting the filtered, like sort of just the X-ray of blue spectrum sort of coming back. That's the moon, and the infrared spectrum is contained within the solar, that solar area, which is like a parabola, like some kind of, I guess, a contact lens or something, like kind of just hovering above in a sea of like hydrogen floating above the flat Earth, propelled by the magnetic impetus just moving around, right? Whatever the center pole pushes it around at the rate that it moves. It just works like it works,
So really what I'm hearing then again in this whole discussion, you guys are just spitballing. You have no idea what the sun is.
Oh, I've actually
I'll explain it to you.
What I just described is I've been working on that for quite a while.
This Bible-believing guy who's most insistent in the truth in something impossible. I don't like that, Dave. I don't fucking
wait,
like
this is the problem. We just now said that we're in speculation station.
Okay.
But what I'm hearing is you definitely don't know it either. So then you're one of those people that are like you come off like with the derogatory tone, but simultaneously you're saying the same thing that you're saying with the derogatory tone. That's what I don't understand. You're also saying you don't know. So like, okay, so what you're basically saying is you have no idea what the sun is, right?
Well, I can say this. I will say this. It looks like the source of the light, whether the moon or the sun, seems to be some kind of physical thing because it has features that are physical.
No, it doesn't.
Didn't
That's
I
a
just
false
explain to you
conclusion. If the moon was a reflection, then it would be a reflection of physicality, and the physical is somewhere else.
That's exactly right. And you can literally duplicate it. I've demonstrated it. Yes. This is the thing. People want to sit back and critique me. I demonstrated it, though. I've also used a laser to demonstrate the solar pillar effect, which you don't even know what it is, and all these other effects that we see. I've actually tried to figure out what's going on with demonstration, not just
here's the thing.
What you can do. Hold on a second. Hold on,
Pete. Hold on a second. I actually, if you guys listen to what I said initially, I said you can argue that your projection is the light coming to your eye, but I'm talking about the source of light. If you start using a laser is physical. You can probably get a laser to do anything that. So the source of the sun, you're seeing the sun, and it looks like the source of the light that it's coming from is physical.
Did you not hear me
immaterial.
Did you not hear me say that I did the laser demonstration to look into the idea of there being a physical, actual source beyond a container? Right. I literally explained that.
Okay,
there's two different options. There's two different options on the table. I don't know what it is. I'm trying to figure it out with demonstration instead of just say, I think it looks like this. That's what Globers do.
With it, I can tell him something that clarify the point that he can do himself. Go out on a calm night to a lake surface where there's a full moon and look and see the reflection in the water of the moon in all of its clarity. Would you swear, if you didn't know the orientation or the setting, that was solid? You would, wouldn't you? Because it'd be such a perfect reflection, even though you will claim that the solidity is in the sky, because that's what it looks like. But what if that's deceiving you as well, man? And this is what I'm talking about.
Here's the thing. Okay, Pete, can you quit monologuing for a second? Let me respond.
No, you see,
okay, the argument here is this.
I don't like that at all.
You can leave if you wish. You can leave if you wish. Pete, you can leave if you wish.
No, you can calm down and have an investigative spirit.
You can calm down.
Offer up your own answers. That's what you can do.
All I'm saying at this point, the source of the light, whether the moon or the sun, is a physical entity. That's the only argument I'm making.
Well, I say it isn't.
You don't know.
You said it is.
I would
I
say
don't know that.
I would say
The
that
solidity lies in the ground at the north
I would say
center.
that it has to be a physical presence because it has physical attributes apparently, and it affects our environment. The sun
No.
And also,
So
and also, you see it with your eyes, so it's physical.
There's this
this is just like
correlation.
saying that light is
Hold
a
on, there's
physical
this
particle
correlation.
because we
Just
can
can I
feel
finish?
heat. It's just
Can I finish?
ridiculous. Like,
I
no,
have an
actually.
answer.
So these
Physical
bodies,
means you can see it with your with your
This is
body.
why flat
Physical with your
earthers are more
senses.
difficult than ball earthers, and I don't blame you
these
for trolling
bodies.
flat earthers with said. As I said, I did it years ago because that's all I ever get, the most resistance from flat earthers. Now, to show you that the sun cannot be, all you have to do is get a tub of water, get a powerful laser, and shine it directly down onto the water. You'll get an explosion of sorts. Therefore, if you're looking at the explosion alone and saying it's physical, you're wrong and incorrect. It's as a result of some physical process elsewhere. I'm done.
Yeah, so it
Okay,
has
so the
physical
source of the
attributes
light
in our
is a
reality,
physical
right?
process.
We can
So the
actually use
physical, the source of the light is a physical
Can
object.
everybody hear my voice? Am I just really quiet or something?
Yes, it is.
My voice is really
You
quiet.
are kind of quiet, but
Yeah,
also, Paul,
little
I
quiet.
think that I don't
All the
think that
naked
we're
Oakley crew are
saying
over.
that the
All the
sun
naked Oakley
is
crew are
is
over. Nice
is
one.
a byproduct of literally nothing. Like I don't think anybody said that.
Well, there's a
Maybe
okay.
that's what
I
you
don't know
heard.
that the source of the light. Well, here's the thing. I'm seeing. I mean, Pete Shea already said that the source of the light is not physical, and someone says you don't know that. But if I can look
No,
at
I
it,
mean the source, aka what we consider the source that we see as the sun. Like that's like the locality of what we see. That's what's in dispute. We're not
okay, the
saying that
location.
the light is being caused by something not physical. Nobody said that.
Okay. Well, this thing. Well, it seemed like there was an implication, and even Pete Shea kind of implied that. We don't. How do you know the source of the light's physical? Well, I mean, it's
And
you're hitting your eye.
secondly, oh,
Well,
and
I mean, so
secondly,
if you
the conversation started where everybody's saying that it was extreme speculation. You are coming in a little hot. Like we did preface the conversation with this is obviously extreme speculation
So
because nobody knows.
can I just give empirical what I seem to be empirical evidence that physical physical in the sense that they affect a reality in a physical manner. There is a correlation. I don't mechanism, but the correlation is that there's this pressure change to the moon cycles along with the seasonal change of the sun. So because we have a pattern, end up to have relatively consistent weather pattern, right? But it seems that these bodies have to give off attributes physicality of them to predict events that are based on our reality. So if the moon is the weather based on its and the sun changes its weather based on the cycles, the question is, how does it do it? We know empirically pressure versus what empirical reality states. So we can't have something unmanifested act. It is empirical. It doesn't make sense. Claim that the sun is not physical. Ridiculous.
Okay, that's a cool story. So you can have physical effects, but that doesn't mean that there's that what we see itself is like an actual physical location, right? So that's the point. And then
You
this,
actually have
then we
physical
now we
results though.
need to define light. Now we need to define light since we're making claims about light, and we know that if light has physical effects, therefore the
I'm
light
talking about
itself
its
is.
attribute. The mechanism, its attribute, it interacts in a physical manner.
So does the creator.
Yeah, interact. If we
The
have
creator's
developed,
immaterial.
I'm about to create. I'm just talking with our reality. We're claiming that it's not manifest reality. It has attributes, is off physical things, and interacts with physical. That empirically states that it's physical because that's what reality states. You can't fucking make a fart in your ass and then push it out. Yeah, but you can smell it came from the attribute of a person producing it. Just like action physically with your nose, molecule of the gas, the sun has the same attributes. So, yeah, maybe I can't confirm it 100%. But we know that it interacts in reality. Do that to be physical.
What?
okay, I want to. She's breaking up. Okay, sorry about that. If I was coming in hot, I do apologize. But I did hear. I thought I understood that someone was saying the sun is not physical. Now, if you're saying the location of the source of the sun cannot be calculated or figured out, that's a different type of question, and I'm willing to entertain that. So continue.
No,
Just
I'm,
be
what I'm trying to say
Well,
is
it
that
can
what we
because it's the magnetic north center which moves around. It's this movement that gives us the daily rotation of Polaris and all of the other skylights, particularly the sun in tandem with Polaris, because it's its primary relationship. We notice then that the moon is the sun's primary reflection, so that moves in tandem directly with the Polaris ultimately. But the point Whitsitt made earlier on, any speculation, is what the source of the skylights was earthbound, and he particularly mentioned Polaris as well.
So let me clarify here, okay? So I'm saying is that what we see as the sun, the apparent location, is not the actual location. What we see as the sun is not an actual physical body in its actual location. And this is provable. And in fact, if it was, it would be impossible on a flat Earth for many reasons.
You're seeing a prismatic effect. The reality is that it interacts physically with. I'm talking about its location. On it.
And as a resultant of a divided system. If we say that now as flat earthers or not flat earthers or globe skeptics, well, if we're trying to figure out for our own lives, our own consciousness, our own being, what is actually happening, if we say the sun is a physical being or it isn't a physical being, I think you're wrong in both cases because you're going diverse. The truth comes when the two come together, and this is the relationship between ultimately the source,
Right.
which is outside our reckoning, and the emanation. Here we are in the physical world as living cognizant spirits, right?
Can I present the evidence first?
Hold on a second. That's fine. Let me respond to something, because I think if I'm looking at the light through my telescope or through my P900 with a solar filter, I can plot the movement of the appearance and disappearance of the sunspots, or even see solar flares coming out of that. That means that something is moving within space, or it can be measured in physicality. Even though I may not know exactly what the sun is, that implies, because it seems to be happening in a physical way in space, and in space, there's something physical to it. So you cannot say.
My friend, this is why I went and did the demonstration. I dropped the demonstration I did where I recorded it and then put it in slow motion, and then right underneath it I have the sunrise sun pillar. Okay, a 30-second video. This is an actual video someone took of the sun. You can see what's called a sun pillar. Then you can look at the video I did with a laser through a dome over top of a flat Earth, and I got the exact same effect. I'm not claiming there's not an actual source.
It's a prismatic effect, like I said.
I'm actually responding to what Pete Shea said. I'm actually responding to Pete Shea, not you necessarily.
I'm just hoping that people would actually want to entertain the actual evidence, which no one here even has seen.
Now, Whitsitt, that I haven't looked at it yet, and I will look at it, and hopefully after we get over this conversation, all of us will focus on what Whitsitt, with his own direct camera, took this image. Brilliant, man. Can I just say to Paul, in the meantime, well, what was your last point, Paul, that you wanted to address me with? Because I did say things, and I did address it to you as well, and I gave you my relationship and my idea that the source of all is at the center, but we are in an unnatural setting. The sun is unnatural. And before you comment, let me just say to you how you can prove what I'm saying to yourself. Get a block of ice, right? Get a torchlight, shine it on the ice. You'll see an emanation. Put an ant or something tiny next to it, and let them live in that vicinity. Now get an ever-increasing powered torch, until ultimately you can get a laser that will burn a hole, create a reaction with the ice, and splutter out light and heat everywhere. The condition of the living creatures that you put beneath it, and hopefully you take them away before they broil, but that's a good word. But yeah, that will show you yourself that this effect is the sun, what we experience in potential anyway, and the source is elsewhere. And that's what Whitsitt said. He suspects the source is at ground level, or maybe beneath, emanating from the core, in the sense of the Earth, projecting up at Polaris, maybe creating the barrier, giving us all of this sort of skylight reflections going around.
This is what I say. I say that this physical object, we through a prism, the observer's eye into the position where the sun is located, is traveling through type of medium to cause a. That's why one observer along one latitude is coming at 270.
What we observe
on the equinox cannot be a physical actual location, or that debunks a flat Earth.
No, it's not a physical. It's a physical body. You see a prismatic effect of that physical body. That's why you have apparent positions to it based on perspective.
Yeah,
With
it, I think you're wrong there in coming to that conclusion so quickly. I really think you're wrong, because if we are dealing with a central emanating source against a barrier of a certain dimensionality, right? Here's what I think as well. Because everything has been cut, this is what we do with the Christmas tree at Christmas time. We're reconnected to what's going on beneath. Mount Meru. Mount Meru is the center. Every mountain has a root. So if it's a root sticking through, and this is providing the energy at the core of the Earth's surface, right? If you think about it like a felled tree, like the surface of that, well, then the barrier itself will be much diminished, and also it won't be circular anymore, if you like. It'll be elongated. So therefore, the patterns that we experience, last thing, the patterns we experience living on the Earth's surface will have a fixity to them, because they're emanations against a barrier reflective surface of fixed dimensionality.
Can someone please can we address the video? So I have a video right there I made. It's 22 seconds long. Okay. I slowed it down. That's just me using a laser with a dome over a flat Earth model. Okay. Now I've shown the same effect. In this video that's 22 seconds long, I put a video of the sun pillar right beside it. Then there's another video I dropped underneath it, which is 30 seconds long, showing a beautiful sun pillar. Okay. Now my point is that we observe this in the sky. And I can replicate it. If you look at the video, just press play on the video, right? It's going to play even in Discord. You don't even have to download it. And you can see, look on the container, you can see that pillar going from the ground all the way up. What this demonstrates is how we get that local reflection of the sun on the water, right? Being a perfectly straight line, which debunks the globe, by the way. It can't be 93 billion miles away and doing that. Okay, so we get that perfect straight reflection locally on the water, which I have like probably 50 observations I took with my P900 of that. It also demonstrates this in my video. You get the straight line on the ground, or what would be the water, and you also get the effect going up. And you can watch as I move it back and forth. As it moves, the angle moves within the container. It merges up and makes a pillar, just like we see in real life. And I've never heard of flat earthers talk about
That's almost majestic, bud. What did you capture there? That's majestic, bud.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Are you sure that's your own capture?
No. Okay. The video in the bottom is some random thing I found on YouTube, right? I'm saying I did the laser to show it side by side.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I wish, but it's rare and no one's heard about it. And I've never heard a flat earther talk about it. It's incredible. And I'm going to make a really well edited video and a better demonstration when I get back to town. But my point is that I'm not saying that there isn't an actual source. I'm trying to figure out what is the cause of that source. If we have a central location, right, where is given the source, then we perceive it through the containment with perspective being what we perceive relative to that. I mean, it's a nuanced conversation.
That's brilliant, though, and let's everyone develop it, because anyone who has no ideas as a flat earther for years about what the sun is, I'm going to say extended ideas, then what? You're not living. This is your life, bud. Anyway, Witsit. Brilliant, man. I haven't looked at your first video where you replicate that, but we can think in terms of, I'm exactly on board with you now, but I'm glad you're talking in terms of a laser light as well. Remember I mentioned the 88 lights going up in Judy Woods directed at energy weapons upwards, and the steel towers, the ether never went away, Tartaria never vanished, it just moved, it just changed face. So all the tall steel structured towers around the earth now are doing exactly the same thing as the old structures did. They're not going to fucking throw that away. So if we imagine each and every ground surface point of emanation putting up a laser like this upwards, you can now imagine that the barrier could be pushed back, and the ether that's so imposing on us will be relieved somewhat. But that's a brilliant video, man, and I can get that exactly. But there has to be an upper barrier against which there is a physical contact. The sun is a physical emanation. Imagine the sun in reverse here. It's into the waters. If the laser was much more powerful, because it's so diversified here on Earth, if it was much more powerful, it would beat the shit out of the waters beneath. You know what I mean?
Okay, well, they will also
last thing I'll say, this is the question every flat earther has to answer according to his greater fucking quest he's on. What has replaced the vacuum of space? I say it's saline waters. So it has the sun, the source of the sun, which I say is Polaris, which is Aristarchus at the ground level, has so much power, and it has an infinite backdrop of water to represent itself. Thank you.
Yeah, it looks like super fluid, and then the containment could be super solid, but I don't know. But like, as to your question about the solar flares, I think it's a good question, because I like when flat earthers don't just follow a script and they're like, oh, look, we can't see solar flares. Okay, that's good. I like that. I'm not like mad about that or something. But I'm saying I'm going to replicate that as well as an optical effect, because what I can show by putting my GoPro inside my flat earth model, I can show that it looks different based on the angle. You can see different locations of the sun, and you can see it where the outer edge of that laser creating the apparent location will move around and look like it's pulsating out from the side, just like solar flares. So I'm much more on the laser. What's causing the laser, is the question. But this is the kind of stuff we need to do, not capitulate to anti-flat earthers bullshit. And 100%, it isn't some ball moving over top of the earth. It 100% is not. It cannot be. What we see cannot be. Observation debunks that. That's all I'm saying. We need to progress.
Shout out to Rakia Life on the superfluid and super solid.
Yeah, shouts out to my boy Rakia
That dude's
Life.
amazing. That dude is
Let
amazing.
me just speak to Witsit, because we're on a special point here, and I'm after sort of forgetting it for a moment. Damn it. Okay, yeah, here it is. You can be sure, right, with that beautiful capture, under similar circumstances, someone maybe 100 miles, 200 miles away, similar time, might have captured something similar under circumstances. So we can think of it like, it's like the sunspots, the local sunspots we've all seen with the high altitude balloon footages. So yeah, everything has a central source as it's emanating out. Remember I said earlier on, like a rainbow, you can have big rainbows, small rainbows. The sun is like a reflection against a mirror, a contoured mirror, which is providing primary, secondary, tertiary, etc., 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 all the way down, like a fractal sort of sense, a 3D fractal sense in a sense. But yes, I think that's a great area of interest, and I definitely have considered it before with it, and that's why I'm sort of resonating so much with this. Last thing I will say with it, I was hoping that you would have said, when fucking QE called you shit said, that one man's shit is another man's fertilizer, and you're definitely a fertilizer of minds.
Well, yeah, I don't care what he said, but dude, Rakia, what you posted is awesome as well. Dude, has any of the flat earthers ever seen the sun pillar? Because I had never heard of that, and I was like,
have you ever seen the row of headlights? Cars, as it happens in Canada here in the north when it's like minus 8, you have a row of cars lined out in the distance, and they'll have all these. It's an optical effect, right? It doesn't mean the light is affecting through the air to the observer, right?
You're kind of breaking up, but yes, I hear. Yeah, like I personally think the sun is a very, very coherent point source light that is in a fluid-like medium, and it's caused by a central, something to do with Polaris. That's just what I think right now. So I don't dispute that it's like it acts like a laser, but like if you look at sonoluminescence, even the sun itself could just be an insane frequency we don't understand in a fluid-like medium that manifests as light, right? So it doesn't have to be like some physical ball or something, and that's what I'm pushing against, the idea of some physical ball.
Yeah, Austin, real quick. Hold on, Pete. Hold on. Yeah. What was your question just a second ago? If somebody else had seen what about the sun?
It's called a sun pillar. I dropped a video. It's like 30 seconds.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll have to watch that later. I'm driving right now.
Watch it now, Travis.
I'm driving. I'm driving. Hold on, I got a question.
It's only 10 seconds. It's only 15 seconds.
This is not unique. They're actually just called light pillars. Get them from locality terrestrial lights of like car lights in the like.
That's a non sequitur.
Now, hang on. This goes exactly what I was saying.
I just had a real quick follow-up question. Okay, so the other... No, I had two
questions. Travis, how are you going to comment on this, bud?
Okay, chill out, Pete. Austin, have you looked at Flat Earth Philosophy at all?
No.
Okay, I really encourage you to check out his channel. I'll post his stuff, but he talks about Polaris, pinpoint lights, sun, the Milky Way, and the North Pole all the time. It's really worth listening to.
Okay, awesome. I love it. That's I'm leaning that way as of now, for sure.
Oh, nice one. Isa talks about it as well, about the tree of life at the north. I can go further in my thoughts, but this is what I was talking about with Witsit because it's so specific. If we imagine that same effect in the sunrise sun pillar video, as the sun moves down along towards our horizon, then this effect is what we see when we see this pillar along the surface of the water and we see the sun. But what we forget is this is an emanation through the air as well, and this is what we're seeing through. And I think Eli probably mentioned this earlier on in terms of his tunneling effect. But this is all very interesting and getting to the hearts of matter. Can I say one? I could say loads about this, and Witsit mightn't have heard it. One of the best pieces of evidence I've ever got. It was from an old, not an old, I shouldn't say it, he's dead now, but I didn't know him too well, but I knew him on occasion, and his name was Jim, and he was a ship's navigator for 25 years. He told me, he sailed around the world, did all manner, as a ship's navigator especially, and he thought the idea of flat earth was ridiculous, right? So fair enough, but we had an honest relationship, and he said, one thing I will give you is that on all open ocean, the tides surge from the north. I was going, well, doesn't that tie in perfectly with this? What I was thinking, which is, well, I came later on to think about this, but a massive hollow, which is inundated with water at the north, and there's something swirling around in the motions on a daily basis, which has given us the primary emanation, Polaris, and all its resultants, right? But hang
Undersea
on,
vault.
please. Hang on, please.
Well,
Hang on, please. I was saying this
been
to
a while.
Witset. But it moves in three directions. It moves in and out at the same time, which gives us the monthly reflections of the sun, right, which is the moon and all its phases. And then here's the most important thing as a clue for us. It moves up and down on an annual basis, so we get the changing of the seasons from spring to fall. It's almost like Mount Meru, but in a sense, I think of it as a root jutting up through. It's like the penis coming up through the vagina at the center of the earth. That's why we all live on countries. I'm done.
I would ask Pete. I love hearing you, but if you could make one point and then let us discuss it, would be awesome. Because I don't think anyone
No,
has
you
any.
can't discuss this. You can't discuss. This was to Witsit, who's involved in Beyond Flat Earth and
You don't
understanding
mind
that
if
the
I
truth of our
join, right?
reality is already known,
As you
and the
cut
best we
me
can do is
off, and
follow
now
the
you're on
truth.
another dialogue.
Hey,
Yeah, you blasted me, Pete, and then went on another dialogue, telling me that I can't talk about this topic. No, I'm here. But if you would make one point, so we could talk about that point, that would be great because your points are awesome. So
Okay,
anyway,
but I was saying, okay, sorry, Ricky. I was just saying that I was saying it particularly to Witsit because, as he mentioned at the beginning, if you just came in, great conversation going, but it's very, very specific. So then those points were made specifically to Witsit, I think. Sorry about that. But if you want to dwell on a point, the ship's navigator Jim told me that all
oh
tides
my,
surge. If you want to dwell on a
Hey,
point,
Pete, man, you got to learn
all tides
you
surge
got to
for the
learn
north
how to
from the
put the
north.
brakes on,
Discuss.
man.
I'm done. I'm done. If you wanted to dwell on the point,
you're
I'll
never
focus it
done,
on all.
Pete. That's
Stop
what we're trying to.
talking, Pete.
Jesus, bro. It's like Xanax and another character. Anyway, I don't even remember what I was gonna say. I really don't.
About the
Sorry.
penis going through the vagina because we
No,
live on
that's
countries.
yeah. I mean, that may be
hey.
the exact truth. I don't know. I mean, but we can.
Yeah,
I
he's
guess
getting the
that.
kingdoms after that. You know, I know the script. I know his fucking
Well,
script.
I think the sun. I just posted a video. That's what it was. I posted a video at sea level, at the very southern point of Louisiana. It's at the most, like I said, it's as sea level as you can get, and it's a sun fade out where you can tell the sun. It has gone down. The beginning of the video, the sun has been cut off at the bottom, and then as it goes further away, that mirage goes away, and then it just fades out where the light of the sun can't push through the atmosphere, or however you want to say it in technical terms. If y'all want to watch it, it's a perfect, just like Dave Weiss's from high altitude and whatever. This is from sea level, so it happens in all areas. It just doesn't happen as often at sea level. Thanks.
I just see a still shot though. I don't. By the way, Copernicus, I
The video that I posted. Hang on, I'll get the time.
I see it. I see it. The boat ride into the sun.
Boat ride into the sun. The end of that video is the whole video is pretty cool, but the end is a sun fade out.
Okay, cool. By the way, I'm your Copernicus or Travis. Yeah, I have seen this guy. He was on Globebusters. I think he's definitely on to something. Just to address that, but Yeah, so I dropped a video I put together, by the way. I mean, this was me just messing around with some video app, but I showed the effect where you get the coffee cup caustic, where this laser will light up the entire outer edge of my model, as well as the arc of the dome itself. And then I slowed it down and put it beside a rainbow or double rainbows. And then I also showed again the sun pillar. So you can obviously, with the container, you can literally replicate everything, meaning like the Southern Star Trails, even like the appearance of it rotating around a certain edge, sun pillars, sun dogs, and even like a rainbow being, optical, but from inside. But the hard part is like when I put my GoPro in there, like the GoPro is still so big relative to the Earth, right? So it's like I almost need to build a really big container to put the GoPro in it. So I'm trying to work on that. But I think that we need to look into stuff like that. We should be trying to demonstrate stuff like this instead of like, oh, we can't prove it because it's in the sky. Like, screw that. We should try to figure out what's going on just so we can continue to learn about where we live. Sorry, I'll stop ranting, but I think that's what we should do. We should keep looking into it instead of just dismissing it. Yeah, this video is dope though, Rocky. Like you see that where it looks like it's merging into the ground, right? Like that's exactly what the laser looks like, bro. And you can drop the laser down, like how it's right there, like in the sunset, like down, and it's even more drastic. Just like that, you see it split off at the edges to like it's widening. So, I mean, I think it may be, and this would explain why you don't get much angular size change as well, because it's like a point source, like a coherent point source, like a laser.
Well, I have interesting data to share with you, Witsit, regarding the apparent diameter size of the sun. Apparently, you can measure it goes from 32.5 to 30 arc minutes roughly, and it's more importantly, look at the stellarium data. Will actually show you an oscillating path based on size. In other words, what I'm saying is, if an object is moving,
Breaking up. You're breaking up, buddy.
And also, I was talking. If it's a toroidal field, a magnetic field that's causing this, can you show where light without any other medium can be refracted through just a magnetic field by itself?
First of all, we don't just have a magnetic field. Okay, we can't see light without some material of it, quote unquote, reflecting. Secondly, I explained that I even tagged you in it, where I showed that I've used a laser to demonstrate it through a container. I'm not claiming there isn't some actual source somewhere, because sonoluminescence alone would give you that in a fluid-like medium.
Oh, Witsit, you didn't understand the nature of my question. I'm actually talking about what's refracting the light. Is it a physical structure, like a piece of glass or some other structure, or is it some kind of magnetic thing that's causing it to refract or bend or move or not see it the way you're seeing it? That's the question. Make sure my question.
I never claimed that there wasn't something physical, though. I literally just gave a demonstration with something physical. So I don't know why it's an implicit straw man. But
it's not a question. It's not a straw. I'm asking a question. I said, is it which is it? If it's a physical structure, then it's a physical structure. That's fine.
Yeah, I said earlier, I think it looks like a super solid, and there's super fluid around it. I don't know, though. This is speculation station. But I will say, if you look at a magnetic field under a ferrocell, right, the perception of light is obviously relative to that magnetic field. So I think it's a variance of factors. It's like whenever a globe earther asks about the gradient of gas pressure, and then I start to say all the answers, and they want to pick one out and say, oh, you think it's just because of heat? I'm like, no, I didn't say that. I said like
okay, well then let's ask it. You said something interesting, so that begs or brings up another question. So, like in a fluid, the sail that you're talking about, there's a fluid in there, and it's the magnetic field influencing the fluid to cause the light to bend. So And by saying the way you described it, that's what you're insinuating. Then the magnetic field somehow is interacting with this fluid to cause light to refract and bend in a certain direction. Is that what you're arguing?
I think that's possible, yes. I think it's a
Okay.
superfluid to be specific, because then you could have the movement of the skies without basically no impedance, and it could be perpetual, which is what we see, right?
So what type of superfluid can be influenced by a magnetic field?
I actually haven't gotten that far into it, so I don't know. I know, is the fluid itself affected? That's a good question, actually. I don't know.
Okay. Guys can continue.
All I was bringing this up to push back against is, like, you'll see depictions of like a ball moving over top of the Earth, a flat Earth, and that doesn't work. Like, that can't be what's going on. What we perceive as the location of the sun has to be apparent relative to the observer. Like, yeah, there's a video by F.E. Core. Mike Cavanaugh did a video. It's called Magnetic Flat Earth. And it's very interesting when they took the longitudinal readings over the course of a year of the azimuth and declinations, and then rendered it. So yeah, I think the sun is very difficult to put together, but I'm just trying to do demonstrations so we can check off all the phenomena, like the pillar, the sundogs, blah blah blah. It looks like there is definitely a physical container for sure. And that would explain this south rotation as well, star rotation. So,
well, here's another question though. What if the sundogs and everything else is actually an atmospheric phenomenon, not a dome phenomenon? So how would you eliminate the atmosphere to determine that it's something that's not the atmosphere causing it? So you'd have to eliminate the atmosphere to prove it.
You never could, but you can just show that if there is some type of a dome, that it would give you all these effects as well. Like, it's a speculation station. We'll never be able to science the sun, right? So I mean, but I think we should still look into things. Like, again, like I consider that capitulating to anti-flat earthers, where we've gotten a bit dogmatic so we can make our stance so bulletproof. But what I found out when I travel the United States is people aren't like anti-flat earthers in the real world. They actually just want to figure things out. They're like, oh, that's interesting. Well, then how would this work? And how would this work? Well, falsification is independent of replacement. We can't sign it. But they're not trying to debate. They just want to figure out stuff, right? And it's like, that's what we should do, in my opinion. We shouldn't capitulate to like Ruhif and Zanuck.
So how would you prove that there's a superfluid up there? How would you prove that?
I never said you could. I literally just said you could never.
Okay, so you can't prove it. Okay.
It's kind of what modern science, consensus science would say anyway, like that there's a hydrogen helium layer on the high up.
Yeah. And we can show magnetic levitation and superfluid and supersolids, and how the superfluid something can move effectively perpetual.
All types of shit.
Well, the only problem is within the heliocentric model, there's so little of that hydrogen and helium up there, the level of refraction will be very, 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 very low. So that you couldn't necessarily say, I mean, it's not quite the same thing. The only way you would be able to have some kind of refraction is that superfluid would have to be pretty dense, or at least compacted or something, to be able to, just like water can refract it very substantially. So you have to have that superfluid. Well, the fact that you use the word fluid would imply that.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
you would have to guess that would cause it.
Scriptures even say that, right? Like, obviously, I can't invoke the scriptures in a debate to say it proves something, but it says that the heavenly waters are separated from the earthly waters, denoting that there's a distinction between the two. And yeah, like, I think that even like us replicating superfluid, right? Like, I think there's no way that would be exactly what's up there, because I think it's something that can't be replicated here. So I think it's just towards the right direction. But something behaving like a superfluid would allow for perpetual motion of the stars without any impedance. So, that's all. It's just speculation station, man. But arguing with like anti-flat earthers has become very monotonous and lame to me personally, because it's like, dude, they just double speak. They're double speaking zealot morons. Like, I mean, Who cares? Oh, did you hear what Xanax said today? We got to change our argument because Xanax says this. I don't care what Xanax says. I just want to put stuff together and then lay out whatever we can find that would explain them and just kind of narrow it down. Like, oh, well, this can't be the case because we have this observation that wouldn't work with that, and just kind of try to, dwindle it down. It's everyone's own personal prerogative.
But Xanax said.
Yeah. Like, who cares what they say? I know one thing. Whatever's going on, based on what we know on the Earth, whatever's going on in the sky has magnetic properties. So because like literally everything is at least incoherent magnetism, like everything.
Think about this too, man. I kind of support you on that, and I've spoke about it before. Like, what's up there? I mean, what do we notice when we go up higher? It gets cold as shit, And what's up there, like helium, hydrogen, the exact gases they've even been able to demonstrate superfluid. So all the conditions are there where I can't see how you could have anything but superfluid up past some of these heights,
Yeah,
and when you deal with that superfluid and then superconductivity, they always talk about magnetic tracks and this, that, and the other. So it all makes sense that the magnetism is a mystery to us, and the sky is basically a mystery. So you start adding all that up, and it sure starts making sense, right? 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 makes sense. So that's why I say it. I can't prove it, but the biblical backs it up. My common sense tells me it's true. The science that's being created in the labs now say it's possible, right? Some of them are even saying because of the superfluid that they know now is up there is what is throwing their observations off, because the medium is way different than what they first thought. So, that's kind of when I put all that together. That's why I say that's what I believe. It's based on evidence.
They're even coming out and saying that the sun gives off way more water than they ever thought possible. They're saying there's water up there now. They're literally saying that.
Everything's been pointing towards that. And 2 years ago when I said this, or 3 now, of course I was ridiculed and laughed at and all that, but I've stuck by my guns, and it's really based on my faith in God's word, and it says waters are up there. So of course I'm going to try and figure out ways that water is up there and make sense of it. But now that science is starting to back me up, people are starting to come on board and say, well, maybe there is a superfluid up there, and that would change the medium and blah, blah, blah.
Rakia, remember when I was talking about how oxygen, superfluid oxygen, or wasn't oxygen?
Yeah, oxygen can be a superconductor.
And I remember I was talking about that last week, and so I was trying to think because you asked me last week.
You're breaking up, dude, for me. I don't know.
Like layers of superconductors, because you should have like a helium hydrogen layer and also a super cool ozone layer. And there's all kinds of electrodynamics between those two elements there. They're like antagonists. They have a diamagnetic relationship, like water has to a magnet. It's repelled by. So they're repelled by each other. So in a way that they could create like almost like a force barrier. You know what I mean? That would separate its high altitude at whatever location from anything higher up. Kind of isolate it. Yeah, that's some interesting shit.
Yeah, like I'm about to start investing a lot of money into doing demonstrations. I know everyone spirals if you use the word experiment. So, but that's what I think Flat Earth has messed up on. We should just be doing, like, every one of us on the East Coast should be documenting the Selenilian eclipse in November. And we should all be trying. There should also be people that are simultaneously trying to look at the pendulum and see if they can get the Elias effect. We should have all already done Cavendish and show the manipulation of electrostatics does it. We should all already have done Michelson-Morley on the vertical axis. We should all have already used magnetic levitation within a superfluid. We should already have tried to look into like a coherent point source as the sun. Like we should be doing stuff like this. We shouldn't be not trying to piece together a model, even though models don't prove things. We don't have to have one. It does. We should still try to figure out what's going on, in my opinion.
Well, wait a minute. You said levitation in a superfluid. What did you mean by that? Because are you saying that's anti-gravity?
Well, yeah. What they call gravity is nothing but incoherent magnetism that isn't point specific, but you can use magnetic levitation. I don't know if you've ever seen it. Yeah, they call it quantum locking as well. But yeah, you can literally just have something, perpetually move as long as you leave it there over top. It has to be really, really cold magnet, and it'll just levitate and move over the circuit over and over.
And also superfluids, hang on, and I'll add to it. Let me add to it. And also, because this pertains to your question, and also superfluids are anti-gravity. They climb walls of containers. They go through really porous containers and drip out, but climbing the walls is the anti-gravity part. Go ahead.
Well, the only thing I would say about that, if you're levitating something with another medium, and you're just influencing the medium to cause it to levitate. So you're going to say that it's levitating, you're going to have to remove the medium and say it's just the magnetic field doing it, not the medium. The superfluid would be the medium.
Well, levitation is different than what I'm talking about. The superfluid actually climbs up the container that you have it in. So it defies gravity. It's anti-physics, right? Like it defies known physics, and that's why they're exploring all the properties of it, because they want to learn the uses of it.
Well, I mean, I don't know about that. I mean, the capillary action in trees would, in one sense, seem to kind of defy physics, but obviously it doesn't because it's working. So I don't know if
that's not what they're attributing this to, though. Sorry to cut you.
Okay, well that may be the case, but I mean, I'm just saying that there's a similar action. It would seem like the water is defying the gravity, but it's the capillary action of the tree that's causing it.
I'm just telling you what the scientists that are researching this that I've read about are saying. I'm not saying I know this. You understand? They're calling it anti-gravity. And they're saying that if it is space, right, superfluid is what's out in the space, that fills in the 95% void of mass, right? And it also creates a frictionless environment that we can reach these speeds that are unattainable here on Earth.
Yeah, that's why they're trying to. That's why they're proposing quantum fluid, but they can't say the word ether. So yeah, quantum fluid, quantum foam. Quantum fluid would be the fix.
Hey, Brian, you're hot miking. Leaky. Hot miking.
They can't have quantum fluid though. It proves the Earth's not moving. So they're at a standstill.
Would you call? I want to be clear about something with it. Would you say the ether is pure potential? Would you say that?
Yes.
Okay, so wait a minute, because it took a long discussion, and I asked this question. So you're saying the background medium is pure potential?
Yeah, and then there has to be some type of force within it. There has to be like a life-giving force within it. Yeah, but yeah.
Okay, well, here's the problem with that. When you say potential, like my daughter has the potential to become a nurse, and I said this earlier. So you say pure potential. Pure potential of what?
Yeah, energy.
Energy. So it has the potential to have energy. So it has the potential to do work.
If that's how you want it, yeah. I don't. Yeah, mediate pressure.
Okay, so you're saying it has the potential to mediate pressure.
Yeah.
Potential to mediate pressure.
Because like all things we call energy.
Hold on. I'm trying to think this through. So you're saying pressure implies something physical, but you're saying the ether is non-physical. So how can something non-physical mediate pressure?
Well, it depends on how you define physical. So people usually define it, well, like QE defines it as energy or mass, for example, or we define physical as having an interaction within the physical world. So in that sense, no, it's beyond the material world, right? But it has physical properties if it's there. If it's there, it has to have like mechanical, physical properties. So I don't know. It's a nuanced conversation about the word physical. But if we're going to go with the typical one, then you say pressure. Yeah, that's right, because energy is materially manifest. So energy is like the physical manifestation of pressure mediation. Whenever it's like at rest in homeostasis, right, then it's the etheric background, which is just the pure potential.
Okay, so what you're saying is, in that sense, you don't know it's there until it manifests.
Yeah.
So usually something to manifest in the physical sense, it takes something else physical to do that.
Well, that's what a materialist science would tell you, sure, but we know that's not the case.
Okay, so show me something that's immaterial that will manifest physically.
Yeah, like the very earth itself had to be that way. Like something immaterial had to. So, like Percent said it well earlier. The problem with science is it starts with the base assumption baked in that everything observed has a natural cause. And so that's automatically not true, right? Because we have things that do not have natural material causes that we know.
Don't disagree.
Should somebody disagreeing or agreeing? What they say?
Wait a second. So, for instance, a deaf person can't hear a tuning fork, right? But can see the vibration of the.
It depends on the tuning fork. You can hear the tuning fork depending on what key. I
still disagree with that. I still disagree. Yeah, but the blind, a deaf person can see the vibration. So there's a manifestation. That manifestation is vibration. So a person can see it, but not necessarily be able to hear it, but it's still there, providing a physical interaction. For
How's that?
Example that it just has to be a deaf person, has to be the observer.
How's that relevant though? Like the point is that it's called empiricism. All knowledge is obtained with the senses and scientific experimentation, and we covered this earlier. That's a philosophy, and it's automatically it's intrinsically contradictory because philosophy is not science. So you can't say everything is determined with scientific experimentation in the senses as your philosophy. You also can't use the word knowledge. But the reason we know that's not the case, and not everything that exists can be science, is because to have the material world in the first place, something outside of that had to put it there. So we know for a fact that empiricism and scientific experimentation cannot explain all things.
Just real quick, your comment about.
But am I breaking up or is Travis?
No, it's Travis.
What about now? Am I back?
Keep on going, Travis.
Yeah.
You're back.
Okay, just real quick. If we have a natural observation, I don't see why it's difficult to say we have a natural explanation. If we have a natural observation, we can show a cause and effect that's natural. I don't know why we ever have to color outside of the lines into the supernatural unless you're going to try to cross-pollinate the two topics. But unless you have evidence to do that, I just don't find this argument persuasive.
I just gave you evidence.
No, I don't think you did. I've been disagreeing with you this whole time. I don't think that what you give is actually valid evidence.
But you won't answer this though. So our natural observation is the Earth exists. What's the cause?
Simply because you can't.
Sorry, but that's a what is.
Simply because you can't backtrack to the source of something that happened in the past doesn't negate the fact that it's a physical reality.
Oh, so there was a physical material cause of the physical material world. That's your claim.
Okay. I think that your appeal to this philosophical approach is simply a philosophical approach.
So is empiricism.
I think that the way that you have narrowly chosen to define it can be critiqued as a philosophy, but I don't think it has to be limited to the definition that you've chosen, Austin.
I think it's a philosophy too, but it sure does explain a lot of phenomenon, man. It does explain a lot about what's going on around us better, to me, better than physical protons, physical electrons.
Oh yeah, we're not even getting into the specifics of the ether. We're talking about the overarching thing. So you can say this definition is wrong, fair enough. If you want to offer another one, this is Oxford Dictionary, and empiricism is defined as a philosophy. It's the theory that all knowledge is derived from sense experience stimulated by the rise of experimental science.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
problem with that is it's intrinsically contradictory because knowledge and philosophy is not science.
Okay, I disagree. The word science means knowledge.
Yeah. The etymology is no.
Okay, so the other point that I want to try to make with empiricism is you don't have to make this false dichotomy between a philosophy and a science. Empiricism can be purely natural. It doesn't have to be philosophical. The minute you get into the philosophical, in my opinion, is when you start to color outside of the lines for things that you have to create in your own mind as answers for things that you can't manipulate or test.
Okay, this is materialism.
Can I give a scenario? Can I give a scenario for a second? So when we observe a tuning fork, the tuning fork will vibrate. Let's say you are deaf. In this example, we already know, that we can hit in a certain frequency. We see an interaction of vibration. On a fundamental level, everything that we've noticed has an oscillating rate. Vibration rate or oscillation has pressure effects or influence physical reality. We must agree on some sort of basis where we stay within our philosophical. If you want to draw outside the lines, you'll have to look at empirical reality as what is observed.
Sorry, bro, your mic quality is horrible, man. It really hurts to listen to that. I'm sorry to say that, but it's really not that intelligible.
All right.
I'm about to have to go.
You're cutting it out, bro.
I'm in New York, so I'm about to meet up with Eli in a sec. But so just my point is simple, and no one wants to address the point. Okay, so natural science, it starts off with the baked-in assumption that everything observed has a natural cause. We know for a fact, like as in a physical, material, natural cause. We know for a fact that is not true because I said we